Jokic up the left sideline here for Denver, guarded by Alexander, stripped out of his hands and a steal by Shea. Jokic wanted a foul, didn't get the whistle. Layup dunked by Case and Wallace on the other end. And a timeout called by Adelman. That should about do it. Denver's down by 17 with 3:11 left to go in the game. There is the horn in Denver. Final tonight, Thunder 121, Denver 111.
Nuggets lose to the Thunder, but they do win against the Clippers on Friday. And Nikola Jokic is back. I mean, that's the biggest thing from over the weekend. You play against the Thunder. They're a good team. And when you're not at full sort of capacity lineup-wise, it's a really tough ask to go out there and beat a team like that, especially with the style and brand of basketball that they play. We all kind of know the unsavory nature in which it's not just like drawing fouls and stuff like that from Shea. It's also what they're allowed to get away with defensively. I saw a sequence where Jalen Williams was just, hands all over Jokic in the paint. And it's one of those things, like, I hate it, but it's almost, you got to give him credit because it's the same thing that happened last year in the postseason. They have such a wide breadth of depth on that roster that they will play such a physical brand of defensive basketball and dare the refs to put anybody in foul trouble because they have a host of people that they can bring off the bench that they trust. The Nuggets are getting closer to that, especially if they get to the point where everybody's healthy again. I think you would see a pretty, drastic change between what we're used to seeing on their bench as opposed to what they have even right now. Right now, coming off the bench, you have Hardaway, Bruce Brown, Valanciunas, Strother. Like, all of those guys are trustworthy players. Now, imagine what that bench looks like when Cam Johnson comes back and when AG comes back and when Christian Brown comes back. Like, it's even more. But they put a lot of stress on refs, both offensively and defensively, to make calls or not make calls. And it's not from a pure brand of basketball and watchability standpoint, not for me. But this is, they're the class of the Western Conference or the class of the NBA. If you want to win a championship, it's going to get through this team. It's gonna. And on a night where I felt like you were playing pretty well, and then you let a third quarter get away from you a little bit, couldn't stop Case and Wallace from knocking down the three ball, it's tough. Plus an off night from Jamal, which is tough to have. Dished the ball okay, but just didn't have the shot. And again, I think a lot of that has to do with brand of basketball and how they play. 303-504-0925. Tysher says, OKC makes Jokic kind of quit out there. I don't know if it's quit. I think it's more how do you operate when there are hands all over you and they're spinning you around? It's different. It's like you're watching a different sport kind of when you play against them. And I don't want to make this like all about refs. Like I don't mean for it to sound that way, but I'm trying to tell you, to beat them, you have to play differently. And you can't allow that stuff to frustrate you. Can't. Because it will. And it does. By the way, had some questions is, how does Peyton Watson look when Jokic is back in the lineup, and does he fit still in a starters type role? Yeah, he does. He finished with 29 on 11 of 17 from the floor last night. That guy's a starter now. Permanently. And I don't know who is the odd man out when everybody's healthy, whether it's Christian Brown, whether it's Cam Johnson. I'm not sure. But one thing is very clear. That guy does not leave the starting lineup. That guy gets a contract extension, and you do whatever's in your power to keep him here for the rest of his life. Okay? That's what you do. Because I had my own questions, like, is he going to be capable of continuing this level of production when the ball is now being given to Jokic a whole bunch of times? Now, Jokic didn't take too many shots last night, turned the ball over a lot. I think part of that is just trying to get his feet back under him after missing so much time, the most time he's ever missed in his career. But it's also, if they want to send people and play physically against him, then that's what it's going to look like. It's why all the people guarding him had a ton of fouls. Whether it's Hartenstein, Jalen Williams, Chet, they're all in foul trouble because they don't care. They're like, I will figure this out as the game goes on, but you are not going to get anything easy. They're just a really, really difficult team to play. Really difficult. And this was, the first matchup against them. You're going to have a whole bunch here coming up. The schedule it's going to be a grind here in the next few games. You're going at Detroit, at the Knicks, at Chicago, Cleveland. Like, you got some games coming up you started this already with the Clippers in Oklahoma City, and now you're going on a 3-game roadie, followed by 2 at home against Cleveland and Memphis before the break. Luckily, they have given themselves such a leash as far as keeping pace when Jokic was out that once again they find themselves a half game back of San Antonio. And the fact that you're here, despite what you lost over the last, over a month, 5 weeks. Pretty incredible. Texture says, it is too late, Brett. Watson is gone. He's young. I think he gets $27 to $32 million per year. Well, then that's what you pay him. If you want to have a really difficult discussion, we can do it. I know that Peyton Watson, in the way that he's played, like, we're all enamored with it. I am, obviously, if you heard me say anything about him this morning. The sample size of Watson being able to do this is very small. And the last time the Nuggets kind of paid for what potential was with a little bit of flash was Michael Porter Jr. And everybody that was upset about the MPJ contract, if you remember initially, what was the reason behind it? What was the upsetting nature of it? It wasn't his play at first. It was his health. You guys remember that? You paid Michael Porter Jr., and then Michael Porter Jr. missed some time due to injury, and everybody said, why would you give him the extension if you don't know if he's going to stay healthy, and you extended him early? For the Peyton Watson part of things, Peyton Watson has had a very small sample of this level of play, and you're probably going to pay him for this small sample. And I'm fine with it because I don't think whatever he's doing right now just disappears. But I don't care what happens here with Peyton Watson. You pay him whatever the price tag is. You can't lose that. And for what? To stay out of the luxury tax or the apron? If you got a team that's good enough to win a championship, that doesn't matter. The apron, the only reason why you wouldn't want to go in there is because you can't acquire outside talent. If your team's good enough to where you just need to keep it together, then keep it together. The apron affects you when you need to make moves. For example, the Boston Celtics kept their entire team together from the championship roster that they had. Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Porzingis, Derek White was extended. Now, things have changed since then, but the year afterwards, they kept it together because they were like, I don't care. This is a championship roster. And if not, then find a way to shed money. Like, this is not oh, shucks, I guess we're screwed. Nope. You do whatever it takes to keep that guy here. Whatever it takes. Again, it's only been a couple of games into it. I had my own concerns about how he was going to be able to play and what that looks like with Jokic back in the lineup, given everybody needs to get a certain amount of touches now. And through 2 games, he's got 50 points. So seems okay to me. Texture says Gordon will come off the bench when he comes back. Well, initially he will for starters minutes and stuff like that. Gordon is essential when he's healthy to your lineup for a number of reasons. He is not a bench player. And the Nuggets really don't have a backup 4. Like, I know that Watson is between him and Spencer Jones. They're kind of playing that. Neither are really that. I mean, Spencer Jones, I suppose, is a little bit of it. It's just we know his limitations as a player. He just doesn't have much of an offensive game. There's no Gordon coming off the bench when he's healthy. None. So a lot to get to today. We'll get to the Avs from over the weekend as well. Nice little bounce back for them. Funny little back and forth as EJ was on the call talking to Nathan McKinnon before, middle of the game and after. So we have some audio of that we'll get to in a bit. Avs and Red Wings again tonight. The Red Wings are hot, by the way. And I mean, not like playing good hockey hot. I mean, like angry hot because of something McKinnon did over the weekend. And so we'll discuss that as well. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. So as we go along today, Adam Schefter's going to join us at 9. We have all of the different coaching sort of carousel stuff that's set. Now, you can't make the hires official of the Raiders and the Cardinals until after the Super Bowl gets done and wrapped up. But everything seems to be together. And I just wonder how much you fear the hire that the Raiders made. Because I want to talk to Adam Schefter a little bit about that. If I want to know how far down the list somebody like Kubiak was before they got to him. Because remember, they talked to a lot of people, had multiple interviews with a lot of people. So we'll talk to him at 9 o'clock this morning. But to the Avs, what they did over the weekend, game tonight, stick around.
Back in front, Parker Kelly trying to tap it in, and he does! On the backhand on the rebound. Go ahead and Selly Parker Kelly. 3 goals in his last 5 games. His first goal ever versus the Detroit Red Wings. And with 12:25 to go in the third, Colorado is up by a nickel. It's 5-0.
Avs dominate on Saturday morning against the Red Wings. They play them again tonight. I'm expecting the Red Wings to show some fight here because you get your doors blown off at home. You want to come back and at least prove that you can be competitive in that arena. And I know it's all tied to a long-time rivalry that they had dating back decades ago. 2 teams that don't like each other. I mean, I'm sure this is going to be it's going to be intense tonight for maybe this reason. In the middle of that game, there's a little bit of a skirmish, and there was a video that kept circulating where I forget who it was that McKinnon was grabbing, but somebody was in a headlock. McKinnon kind of gave a jab to the arm and then started yanking on the guy's arm as he was sort of outside the skirmish, getting himself involved in it. I'll be honest, I don't think that's a great look. I think if that happened to one of our guys, if a Red Wing guy did that to McKinnon, if that was, the situation turned around, we'd probably be pretty pissed off. But I do think that there might be a little extra juice because of something like that, along with the fact that you just whooped him. It's one thing that you needed to see, by the way. The Avs were trending in a really, really bad direction. I mean, it took them forever to lose 4 regulation games, and then they did that all in the span of a week. So they were on a nasty little slide. They needed to have a win like that, just sort of reset. And now it's basically like you're looking at the situation saying to yourself, okay, 2 more games, then you have that long break. You can sort of recalibrate afterwards, get some guys healthy. But just close out the end of this little stretch strong and then move on after that. A lot of guys are still playing. I understand that, going around playing for their respective countries. But there felt like a little bit too much of a malaise heading into it to where you needed to right the ship. Yes, you built a big cushion, but you don't want to see that disappear over the stretch of a couple of weeks because you decided to gear down a bit before the Olympic break came. So 2 more. You get Detroit tonight and then San Jose on Wednesday, and then it's off for 3 weeks until the Olympics wrap up, which reminds me, Nelly, we need to figure out when should we have Moser do all the sports that should be kicked out of the Olympics? Because I believe opening ceremony is Friday, isn't it? I think so.
And Moj is also taking some time off during the Olympic break, so he's going to be gone for 2 weeks. So we got to get it in ASAFP.
That's right.
Today might be our best bet.
It might be. So maybe it'll happen today.
And also, by the way, just going back to something you said, seeing Red Wings fans cry about Nathan McKinnon online, just inject it directly into my veins, dude. I need to get that video of your boy Miss Rachel and Zoran Mom.
My boy Miss Rachel,
or I guess your girl. Hey,
yeah.
It's current year, man.
Hey,
she can identify
Miss Rachel,
she wants.
Very popular in the Kane household. Very popular.
So I got to get that video of Miss Rachel and Zoran Mamdani doing the wah wah wah. Where for all the Red Wings fans online this weekend. I love it. Let's party like it's 1999, brother.
If we're just speaking honestly, though, it probably would have pissed us off if it was the other way around. And was that JT, by the way? Old JT Comfer that was getting yanked on? The way that the Avs went about their business against Detroit was how they should. Now, even the power play, they were 0 for 2 on their power play opportunities. I thought the power play looked good, though. I understand that at some point, looking good and all of that isn't good enough, but it's a big contrast from what we thought before. Like, at least it looked dangerous, and it has to be dangerous. What's funny is when you got a guy who's not just a former teammate, it's also like a really good friend of a lot of guys still on that roster right now that is now doing the game. Like, I think that Paul Bissonnette, and I get it, he's not for everybody, you know. It's usually what happens when somebody's an entertainer and not just a guy who speaks. I think Paul Bissonnette is one of the funniest people doing this right now, honestly. And it's because he's able to have that relationship and that sort of back and forth with a whole bunch of the guys. But EJ interviewed McKinnon in the middle of the game. And I've never done it before, but I know sort of the cadence of what that's supposed to sound like when you're interviewing a player or a coach mid-game. You get maybe 2 questions, and then you let them go because they have a job to do. And EJ snuck in a 3rd question, and I could tell. He even said on the broadcast, he goes, I think I kind of pissed him off a little bit because I threw an extra question in there. But after the game was done, McKinnon finishes with a 3-point night, or a 3-point day, I should say. Couple of goals. Here's the full interview with McKinnon and EJ.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got, that's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
Yeah, for sure, man. That was huge. Obviously, nice to get 2 points. We play them again, I think, next game, so it's going to be a tough one.
You're going back home to play Detroit again early this week. What kind of challenges do you think they'll present your team as a whole? They'll probably be pretty fired up after this one.
Yeah, you know how in the playoffs when you kill a team, usually it's really hard the next game, so it's kind of like that, home and home. You know, I think it was more competitive than the score said it was, but we're happy with the way we played.
You still owe me $100 from golfing at Castle Pines this summer. When am I going to see that money back?
Probably never, man. You know me.
You don't pay your debts, do you?
Oh, never. You know me, bro.
Congrats. Great game.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Doc.
It is funny when you get like a buddy that's doing the interview. Now, I'll tell you the most shocking thing of it. It's not that EJ had a spray tan. It's not that EJ has a full set of teeth now, which is still weird to see. I mean, we're all in agreement, right? You've come to know EJ as the guy who's just got the giant gap that's right in the middle of his mouth, and now he's got a full set of chompers.
He's got a freaking World War II searchlight coming out of his front teeth now.
It's
crazy.
I mean, not only are the teeth there, those teeth, they got the brights on. The most shocking thing is it's only $100 that they lost. I guess I don't know what hockey players would bet when they're golfing. To only owe somebody $100 feels like a very minor thing, especially for the money that Nathan McKinnon makes. But it is funny.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got, that's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
Yeah, for sure, man.
So the Avs get back at it tonight against the Red Wings. This one going to be at Ball Arena.
And by the way, Brett, this is definitely going on my board now.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for sure, bud.
For sure, bud.
I love when that Canadian comes out. He just went full Letterkenny. Oh, you're spare parts, aren't you, bud?
Yeah, for sure, man.
I'm trying to figure out, because I think there's only 2 people in media that can do that for McKinnon, that can get a little bit of a smile and a personality out of him. And it's EJ and Biz. The only 2 guys. Everybody else, you're just going to get straight robot Nathan McKinnon. And look, most of the players that we have in this town that are very, very good are robotic. They are. Like Nate and McCarr for sure. And part of me likes, it's just like, nope, when you speak to them, you speak about hockey. You know, I've always said I always want my linebacker for my NFL team to sound as if he is completely ignorant of everything other than football. Like, if Steve Nelson is my middle linebacker, here's how I want the interviews to sound. Hey, Steve, what do you like to do? Play football. Yeah, what do you think about when you're not playing football? I think about playing football. What do you watch on TV? I watch football. That's all I want my middle linebacker to do. I want you to just be totally engulfed in the sport that you were participating in.
Just Steve Nelson, University of Colorado.
And that's what Nathan McKinnon
That's
is.
it.
Like, every time you talk to McKinnon or McCarr, it's just like, hey, man, how are you doing? Pretty good because we won the hockey game. Oh, yeah, what are you going to do now? Go home and watch the hockey game? Good. 303-504-0925. So just a couple things here on the NFL with some of these coaching hires. So everything is pretty much set. We have sort of the full gamut of who's going where. And because the list is so long, I will do this quickly. The Bills hired Joe Brady. The Steelers hired Mike McCarthy. The Ravens hired Jesse Minter. The Giants have John Harbaugh. The Falcons have Kevin Stefanski. The Dolphins have Jeff Hafley. The Titans have Robert Saleh. Browns have Todd Monken. Cardinals and Raiders, these are still pending, but looks like after the Super Bowl is done, the Cardinals will hire Mike LaFleur, and the Raiders will hire Clint Kubiak. So, first things first. God, is that an incestuous business? It's just the brother or son of this guy who's also the coach, and then this guy did coach at this place, but he's now coaching here. It is just, I don't think you can find a worse example of nepotism, and you guys try and, help me. Is there any career path, how would you say this, that is more engulfed in nepotism than coaching? Dad's coach, the son is a coach. The brother is the coach. Mike LaFleur, his brother, Matt LaFleur. Clint Kubiak, we know who his dad is. Harbaugh's. I mean, go down the list.
Hey, we got one of those at our station.
Hell yeah.
Mike Sanford the second, who followed coaching after his dad, Mike Sanford.
There is nothing that is more steeped in nepotism than a coach. And I'm trying to find a close second.
All I can think of is maybe the movie business where they go, oh, yeah, this is my son, Joe DiCaprio. He's going to give him a movie gig.
Yeah, but Will Smith can try and make Jaden Smith a movie star, and Jaden Smith's just not that good, so nobody cares. It still comes down to, can you do the job or not? These guys will have jobs no matter what. It might not be, politics. There's one. Media. Honestly, nothing against Chris Collinsworth's kid. I forget his name. Is it Jackson?
Jack. Just
Jack.
J-A-C. Jack.
Nothing against him. He's fine. But it's does he have that job without his dad being Chris? No chance. Right?
Or how about Joe Buck? He's a Nepo baby.
Yeah.
Jack Buck's a legend.
Jack Buck, Joe Buck. I mean, media's probably another one. But it's if your dad is a coach, your career, it's the only thing that takes you back to the 1500s. Dad was a blacksmith. Guess what your job is? You guessed it. Same thing. Somebody says construction can get pretty bad. I would have no experience in that realm. I worked construction the summer of me being 16 years old. And my job was just to haul things for them. I was a mule boy. But instead of taking coke across the border, I was bringing shiplap to people. I mean, that was my job. I just carried wood, essentially. But here's the thing. I want to know for the Raiders and the Cardinals, how far down the list did they go before they got to these? Because it's got to be brutal. I've never hired somebody before, but I'm sure what you have is some sort of checklist for here's what I want. Here's my power rankings of guys that I would like to see in this gig. And then you start going down and down and down and down. Make no mistake. Every single, especially in college, I would say college, but this would be for GMs and owners too, I think, if you're good at your job. But college, athletic directors, there is no question they have a list of like 4 names that's in their desk at all times of if coach leaves, if we fire coach, these are the first phone calls I'm making. You almost have to. You have to be prepared. But when you got so far down the list, like how happy is Clint Kubiak? Or I'm sorry, how happy are the Raiders about getting Clint Kubiak? Look, he seems to be a fine coach. We've seen him make a whole bunch of stops in a whole bunch of different places. He's super young, by the way. He's 38 years old. But if you remember, he was an assistant here from 16 to 18. He came back in 2022 under Hackett. He was the OC for Minnesota for a year in 2021. Then the OC for the Saints for a year, and then got the job in Seattle. So he's made a whole bunch of stops. Nothing's ever lasted all that long. I do think the job that he has in Seattle, it's a job that can make you look really good because you have a really stout running game with a great defense where you aren't asking your passing game to do all that much. Now, to his credit, Sam Darnold had just by a numbers perspective, and there's different ways you can go with this. You can go with the win-losses thing, and I understand that they're in the Super Bowl. But when you talk about, like, what's the job that he did with Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold was good this year. I don't know if I'd say great. Threw for 4,000 yards, had 25 touchdowns, 14 picks is a pretty big number, but they were able to run the football at will. And if you can do that, your offense is going to do numbers. So he understands that part of it. If there's any fear that I have, it's less about like the connection that's likely going to be him and Mendoza. It's more about, is he going to unlock the stuff that was missing from Ashton Genty? Like, running backs don't have a huge sort of runway to prove whether they're legit or not in this league. It happens quickly. Either you can play or you can't, because you don't have running backs playing until they're 31 years old typically. It's 5 years, 6 years, and then your career is pretty much over, if not hanging on by a thread. If he can unlock whatever Genty had in college, because he certainly couldn't do that in this first year in the NFL, then that would change things a little bit for the Raiders. But the Raiders are in such shambles right now. Look, you won the AFC West. The Chargers made the playoffs, and the Chiefs are probably going to have a revenge tour on their mind for the next year. They still aren't a concern of mine, the Raiders. But if there's one thing he can do, it's maybe unlock that. And if that happens, then that changes things a bit for what the Raiders can be. But 303-504-0925. Nuggets game tonight. Or I'm sorry, Avs game tonight. Avs in Wings. It'll be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 pregame, powered by Ramos Law, starting at 6:30. Back after this. Our long national nightmare is over, everybody. We've done it. Give yourself a round of applause. Go ahead. Nelly, stand up. Give yourself a standing O for what you've endured over the last, 7, 8, 9 years. Jokic finally has an all-star teammate. We have done it. We have made it work. I'm so proud of all of us. Jamal has been named one of the all-star reserves. It is not something that is shocking if you've been following how this season has gone, but it is shocking in the sense that it's the first time Jokic has had a teammate acquire an accolade of any kind. And I think there's a good opportunity this year that this might not be it. I think you could have, on top of Jamal being an all-star, you could have Tim Hardaway Jr. vying for a Sixth Man of the Year spot. You could have David Adelman vying for Coach of the Year, considering how he held this team together over that long stretch of no Joker. Now, you got a few more games here before the NBA gets to the All-Star break. Now, again, brought this up that they have a few games coming up here that are still difficult. You know, you're playing against Detroit in Detroit. It's number one team in the East. The Knicks is on the second day of a back-to-back, and I'll be curious to see who's going to play in a game like that now. The Knicks have won 6 in a row. They're 31-18. They're not a bad team at all. And then you play against Chicago in Chicago on the third game of the road trip, and Chicago's kind of going the opposite direction. They're doing poorly as of late. But you got a few games coming up in which they aren't going to be easy. Now, I wonder how many more guys are going to start trickling in. If you remember, David Adelman, before the game on Friday, talked about how he was hoping to get all three of Jokic, Cam Johnson, and Christian Brown back in the lineup before the All-Star break. So Jokic obviously has played the last couple of games. He is back in. With the other two, I don't know, especially the back-to-back coming up. It's just now I want to see this team as fully staffed as we're going to get with Gordon being out in reevaluated 4 to 6 weeks, that nonsense. As close as we're going to get to sort of a healthy roster here, what does that look like? Because if you could continue to sustain and win games despite what you were missing, you should be able to roll with this team mostly healthy. And the question now is, what the hell do you do as far as like a minutes and rotation standpoint? Who gets what? And maybe this allows for, and I hope this is the case, more of these starters that has had such an insane sort of pressure and tax on their legs over the last few years. It gives David Adelman the ability to be more comfortable in playing other guys more minutes. You know, like obviously Peyton Watson's going to be one of those guys. He's going to be. But on top of that, it's can you play Jalen Pickett more to spell out Jamal Murray so he's not having to play 36 minutes a night? Can you do stuff like that? That's going to help the guys who are really, really taxed over the last few years get a little bit of a breather. And I think that will be the case. I still wonder, Jonas Valanciunas with Jokic back in, it's really hard to figure out what the right sort of sweet spot for him is. You know, he got 21 minutes against the Clippers. He only got 13 last night against Oklahoma City. But I think he's effective when he's on the floor. He's obviously not Joker, and you don't want to take away from any time that Joker can be on the floor. But maybe this allows you play Joker 32, 33 minutes a night instead of 35, 36, 37. And there'll be nights where he needs to play more. But I almost wonder, with the absence of Aaron Gordon, do you try and experiment with that two bigs thing again? And maybe it just doesn't work. You know, maybe the skill sets of both those guys just aren't built to be on the floor at the same time. You know, the trouble with that is if you look around to all the different teams that have two bigs on the floor at once, OKC does it with Hartenstein and Chet. We saw it with Minnesota when they had Cat and Gobert. There's typically one guy who's more outside and one guy who's more inside. Like Karl Anthony Towns didn't play like a center. He played like a stretch four because he was hanging around the perimeter as Rudy Gobert was in the paint when he was in Minnesota. In Oklahoma City, it's the same thing. Chet is not operating typically inside, especially when Hartenstein's on the floor. That's his area. So he hangs out sort of outside and takes jumpers. Neither of these guys do that. I mean, they're capable, but Jokic, he makes his money playing inside and manipulating the defense by getting the ball in deep. And that's hard to do when you clog the lane with Jonas Valanciunas, who also is an inside player, not outside. So how you handle that moving forward, going to be very, very interesting. The Nuggets still in a really good spot. They are a half game behind San Antonio again for the 2 seed. You have these different sort of, I think, flashpoints on what's making this team go right now, and Peyton Watson is certainly a big part of it. And we can get more into that as we go along today, because the initial sort of experiment of how Watson plays with Jokic back in the lineup has been very, very good. Really good returns early, which is telling me this guy is now your bona fide starter. So we'll keep that going in just a couple of minutes. Here's the other thing. I do want to talk more about what this offseason should look like for the Broncos a bit. The Broncos are in that weird spot of it's like a good thing. Now, I'm a huge draft guy. I love the draft. I will watch the combine. I'm a nerd like that. The draft is really fun when your team is bad. And so you don't want the draft to be fun. When you're drafting 30th, there's not a lot of like, hey, I'm on pins and needles to see who we get. Who knows? But mocks are already coming out, and at 30, this one from, who is this from ESPN? Matt Miller said the post-Senior Bowl mock draft that he has, at 30, he has the Broncos taking Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas.
Oh, okay.
He said he's impressive mover at the most impressive mover at the position. He's an explosive linebacker. He also brings the added bonus of being a reliable pass rusher when asked to line up on the edge. 17 career sacks, all that different stuff. I am back in the mode of, if you draft a defensive player, I'm going to be wildly disappointed. But here's the problem. Go look at the history of Sean Payton's drafts. A lot of them are defensive players. And a lot of them are guys who play in the front seven. It's almost as if he thinks, I can manipulate the offense with just my scheme as long as it's run correctly. But now over 3 years, we've seen them make the transition of bad offense to mediocre offense with spurts of brilliance. I need it not to be spurts anymore. I need it to be consistent. So how do you go about that? We'll get to that as we move along today. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Your home base for all things 92.5 is at Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page. Subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily recap of the best stuff you can't miss from the best shows in Denver. Search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe to that channel today. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Jokic up the left sideline here for Denver, guarded by Alexander, stripped out of his hands in a steal by Shea. Jokic wanted to foul, didn't get the whistle. Layup dunked by Case and Wallace on the other end. And a timeout called by Adelman. That should about do it. Denver's down by 17 with 3:11 left to go in the game. There is the horn in Denver. Final tonight, Thunder 121, Denver 111.
All right, two things before we get into it. First of all, that stupid rat came out and said 6 more weeks of winter. And I feel like we need to pull up, as we do every year, Nelly, the video of those nerds from that stupid town. Hear ye, holding up an animal. So that's got to happen at some point today. It is also Mark Moser's birthday. Happy birthday, Moj. Oh, he's not here yet. But happy birthday to the Moj.
Well, hey, today, he's always late. Always. We will allow him some grace.
This is an excused...
Yeah, it's an excused tardiness.
Yes.
I mean, anybody who listens to the show understands it's a daily occurrence.
Here's what I don't get. Moser's texting the group at 5:58 this morning. Just leave the house.
He's a poor planner, is what it comes down to. He's just, he's already out. He's texting us an hour before airtime, and he's still late.
Yep. So a happy birthday to Moj when he gets here. Thirdly, God, I hate that Thunder. I hate that team.
Ooh, I hate that. I hate that squad. Like, it's funny. My brother went to the game, and we had a little group chat going with my family. And I think all at the same time, we texted, I forgot how much I hate this team.
Yeah.
Their faces, everything about that team I hate.
Just
like immense hate.
From a style and brand of like basketball.
All of it.
It's really tough to watch. And
all of it.
I'm not even talking about, like, of course the foul baiting is Shea constantly being on the floor is a huge part of it. Also, what I hate is, and it's like good for them, like they've figured out some loophole. If you just hit and punch people on defense every single possession, then the refs aren't going to call it every single time. I saw a sequence, Vic. Jalen Williams was like bear hugging Jokic from the back and wouldn't let him go to no foul call. And I'm just like, I don't know what you do when they play like that.
Yeah, I figured it out. I figured out why Joker and SGA are officiated so differently. And I'm watching last night, and it just dawned on me. So David Adelman talked about this after the game, just about how the whistle's different. They have to figure it out. It's on the Nuggets. Listen, it's just part of the rules. It's the NBA today. No one's going to change it just for the Nuggets' sake. No one's going to say, oh, we notice a flaw. Let's go ahead and change it. Nope, it's not going to happen. The Nuggets are going to have to figure it out on their own. Here it is. Because SGA is a guard, a point guard with the ball in his hands, and Nikola Jokic is a center. Here's why they're both officiated so differently during the game. SGA gets the benefit of a ramp. He gets an on-ramp to begin his play. He comes downhill, he goes, he attacks. He's going toward the basket. And because of that, he's going to get the benefit of more fouls. They're watching the guy who goes toward the basket.
Yeah.
Joker has normally his back to the basket. And they're not watching that like they're watching the guy with the on-ramp. They don't officiate those the same. They never will. They never have. When Joker has the ball, he's already surrounded by the entire OKC team because that's where he is. That's where he lives.
Yeah.
When SGA has the ball, he starts on the outside of the perimeter and goes into the opposition. And he invites contact. He invites opposition.
Plus, if your momentum is moving forward and you get bumped, you see the change of trajectory that would, I guess, dictate a foul call. Here's the thing. Like, it's unpalatable to me in the same way that James Harden's style of play in his heyday was unpalatable when he was down in Houston. Fact of the matter is, that's the team you got to beat if you want a championship. Like, they're the class of the league.
You got to figure it out.
And when, on one of the rare occasions this year, Jamal has a really bad shooting night, can't happen against a team like that. You can't allow Case and Wallace to be on fire from three-point range for 4 straight quarters. That's also a problem. So as much as I'm talking about like style of play and the way the game's officiated, the reason you lost is because Jamal didn't shoot the ball very well, and you gave up a whole bunch of threes to Case and Wallace. Because Shea's going to do Shea's thing. It's still going to take Jokic, I think, a minute to figure things out. If there's any sort of positive to this, though, Vic, because getting the news that Jokic was coming back on Friday against the Clippers was a godsend. It was like you needed some sort of boost of energy within this roster because they were hanging on, it felt like, by a thread with their current situation they were in. I wondered, for as good as Peyton Watson was without Joker, if he entered the lineup, what would that look like? And guess what? 50 points in 2 games.
Peyton Watson was their best player
Yep.
last night. Peyton Watson was the Nuggets' best player, and there was no bones about it. He attacked. He didn't wait. He didn't cower. He didn't do any of that. If the other players brought Peyton Watson's game, Nuggets probably win that game.
Yeah.
You can't win against OKC when Joker and Jamal go for 16 and 12.
Yep.
Can't do it. Can't do it. I mean, you could say what you want about, minutes restrictions, and, Jamal was excited to be an all-star finally, well-deserved. But when your 2 star players go for 16 and 12, I don't care who you're playing. You're going to lose. Do you agree?
Yes, totally. I mean, that's again, it's why you lost was right there. Mixed in with the other stuff. But
well, defensively, they just gave up 3 after 3 after 3.
Yeah.
I think the next time they play Oklahoma City, they may have to revisit their defensive scheme of doubling every time because that didn't work.
No. That left Case and Wallace wide open for threes over and over again. Now, the good news is this. With Joker back, you are a half game back of second place still, somehow, some way, of San Antonio in the West. And Adelman, before Friday's game, when was this? Was this Wednesday, Thursday? He was talking about hopefully they'd get back Cam Johnson, Jokic, and Christian Brown before the break. And one of those 3 has already returned. Hopefully we see a couple more trickling in here in the next few games because the Avs, who played over the weekend and beat the snot out of Detroit, they got 2 more games until their long 3 weeks off for the Olympics. And the Nuggets have how many games left, Vic? Is it like 5 before the break?
I don't even know.
Something like that. Got a few more games to try and get guys trickling back into the lineup.
The irony of that loss last night, and I don't know if this is good or bad, had the Nuggets won, David Adelman and the coaching staff would have been coaching in the All-Star game. They would have qualified to be the coaches in the game. Because they lost and San Antonio moved into second place, the Spurs are now going to coach the game. I think privately, if you ask the Nuggets coaches, they would prefer to have the All-Star week off.
I know. I was going to ask you.
Yeah, but it's still an honor that slipped by. So they're not going to be representing the Nuggets along with Jamal and Joker at the All-Star festivities. The other thing I want to talk about last night, and I hear Moser's coughing breath thing. I hear it in the background. He's there. I could tell, right? He's doing this. He's doing that, right?
Birthday boy's here.
Yeah, he's doing that already. I can hear it from miles away. So when he turns his camera on, I will present this, and I want to get his opinion on it because I'm sure you watched the game as well. I normally do not, and I don't go down this road. The national broadcast is never out to get you, okay? They're just playing it right down the middle. The national broadcasters don't care about your team, their team. They're not playing favorites more often than not. So watching the game on NBC last night, because I wasn't there, I'm not going to nitpick the national broadcast. They were fine. Noah Eagle did a great job. Grant Hill, say what you want, he was fine. However, I am going to say this. They were so misinformed about one particular thing. I wanted to reach through my television and say, do you guys not have notes on this? On at least 3 different occasions during the course of the game last night, they said, OKC shorthanded, missing Jalen Williams, AJ Mitchell,
God.
Alex Caruso. This 3 different times. They said it again at the end. They kept talking about OKC being shorthanded. Gee. Not once did they mention the fact that the Denver Nuggets again played a game minus 3 starters. That they've played 18 games this year minus 3 starters minimum. Do they not have that information?
I think they're aware.
Did you watch the game? Did you see that or hear that?
I had it on mute. I watched it on mute.
Did anybody else catch this?
I mean, I'm sure you're right, Vic. It would be silly if that's what they were doing with no mention of what the Nuggets are going through, too. That wasn't a shorthanded team versus a fully staffed team. I mean, that's for sure. But, I mean...
Somebody said they showed a graphic about it, and they misspelled graphic badly. When did they show this graphic? Because maybe I missed it.
Wait, just about the Thunder?
Injuries. The injuries. Because I don't remember it. I just it just bothered me more than anything because the Nuggets are getting healthy finally. No excuse, mind you, no excuse. Because at the end of the day, they're missing some studs. They're missing an all-star. They're missing 2 key players, just like the Nuggets are missing studs. No excuses to lose that game. It just bothered me that it wasn't brought up enough.
For sure. By the way, happy birthday, Moj.
I had to take care of some things. See, I do more work than the both of you.
Moj, let me give you a little piece of advice. When you're late, like you always are, just come in, tail between the legs, and say, sorry, guys.
No, shut him off. Shut me off.
Don't do that.
What is that, Brett? Thank you.
It doesn't work that way. Just say you're late. Happy birthday.
I had to do something this morning, Vic, that I typically don't have to do. 1 time per year, I have to do it.
Hang on. Let me guess. 1 time a year, you have to...
Oh, I got it. I know what you did. You worked out.
No, I did that yesterday.
Oh.
Showered.
I did that this morning, but I do it every day.
Okay.
I had to wait for the sun come up.
Why?
Because I had to see whether or not I could see my shadow.
Okay. We're playing these games today. Happy birthday, Moj. First of all, late. You realize what
dumb
joke for being late.
You realize what today is,
dumb
right?
joke for being late.
You realize what today is.
It's your birthday.
Hey, listen, I'm sorry you had to roll out of bed and walk 10 feet to your... Okay.
Hey. You're barking up the wrong tree. You know how far I live from this place. I was here at 6 o'clock. Now, Nelly, did I come in as my intro music was playing? Yes, but I was here.
Anyway, the point is that I saw my shadow through the clouds, unfortunately. You know what that means? Count them.
6.
6 more weeks of winter. Sorry about that, bro.
Yeah, we're going to play those nerds from that place up there.
What do you mean 6? Everybody complaining about winter. Have you felt what winter has been like in Denver, Colorado?
Yeah,
it was warmer here
golfed
yesterday than it was in South Florida.
I golfed, yeah. Yep, sure did.
I know, it really has been amazing. It has been. I'll take 6 more weeks of this. That's fine. 50-some degrees? Sure. So, look, a lot more to get to today. I do want to talk about the Avs over the weekend as well.
Watching that game last night, I'm not worried about that. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not worried about a home loss to the Thunder. I'm not. I never expected the Nuggets to get the number 1 seed anyway. I'm not guessing that they're going to track them down. I guess you could have got, it's a 2-game swing, so you could have got closer, but I'm not worried about that. All I care about is health and the 2 seed. Health and the 2. I'll take that. And then I'm ready to go.
They have neither right now.
Yeah, I understand that, but once you get the health, you'll get the 2, and then you'll be good to go.
By the way,
it's the way I look at it anyway.
We'll get to this later as well, that you finally have a teammate of Nikola Jokic with an accolade to his name, as Jamal has been named a All-Star reserve, which is not unsurprising. We kind of all saw this coming, but it's finally done. You have one of them now. Finally.
We got everything that we had hoped for. The Nuggets are starting to get healthy. They're starting to get healthy again. CB is expected back maybe this week. Cam Johnson right behind him. AG is a ways away. I don't know when he's coming back, but they're getting healthy. But we can also be honest with ourselves. OKC was the better team last night.
Yes. No doubt.
They were the better team. They played better. They played their style, and the Nuggets just couldn't match it.
So a lot more to get to here. As we broadcast from the Backus and Shanker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. You can tune in starting tomorrow as Vic is live from Radio Row in San Francisco. That is thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online, groovetoyota.com.
When do you leave?
Right after the show.
Good.
Yeah, what I'm thinking about doing is just showing up late and then telling the airline, sorry I'm late. I had to wait for the sunrise this morning.
You what?
Yeah, you see, here's the thing, and this is why I love you. You don't have multiple jobs and multiple roles, multiple responsibilities.
I'm gonna help you out here.
Yeah.
It was a lame joke. You got to let that one just go. Just say we missed.
I thought it was super duper good.
Just accept it.
I'm gonna pass it.
Accept who you are.
It was super duper good.
Accept who you are. Here's what you are. You're extremely talented, but you're also extremely unreliable.
Take
that L on the way out.
By the way,
That is untrue.
When are you leaving, by the way?
Thursday.
Is today the day that we should do our Olympic roundup of sports that should be eliminated from the Olympics?
I thought that was going to be on Tuesday.
Okay, we can do it tomorrow then.
Yeah.
Because Friday's opening ceremonies. I mean, we're right around the corner, and the Avs have 2
We're there.
games
We're getting there, yeah.
before the Olympic break. Speaking of, beat the snot out of Detroit over the weekend. Thank God they needed one of those. We'll get to it next. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. He'll break down all 10 of the head coaching vacancies now filled. I mean, I guess you can't really announce the Raiders one yet because you can't do that until after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but it's going to be Clint, yeah.
So I do want to get to if there's any fears that you have with the Kubiak hiring in just a couple of minutes. But first, Moj.
It's just, real quick, though, it's just pretty interesting because I remember him as a DB at Regis.
Yeah.
Just a DB at Regis playing football, just doing his thing.
And then at CSU.
Under Big 50, then playing at CSU.
Okay, while we're on the subject, just quickly before we get to the Avs and the Wings over the
now
weekend.
he's going to coach the Raiders? Oh, man.
Is there can you guys tell me, a career path that is more incestuous or rife with nepotism than coaching professional sports? I don't mean this like Kubiak's not deserving of the job. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying, like, what other job has this many, that guy is this guy's son in it?
I don't know, owning an HVAC company?
Yeah. Seems like jewelry stores have a lot of that.
Yeah, jewelry stores have a ton of nepotism. You know what? To be totally honest with you, the mechanic I see.
It's a family business.
It's a family business. Mechanics.
The NFL's not a family business. It's a business. And yet it's like Mike LaFleur is Matt LaFleur's brother, and Clint Kubiak is the son, and John Harbaugh is Jack Harbaugh, and all that difference.
Vic, I just thought one of my favorite scenes of all time, and I'm going to do it. My father was a mechanic. My uncle was a mechanic. My 3 cousins are mechanics. What's that from? Come on.
My cousin Vinny.
Yeah.
I know what's funny. I thought sports media
8 uncles on my mother's side of mechanics.
I mean, we just saw. I think Noah Eagle's great at calling games, but is the son of Ian Eagle. You got Joe Buck and Jack Buck, and just sports. Weird thing. Whole bunch of like kids.
It is. I got 3 kids. None of them wanted any part of this business.
Same here. Well, I got 1 kid. He didn't want this.
Saw how big of a nerd you became. Said no thanks. That's what happened.
You're the only one. You're the only one in your family in this business.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't follow my dad's footsteps. When I was graduating high school, he told me he got a job at the railroad set up for me.
Dude, Easy would have been great on the sidelines. Great. Are you kidding? Oh man, we got to do that.
Who is this? I don't even know who this is.
Yeah, we got to do that.
Yeah, hold on. Nelly, nail it for me, please.
Well, my father was a mechanic. His father was a mechanic. My mother's father was a mechanic. My 3 brothers are mechanics. 4 uncles on my father's side are mechanics.
Your family's obviously qualified.
Okay, that's good.
Moj, this show is not here for your just own little entertainment.
I thought it was pretty
it's his
fun.
birthday.
I know. I'm going to let it go today. But just because you think something is funny and you talk to Nelly and say play it, it doesn't.
It worked. It worked big time.
I just want to say happy birthday to my beautiful baby co-host, Mark Moser.
I'm the only one in my family in this biz. You're the only one in your family in this biz. I think, but when you're talking about coaches and sons of coaches who are also players, I mean, it seems natural to me because they're in that environment every single day of their lives.
We got one of them that shares this studio with us, Sanford.
Yeah. Same thing.
You know what it shows me, though, too, with Clint Kubiak going to get that job? Just the vast expansiveness of the Mike Shanahan coaching tree and how that man has to wait now another year to get into the Hall of Fame. Criminal.
It's horse feathers. But I'll tell you what, Vic, is that the Shanahan coaching tree, or is that essentially, let's say, the Bill Walsh, George Seifert coaching tree?
Yeah, I mean, you can,
that expands all the way out to.
You can go all the way back,
all the branches to Holmgrens and Shannies and everything else.
This one makes more sense because Shanahan, was Kubiak's guy, and the Kubiak kids spent all kinds of time around Mike Shanahan. This one makes total sense,
right?
So to the Wings and the Avs over the weekend, the Avs needed just a game where everything went right, and they kind of got that. Beat the snot out of Detroit. Now, you have Red Wings fans that's all in a lather after that game because of McKinnon doing the little punch yank on the arm. Was that Comfer? He was doing that too?
No, it was the Brinket.
The Brinket. Which I think, in fairness, Moj, if somebody did that to our guy, I think it'd be pretty upset about it. And I don't like that.
I didn't think it was that big of a deal, personally.
But
he didn't even do anything. When he yanked on his arm? Ooh. Better than you.
If somebody did that to McKinnon, would you think the same thing?
Whoa. No, because McKinnon would come out of the pile and punch that guy in the head.
Oh, okay. Just to be clear. For the sake of fairness, that's all I was saying. Now,
I mean, he's not hurting him. He didn't try to hurt him.
I understand. I got it.
What are we doing?
But they play him again tonight, and I'm sure that Detroit wants a little bit of revenge for how much they got beat up at home.
Good for them. That's great. Good for them.
You know, the best part of that game was EJ, who was working the national broadcast afterwards, interviewing Nathan McKinnon, and Nathan McKinnon on national television accusing EJ of self-tan.
Yeah.
Spray tan.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got. That's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
Yeah, for sure, man. No, it's huge. Obviously, nice
good.
to get 2 points. We play them again, I think, next game.
I think it was a spray tan. And I'm going to go on the record and accuse EJ of spray tanning.
Yeah, EJ lives here. He ain't getting tan like that sitting outside, okay?
Well, I know that, ABC is big time. Ooh, fancy. ABC.
They have makeup artists.
They have people who will go, okay, let's start. The little pad here.
No.
Oh, I need a little rouge here.
Nope, that was spray tan.
Little Lady Gaga there.
EJ, if you're listening, I know it when I see it.
Yeah, can you text him, see if he'll come on the show this morning?
Sure.
I'll tell you what weirds me out about EJ still. He doesn't have that gap in his mouth anymore, and it's still taking me a while to get used to it.
Let's be honest, because the teeth are white.
I mean, they're the brights.
They're very pronounced against the spray tan.
I'm not going full Rex Ryan white with it, but white. They are. By the way, this was the end of it.
You still owe me $100 from golfing at Castle Pines this summer. When am I going to see that money back?
Probably never, man. You know me.
You don't pay your debts, do you?
Oh, never. You know me, bro.
Pretty much.
I'm actually surprised that it was only $100 that somebody owed the other guy.
Probably a lot more, but they rounded it down.
Yeah, round down. But the way that the Avs played, thank God, because they were in, I mean, Moj, it took them forever to lose 4 regulation games, and then they did all that, like, basically in a week.
Correct. We talked heavily about it when I was on the road last week. And by the way, that road trip where we never saw the sun, it snowed every day, and then 2 days in Montreal, it snowed upward. Never saw the sun.
Yeah.
They live in it.
Who does?
The people up there.
Yeah, good for them.
I mean,
I don't want to live in that.
Most of the guys on the Avs roster are Canadian.
Some are American, some are European. I don't know. Here's the thing, man. If you don't see the sun for 7 months, it's not cool.
You get good at hockey.
I reckon you do. Either way, we talked about it last week that it's ruttish. You're in a rut.
How'd you get so good at hockey? I didn't see the sun forever, so I just thought I'd skate.
Looking at you, I would assume that you never saw the sun.
Yeah.
You lived in a friggin' cave. Like some sort of Neanderthal.
Sat under that cow all day.
Eating bat guano. Getting pink.
Did you say bat guano?
Yeah.
What's that, an Ace Ventura reference?
Cow.
I don't know.
The sun can't even get to your face because you're under the cow.
White devil,
all
white
day.
devil.
Eat Quince
Let me guess what he said. White devil, white devil.
I didn't know you speak.
That's so funny. That's a
great movie.
So good.
Anyway, yeah, the Avs looked great, and even the power play. I know they were 0 for 2. The power play.
Looked really
yes,
good.
It did.
And they did again. They keep working on it. They did different things. I thought Raj and Spring. I thought they did a pretty good job of breaking it down after the game. They did a really nice job on their between the pipes. Little skit. Yeah, if you want to go back and go to our Twitter page, and you can see their skit, but they did a pretty good job of breaking down why things are working. And when
well, what'd they say?
Well, without Marty Necas in the lineup, who's a righty, you have more lefties now, and so you could put guys in different positions.
Well, then move Marty Necas off the first power play.
Okay.
No.
Well, I mean,
if they see that it works better that way, move him to the second power play.
We got a bunch of righties out there. Things look different. That's all I'm saying. So you put Big Val out there, lefty, things look different.
I still like Marty being up there.
And it behaves differently. So do
wait
I.
a minute. So we all like him. But if the power play unit doesn't work that way,
I don't think it's because of him.
If the power unit is malfunctioning, then you must subtract an H's. What's wrong with you this morning? Look at your eyeballs. You look high.
Yeah.
You look, doesn't he? Tell me I'm wrong.
No, he does.
Hey, man.
Do I?
How's my driving? Hey, I think we're stopped, man.
Well,
I want to keep calling it a power unit.
If your power unit's malfunctioning, then you...
No, that's good stuff, man. 100% pure stuff.
Anyway, the point is that it looked much better, even though it didn't score. They took advantage of their opportunities, and McKinnon should have had a hat trick. Did you see his reaction when he missed on that one-timer at the end of that one power play when he shot it wide? He's like, so good. They beat him up pretty good. And listen, Detroit's a real... Do you realize how good Detroit is this year?
Yeah. Have you
been paying attention? I mean, they're playing pretty damn good hockey, and Gibson got really hot between the pipes.
Like all Detroit sports, it's weird. They've stunk for so long, and like all 4 of their teams are actually pretty damn good now.
Yeah.
You know, how much do you miss Moj being there and being so hated? Like, the rivalry is not what it used to be, obviously. I miss that. I miss the intensity. The heat of that rivalry was something else. We'll never have that again.
I don't know that you'll have it again in pro sports, Vic.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of hate, the amount of real hate, sports hate, even beyond sports hate, hate, face hate.
Everybody listening,
hate
think
your
about
guts
a team. Like, in fact, I want this, whatever sport, what team in whatever sport do you hate right now the most? Text us in. Text your, whoever it may be. It could be any sport. Like, pure, unadulterated hatred. Who is it? And it's got to be the kind of hate that it causes your feet, your toes to curl. You can taste it in your mouth when you see that team. What is it? Because it used to be Detroit.
Yeah. I hate the Lakers. I hate their guts.
You know, it's funny. I
hate the Dodgers' guts.
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem, though. I was just thinking about this. How many rivalries still exist in sports, at least we'll say American sports, that have lasted decades and, like, not really wavered? Because you have new, like, we hate OKC now. We didn't hate them 5 years ago.
No, they were just like a little pet for a long time.
But how many of those in all of sports, forget here, still last? Ohio State, Michigan somehow has withstood that despite.
Well, I mean, it's been 100. They play each other every year for 100 years.
I know, but there's new players that come through.
But Brett, the Avs and the Wings was beyond. It was beyond just. It was physical violence. I mean, it was trauma. It was blood. It was all of that. I mean, it was guys bled, guys got broken up, guys got whatever, concussed. I mean, it was Rene Corbet had to have his mouth screwed open to pull his tongue out so he didn't choke on his own tongue. I mean, it was pretty damn rough, bro.
That rivalry, the reason why that was so intense too, unlike other sports, because it always came with a physical nature. It was they actually physically fought. I mean, a lot of these other rivalries, there's no fighting. You just hate the opposing team. In that one, there was fighting. There was blood, actual blood that was drawn.
And Vic, it's different. Like old Joe Louis Arena. I mean, basically, I could reach over from my booth and I could touch somebody in the head, right? I mean, I could touch a fan. Because you're out there sort of in the elements with all the people and all that sort of thing. It was an old dumpy joint. That being said, you can't really get to the fans at the new arena. I guess you can if you go walking. But the new arena in Detroit is really awesome.
I was going to say, I heard it's really nice, right?
It's I guess I don't hate to say it.
What makes it cool?
The design is really cool. The concourse design is unbelievably good.
It's just too nice because the Joe used to be a dump.
It was a total dump. I mean, the gondola situation where you're broadcasting from is fantastic. They thought of everything. I mean, they did a really, really, really good job on that building.
Some of the all right, man, the text line just went crazy like a slot machine. Getting a lot of Nebraskas in here. Dallas Stars, Lakers, Chiefs. Obviously, OKC is in there. New England Patriots. I've seen them a couple times. The Wild. I mean, everybody's got their reasons for particular hatred of teams. Dodgers. See, For the Dodgers, I don't hate the Dodgers anymore because I know what they are. This is a corporate monolith that has taken over baseball, and it's the fault of baseball for me to hate the Dodgers. It's not the fault of the Dodgers. They're simply taking advantage of the rules bestowed upon them by baseball. So unless baseball fixes it, why would you hate the team that takes advantage of it?
Do you recall? Because, Vic, when you get that team, you get the fans that come with it.
I understand, but
do you not recall the little kids in front of us at the ball game?
I know, but the Dodgers are just taking advantage of bad rules, and that's on baseball to fix.
I don't think people remember. You probably don't even remember how all of that went down, do you, Vic?
I remember you sitting there threatening children.
That is untrue. I did not threaten children. Brett, do you recall what made me so upset? Now, first of all, you got Dillhole, 4 guys down eating salad at the ballpark, which pissed me off. I mean, literally eating like a what was it?
It's like a kale salad.
Macadamia nut salad at a ball game. That's just...
It is frustrating. I agree with you.
Number 2, do you remember what happened? Do you remember what caused it?
Is that his fault for eating it though, or for them to sell it?
No, it's his fault for eating it. You probably have to have.
Is this his fault for doing crack, or is it the crack dealer's fault for dealing crack?
Well, there is a question.
Well, I guess you're right. Yeah, the reason this all started,
but Vic, hang on. He's so right about this. You go to a baseball game and your thought is, no dog, no burger, no nachos.
No brewski.
Yeah, give me the kale salad. I mean, that's not something you order at a baseball game.
It's on the menu. It's on the menu there for a reason.
Don't defend it.
Because people order it.
Yeah, don't defend it.
Rabbit food.
I thought this was America.
Yeah, don't defend it, Rabbit. All right, let me. But
he did make us drive 40 minutes out of the way to go to a salad bar.
Actually, that was more like an hour. That whole trip sucked. What? Broncos.
All right, go ahead.
It's because the little kid, there were 2 little kids. Well, one was like 12, one was like, 9? Maybe 11 and 8, something like that. And the kids started complaining and crying. And do you recall why?
Because the Dodgers were losing.
Because the fans were cheering for the Rockies, and the little kid started crying. And he asked his mom, why is everybody clapping right now? Because we just played in 2 in the bottom of the first against the suckhole Dodgers. That's why.
And you're in Denver watching this game.
You're in Colorado. That's just such bad parenting.
Seriously, that's
parenting.
where I think at some point the mom just the back of the hand, a quick slap saying, do you know where we are?
The parents bring the kids to our ballpark, and the kid is crying because Rockies fans are cheering for the Rockies to play 2 in the bottom of the first. Do you realize how disjointed that is?
I do. 303-504-0925. Again,
then Salad Boy's over here, and then Wonder Boy got crazy. The whole thing was just weird, man.
Texture says, so you bleeping idiots, some people love baseball and like to eat healthy, morons. It's not the time nor place is there.
No.
No, I'll tell you what. Let me go to the Monster Truck Rally. Do you guys have an acai bowl here?
Mike, I'm
Get
with you.
off our show.
Mike, who sent that in, I'm with you, buddy. I do not let these people try to guilt you into eating poorly. I eat as healthy as possible every single place I go.
If you have a salad at Coors Field, I will smack that out of your hands, and all you will see is that bowl tumbling on the concourse somewhere.
Really?
Yes.
Mike's got a very bad attitude this morning. Picking on kids, loser. Nobody picked on any kids at all.
Moser did poke him in the eyes and call him 4 eyes afterwards.
But other than that, of course not. But I just sat there flabbergasted. That whole like 2.5 innings, I was flabbergasted.
Okay, so Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock this morning. Stick around.
Settle down, Mike.
That's the sound of luck and the sound of Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. You can participate in all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. If you download that Tulatero app and register with the code MAGIC, you get a free credit to play your first lottery game against the code MAGIC. And tonight, it's the Powerball. $65 million up for grabs on that Powerball. Remember, download that Tulatero app, Tulotero. Register with the code MAGIC and try your luck. It's Tulatero, your lottery app.
I feel a little
Moshe's
unchained.
on one.
I feel a little unchained right now. And let me tell you why.
Mose, first of all,
I
you
heard
get your own. You get whatever music you want today. Happy
don't
60
do that,
seconds
man.
to Mark Moser. He gets whatever he wants on his birthday.
What are you, 65?
No,
65?
62.
62.
Oh, would you shut it? That's not true. Nelly, would you go back to the beginning of that, please? Let's do that all over again. Let's do it properly, please.
By the way, Moshe, I think it's adorable you think you're midlife.
Can we start that again, please?
Yeah, one moment. Whoever saved this version in our system cut out the full guitar intro, and so they must have been a communist here. Let me get the real version.
I mean, the
here.
phaser at the beginning.
See, this is why you can't extend this much leash, Vic. Can't
Hold
do
on.
it.
Right there. How good is that?
Yeah, it's great.
All right.
All right, cool.
Okay, number 2. I've been on one since the promo we ran right after we went to break.
Yeah.
Got to fight for your right to Lombardi?
He was yelling F-bombs as I was about to do a live read. And I was like, Moj, please stop.
I didn't write that copy.
Marky did, and I think it's clever, but you better make the most out of this. You better not just get out to San Francisco and jerk around. You better make the most of it. You better be funny, and you better be good.
Okay.
We're spending a lot of money to send you out there.
Yeah. I mean, think
what
about
do you normally get when I go on these trips?
Think about all the money that you being live at Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to Colorado Off-Road, Colorado Grown, Colorado Owned, Colorado Off-Road. Visit them online at cooffroad.com. Think about how much money they're spending to send you there.
The guys at Colorado Off-Road, by the way, are awesome.
What does history tell you about my trips to these things?
Typically, they're very good. You do a really good job, but you better. You have a high standard to live up to. You have your own standard, Vic, to live up to.
We asked you.
And by the way, I can do without the SpongeBob people and that kind of crap. I want the good stuff.
I like that.
We asked you in the previous segment what teams you really hate, and we got a lot of OKC. This person dug in a little deeper. I hate Mark Dagnow's face. For the love of God, quit squinting all the time.
Yeah,
it's a good point.
You know what it is? Dagnow's a hell of a coach, and he gave some flowers to Jamal Murray yesterday. Classy of him. But what bothers me most about Mark Dagnow is this. He takes his what do you call these, quarter zips? You notice that?
Yeah.
And he zips his all the way up.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Like
can't
this.
do that.
He's like this.
It's a turtleneck.
He's all the way up on game night. I'm like,
it's just like
you can't do this.
Here's Dagnow.
You can't do that with the quarter zip.
Yeah, him, Signetti has the same face. Harbaugh has the same face. I don't like guys like that. Change your expression, or I'll change it for you.
Oh, wow.
Better not let me courtside. Tell you that much. So listen, few things here. Number 1.
Oh, by the way, Loretta just wished me a happy birthday. No, Loretta. No.
If you guys don't know, Loretta is a texter and loyal listener to this program that has a long-standing feud with Moser.
Because she's mean. That's why. Anyway.
Let me ask you a question. I was watching a little bit of that Stadium Series game, and Tampa, just after getting their doors blown off, just immediately tie the game within like 3 minutes. It was crazy.
Well, it's because they had a 5-on-3 for like an hour.
I know, but
it's ridiculous.
What's up with the goalie fights? We've had quite a few of these lately.
What do you mean, what's up with the goalie fights?
We went from having none to having like 4 within 2 weeks.
We hadn't had one since 2020.
That's what I'm saying.
It was when Bobrovsky came down and fought, what's his face? Help me out. Just a week ago. Bob.
Oh, it was, yeah.
Who did
I can't remember.
Who did Bobrovsky just fight?
Hang on. Wait.
Just
hold on and
wait.
wait.
Nedeljkovic.
Alex Nedeljkovic. That's exactly right. Now all of a sudden goalies are fighting again. I like a good old goalie fight. There's nothing wrong with that.
But it's just, ever since then, it's been like guys are just, because last night it was who? It was Vasi and, why am I blanking on these names? Who did Vasilevsky fight last night?
He fought, what's his face?
Yeah, thank you for that. Hockey guy?
But Swayman.
Yes.
Golly, losing it. Swayman.
Just happening a lot more. I was just trying to figure out, is this a new thing?
It wasn't really a fight. I mean, they square it off. They got a couple punches off, but then they fall down. It's not like a real fight.
Okay, I have something to say on this.
What? Say it, Commie. I can feel it coming right now.
No, this isn't Commie at all. This is being responsible for your actions. The amount of times, look, it's rare that this happens, but a goalie can get hit with a penalty occasionally. Hell, it happened to Wedgwood, stupidly, a couple weeks ago. Why don't goalies serve time in the box? You have a backup. Why don't they put the backup in for 2 minutes?
That is a good question.
Why does somebody else serve the punishment for something they did?
Yeah, didn't we see that? Remember that game against St. Louis and Bennington had he was hit with a penalty, and somebody else served it for him?
Yeah.
Remember that?
But what is there a reason behind that? I guess it would make it awkward when the 2 minutes is up, having a goalie skate across in full pads.
So what?
But
They're considered, quote,
special.
Yeah, essential, non-expendable players is what they're considered. Everybody else is expendable.
You don't want to do the time. Don't do the crime.
Yeah,
Not
if I'm
2
a
minutes
goalie,
with
then-
2 minutes with an empty net. You don't
If
even
I'm a
get to
goalie,
put your
I
backup in.
am accruing penalties left and right.
I mean, think about this. I go to a liquor store and I say, "Give me all your money," and then the cops show up and I go, "Take my wife to prison."
Exactly. I'm a goalie.
Yeah. I'm essential personnel. You can't take me away.
If you're a goalie and you're taking penalties, then you have to stop the pucks on the
So
other
what?
team's power play.
I
so
think
what?
I think you need to serve a penalty. That's what I think. I think you need to go to the box.
Moj, if one of the Avs goalie, which one would be more inclined to fight, do you think?
I think it
Blackwood.
would be Wedgwood.
Really?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You know what? I'll tell you what.
Wedgwood's very smiley, though.
Yeah, you can't trust Smiley Guy, though. Smiley Guy has a deep, dark secret.
Let me.
Is that true?
Let me.
Or is it you're such a curmudgeon that anybody who smiles makes you uncomfortable?
You know what? Maybe let's see. Let's take a little poll here of our people.
Like, look at Nelly. Nelly's got that smiley face, deep
Yeah.
down.
I've said this before. Nelly's got a closet at his house that I have no desire to check. None. But,
Hey, call Johnny Lyles real
somebody
quick.
in law enforcement should. Let me be clear. Somebody's got to. It's just not me.
I'm just curious as to what my fellow people on altitude think. I think that because Blackwood's
Got that Jeffrey Dahmer aroma coming out of there.
oh my god.
That's the thing about Patty Waugh. He had that just trigger temper, that hair trigger. Just bam, let's go.
Well, there was the late Ray Emery when he was a goalie for Ottawa was an awesome fighter. Felix Potvin would fight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had some goalies who would absolutely throw it down.
Wait, who did you say that one time? Oh, the late great Dave Jackson.
Who's
not
still with
dead.
us.
He's not dead.
Sorry, Dave.
Texter says, Brett, the reason after the 2 minutes they would switch the goalies until a stoppage in play and take X amount of time. Well, then, so what?
So what? That's your problem.
You took the penalty.
Yeah, there should be no stoppage in time. Just move the other goalie in, and that's your penalty.
I'll tell
that's
you
your
what.
penance.
Jokic fouls out of a game. Sorry, he's essential to what our team is.
See, hockey rules. You guys have some dumb rules. You really do.
Well, hang on a second. Let me think about this again. It's like which goalie.
Sorry, Hunter Tyson, you're kicked out. We need Joker.
Which goalie has more of a kill switch, like a snapping kill switch? Because they're both tough. They're both studs. Both of our goalies are studs. Which one has the flip-on kill switch? You know what? At skate today,
Yeah, take a poll of some players.
I will. I won't say their names or anything, but I'll give you a full report tomorrow.
Great. When are we doing Adam Schefter's interview?
9 o'clock this morning.
I witnessed a basketball game last night where Case and Wallace had 7 threes.
Mm-hmm.
Case and Wallace had 7 threes in a basketball game.
I just sent video to Nelly, by the way. I need you guys to see this because this is going to be the problem. Make no mistake. The team that you played last night is the team you need to beat if you want to win a championship.
Yep.
There's no question about it.
100%.
Now, how you go about infiltrating the physical brand of basketball defensively that they play is a different type of question. There's a video that I want to play for you guys next that if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube or on Altitude Television, but we'll describe. It is Jokic getting harassed in the paint and can't get any movement. How do you counter that? We'll get to it next.
Been hassling with readers or bifocals? Yeah, I know that life. I have a solution for you. It's called refractive lens exchange from my buddy, Dr. Cudarelli at Cudarelli Vision. Vic Lombardi here. And like you, I have trouble reading the menus, texting, all that fun stuff. You want perfect vision, near and far, without glasses? Cudarelli Vision RLE. It's the permanent solution to spending good active years without glasses. And you'll never develop a cataract. That's the beauty of this procedure here. Dr. Cudarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures, whether you need LASIK, EVO, ICL, or refractive lens exchange. Trust Dr. Cudarelli. I went into the office. He told me, he was pretty matter of fact, all right, you're not there yet. Your eyes aren't bad enough just yet for RLE. Eventually, they'll get there. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at coloradorle.com. No readers, no glasses, no cataracts. That's coloradorle.com.
All right, we're going to call an audible here because this man has time right now to join us. So we'll head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. EJ joins the show. First of all, great job on the call over the weekend, EJ, on national television. Second of all, are you the most fraudulently tanned man in America?
Jeez.
I have to be fully transparent that I wish it was a spray tan, but it wasn't. It was just superbly put on makeup.
See, I was trying to tell the boys here, I do my own makeup. One day I'm going to do Amy Winehouse, by the way. I'm going to do the whole wings and all that kind of stuff.
Cat eyes.
But EJ, see, you're so big now. ABC and ESPN, you got people to go, okay, a little dab here. Ooh, let's little eyeliner. You know, you got people now, right?
Well, the whole point, Moj, was I was like, please make me look too tan rather than too pale.
I love it. I think it was great.
They nailed it.
Hey, you were seriously. You did a great job on Saturday. Obviously, I didn't call the game, so I'm watching it up in the booth. Good job, man. That's pretty good stuff there.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it. It's a lot more that goes into it than you would think, just as, a casual fan or a player or a coach. You think you just show up and you have the analyst, the play-by-play guy, and the reporter, but there's obviously a huge team that goes into it behind the scenes with everybody in the truck and back at the studio. So it's a huge production, and as you know, a lot goes into it. You all know, really. So it's a huge team effort, and from the audio people in your ear to the producer to the replay people, so many to graphics to replay, all those people behind the scenes allow me and Mike on Saturday to do our job to our best ability. So it was awesome. It was a lot of fun, and that's a tight spot between the benches, though. Like, I might as well have been suited up as a player because I was literally on the Red Wings guys' laps the entire game. They were probably sick of me.
Well, you do an outstanding job in your maiden voyage as an analyst. It's been fun to watch you grow into your role. But is it tough, EJ? Is it tough to analyze your old team? I mean, because you have personal relationships with these guys. That cannot be easy. Sometimes it's great, sometimes it's not.
Yeah, Vic, that's a good question. And I think the way I look at it is it's no different than when you were a teammate of them. If you saw something that you thought needed to be corrected or you needed to hold someone accountable, that happens on a team as well. So there's really there's a little bit of a difference just because I'm on the other side now a little bit, the dark side of the media. So I have to kind of call it like it is, but it's nothing personal. We have a job to do, and you have to call it like you see it. And it's no different than when I played. I mean, if I had a bad period, which I had many, or a bad play, which I had many, the analysts spoke about it, and that's just the nature of the job. But I think the hardest part for me is, of course, I played a long time in Colorado, but I was also calling the Detroit game too. So I there can't be a bias. So I tried to speak on the positives of each team or the negatives of each team and come across really down the middle, which I know for, a lot of people is probably a little bit different for them to hear that from me doing radio and stuff with Connor or the altitude broadcast where you're a little bit more leaning Avs. So that's probably the biggest adjustment on Saturday, at least for me, was just trying to maintain just being right down the middle, which is what I had to do, and felt like I did a good job of that.
All right, EJ, give us your best unbiased opinion of the Avs power play. What's wrong?
Well, I talked to Jared Bednar before the game on Saturday in the afternoon. In the morning, we talked to the coaches, Vic, and I asked him, I go, listen, it's got to be in your heads right now almost with the guys gripping the sticks a little bit. He said 100%. I mean, the talent is off the charts. And, I think now they're just kind of, every game they go into, everyone's kind of talking about the power play. It's been kind of less magnified because the Avs have won so many games, but at some point it's probably going to rear its ugly head, and hopefully it's not in the playoffs and they have it straightened out by then. But I think the biggest thing, and no one really has talked about it, and I think missing Mikko on the power play has been the biggest reason why. Without a doubt, having that left shot, big shooter, can also pass. You see what he's done on the power play in Dallas. You probably don't want to talk about that, but that's the reality. I think missing the Avs power play has significantly gotten worse since the departure of Rantanen. The team has stayed just as good, but the power play has suffered for sure.
Do you think that's something that, like, if they don't get fixed, they're so talented, they're so good 5-on-5. If it stays this way, can they still win a cup, or does this have to improve for them to win?
I mean, even if it improves 3 or 4%, Brad, I think you're talking about them being in the bottom 5 of the league to middle of the pack, which will win them games at some point. But, I think there's no way it can't continue to get better. I think it will get better. I'm sure something will happen by the deadline that they'll look to address. But listen, I loved how their unit looked Saturday in Detroit. I thought they were snapping it around. They didn't score. They had 3-4 grade A chances. That was the best it looked in a long time, and I mentioned it on the broadcast. But the power play looked really good in Detroit, and I think if that continues, hopefully that'll be a good thing for Colorado, because everything else is so good. If the power play just improves a smidge, you improve your team that much better.
We were talking a little bit earlier, and I said, well, you got an extra righty out there now, and it makes a difference when you have, let's say, 4 righties and a lefty. You know what I mean? Where how passes work, how seam passes come across, guys for one-timers, whatever the case may be. But I'll tell you this, man. Some nights they can't get it. They just can't get set up. Some nights they get set up and they don't shoot it. Some nights they get set up and they shoot the snot out of it, but they get goalied a little bit during a power play. You may have 5 or 6 shots on a power play, but you can't buy one. You know what I mean? So to me, it's not necessarily any one thing. It's just overall,
Yeah, and before I forget, Moj, happy 70th birthday.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Hope you have a great day.
Yeah, right? I'm almost there.
AARP, right? Eligible?
Yes, I am.
A little bit? Just kidding, Moj. I know. You're still young.
No, it's all good, brother. No, but it's just like, man, it's on any given night or any given power play. It's like, golly, it's just in a funk. That's it.
Yeah, and I think then you start probably doing things that you wouldn't do, trying to get on the board for the power play. And to make matters worse, the Avs have allowed the most shorthanded goals in the NHL, right? So they're pressing in that, and then teams are also getting offense from that, which is, the double-edged sword, right? But I think you're right. Like one night, the entries are amazing. And I think that's one thing they've done really good at. They've entered the zone really well. It's just kind of finding some of that rhythm to get set up in the zone. And teams smell blood in the water. When they know a power play is struggling, they're going to pressure you. And I've noticed that they've really pressured the Avs into making some of those mistakes. And listen, the power play is a tough job. And, I played it in my career not that well most of the time, I would say. So I can definitely understand what they're going through. So I think it's just one of those things where you're in a funk and then it snowballs, and that's where the Avs are right now.
EJ, just quickly, they have the Olympic break coming up here after they get 2 more games until that break. And the Avs have been so good all year long. They had this little hiccup here right before this break's coming. How much is that is just looking forward to a 3-week break, and how much of that is 82-game season, you're going to have a bad stretch occasionally?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both, Brad. I think you can see the break on the other side. They know how well they've played. I mean, they're not going out and trying to lose, but I think, you can have little blips in the radar, especially when you can sniff that break just a few games ahead. So I think just a combination of that and missing Landeskog and missing Toews, which is a big one. That's a big one. We showed a graphic on ABC Saturday, record with and without Toews. It's a huge loss for the Avs, but I think it's one of those things where the break won't be a bad thing coming up because obviously you get to rest some guys, but it's also not a great thing for the Avs either because they have the 4th most amount of guys going to the Olympics in the NHL. I think it's 8.
Yeah.
So you're kind of holding your breath if you're management or the fans because, you want to see your best players go represent their country in the Olympics, but at the same time, you're probably having the best season that they've ever had and one of the best chances that they've had to win the cup. And you're kind of holding your breath like, oh, man, I hope Makar, McKinnon, these guys come back and aren't tired or hurt or whatever. So I think just a combination, Brett, of maybe a little bit worn down this time. There's been a lot of hockey, and then you can smell the break. And then I just think it's maybe a combination of both, just a little bit of a rough stretch and the break on the other side.
Personal question for you. Who does your wardrobe? You have the best suits and jackets.
Thank you. His name is Tom Marchitelli. He's from Gents. I probably just absolutely misspoke his last name. I have no idea how to pronounce it. Mm-hmm. But it's Gents Playbook out of the East Coast and does a great job. Gets them to you fast, tailors them to you pretty well, although I might need a little bit of an adjustment here soon. but no, it's great. I love to have fun with the suits and get different patterns and combinations. And that's one thing I never really cared about when I played was having, a really good tailor. But Tom does a great job. And since I'm on TV more, it's been fun to kind of get a combination of a bunch of new suits. So it's fun.
I knew it was a good Paisan. When you need good suits, a good Paisan on the East Coast, that's all you need to say. I got a Paisan out there. I got a Dago that does it for me.
I love it. I love it.
One last thing. We'll let you go. I appreciate your time.
No. All good.
You got the full set of chompers now. Was there
Yep.
anything easier about not having the teeth up front, or is life easier now?
Great question again, man. Your questions have been way better than Moser's and Vince.
Thank you.
I
Thank
agree.
you.
Yeah,
Is
completely.
that a daily occurrence?
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
because I'm a professional,
Pretty much every day. Yeah.
I'm kidding. You guys are the best. I love listening to you. But yeah, so getting these new teeth have been nothing short but a huge pain in the ass. I mean, my mouth hurts almost daily. You know, I am struggling with my bite. I got to wear this new retainer at night so I don't grind them.
This is my headgear.
I know.
This is my new
special,
headgear. This is
I need
causing
a
problems.
special toothpaste. I got this special floss. I'm just like, oh, it's never ending. I just miss the gap tooth. But no, it's been good. I mean, it's nice to kind of not have to hide the smile because, you know, you go somewhere sometimes back in the day when I had the missing teeth and people are like, oh, my God, who is this guy? He's going to rob our store or something like that. So now I have a nice pearly white smile, and it's good for TV. And then you combine that with that amazing tan I had Saturday, and it's just perfect. Don't you think? Just a perfect combination of fakeness.
No, but I'll tell you, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool that you had a teammate that you could talk to after the game. We actually talked to Nate twice. I thought it was pretty cool, man. You did a great job. Keep it going. We'll see you back here in town on our set as you continue to climb nationally, buddy. Good to talk to you, man.
Have a great birthday, Moj, Vic, and Brad. Always a pleasure. And have a great week. I'm sure I'll talk to you guys soon.
You bet.
Later, EJ.
See ya.
Eric Johnson joins us fresh off the call Saturday nationally on ABC.
And he's right. I sent him a text on Saturday. I'm like, hey, man, keep your head on a swivel because you see Riker's between the two benches and he's back a little bit.
Yeah, or this can happen.
Yeah, Rob. You get Rob Raid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's right there. He's right. He's right next to the Red Wings bench. Literally could just touch guys. And, man, that puck, it is ruthless.
What'd you say, Vic?
Yeah, he can touch guys. Yeah, That's what he.
You can. 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line. If you missed that chat with EJ, it'll be on the podcast shortly. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. But back to the Thunder and the Nuggets from yesterday. Video I want to pull up of what Joker has to deal with when he plays OKC. We'll get to it next.
You know, I've talked about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for some time, and they really are on the cutting edge of things in terms of men's health. They do a great job. They've been here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men, and what they've got going on right now, and it's a new thing, is fantastic. Now, you know I've had low testosterone, getting treated for it, works like a charm. But they also have the body composition programs featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDAs, and more. And when you combine the low T treatment with the body composition program, you're going to notice a lot of improvement in your overall health and in everything. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, etc., etc. And you can go and get it taken care of today if you want to. The telephone number to call is 720-440-7900. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. There's no need to do that because they are the pros. Go to their website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, and take the low T quiz. 10 simple yes-no answers. Very, very easy. And you can see everything that they do. But these combined therapies really do the job. They got 5 locations in Colorado, Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So again, that number is 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Just saw two things on video during this break. One of them is Marshawn Lynch, I guess, went on Bill Maher's podcast, and let me tell you, the difference in dialect between those two is remarkable. It's hilarious.
A little bit, right?
They were just talking about how Bill Maher went to a strip club, and the way that Marshawn was asking questions about what was going on inside there is just hysterical. Second of all, I saw a video of that stupid groundhog and those nerds that hold that thing doing their little rhymey, sing-songy, and this morning when I saw my shadow in the ground, 6 more weeks of winter abound or whatever. And I keep forgetting the ridiculousness of what that is. That they sit there in front of a sign saying Gobbler's Knob, talking about an animal seeing its shadow and how that predicts weather. And all I can think to myself is...
How Case and Wallace had 7 threes last night?
Who's married to these people? Who's the wife of the groundhog guy? Anyway, this is the video I want to show you. And Vic, you watched the game like I did yesterday, like Moser did. Mm-hmm. Explain.
But real quick, though, your attitude is very dismissive.
Me?
Yeah, I find it to be a bore.
Of the groundhog people?
Yeah.
Screw them. They're nerds.
Right, go on.
Vic, I want you to describe what Nikola Jokic is dealing with down here in the paint with Jalen Williams. I mean, and how insane this is. What is that?
It looks like a dance. That looked like a high school dance. Look at this.
So, for those listening, Jokic is in the paint. Jalen Williams is on him. He has got his arms, they're like locked to each other. They spin around 3 times in a circle. They're yanking, pulling. And all I can think to myself is, how is this allowed? This style of defense, how is this allowed?
It's a joke. It's a joke, and it goes back to what David Adelman said last night, how guards and big men are officiated differently. Now, if you pulled that same stunt on the perimeter, if you did that, see, I don't think the referees are watching. If you did that on the perimeter when SGA has the ball or approaching the ball, what happens?
Dude, it's 5 whistles.
It's 8 whistles.
Yeah.
They're making up whistles. People in the crowd are whistling. But because it happens down low and the ball is still not down low, you can do whatever you want to the big man. Jalen Williams is purposely engaging with Nikola Jokic here. Purposely engaging.
So he's first of all, they are like, seriously, the dances you can't do in high school because the teachers break it up sort of thing. It looks like Jokic is essentially twerking on him right now. And he's got an arm that's locked up underneath his armpit that doesn't allow Jokic to do much of any movement.
Yeah.
Continue, Nelly. Keep going. They continue this way. He wraps him around in a circle. As Jokic tries to turn to get the rebound, he's still got his arm locked up into him.
He's pulling
yanking
him.
on
Foul.
him. Then he tries to get back on defense, and he's still got his arm locked up into him.
It's a game that's played. Jalen Williams is claiming there by doing that, by raising his hand, that it's Joker who locked him up. And at that point, the referee doesn't know who locked up whom, so they don't blow the whistle. It's a horrible little joke that takes place, and OKC has been doing it for years, and they'll continue. And then, you know what? I'm at that point now. No excuses. The Nuggets have to figure it out. If they're doing it, you got to figure out a way to do it to them as well. And if they're pulling that stunt, you got to figure out a new stunt. Because bottom line is this. Last night, it wasn't good enough. It wasn't good enough. And the fact that Peyton Watson had more points by himself than Joker and Jamal combined, that's not good enough. You're not going to win the game. You're not going to win the game. I know you're frustrated. I know everybody's frustrated. It's frustrating to watch that. But you got to find a way out of it, whether it's tactical, whether you send a message. Did anybody send a message?
Well, this is...
SGA falls every time, right? He falls.
Every time.
Make him fall. Here's my message. Make him fall.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, how do you go about trying to fix this? And is this one of those moments where you look at a Zeke or a Spencer Jones or Valanciunas or somebody and say, if this is how they play, you make them feel it once. Like, you want to do this, you want to dance this way, you're going to end up on the floor.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, when he drives to the lane, will fall every time. And he doesn't need to fall. He will fall to accentuate the play. My counter to that would be, okay, you want to fall? Let's fall.
Yeah.
For real.
Yeah. And look, I don't. It's not even like I'm talking trash because Moj, it's a really smart strategy. Like the SGA thing, that's just taking over what Harden did back in the day and all that different stuff and what Embiid's done. But the way they play defensively is actually, I give them credit, it's really smart. It's like, I'm going to do this and force the refs. Like,
if they game
refs
the system,
don't,
that's the idea.
refs don't want to blow the whistle every single possession, and they know that. Plus, they have the depth that, let's say Jalen Williams gets into foul trouble. Well, in comes Hartenstein. In comes Chet Holmgren.
They've got plenty of different people.
They'll keep cycling them through. It's really smart by them. It really is.
They've gamed the system. Listen, the Nuggets lost last night because they got caught in a defense that wasn't working. They were doubling SGA every time, and he just kept finding open shooters, wide open threes.
Yeah.
Wide open. Case and Wallace, go back and look at every three he made last night. Every
wide
three.
Open.
He didn't have a Nugget within 5 feet of him.
Yeah.
And he was 7 for 11 from
But
three.
the idea is, Vic, down the road, here's the idea. And I think that they'll figure some things out in that regard. If
Quit
they're
being
not
so nice. Quit. You know it.
fine.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. If they're not going to call it though, you're going to have to find a way to combat it. If they're not going to blow the whistle, and it's too laborious to blow the whistle every time down the floor, you sure would send a message. Hey, you put the Nuggets in the bonus like that. That's going to send a message, man. That's gonna be.
There was one play.
Hold on 1 second, Vic. I want to play Adam in the post game talking about the refs.
I mean, the refs call the fouls. I don't. So I don't know whatever they see is what they call or don't call. We talk about people owning their spot and all those kind of things. You have to play through that stuff, obviously. That's not why we lost the game. But night to night, big guys are officiated different than small guys. It's just the truth. Different quadrants of the court are called differently. But we have to react to that. But that's just how it is, and it's the next game will be different. Different people that see the game in a different way. And like I said, that has nothing to do with the outcome tonight. They beat us. We weren't good enough. We weren't detailed enough.
That's the right message.
I think it's a very fair way to put it. Yes, I completely agree. The point, Vic, is if they're not going to call it, you're going to have to find a way around it at some point. If you want to get to where you want to be, you're going to have to find a way to defeat that.
Listen. It's a February 1st game against a team that you have to get through to win a championship. We know this. In the grand scheme of things, that game last night is almost like it's a practice game. It's a rehearsal because you're going to see this team, hopefully, in a 7-game series. You are. And the reason I'm hopeful is this. I don't know what the hell's going on. The Denver Nuggets at home this season, at Ball Arena, in front of their hometown fans, on their home court, where they get to sleep in their home beds. They're 14-10.
Yeah.
They're 4 games above 500. On the road, this team is 19-7. What the hell is going on? That makes no sense at all. And listen to me, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear, well, it's circumstances. No. You have to be better at home. I love what you're doing on the road. It's great. I love it. No fear on the road. But you can't be a championship contender and 4 games above 500 at home. This is home. This is your home court. 14-10?
Yeah.
That's not good enough. That's just not good enough.
I agree. I mean, it has to be. Again, I know you say you don't want to hear it. There is circumstance that's involved with this, but still.
What is it? What is the circumstance?
Well,
they've been hurt on the road. They've been hurt at home. What's the circumstance?
I understand.
Well, tell me what it is. I'm waiting to hear what the circumstance is because there's no excuse for that.
I guess I don't know what the strength of opponent is home and road this year. Perhaps that's a part of it. I mean, Vic, you just go on a long road trip and you played against a lot of Eastern Conference teams.
Sure.
Helps. It does help. Now, again, I don't know because I, off the top of my head, don't know what the home games were during this stretch, but I do know, Oklahoma City's not easy to beat, especially when you're short-staffed, and they were too.
Again, I'm not worried about that loss last night. I'm not. Honest to God, I mean, it's irritating. It's annoying to lose to them I'm not. I understand the circumstances. You'll get them again. I am very much concerned about the way they play at home. It is February 2nd. Hey, Vic, what's your biggest concern for the Nuggets? More so than injury situation is, what the hell's going on at Ball Arena?
It's been that way for a minute.
Wish I had an answer, Vic. Wish I had an answer.
We'll get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. Adam Schefter is going to join us at 9 o'clock. Speaking of, I do want to talk about Kubiak being the assumed hire. He's getting hired by the Raiders. And 2 questions. How far down, because I think certainly in college, athletic director, but also owner, GM in the NFL, that's worth their salt, has some sort of short list that they keep with them at all times. It's kind of like their nuclear codes of short list of guys I would like to talk to if my coach gets fired, leaves, whatever. How far down the list do you think Kubiak was for the Raiders until they got to his name? Just out of curiosity. They're all going to tell you, like, this is our guy, this is who we wanted all the time. Raiders talked to a lot of people multiple times before they got to Clint Kubiak. I'm just curious where you think he was on that list.
That's a great question. I'm sure Mark Davis can answer that, probably.
Well, I know that that's a young front office in Vegas. John Spytek, the former Bronco front office guy, runs the shop over there. I know a few people that work there. So it doesn't surprise me at all that they skewed young with this hire.
Yeah.
And they skewed offense with this hire. And that Tom Brady was involved as well in this hire. This doesn't surprise me at all.
The way I think about this is Kubiak's got a really odd sort of coaching history because he's been at a lot of places for a year. And if you go back and look at sort of what his experience has been in the NFL, basically ever since 2021, here's what his resume looks like. He was the OC for the Vikings for a single season. Then he was fired from that. He came to the Broncos for that Hackett year. He was the pass game coordinator and quarterbacks coach. Then that whole coaching staff got gassed. He went to the 49ers. He was the passing game coordinator. Then he got a job in New Orleans as the OC for the 2024 season. Then that didn't work, so he went to Seattle, and he's the OC here where they're having a whole bunch of success. The question is, do you think, and this is one of the concerns, if there is a concern that I have with Kubiak, they have gotten a really, really good rushing attack in Seattle. Now, talented guys even before Kubiak got there, but between Kenneth Walker and Charbonnet when he was healthy earlier, that's a really good 1-2 mixed with a good defense makes a great football team. And you go back and you look at Sam Darnold's numbers throughout the course of the season. Sam Darnold wasn't amazing this year. He was good. 25 touchdowns, 14 picks is actually a lot of interceptions. If he can get Ashton Genty running the football like they can in Seattle, then that changes things for the Raiders. But that's a big if.
Well, he never really, when you're talking about Ashton Genty, and I think you expect big things out of him because of who he was in college and because of what a high pick he was, he really didn't get untracked at all this season.
Yeah, let's be honest. He was pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, he never got going.
The question
really.
is that him?
He had a couple. Well, I don't. That's the big question. He had a couple good games, but he never ever really got going. I don't know that the Raiders are going to scare me at all, Vic. They have the number 1 pick, so they're going to draft Mendoza. So if you're not afraid of Fernando Mendoza and you think that Genty is no good, then it's no big deal. But if you think of a guy like Kubiak, who's got a pretty good head on his shoulders and can get the most out of those guys, then it's not a big deal yet, but down the road, it could be a big deal.
You know, crazy. We talked about the paternal nature of coaching in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think about it. So in San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan's running the show over there, and I know that Mike plays an active role a lot of times, providing advice, looking at tape.
Sure.
So he's there a lot. Now you're going to have the same thing in Vegas. Clint Kubiak's running the show. You don't think Gary Kubiak's going to hop around there a little bit?
I'm sure he will.
Some advice?
No, absolutely. I mean, you're going to get that sort of like boost from Dad just kind of taking a look. I mean, what a nice resource that would be, by the way. Hey, I'm having some trouble with this. Can you help me for a second?
Exactly.
What do you think?
Both of those young coaches have fathers who've won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
When you look at what Kubiak did in Seattle, they were 3rd in points, 8th in total yards, tied for 10th in rushing yards, 8th in passing yards, 13th in offensive efficiency. If you compare that back to the 2024 numbers, every single number is way better than it was. Way better.
Somebody just asked the question on the text line.
Is Darnold better than Geno? Is that why? Go ahead,
guys.
Sorry.
Answer this question for me because I have the answer, but I want you to hear it. Are you surprised Kubiak picked the Raiders given Shanahan's history with the franchise?
What does it have to do with him? He wants a job.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with that. Shanahan had an issue with Al Davis. Al Davis was the Raiders. Al Davis is no longer here. It has nothing to do with the Raiders franchise. Trust me.
It's also like it's a head coaching job. There's 32 of these. Guess what? The Chiefs call me tomorrow. Hey, Brett, you want to coach the Chiefs? I'd love to. Maybe not the Packers.
Cleveland Browns call you. Cleveland Browns call you tomorrow. Hey, Brett.
Yes, I'll be there tonight. Sure. Me and Shador are going to get a steakhouse, go to a steakhouse, get some dinner. We'll figure it out.
You know, it's funny you say that. At no point am I sitting here going, oh, man, Clint is a Raider now. Good for him. Now, still want to beat him. Still want to beat him, clearly. But it's an opportunity for a young coach. Man, go do you. That's no problem.
Stephen Ross calls me. And he says, hey, Brett, you want to be my coach?
Oh, by the way.
The guy's he's 85 years old, man.
Jeff.
By the way, Brett. My name's Jeff. Get off your little high horse here. Because in our previous segment, we had the honor of listening and talking to Eric Johnson. And EJ, on a couple of occasions, said, Brett, you give the best questions. I knew it wasn't me. I knew it wasn't. Because a couple texters also heard what I heard. And I'm saying, are my ears playing tricks on me? The first two times EJ referred to Brett, he didn't call him Brett. He called him Brad.
I mean, even if it improves 3 or 4%, Brad, I think you're talking about them being.
He's saying Brett.
Yeah, no. I think a little bit of both, Brad. I think they're.
Yeah. That is Brad.
No,
I mean, it may sound like it, but he knows it's Brett.
No,
that is not Brad.
EJ, admit it. You called our boy Brad, and I love it.
Hang on, let me hear it again.
I mean, even if it improves 3 or 4%, Brad, I think you're talking about.
That is
them
totally
being.
Brett.
Oh, man,
that is
look
Brett
at dude,
sure.
Dude, you guys could sit here and deny it till you're blue in the face. I am a doctor of sound.
That is for sure, Brett.
Yeah, I think a little bit of both, Brad. I think they're.
Yeah, you're crazy.
Nelly, slow it down, drug take style. Slow it down. We're going to go full forensics on this.
Jeff.
Yeah, for sure, Brad.
It's 100% Brad. Everybody's agreeing with me.
Incorrect. And what is everybody's agreeing with you?
The ones I read.
Yeah, exactly.
3 or 4%, Brad. I think.
Brett! That is Brad!
Yeah, I think a little bit of both, Brad. I think.
There's no question that is Brett.
That is a soft D.
See, this is like when you guys started doing, when I said Dom Perrion.
You say you got a soft D? What'd you say? And he's gone. And he's gone. Goodbye.
303-504-0925. Hey, you guys don't got dinner plans tonight? Well, I got you covered. Golden Flame Hot Wings is the answer. And for your viewing parties on Sunday. They actually brought in one of these on Friday. You missed it, Moj. Delicious. It's giant spread wings. Fries are delicious from them.
Dude, I was in Detroit, bro.
I understand.
Actually, I was in Montreal
I'm
and
just
Detroit,
saying,
bro.
you missed it. They were delicious. So head to gfhwings.com to sign up.
Over?
And make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. It's in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out. gfhwings.com. Adam Schefter in 15 minutes. Stick around.
was awakened from his wintry nap at dawn on Gobbler's Knob. Phil looked to the skies and then, speaking in groundhogese, directed President Dunkel to the proper scroll, which reads, "It's my great honor to answer your annual call. So I rise again this morning to greet you all. It is my job this February 2 to look to the skies and report back to you that there is a shadow here on my ground. 6 more weeks of winter abound."
Bunch of freaks.
Just imagine a company Christmas party. "Oh, hi, Stacy. How are you? Is this your husband? Hey, man, what do you do for work?" "Hear ye, hear ye."
I'm that freak.
I got a tweet, by the way, from Ross. Listen to this. "Guy who vomits words about sports for a living like it's life and death has thoughts about Puxatawny Phil? Do you understand how ridiculous you sound?" That may be true.
Who's Ross?
But I don't wear a silly hat.
Who's Ross?
First of all, your name is Ross.
Is that your buddy?
I don't know who that is. It's a guy. Listen to the
Oh,
show.
wait, you mean it's on the text line?
No, I got a tweet.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Tweet.
I thought you said you got a text.
Yeah. I don't say I go to work to Gobbler's Knob every morning, okay? That's why I'm not a nerd.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Man, it's tradition, man.
It's tradition, man.
It's stupid.
No, it's tradition. It's lame and you know it.
I don't know, man. Apparently, dude lives there all year round, too.
Moj, my sweet Josie took a dump this morning. I guess that means 6 more weeks of winter. What if I did that every February 2nd?
Well, that dog, man. That dog's a dump. Sorry.
Again, if winter is like what the winter we've experienced, it's ain't nothing. Because it was warmer here yesterday than it was in Miami.
Yeah. Good.
Well, Moj, it's your birthday, and you said you got up early to look at your shadow. So what does that mean if you see your shadow? Does that mean 6 more weeks of a spray tan for Eric Johnson? What does your shadow signify?
No, seriously, though, man. They started doing this.
It's tradition. They did this years ago.
Yeah, they started doing it in the 1800s, man.
Right, yeah.
People were bored.
They go to Gobbler's Knob.
People were bored. They just said, screw it.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Pull the gopher out of the ground.
Why up so early?
Yank him by his head out of the ground and say, "What are you looking at, dude?"
I mean, think about how much time that guy spends in the mirror in the morning, getting that shirt on, the hat, the stupid outfit.
You have to admit, though, the movie was pretty good, right?
No.
You didn't like Groundhog Day, the movie?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yeah, Bill Murray's funny.
Yeah.
So what?
They had
I'll tell you
all
what.
the dudes were dressed up in the movie.
All right, this is how we save it. I got an idea. All you
What?
Puxatawny people, listen to me. Next year at Gobbler's Knob, you send out Marshawn, and Marshawn Lynch does your little skit. If that happens, then I'm in.
Hey, you know what tonight is, by the way? So Jesse and I will get into San Francisco late this afternoon, and we might be there too late for this, but tonight is NFL Super Bowl Media Day, when you get every fake media member in the world, including myself, show up to ask these guys questions left and right.
I
Now,
thought that was
if
Tuesday.
I get there in
no?
time.
I thought that was Tuesday where
No, they
we have
moved it
people
to
dressed
Monday
as
night.
trees and that kind of people wear goofy outfits, that
They
kind of
call
thing.
it Super Bowl Monday night now. They moved
Oh,
it to
okay.
Monday night. It's a
All right.
made-for-TV thing. It's all live on NFL Network and stuff like that. I'm going to try and track down a couple people. Clint Kubiak is one. Because you can't interview the big names because they're surrounded by 40,000 people.
So
and
this
you
is
can't even,
when everybody's got their own podium thing?
Yeah. You can't access those guys. It's stupid. It's a waste of time to try. And then you got actors that show up, and then, you just, it's not worth it. In fact, I hate it now. It's become dumb. You have to find the dudes who nobody is interested in talking to. So I have to identify 3 or 4 dudes to interview for this deal. Brady Russell played for CU. He plays for Seattle. I'll see if I can find him.
So is this the thing where the kid asked the question, Tom
Yeah.
Brady,
Yeah.
you're my hero. Who's yours?
Yeah.
And he said,
That's that stuff.
my dad. That clip?
Or the really hot reporter, that shows up.
Huh?
You've not been to a media day, clearly, so you don't know.
It's a hot reporter.
Dude, I'm so lost right now. I'm just lost.
Have you been to a Super Bowl media day, Moshe?
No.
All right then.
All right then what?
And you don't know what I'm talking about.
Vic, I'm pretty sure between us and everybody listening, you're the only one that's been there.
Somebody out there knows what I'm talking about.
So you're bringing up something that only you know.
You know, it's the people and it's the hot chicks and
the chick.
And then I'm going to talk.
The chick that's hot.
This guy played at CSU. And then if we get there in time, what?
The chick, she's hot. You know. What about Torrey Horton? He's had a good year for Seattle, actually. Talk to him.
That's a good point. He won't be surrounded by many. Yeah. I'll take more ideas.
That's happening tonight. Now, if you guys missed it, by the way, Brock Olivo's back in the league. He's coaching down in Miami with who?
Jeff.
I'm going to wear that out to the point you guys are going to hate it. You're going to hate it. But I'm playing that anytime we talk about the Miami Dolphins or Jeff Hafley, that is going to be played. And you guys are going to lose your godforsaken minds.
Do you guys care about the Super Bowl?
Here's the thing. I do, but I think it's going to be such a blowout that I can't get myself into it right now.
Somebody on the text line, I can't remember caring less about a Super Bowl. Is that because the Broncos aren't in it and they were close? Or
Yes.
is it the opposition? I mean, it's a rematch of a Super Bowl that Seattle should have won last time around. They should have. They blew it. You remember that one?
I'm just not that jazzed up for it. I'm really not. I'm going to be.
You're more jazzed up for Gobbler's Knob.
Who wouldn't be?
On Gobbler's Knob.
This whole show is off the flipping rails today.
I want the Super Bowl played at Gobbler's Knob. Why can't we do that?
Oh, this is fun. Just found out, according to Adam Schefter, this is great. A 4.3 magnitude earthquake just shook San Francisco, per the U.S. Geological Survey. And yeah, I don't do these things. I don't do earthquakes. And when there's one, there's more to come. No, not interested. Not interested, station.
Dude, 4.3 is nothing.
Okay, but most fact or fiction. When you have one, there's more to come, correct?
Well, it depends. I mean, it depends on which fault it is. Yeah, I mean, typically there are little aftershocks, but it depends on which fault it's on.
Get Shockey on the line right now. I ain't doing this.
If that's on the San Andreas, there's probably a little bit more to come.
I'm not going there. I'm not doing it.
I've watched too many of these like doomsday movies lately. Like I rewatched what's it with Affleck and Morgan Freeman, Russia, nukes. The hell is that movie? I just watched it again.
What?
The nuke that goes off with Ben Affleck and Morgan Freeman and the Russians and come
Gobbler's
on.
Knob?
I have no idea.
No, it wasn't that. Shoot, somebody will tell me. Anyway, I've watched too many of these. Did your power go out yesterday?
Yes.
So did mine. And I realized how vast that power outage was. Everybody I talked to was like, my power's out. And I thought to myself, this is it. EMP attack, we're done for. Literally, first place my mind went.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Byron writes in, a 4.3 magnitude earthquake is not that big a deal.
It's not. It really isn't, Vic.
Okay.
You'll feel it. I mean, you'll feel
Brave
it.
guys.
The sum of all fears is what I was looking for.
Have you ever been in an earthquake, Jack?
Yes, I was in one, and it scared the living crap out of me. And I don't do shaky shake.
I've been in multiple earthquakes, not a big one, but 4.3 is not. It's not that big. It's not that big of a deal.
All right, then you go.
Yeah, you know what? I'm kind of with Vic on this. You're telling me the earth underneath me is shaking, and that's not a big deal.
It's not
a big
something
deal.
I do.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't need you yahoos to tell me it's not a big deal. Because I'm going to be there thinking about this the entire time, not being able to concentrate on my job, which is to interview SpongeBob's guy.
I can't. I'm not sure I can do this show right now, dudes.
Well, you know what? I bet you this guy's there already. Maybe he just felt it. It's Adam Schefter. He joins us next.
If you're looking to buy, sell, upgrade a Great Mountain home, it can be really difficult to find the right agent to help you out. But Anastasia Bell is the one that you should be talking to. Write down this telephone number, 970-968-7646. I'll give it to you again here in just a little bit. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge, and right now they've got these unbelievable exclusive Breckenridge ski chalets. Private mountain living meets world-class skiing. Very limited here, but they're luxurious, unmistakably Breckenridge. You're going to understand when you go see them if that's what you're looking for. You can imagine waking up slopeside in your own Breckenridge ski chalet, private and refined, truly exclusive. And a lot of discretionary buyers in Denver have sought her out for quite some time to get this kind of deal done. That number again, 970-968-7646. If you're finally ready to enjoy that mountain lifestyle, right now is the time, and you need somebody like her who can appreciate the level of professionalism required for just such a deal. The number one more time for Anastasia Bell, 970-968-7646. She's the best. Rock you like a hurricane.
All right, heading into Super Bowl week. And we head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Monday at 9 o'clock by Adam Schefter of ESPN. Adam, I'm assuming you're in San Fran already?
What's going on, guys? You got me?
Yep, we
got you, buddy.
Are you in San Fran right now?
Okay. I'm in San Fran right now. Yes, sir.
So
I don't like that last report you just tweeted. I'm headed there this afternoon, and I don't want to be shook up. Are you scared? I'm scared.
You're scared, huh? Well, I didn't feel it. I'm in Palo Alto right now, and I didn't feel it.
Yeah, but you sure reported it.
Yeah, okay. Adam, listen.
You did it just to scare Vic, didn't you?
Is Vic out here right now?
No, he's on his way after the show. He's
well, be careful, Vic. Yeah, just be careful, okay?
He's freaking right now. Adam, having been born and raised in California, not proud of that.
Yep.
I've been in multiple earthquakes in my life. Never a big one, never like a real big one, but 4.3. I'm trying to quell Vic's fears here and tell him it's not that big of a deal. It's nothing. I mean, you get thousands of those worldwide every single year, but he's having a coronary right now.
Well, that's okay. I mean, Vic, you got to relax and calm down. It'll be just fine.
Adam, with all of the head coaching vacancies now filled, and you know the Kubiak thing can't be official till after the Super Bowl, but here's my question for a team like Vegas. I don't know if it's confirmed, but widely speculated that when the Broncos hired Sean Payton, that Jim Harbaugh was the first on the list that they wanted. When they couldn't get him, they went to Sean Payton. Where do you think Kubiak was on the list for the Raiders?
Clint Kubiak and the Las Vegas Raiders?
Yes.
I think he was their number one choice, to be honest with you. Why would he not be their choice? Their number one choice.
Just a lot of interviews, a lot of guys withdrawing names. I didn't know if it was like they had one guy and then they went to the next one. Because, like I said, I think it's widely sort of thought of that Sean Payton was the second person that the Broncos wanted before they wanted Jim Harbaugh.
Right. Well, back to the Broncos for a moment. Like, they're talking to Harbaugh and Payton. I don't know if it was second, but that's sort of how it worked out, where they're talking to Jim, and it comes down to they hire Sean. In this particular case, the Raiders were talking to a lot of people. They couldn't hire Clint Kubiak. They still can't hire him. So there's no deal done.
Right.
But in the end, that's where the process wound itself to. Did they have other guys that they were interested in? I'm sure there were, yeah. But it's a situation where they came back to him in the end, and that was the guy they ultimately decided was the best for their team.
Adam, does it surprise you that the Denver Broncos, a team that appeared in the AFC Championship game as the number one seed, they've had this much turnover? 5 assistant coaches gone, 2 on their own accord. I imagine 3 were let go. But does that surprise you that they've had that much turnover?
A little bit. Listen, I think the season ended with a little bit of a thud, and like they're so close to getting where they want to go, and they couldn't get it done in the end. And so I guess whenever that happens, there are going to be changes. That does seem a bit more than normal to me. I wouldn't have expected that much, but clearly Sean Payton not happy with the way the season ended and felt like they needed to make some changes within the roster.
Can you see a day? Joe Lombardi's now gone. Carmichael, another longtime lieutenant of Payton's, is gone. Davis Webb is still on staff. Can you see a day where Sean Payton gives up play calling duties?
Yeah, I think you evolve. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but yeah, I can. It wouldn't surprise me if that happened here. I think that's within the realm of possibilities. They're looking at making changes. They're making changes. Davis is a guy that's been in demand around the league. So, yeah, I could see that, Vic. Yes, I could see that.
Adam, as you're looking around at these jobs getting filled now, again, Morris, DC to the Niners, and different guys are getting jobs. Is there ever a time when you go, oh, that's kind of an interesting hire, or oh, that could lead to something bigger in the future? Because I'm not sure that I see Clint Kubiak hired as the OC of Seattle after his previous jobs. All of a sudden, he's the Raiders head coach. But do any of these deals ever catch your eye and you're like, I'm going to keep an eye on this guy and this particular team because that can mean bigger things in the future?
Well, I think we start with Sean McVay. Anybody that joins his staff is automatically eligible for a head coaching job. He's been in the NFL 9 years. 7 of his coordinators have gone on to become head coaches. Jed Fish is a coach in college.
That's crazy.
Zach Taylor's another one that got a head coaching job as the quarterbacks coach, I believe he was. So anybody that's connected to Sean McVay, to me, is worthy of notice. So whoever they promote, top offensive coordinator, and I would imagine it'll be Nate Shieldhouse, he'll get a head coaching job next year.
Wow.
Done. Chris Shula, head coaching job next year.
Yeah. Adam Schefter is with us. All Conversations with Adam brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. You just sent out a couple of minutes ago that the NFL is going to have the Saints be the home for the first ever NFL game in Paris. Now, that on top of inking a multi-year deal with Madrid, is the international thing, is that just the NFL's way of trying to capture more and more fans because they basically tap the market in the U.S.?
I think that's the idea. The NFL just wants to keep growing the game internationally. And the way to do it is to, grow across the world, is to do it internationally. So they're doing it in France, obviously. And that's sort of what's going on. You're seeing more and more games played in these stadiums. And they announced a multi-year deal this morning with Madrid or Spain. Now they're putting the Saints in France. It's just a continuation of all that.
Hey, Adam, you started at NFL Network prior to ESPN, and now news comes down that the NFL Network has been, I don't know if it's purchased by ESPN. Can you navigate what is happening here with ESPN and the network?
Honestly, there's a lot of unknowns to this right now, and I don't know a lot about it. And I don't think a lot of people I work with know a lot about it. Everybody's waiting to hear about it because it's so new. I think the biggest thing right now I know is that the ESPN takes over the NFL Network's inventory of games. And I think that's probably the biggest thing that's going on, is that we get those games that used to run on NFL Network, the international games and the Saturday games in Week 18, those will be on ESPN or NFL Network on ESPN. However it works, I don't even know, to be honest with you. So I'm waiting to see how this all plays out. I'm just happy, Vic. I once was not welcome back to NFL Network when my contract was up. I'm just happy that one day maybe I'll get a chance to appear there again.
Ain't that the way it works sometimes, huh? Ain't that the way it works?
Yeah.
Last thing for you, Adam. A really interesting story about this Super Bowl is, I don't know how many times this has happened. Sam Darnold's played for 4 different teams in the last 4 years. And the one that he played for last year, he wins 14 games, and they say, well, we drafted this kid in the first round. You're going to have to beat it. He goes over to Seattle, and now he might very well be a Super Bowl winner. Is there any sort of comp you have to this sort of story arc that he's kind of on right now?
I'd have to think. Nothing off the top of my head. I guarantee there's a story. I don't know whether it's Brent Dilfer stepping in for Baltimore. I guarantee there's a quarterback that stepped up from somewhere. I don't know it off the top of my head. It's a unique story, unquestionably. And it's a guy that's grown up a lot, been through a lot, and he's come out on the other side. I just think it goes to show you that sometimes the league needs to be patient with these quarterbacks, and it isn't always. In this particular case, Sam Darnold was allowed to flourish, right? Which it took a while to get to it, but he did it last year, and he's done it again this year.
Or do you just need to spend a year in San Francisco under Kyle Shanahan and then your career changes?
Well, if you're going to be a coach, go coach for Sean McVay. If you're going to be a quarterback, go play for Kyle Shanahan. If you want to be involved in football and offense, go work for either organization and either man, and chances are your career trajectory is going to go sideways.
Or if you want to be a national television reporter or anchor, go work part-time at Channel 4 in the 90s and early 2000s.
Is that what it was, Vic, you think?
Oh, man, there's so many. So many that we produced.
The Vic Lombardi tree? Is this what we're talking about now?
So many that we produced out there.
Who's on the Vic Lombardi tree? Chris Fowler?
There's he precedes me, but we put a lot out there, man. We put a lot out there that came through our shop.
Good.
Well, I'll list it for you if you want. I mean, you came through our shop. Terrell Davis came through our shop. Romanowski at some point had some television experience. Mark Schlereth spent a little time at our shop.
Wait, are you naming former players and saying that doesn't count?
What do you mean? They all cut their teeth, broadcasting teeth at Channel 4 back in the day. Right. Every single one of them. Adam Schefter. Adam, where did you cut your teeth?
Vic, my very, very, very first television job, and it wasn't a job because it was just a weekly appearance, but my very, very first television job was on KCNC, Broncos Beat with Gary Miller.
Yeah, Channel 4. Thank you.
Yep, that's accurate.
All we do is produce.
Well, Adam, do me a favor. Can you text Vic privately and just tell him another earthquake happened just to scare him even more?
Don't do that.
No earthquakes. Just that.
Adam, always appreciate the time. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Adam Schefter, ESPN, joins us every single Monday. All Conversations with Adam brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Hey, by the way, Vic, real quick, just to calm your fears a little bit. You know, California is known for its earthquakes, right? I mean, it faults all over the place and sliding and digging and all this kind of thing. What do you think the biggest earthquake ever recorded in the United States was located? Take a guess. And I know the answer to this.
In the United States?
Yeah, it's weird. Somewhere way inland, right? Isn't it like Montana or Wyoming or something like that?
Well, I think that in the continental United States,
I was going to say Alaska's probably
the
got
biggest
some.
one was Alaska.
Okay.
But the biggest one in the continental United States was in Missouri, of all places.
The hell were they digging at it?
I don't know, man. It's like
Gobbler's Knob?
Yeah, they were all gobblers knobbing. And a big earthquake happened, and it swallowed all the groundhogs and spit them out in Pennsylvania.
On Gobbler's Knob.
You know what's really funny is that I could tell when I was talking about this stupid groundhog thing, Vic hated it, and now all Vic can say for the rest of the show is Gobbler's Knob. That's all he wants to say.
Now, I find it, this whole earthquake thing, for you in California, you and Nelly, you're both from that part of the country. You guys are laughing it off like it's no big deal. Oh, for those of us who don't experience the shaky shake all the time, it is a big deal. It's a big deal to be involved in an earthquake.
I would say, like it's a Midwest thing where it's like we have a tornado warning and everybody opens their garage and looks outside for a little bit until if one gets too close, and obviously you go in, but you want to watch it. My dad always said, I just want to see one in person.
Well,
then one went in his backyard. Yeah, and then one went in his backyard. He's like, I don't want to see one anymore.
Didn't it tear up like the next street over, right?
Dude, it obliterated their neighborhood.
Yeah.
It's amazing how their house was relatively untouched with a couple of
So the message
fences
here,
down.
Moj, don't undermine. This is a serious natural disaster that can occur, and you're playing it off like it's not a big deal.
I'm saying No. I'm saying a 4.3 isn't a big deal.
Okay. Do you remember the World Series when Al Michaels was calling the play-by-play?
Absolutely.
The A's versus who were the A's playing in that World Series?
The
San Francisco Giants.
They're playing the Giants.
Yeah. And they just the world stopped.
Yeah, the Northridge quake was really bad. Man, I tell you what, if you go by a parking garage and you see a huge parking garage completely flattened, it'll blow your mind, man. It's crazy.
Oh, great.
I'm not sloughing it off. I'm saying 4.3 ain't that big of a deal. It happens all the time.
Vic, can you say Gobbler's Knob in Italian? A texter wants to know.
No.
Pomello del Gobbler.
All right, back after this.
Pomello del Gobbler.
Avs and Red
Mitch
Wings.
Mitch Berry.
Avs and Red Wings tonight on 92.5 pregame, powered by Ramos-Lott, starting at 6:30. Look, we let Moj do it. It's his birthday, so Moj gets
to play little games.
He gets to play his little games. Yes, he does.
But that's a little inside. That's a little inside dope between Nelly and myself.
Very cool.
You play little games, little fake games.
Yep.
Keep going.
That's a setup. I'll tell you what's funny is Nelly, my man is he's a unique guy. He's a marching band kid. He's a marching band guy. He's a
what
brass,
every father wants to hear.
Right. He's a brass blowing guy, right? Which is awesome. But he's also, did you know he's a bass player in a death metal band?
Yeah.
Thrash band. I swear to God, Nelly, your thrash band. What's it called?
Well, I play guitar in a pop punk band called Stray the Course. If that's what, actually no, our band is called
On Gobbler's Knob.
Yeah.
That's also where we do our gigs exclusively.
Yes.
Okay, good. Anyway,
Look,
a little inside dope on that.
A saxophone makes everything better. I 100% believe in that.
Well, it depends.
I just heard somebody, he did a sax solo during No Scrubs on TLC. It was even better than the previous.
If it's like Kenny G sax is different than a Nelly sax, you know what I mean? Anyway, the point is this, is that Nelly's now getting into my kind of music, and he's looking to me for advice, and so I give it to him. Thanks, Nell.
Hey,
Good job.
I got a question for you guys. I know that it's a big deal. Our long national nightmare is now over. Nikola Jokic officially has an all-star teammate. How about that? And he's back on the floor, which is even better. I don't think that's it. Of the three other options, I think a Nugget player or coach could win. Which is most likely? That Peyton Watson gets most improved player? That Tim Hardaway Jr. gets sixth man of the year? Or that David Adelman gets coach of the year?
That's a great question.
Because I think all of those are on the table. All of them.
I think Peyton Watson most improved. That could really happen.
That's on the table right now. I mean, most improved in a span of 6 weeks. I mean, again, last night there was a basketball game played at Ball Arena in which Peyton Watson outscored the combination of the two NBA Nuggets All-Stars. Mm-hmm. He had more points by himself than Joker and Jamal combined.
So can I say something about P-Watt for a second, and then we'll get back to the original question? That I was curious how that was going to look with Jokic back in the lineup. 50 points for 2 games looks just fine. And to me, I said this even before Jokic got back into the lineup, that he has to be a starter on this team. The question is, like, long-term, what are you going to do with this? And my answer is just going to be pay him. Now, cautionary tale, I'll remind Nuggets fans, because I think a lot of them are listening right now, different circumstance, but do you remember what happened when they paid Michael Porter Jr.? And a lot of people thought they paid him early.
People freaked out.
Well, because Porter got hurt immediately after signing the contract, and we all said it wasn't skill at that time with Porter that was the issue. It was health.
It was correct, but it was also you're banking on the future.
Yes.
And by the way, it paid off with the championship.
This has been 6 weeks of stellar play for Peyton Watson, and people are convinced that he just needs to get paid right now. And I'm one of them. But I will say, is it a little too early to start thinking like, yeah, just throw this guy $30 million and we'll be good?
First of all, you're not paying him what he's going to be due unless you trade one of your top 4 contracts.
You could.
No, you can't.
Why can't you?
Because the repeater tax alone would prohibit you from doing anything. You would be so handcuffed in the apron. You wouldn't be able to, every reason you had to get out of the apron and all that stuff, you can't make trades that you want. You can't draft the way you want to.
But Vic, do you believe this is a championship roster?
Yeah.
Then you'd just be keeping it together. Yes, you couldn't get outside help, but if you think the roster's good enough, you could do it. The Celtics did that. Now, I get that it didn't work, but they kept their team together after they won the championship. They did that. So the question is, if you don't think you need more outside help in the next year or two, you could do this.
There's zero chance they, in my humble opinion, they give him a long-term contract without dealing one of their other long-term contracts. It's not going to happen. So you could think it's great, but it's not going to happen.
The thing is, Fine.
The penalty is too severe for doing that.
I mean, look, the penalty is ownership pays a luxury tax, which we don't have any say in.
It's not just a luxury tax. It's a repeater tax. I think you're getting the two confused.
Well, no, I know you get into the apron and
Well, how
it
many
hinders
taxes
you
are there,
hang
man?
on. It hinders you from adding to your roster, right? That's what you're talking about. It makes it almost impossible outside minimum contracts and stuff like that.
See,
that's what it would stop you from doing. Mm-hmm. But if your goal is to keep the team together,
sure,
you could do that. You could. And that's all I'm saying. Like, if this team goes on to win a championship, why wouldn't you just pay it and be like, yeah, we'll run it back. Same squad. They're good. That's all I'm saying. Like, and people are asking this question. I think it's a decent one. Like, if you had to choose right now, you take the rest of the future of Peyton Watson or Christian Brown, who do you take?
Say that one more time.
The rest of the future for either Christian Brown or Peyton Watson. If you had to pick one, what would you pick right now?
They've had completely different career arcs. Like, Christian came on right away and thrived right away. And it's unfortunate to ask that question now because Christian's hurt.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get a chance to see him.
Yeah. But all I'm telling people, we're making a lot of assumptions, and I'm as guilty as any because I am, I'm euphoric about the Peyton Watson play as of late. We're doing that basing it off of a month and a half.
Yeah, but I mean, Brett, it's not like it's going to go away. I mean, I think this.
You know, you got to.
I think this is who he is. I think this is who he is now.
And you have
this
to
is
give
who Peyton Watson is.
You have to give him his due too. He's not doing this against also-rans. He's doing this in big games. Last night was a big game. Mm-hmm. Who had the best game for the Nuggets?
Peyton Watson did.
Not even close.
In a big game. And against a very tough opponent, Peyton Watson had the best game in a big game.
It's more than just his scoring as well. I mean, he can block shots. He can rebound. He runs the floor extremely well. He does a lot of things really, really well. I guess my thought is I would like him long term. So if you have to move something else out, then do it. But this guy, to me, he feels like a long-term player, and he's just getting started.
I agree.
You watched that game last night.
He's just still a very young guy, Vic.
Okay, you watched it the same game I did. The Nuggets were missing key pieces.
Right.
Oklahoma City was missing key pieces. So I'm not going to use the injuries as an excuse. Could be a reason, but not an excuse, because they were missing Jalen Williams, an all-star. They were missing Ajay Mitchell, who's a stud. They rely on him deeply. And Alex Caruso, who's the best defensive player. They're missing three key players as well. AG, CB, and Cam. Okay? So let's just call that a push, shall we?
Well, I think there's one other thing. I mean, I know it's Jokic. It's his second game from missing a month. I mean, that's
true. Okay, I'll give you that. But you guys both watched the same game I did. What was the difference last night?
Defense.
But what exactly was it? Here's what I saw. Oklahoma City plays their style, and they do it unabashedly. They don't care. They're physical. They play that pack. They send dogs to Joker every time he has the ball. And they're almost overly physical at times. And they get away with it, but that's what they do. The Nuggets need to toughen up at times. I'm not saying they're not tough, but they're playing a little too passively at times, in my humble opinion.
Doesn't help your toughest player is AG, and he's out. Doesn't help.
And I'll say this again, and people are going to moan and say, oh, this is not 1980, and, because Hastings always says it, and I agree with Scott on this. If you're going to foul SGA, foul him.
Yeah.
Foul him. Do you know what I mean by that?
I think that applies the other way, though, too. When I had Nelly pull up the video of the other Jalen Williams guarding Jokic in the paint, it's like, if they want to do that, then do it back. Do it back to him. Or put somebody on the floor. Just say, I'm not playing this game with you.
We've had this conversation, though, so many times. Put him on the deck. Put him in the wood, right? We've said that so many times, and it doesn't happen. Vic, I just don't think that they're cut out to be that team. They don't have guys.
Oh, no, we've seen instances of that. We've seen it. I mean, look at this little wrestling match.
Not against this team. We haven't. No.
Look at this. Look at this dance that Jalen Williams is laughing the entire time. They
I know
what
he
they're
is.
doing.
Yeah, he knows exactly
They know what
what
they're
he's
doing
doing
right here. They're purposely doing this to Joker. It's a little dance they play, and they just switch off guy after guy, and they goad him into things. And again, that's where someone's got to take matters into their own hands. I mean, you can't let them get away with this crap.
Look, OKC is a very, very good team. Can we also acknowledge that too?
Very
good team. Very dang good basketball team.
They know their game and they
know their game and they play it perfectly. Correct. And they know how to play the Nuggets. Still, last year's series, oh man. Look, get me to the postseason, fix this, and I'm going to like your chances.
I'm not worried about last night's result. I'm not
either.
Because
I'm
it's
really
the first time you've played them, and you know what? They were struggling. They had lost 3 out of 4 going into that game. They wanted to make a statement that they're not as bad as they looked. And they made a statement. And they did on national television. And they made their shots. Hell, Case and Wallace had 7 threes. He had a career night. If the Nuggets make more shots, it's a closer game, but it's not assured that they win the game either.
No, but it was also, Jamal had a difficult game.
And Joker. Jamal and Joker didn't play
Jamal, and Hardaway had a difficult game as well. Okay?
That's the thing.
It just happens sometimes. I'm not freaking out about it.
But you guys are looking at the offense. I'm looking at the defense. I mean, obviously, offensive numbers are not where you want them. I get it. They're not where you want them. I just think defensively they gave up way too many wide open threes. People say, well, yeah, it was a great shooting night by Case and Wallace. Well, I hope so. He didn't have anybody within 10 feet of him when he was attempting these threes.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
I think they'll fix it. They seem to be just overly drawn into SGA, trying to double him all the time, stop him from scoring. This is one of those situations where I just think you let SGA do his thing.
Get his 50.
Yeah.
Get however you want.
Yeah, whatever.
Wear him out.
And
be physical. The difference between this Nuggets team and the one last year is that they have a lot more on-ball defenders that they can throw at them. Use all your fouls, man. Use them, but use them wisely.
Right.
Play them hard.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. By the way, tonight, 7 o'clock, Game 2 against the Red Wings. This one at Ball Arena. Moj?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock puck drop. Avs and Wings, Moj.
Colorado Avalanche team at home has been, I know things lately you're like, oh man, they've been pretty awesome at home. Do you also realize the Avs are 14-0-1 in their last 15 games against the Red Wings?
What are they? Say that again.
They are 14-0-1 in their last 15 against the Wings.
Not quite the rivalry it used to be, huh?
No, but Detroit, hey, listen, Detroit's a pretty dang good hockey club, Vic. I mean, they really are. And it was obviously an off day for them. The Avs are 22-4 at home. And the big reason the Avs won the other day is they came out really well and they scored early. They played with a lead. It's 2-0 before you know it. And if you do that against the Detroit Red Wings, there's a sense that, oh, man, this is going to be difficult to come back from. And the Avs kept the pressure up and kept the pressure up and kept the pressure up. Got to get an early lead here. Don't get down on the home ice. The Avs are always better when they're playing with the lead and then throttling the opponent. Copy that?
Man, they have beaten the snot out of the Wings over like the last 4 years,
Yeah,
5 years.
5 years. More than that, maybe.
I mean, here's the goals that they've scored against the Red Wings since 2021. 7-5, 6-5, 1-7, 2-5-5. Hammered them.
Pretty good.
What's your key? Sorry.
Get a lead early. Put
There
the
you go.
throttle down. Period. End of story. I'm not even worried about the power
Take
play,
their
although
will.
it was better. We had EJ on. It optically it looked a lot better on Saturday. I'd like one of those to go in as well.
Yeah.
And by the way, McKinnon perhaps shoulda, woulda, coulda for the hat trick. Just shot it wide.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So the Avs, 7 o'clock tonight, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. When we were talking to Schefter earlier, that coaching tree for Sean McVay, for how little he's been there, and he just got a big extension. Both him and Les Snead, the GM, both got massive extensions as of a couple minutes ago, according to Schefter. That is insane. The amount of coordinators that have gotten jobs under him is unbelievable.
It's a factory over there.
And look, it's not hard to understand why they have produced at such a high level ever since he's taken over. I mean, you take Jared Goff to a Super Bowl, you ship him out, and then you win a Super Bowl immediately with a new quarterback. You damn near get to another one this year. It's crazy. But both those guys, both Sean McVay and Les Snead, with extensions. That also seems like we've heard Les Snead before. Again, I appreciate teams that take the approach that's like great for your fan base, which is they are all in all the time. I mean, he was the guy who coined the phrase bleep them picks, right?
Correct.
Because they didn't have a first-round pick for like 5 years, and they just continued to win like 12, 13 games a season. Unbelievable.
It's still, I mean, that's a dang fine football team.
Yes, that is.
It tells me Seattle's really, really, really good. Really good.
303-504-0925.
Hey,
Shop Mazda text line,
back,
yes?
Can I get, before we get to break, can I back to Vic? So, Vic, help me out with this. These guys get away with defending Joker like that, and I think that Adelman's right. Big guys and little guys, the foul calls are different. I get that. But let's say you do go all, if you want to foul SGA, you foul him hard. Optically, how do you get away from, oh my God, it's big guys picking on a guard?
A guard foul him hard. When he drives.
Yeah, but when guards get fouled, dude, it's like they explode.
Okay. I'll give you an example. Last night, there was a play.
How do you avoid that?
I'll give you an example. There was a play last night where SGA drove baseline, and he was guarded by Julian Strother, and Peyton Watson came late, jumped into him. And what did SGA do?
Fell.
Immediately.
Fell down.
He collapsed.
Yeah.
He collapsed as if he was an accordion, a broken accordion. Collapsed right away. Collapsed right upon contact. Now, I looked at the play three more times, and I said, in a normal circumstance, there was not enough contact for you to fall. But you fall on cue because you're looking for a foul.
Yes.
My thing is, if you know you're going to foul him, foul him. That's all. Make him fall. No, make him fall. Make him fall. Do that enough times to where it's no longer just him dictating the foul call. You're dictating the foul. Take a foul. You know what? David Adelman said it earlier this year. He said he wants his team to take more fouls. You remember that?
Yeah.
Against that team? Take them.
Yep. We'll get to a fact checker. Plus, the wildest thing I've seen in a long time from over the weekend that involves punching somebody. We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here for AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. It's that time of year. You cannot afford to have your furnace go out on you. You can't play that game. Right now, AAA has a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection that prevents all breakdowns. It improves the efficiency of that thing and ensures that your furnace is safe to run all winter long. Leave it to the pros at AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Give them a call today or schedule your appointment now at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
Waffle, Waffle House, Waffle, Waffle House.
It's a good song.
Waffle, Waffle House.
Hey, so listen, I've a long-standing thought on aging. I'm getting older. I got 2 kids now, and I'm just like, you know what? When I turn 50, I'm going to look 50. That's just, I'm not, there's no Botox.
You already do, trust me.
No hair transplant. Like, once it's gone, I'm just going to buzz it. I don't think there's
Jones.
There's nothing wrong with being 50 and looking 50. And there's been this trend. Like, I've seen, like, women obviously done this forever. Makeup and what are those things they wear? The girdles or whatever that just suck everything in. And, like, you're lying to people. What happens? You go home, you take that off. Look like one of those Pillsbury Doughboy cans. You know what I mean? Like, just be honest with how you look and what's going on. And there's this new trend. Guys, you seen this thing where they're buzzing the tops of their heads and then gluing fake hair on and doing that whole thing? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yes.
You mean a toupee?
Well, yeah, but it's more intricate than that. Like, they buzz it and then they put this new hair on and they like actually cut the hair and all this different stuff. And I've always thought to myself, like, if you're doing that to attract a woman or something like that, and then they realize that you're a phony, what happens? Well, I've seen the worst example of this, I think. There's a man by the name of Jarrell Miller, Vic. He is a heavyweight boxer.
Saw this.
He was in a fight over the weekend. Now, let me pull up the video. He had one of those glue-on hair things. And what happens is,
fought with it?
If you get punched in the face really hard, that thing comes off sometimes, I guess. And I can't imagine anything more embarrassing than not just losing the fight, but having your hair fly clean off after getting knocked in the face.
Oh, that is so funny. Look at that thing.
There's no coming back from this. You have to retire. It's over.
Hit so hard he lost his hair.
It's over, pal.
I mean, what are you going to do from there, man?
Then, was it he or somebody else threw it in the audience?
And then it sat on one of the ringside chairs.
Yeah, people were playing with it for a little bit, and then they put it on a chair.
You can't come back from this. It's over. Your career is done.
So are you saying then, Brett, that you have no vanity? You're not vain at all? You don't do anything to make yourself look prettier?
I think you just got to admit when it's over.
All right, but I'm just asking you as a human being right now. You're not vain at all. You wake up and you say, this is what I am.
I don't want to say I'm not vain, but I accept reality. Like, I think you want to look better, you can go to the gym. There's natural ways you can do this to make yourself look more appealing.
Yeah.
But the second you start shoving needles in your cheeks and stuff like that.
I don't disagree with you, but I mean, everybody has vanity in their own way. I'll ask you a series of questions. Is there a reason why you never show your hair off during our show?
Well, I've always worn hats. I mean, I'm not super proud of my hair.
So there's a sense of vanity there. You're just a little insecure about your hair.
No, I talked to my wife over the weekend, actually, and I said, I just want to buzz this. And she goes, I like you better with hair, but do what you want. So, I mean, I think I'm about to go back to buzzing.
So why do you have facial hair?
Because I like it. I don't know. I like it.
Well, I'm just asking. I mean,
I think it makes me look better. I look like a child without facial hair.
So there's some vanity there, right? You want that.
But the point is, Vic, this is all natural, baby. This is all what I got.
I understand, but I'm just saying.
I didn't pay somebody to do this for me.
I get it. I get it. You work out, right? You work out pretty hard. I've seen you do push-ups in between shows, in between commercial breaks. Why do you do that?
Makes you look better.
Okay, so you're vain, right? You're vain like everybody else.
I never said I wasn't vain.
You probably think this song is about you.
I never said I wasn't vain. I said I'm not going to have somebody shave my head and glue a fake rug on top of it. That's all I said.
And Brett, he actually did win the fight.
He did win?
He won.
He won by decision, yes.
No, that's worse than a knockout to me. That is a 10-7 round.
100%.
You are
absolutely.
There's no chance you're winning that fight.
If you get hit so hard your hair falls off,
automatic forfeiture.
Yeah, 100%.
Automatic.
In fact, that's how they should do fights from now on. TKO.
In fact, fight should be here. You shave your bald. We're going to put a tube on you, and if your tube gets knocked off, you're done.
It's like over. It's a human version of Rock'em Sock'em Robots.
Yeah.
Your head doesn't leave your shoulders. It's just once the hair goes, the fight's over. There, boom. Here's another one. I got a trivia question for you. Let's see if you guys can get this. God, I'd be so impressed if one of you guys got this.
Who's the worst player on Team Puerto Rico for the World Baseball Classic?
No,
it's an easy answer.
Nolan Arenado. The PS2, much claim to fame now in Denver, Colorado, is a really good cornerback, but it was also a gaming system. The year it came out, this isn't the trivia question, but just give me a guess. The PS2, the second version of the PlayStation. We're on 5 now.
2006.
2000. It was March of 2000. Since that gaming console was released, every team in sports has won 8 games in a row. Except for who?
So what year was this again? Give me the year.
2000.
So there's one
team. By the way,
team.
This doesn't apply. Sorry, this is basketball, baseball, and hockey. Doesn't apply to football. Basketball, baseball,
basketball, baseball, and hockey. One team does not have at least an 8-game win streak.
Give me a sport.
NBA.
Charlotte
One
Hornets.
team does not have.
Wow, right off the rip. I mean, I gave you a big hint. It's the Charlotte Hornets. They have not won 8 in a row this millennium.
Well, they're about to.
Are they?
Aren't they on a streak right now? Let me see.
Hang on. Let's see here. Charlotte is 22-28. They have won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 6 so far. They play the Pelicans tonight. That could be 7.
Yeah.
Wait.
They beat San Antonio the other day.
What's the game after that?
Yeah.
Oh, it's at Houston. That's going to be a toughie to get there.
History will be on the line.
2000.
So you're telling me since 2000, the A's have won 8 in a row?
The Rockies have won 8 in a row.
Remember the
clearly.
Billy Bean Moneyball? They won like 20-some in a row.
How long ago was that?
I think that was 2000s, wasn't it? Or
Really?
was that 90s? It might have been
90s.
Might have been 90s.
Hey, you guys know what this week is, right?
Super
NBA
Bowl week.
trade.
Gobbler's Knob
Super
week.
Bowl week. NBA trade deadline at the end of this week as well.
Yeah. Giannis going to be gone?
Yeah. Well, I take that back. They might get more value waiting till the offseason because right now he's hurt.
Wait, so you're telling me that the trade deadline now is...
It's the 5th. It's Thursday.
Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
The NHL trade deadline isn't for another month and a half.
I know.
Oh, no, I take that back. Just over a month.
I mean, the Nuggets aren't
weird.
doing anything.
I'd be surprised if the Nuggets made a move. I would. Not that, some people think they should, but I'd be surprised.
Do you think they'd offload something like Zeke?
If they make a move, it'll be an offload move. Exactly that.
Maybe get a pick?
Because remember, the Nuggets still have some work to do. They've got to get Spencer Jones under a regular contract. I think he's got 1 or 2 games left on his 2-way.
I know.
So they got to get him signed. They can jockey and try and make room for future signings.
Does Spencer Jones play when everybody's healthy?
I think you'll have some spot duty, rotational play. I was thinking about this last night. Let's say the Nuggets are fully healthy. What does their rotation look like? And that remains a mystery. That's a great question for the playoffs. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what that rotation looks like.
Don't know.
Like, your starting 5 is playing. Well, here's the thing.
But is it your same starting 5?
That's what do you do with
Peyton
CB?
Watson starts, man. I don't care what.
Okay.
I don't care what happens. I don't care who's on the bench, whether it's Christian, whether it's Cam John. I don't care. He starts. He's scoring like 25 a night, guys. Like you can't put that on the bench.
He has proven it now in key situations against clutch teams. Like last night was a clutch game. That was a great team. He scored more combined than Jamal and Joker.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, you can't move that to the bench. Sorry. And if one of those guys got Wally pipped, then you got Wally pipped. Tough. Got hurt at the wrong time. Don't know what to tell you.
The Olympics start this week?
Friday, opening ceremony, baby.
Holy moly. Think about all the stuff we got going on this week. We got this Super Bowl that I'm not sure how many people are interested in. We got a trade deadline coming Thursday, and we got these Olympics.
Wait, so what
I'm
time?
out, so I don't care.
What time tomorrow? Should we do your review of sports that shouldn't be in
Whenever
there?
you want to, I'm all ready.
Moser, where are you going?
HIPAA. Nunya.
You're out for a while, aren't you?
Well, you're gone for a while. I mean,
España.
Did you have a baby?
Oh, where? Oh, you're going to España.
See.
Any specific spot in España?
Yeah. Malaga.
Where's that?
South by the big lake.
Buenos dias.
Yeah, there you go.
Buenos dias.
You guys were giving me crap earlier about Groundhog Day today, Groundhog Day, birthday, all that crap.
Yeah.
You know, in Aurora, we've got these rodents here in Aurora and Boulder. They each do it. So apparently in Aurora, they got a yellow-bellied marmot named Stormy that they dig out of the ground and make him talk about the weather. And then in Boulder, there's a dude named Flatiron Freddy. Did you know that? We got our own marmots here that you yank out of the hole and throw it towards the sun. I had no idea.
There's your mom joke in Gobbler's Knob that I really want to make right now.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Yeah, I'll pass. Can we get a fact checker, please, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Fact Checker. Presented by Backus and Shanker, serious lawyers for the seriously injured.
Earlier today, we had Eric Johnson on the show to stand trial for his fake spray tan or the lack thereof. And during the court proceedings, he messed up Brett's name, or did he? We still are making sense of the tape. You can all decide for yourselves.
I mean, even if it improves 3 or 4%, Brett, I think a little bit of both, Brett. I think
That's Brett.
It's
That's
very clearly
how he
Brett.
talks.
It's very clearly Brett.
I got a Brad out of it. I don't know, man.
But the good news is, this debate is not without precedent because some textures noticed it. I remembered it as well. If you remember in Pulp Fiction, that character's name is Brett.
Yes, it is.
And when Samuel L. Jackson says this,
Check out the big brain on Brad.
it sounds like Brad, but he
That's
is saying
Brad.
but he is saying Brett. So the point
No.
is, this is not without precedent.
Well, it's better than what somebody called you one time, Vic. Rhymes with
Vic.
Cool, Carl.
I believe it's how you got Nick right on the show. That is how you got him.
It's okay. No shame in being called Brad. I know a
He
lot
didn't
of good
do
quality
it.
Brads out
He
there.
didn't do it, though.
He knows his name is Brett.
It's okay, though. I think he was doing that purposely because you called out his spray tan.
Well, I was just curious if he had one or not. You know what? I didn't do it. McKinnon did.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got. That's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
Yeah, for sure, man.
If you missed that chat with EJ or with Adam Schefter, you can check it out on the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Game tonight, 7 o'clock, right here, Altitude Sports Radio. Avs and Wings for the second time in a row, so be sure to tune in, 6:30.
Get a lead on these guys again. Get a lead on them.
Powered by Ramos Law. Have a wonderful Monday.
By the
We'll
way,
talk-
real quick, sorry.
Yeah?
Vic, do you know how many Red Wings people are going to be there tonight? How many of those sweaters are going to be in that building?
Oh, just say to him 14-0-1.
That's true.
Okay.
That's all you have to say. 14-0-1. Thanks for paying. You know what you say? Thanks for paying my salary.
Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. See you.
On Gobbler's Knob.
Smiles and glory holes.
McKinnon high in the zone. McKinnon stick handling through traffic. Still has it. McKinnon lets it go. He scores! The Mac attack is back with a multi-point game, Jack.
Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic up the left sideline here for Denver, guarded by Alexander, stripped out of his hands in a steal by Shea. Jokic wanted to foul, didn't get the whistle. Layup dunked by Case and Wallace on the other end. And a timeout called by Adelman. That should about do it. Denver's down by 17 with 3:11 left to go in the game.
I mean, the refs call the fouls. I don't. So I don't know whatever they see is what they call or don't call. We talk about people owning their spot and all those kind of things. It's just you have to play through that stuff, obviously. And that's not why we lost the game. But night to night, big guys are officiated different than small guys. It's just the truth. It's different quadrants of the court are called differently, but we have to react to that. And, if I have to get him more catch and shoot or whatever it may be, I'll do it. But that's just how it is, and it's the next game will be different. Different people that see the game in a different way. And like I said, that has nothing to do with the outcome tonight. They beat us. We weren't good enough. We weren't detailed enough. And I know we can be a lot better, regardless of minute restrictions and who's back and who's not and all those things. They have guys out as well, so give them credit.
Happy Monday here for the Morning Sprint Super Bowl week on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Winter Olympics kick off on Friday. We're coming off of an Avs win, 5-0 against Detroit. Nuggets fall last night to Oklahoma City as I fall over myself by 10 at home. And it just so happened it was one of those games that you went, we're not going to let Shea beat us. And he was still fine, 11 of 16, 11 of 13 from the free throw stripe. And he got his, but it's a career day from Case and Wallace that gets you last night. 7 of 11 from beyond the arc, wide open on the vast majority of those as Denver falls to the number 1 team in the league.
Yeah, and they looked like the number 1 team in the league. And, of course, the Denver Nuggets are without some very impactful, what I would say, eliminators of some of your really good shooters for OKC. You're missing 2 of your best 3 defenders. True?
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon,
certainly
Christian
for perimeter
Brown,
and Cam Johnson.
And I would honestly say probably Peyton Watson. Is in terms of your best.
Peyton dropped 29 last night.
What are you talking about? Who are your best 3 when you're at full strength? Who are your best 3 defenders? I'd say that Peyton Watson, athletically, length, rim protector.
Got it.
Those are the 3 guys that are going to be tasked with better have health too now, because OKC showed last night, especially in the shooting performance they had, that was the best looking basketball team that I've seen in a long time.
They're just so deep.
They're so deep. They're so good. They play really well together. They complement each other really well. And frankly, the Nuggets just got cold, and really you have one of 2 choices when you play against them. You either gotta expend yourself so incredibly hard on the defensive side, because if you blitz Shea, the rotation's got to happen instantaneously to get to whoever else is going to be available to be able to rip 3-point shots. Heck, it could be Chet some nights. It certainly was Kaysen last night. There's other nights when when they get fully healthy where Jalen's going to be able to rip. The number 2 Jalen, backup Jalen, not even the real Jalen. He was ripping 3-point bombs at whatever big he is. It's a good basketball team, and this isn't an OKC glazing session, but there is a reality to who they are. They're really, really good, and your health is going to be of utmost importance because you're going to have to play great defense, or you can't go cold. The Nuggets can't go cold from behind the arc. I'll tell you who my biggest disappointment last night was. Jonas Valanciunas. I thought Jonas played very poorly, and namely with how strong he was hands to the basketball. There were just too many opportunities, both as a rebounder, as a guy that is getting the ball presented to him in the low post or at the elbow, where he's just not strong enough with the ball in his hands, and it leads to transition buckets and opportunities for OKC. And just frankly, Jonas, he's got to be better. He's got to be better, especially if you're going to have Nikola Jokic on a bit of a minutes restriction for the foreseeable future, say for the next month, Jonas has
Your
to be
big
better.
men struggled last night. Certainly in terms of turning the ball over. If you add Peyton Watson into that mix, considering he's having to play minutes at the 4 when Aaron Gordon is out, if you combine Watson, Jokic, and Valanciunas, you're looking at 12 turnovers, and that could have been where the game ends up swinging. Now, OKC goes 40% from 3, 19 of 48. You shoot 46% from 3. You were fine. You just went cold for a little bit. And I think if they get fully healthy, it will be a wonderful 7-game series between these two teams. It just feels like you know how it felt like against Minnesota where Naz Reid just comes off the bench and you go, he's got 21? Like, what the heck is happening right now? Naz Reid's the guy that's going to come off the bench. It feels like OKC's got 6 Naz Reids. Where he just turned around and he goes, he's got 16? In 18 minutes? And that's what kills me about them, is that you got so much deeper this year, and the Nuggets are deeper, and when they are fully healthy, I think you have a really, really good shot to win that series.
I do too. You got to.
But OKC's just as deep.
They're frankly right now they're deeper because they've played together longer. Like this core is used to playing off each other, the combinations. That's the only thing that worries me a little bit right now is, man, you added some really fun pieces in the offseason. You know, clearly, like Tim Hardaway Jr. has been a godsend.
Struggled from 3 last night.
Last night was not his best
awesome
game. He has been incredible, and he is confident. I liked even last night that he was throwing up shots with confidence. Cool, keep shooting. You have open looks, keep firing it. Peyton Watson, man, what a different player that he is. I was there at the game on Friday night, which was a blast, by the way. Nikola Jokic's first game back. It was took my wife, my kids for the first time this year, and the energy in that building was palpable. It was and the Clippers they're kind of on a heater themselves.
They had won 9 of 10 going into that game,
and to win that basketball game. So we haven't talked about that game, nor are we going to spend all day talking about Friday's results against Clippers? But you do kind of have to look at the results over the weekend. Still a positive, but my question still remains: is with the lack of health that you've had across your lineup, period, and with the news coming down at the end of last week that another 4 to 6 weeks before being evaluated for Aaron Gordon, at what point in time is this Nuggets roster going to be able to coalesce into a functioning multi-unit basketball team that can play with a differentiation of roster spots on the field or on the court at the same time?
I'm not nervous about AG finding his way back in. I'm not worried about how he's going to mesh with Tim Hardaway because there's not going to be many minutes where there's not a ton of minutes where those two dudes are on the court at the same time. When AG comes back, he's playing with guys that he knows. The one that you have to look at is, how does Cam Johnson fit into the equation? Largely everybody else on this team outside of Hardaway and Valanciunas, and again, you don't have to worry about those players playing heavy minutes with your starters. You don't. Not when everyone's healthy.
Yeah, but you did since the injuries to Nikola Jokic, Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and even Jonas Valanciunas, and of course, did I leave out AG? Cam Johnson, excuse me. Really 5 players, very meaningful players have had significant games that they've lost this season.
But the majority of those guys have played together and won a championship together.
Right.
So I'm not worried about them meshing.
You know who didn't play with that core? This version of Peyton Watson.
But
He's
don't
a
give me
different player.
this version of Peyton. Why he's the same person?
No, he's not.
He's been in the system. Get out of here. He's been in the system. Just because he is a better version of himself does not mean that he is a different player. No.
Raj.
He's been in the system.
No.
He's been around those players.
Do you remember Tiffany Gomez? Remember her? Do you know who Tiffany Gomez, Gomas
Yes,
is?
I do. But no,
you know who she was pointing to?
You're jumping too far.
She was pointing to 2026 version of Peyton Watson. That bleep ain't real.
He ain't.
He's turned into a mutant.
You have to do whatever you can to keep him on this team in the offseason.
He's a mutant, and he's confident. He's fun. You know what's happening to him? It's like the first time.
His brain is the same.
I don't know. I mean, that guy can light it up right now from anywhere. Like, I'm still conditioned from 2023, 2024 version of Nuggets fan sitting there watching me. Don't shoot it. No. Yeah.
So remember those feelings?
Oh, it's not that long ago.
P-Watt's wide open.
It was the beginning of the season when this roster was fully healthy. He had the opportunity. Like, no, don't shoot it. Don't do it.
You know what's funny? I'm going to feel that way about Christian when he comes back.
Oh, yeah.
Christian's going to be wide open from 3 and go.
All right, so what are we doing with the starting 5? Fully healthy. What are we doing?
I love that question, Coach, because I think Christian Brown should come off the bench.
I agree. That's
He starred in that role in the championship. Starred as a bench player in the championship, coming off. Big energy, big time defense. You look at what OKC can do. They can play you that hard defensively. They can be that handsy. Is the reason why David Adelman said something about it in his post-game presser. They can be that handsy because they have so many players that they can just throw fouls at you constantly. When you get healthy, that's what you have to do. He's talking, again, Jalen Williams, number 2, was the one who did it last night. Bear hugging Nikola Jokic.
I hate him.
Doing whatever he wanted to because they know that they're not going to call the foul on Joker. And they know that if they do, who cares if we lose Jalen Williams? We got 3 other dudes he's just a Pokemon master, just throwing freaking.
I thought you grabbed an apple and I thought it was going to get
There's
launched
my
right at
Pokeball.
I was going to go right at my face.
Pikachu dies, here's a Charizard.
I have no idea what you're talking
Neither do I.
So 303-504-0925. Who does Peyton Watson start in place of when this roster is fully healthy? Is it Christian Brown? Is it Cam Johnson? That's it.
It's probably CB.
Or does he not start? I think his offensive acumen over the last, we'll call it 8 weeks, is a greater output and more awe-inspiring than anything that Christian Brown has done in any stretch of his career. And he's had some really cool moments now. Last year, it was appearing like CB was turning into that dude. That's why he got paid.
Well, he is. He's just been injured. Yeah, I don't think you can look at Christian Brown and say he's not worth the contract he signed. He just hasn't been healthy.
Now, could he become elite 6-man, like one of the best in the NBA? Yeah, I think
but you're not paying $25 million for a 6-man. You're not doing that. Then it becomes a salary issue. You can't pay $25 million for a 6-man in this NBA. Can't do it. That's a question that you have to answer in the offseason. You don't have to answer it this year. You answer that in the summer.
Well, you got a shot with a fully healthy 2026 Nuggets roster right now to go contend and go potentially win one. So it's David Adelman's decisions have to be based off of this year and winning a title now. Because you never know how much longer you're going to have health, and frankly, you haven't even had that yet.
Oh, and the roster is going to be completely different next season.
What's going to change dramatically?
I don't know if Jonas will be here. I don't know if Bruce Brown will be here. You have a huge decision to make between Cam Johnson and Peyton Watson.
Do you love what Jonas and Bruce Brown have given you this year?
Bruce has been less than I anticipated him being. Jonas, I've been happy with.
Okay.
I know he wasn't great last night, but you finally have a true backup center, and he does enough for me.
He just frustrated me last night. I just want for a guy that looks like you can't have that beard and get dispossessed of the basketball so freaking easily when you're going up and rebounding. You can't be that big.
It's a beard thing?
Well, does he not look like a physically imposing big in the National Basketball Association? And Chet Holmgren, whose arms, 5 of Chet Holmgren's biceps could fit into Jonas Valanciunas' arms. Jonas has to be better, man. I want to see better. And he can be that guy. I don't know if it's still this, where do I fit long term? What am I doing here? I want to be in Panathinaikos. I'm not seeing it right now with Jonas, man. Be better. Improve. I mean, you have an opportunity. You're not a 35-year-old. You got an opportunity to potentially elongate your NBA career and become somebody who's needed, valuable. Right now, I just don't feel like he has that tenacity, that dog in him that I was hoping that I'd see. But, he's done some good things at times.
Last night's result, does it make you nervous about a playoff series?
You got to get healthy.
More nervous than you were walking into this year.
You got to get healthy, A. you've got to play better defensively, period, against OKC, period. And you just can't go cold. You go cold in any one of those 7 games, you're losing, I think. I just don't know that the Nuggets, they don't feel like the team that has as consistently, it's hard to say because they're the number 1 3-point shooting team in the NBA. The Nuggets are. So it's like,
in terms of efficiency,
I like part of it is my eyes last night are saying, gosh, man, there are so many shooters for OKC that can just fill up the rim from behind the arc.
You know
but
what?
I guess that's true about the Nuggets.
It helps sucking for a decade.
Yeah.
It really does. It helps being horrible for 10 years. All those number 1 picks eventually work out. Well, unless you're Philadelphia.
Ooh.
Yeah. Tough go there. Tough go, Sixers.
Tough city.
Hey, we'll get back into it. Nuggets fall by 10. We'll get back into Jamal Murray. Jamal Star. Heck yeah, brother.
We've been begging for it.
Finally.
I think was I one of the first people that said immediately following the terrible news of Nikola Jokic's injury, this is going to lead to a Jamal Star.
Fantastic news for the Nuggets point guard. Finally, an All-Star. He'll be a reserve at the NBA's weekend festivities. On the other side, we are expected to have a $300 or $305 million NFL salary cap. Right now, the Broncos have projected around $28 million of open space. They can open up almost another $30 million by doing these 3 things. We'll talk about it on the other side. Golden Flame Hot Wings is the answer for dinner tonight and for your game viewing parties on Sunday. Head on over to gfhwings.com right now to sign up and make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. You can find them in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. We added some of them on Thursday and Friday of last week. It was phenomenal.
I wish
that
I could
Golden
say I had
Flame
some.
sauce is so good.
There may or may not have been somebody that I deferred to allow them to take a wing.
Rookie mistake from you, by the way.
Said person ended up having more than a wing.
Coach,
in fact, decided to clean out the palette of wings.
Coach, KYP.
Yep.
You know what KYP stands for?
Know your personnel.
KYP.
Big football term. Huge first football term. Like especially when you're talking to hey, should I throw at Pat Surtain or should I throw at Riley Moss?
KYP.
I'm going to go at the guy who looks like he was potentially somewhere on January 6th. I'm going after Riley Moss.
Read those game notes. Rookie mistake from you.
KJ look at me like I'm crazy.
that reference is crazy.
All right, Coach, we're looking at a $300 to $305 million salary cap in the NFL this season. Have you seen the jumps that this league has made in cap?
No.
Going back to you just want to go back 10 years?
Sure.
How's that? We'll go back 10 years. Can you guess what the cap was in 2015?
275.
No. $143 million.
Golly. And that's like the height of Brady and Manning.
2016, it jumped to 155. 2017, 167. We are all the way up to 300 to 305 are the projections this year.
Sound like gas prices.
As it stands right now, Denver's expected to have 28 million or around 28, 30 million in open cap to go into free agency and your draft slots this year. But you have 3 veteran offensive linemen that you can restructure money into guarantees and signing bonus money if you so choose. And those 3 players,
Mike McGlinchey, Ben Powers, Garrett Bowles,
Quinn Miners.
Interesting.
Quinn Miners. Now, Powers seems like a no-brainer because Powers is a free agent after this year. Restructure that, guarantee the money, make sure that you add some space in the cap.
Do you want to make space though for Alex Polcheski, who filled in not just admirably, but he might have actually been better when Ben Powers was a little dinged up?
Sure, but I'd rather keep Powers. They've been solid. Like, you don't want to break up the number 1 pass blocking offensive line in the league, especially when Powers is a pending unrestricted free agent after next year, where you'll likely let him go. And also, I hope they draft an offensive lineman.
This is the old, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Did that offensive line, from a pass protection standpoint, look as proficient and good when they didn't have Bo Nix stylistically playing?
It's a great point. All
we can live in is the reality that Bo Nix is your quarterback and he's going to be healthy. So it's almost dumb to have this conversation, but
I don't think it is.
Value matters, right? And so does Bo Nix and his decision making ball out, or I can reverse field and I can run that Jarrett Stidham didn't have, although that's probably about 50% of the starters in the NFL have that escapability-ish.
Not to the level that Bo does.
At least a quarter do, I'll tell you that. I mean, you look at his draft class, Jaden Daniels has that escapability. Caleb Williams absolutely has that escapability.
Drake May?
Yes, Drake May. And honestly, a healthy J.J. McCarthy is a very good athlete.
The only one who doesn't go in is the guy
that I loved.
Who has cadaver knees. You're telling me the dude with 4 knee surgeries doesn't have great escapability?
You mean like when you called him the Sixth Sense kid? Just can't help but stare at Michael Penix Jr.'s knees, eye level with him, and just say, "I see dead people."
Who's in there?
Hey, Fred. Fred, how you doing in there, bud?
Geraldine's right knee is keeping me upright. I do believe that after watching the AFC Championship game, Bo Nix elevated the offensive line.
Sean Payton, too.
I don't think he masked them. I think he elevated them.
Well, yeah, I agree. They're not bad.
They're not bad.
They were not terrible.
They're good.
Because, the Denver Broncos got after Drake May, too, did they not? In that offensive line, I know it's young. They have basically rookie on the left guard, left tackle combo.
But first rounders, or
Mm-hmm.
one first rounder.
Well, high first rounder. But
Was he number 4?
yeah, I think he was like in the top.
Kid out of
3,
Michigan?
4. LSU.
Will
Anderson.
Will Johnson?
Campbell. Will Campbell.
Some sort of
Jeez,
generic
Wills.
white dude
Gosh.
American name.
Although Will Anderson, not of the white variety.
No.
The elite pass rusher for the Houston Texans.
How good would he look
Gosh.
in orange and blue?
How
I
good
want
does he look,
I want a
period?
Will Anderson type on the
We
Broncos.
do. His name's Nick Benito, man.
As good in the run game?
Yeah, I liked
Nick Benito compared to Will Anderson?
I liked what Benito did again in that divisional round game. To me, did my heart well. I now have seen the vision. I think he feels the vision of I need to play myself into my third contract of Max Crosby, Myles Garrett, and Micah Parsons.
Totally.
That's where I have to go, and that means I am more than just a specialist.
Yeah.
I am a 3-down guy.
He's not in his final evolution as a player.
I don't think
Nowhere near it.
And I think he's even just his approachability with the media this year and at times being, I think, really hard on himself or hard on the defense, there was a level of pride that I think he's starting to take that, hey man, I'm not getting the respect, nor are we getting the respect as a defense, as a franchise. Speaking of that defense, Raj, looks like we're going to get Vance Joseph back. I mean, I'll tell you what, at the 11th hour, if Vance Joseph's not back, you're screwed because you have nobody.
Because Jim Leonard is gone. Now the DC in Buffalo.
You're going to face him in an AFC championship in the next 2 years. It's going to happen.
You sure are.
It's going to happen. Because Joe Brady, we called it. Joe Brady, Josh Allen's like, yeah, that's my guy. That's my play caller. I like playing for that guy. Sean McDermott gave up 33 points, including overtime and a field goal, but gave up 33 points against an offense that, frankly, does not score over 25 points with much frequency in the Broncos. And he's no longer the head coach. You go out and you bolster it by getting one of the many good attributes of this Broncos defense, which was the mind, the intellect, the persona of Jim Leonard to run your defense in Buffalo. And frankly, it's going to elevate Buffalo. Just going to tell you right now. Sean McDermott was not a good defensive play caller. So I hope that Vance Joseph does not somehow get what job's open still?
Arizona. That's the only job that's still left open right now. Right? Because, well, technically Vegas, but
yeah, that's happening.
Clint Kubiak's going to be the head coach in
Who's
Vegas.
the rumor to Arizona? Is it's Mike LaFleur, Matt's younger brother from that's the heavy rumor right now?
Here are the signings that have happened this offseason. The Browns fires.
Is it done?
No, it's not done yet.
They say it can't be official until after the Super Bowl, these last 2 hires.
Is it more done than Vegas and Clint?
That's what I'm hearing.
Why can't Mike LaFleur they're out?
Well, that's what Schefter tweeted. I'm not saying that is the case or not. I'm just going based off what the insiders
Get
say.
Shefty let's get him on the phone, man. Shefty, what are you talking about, man?
Schefter only goes on with the morning guys and DMac show. Come on. You think Schefter's coming on with us?
You have to be legacy radio?
Yeah.
Screw that, man.
Can't be the new young fun guys.
You can't
be those guys.
I'm with you.
You can't be the guy that Scotty Hastings always tells, like, yeah, Sanford, what does he know?
Oh, my God.
All right, so here is your coach firing and hiring counter, just to bring everyone back up to pace, because there were so many this year, it's very difficult to keep track. The Browns fire Kevin Stefanski. They hired Todd Monken, the former offensive coordinator of the Baltimore Ravens. The Bills fire Sean McDermott. They hired Joe Brady, their former offensive coordinator. Atlanta fires Raheem Morris. They hire former Cleveland head coach Kevin Stefanski. Vegas is expected to hire Clint Kubiak, the current Seattle offensive coordinator, after firing Pete Carroll 1 year in. Arizona still currently open. Baltimore fires John Harbaugh after 19 years. They hire Jesse Minter, the former Charger defensive coordinator.
I think Mike LaFleur's done, brother.
So he's done?
I mean, I'm looking everywhere, and I hate to you made fun of me for breaking news, but I Googled Mike LaFleur.
When did that happen?
Well, I got a Google News search 20 hours ago. Cardinals hire Mike LaFleur.
Okay, so it happened last night.
Hold on. No. This was 20 hours ago, so it happened yesterday afternoon. So Can you get the breaking news
Oh,
sounder?
you
No.
don't do this to me.
Come
I
on
can
now.
do this to you. You
No,
can't
I
do
can
it to
do
me.
what I want. Okay, Raj, break the news for everybody
I hate
here.
you so much. I hate you so much. Breaking news here on the morning sprint. Just 20 hours ago,
Came across the Pony Express.
snail mail. Raj is taking his knife and opening up the letter. The Arizona Cardinals hire who?
Mike LaFleur of the Los Angeles Rams, a former colleague of ours here at Cronky Sports and Entertainment.
I didn't know it was done. I apologize.
Well, the good news is that 20 hours ago, ESPN.com, well, they had an article released called Grading Mike LaFleur's Hire, Eyeing What's Next for Cards.
I've been really, really proud of myself for keeping all of these hires and fires at the top of our notes page.
Well, even then, I love the fact that we kind of massaged your wrong info by saying that Shefty said that it can't be made official until after the Super Bowl. I'm like, no, that's only for teams that are coaching in the Super Bowl.
So there you go. Pittsburgh, they part ways with Tomlin. They hire Mike McCarthy, which still makes no sense to me. The Giants fire Dayball midseason. They hire Harbaugh. Titans fire Callahan midseason. They hire Robert Saleh. Miami fires McDaniel. They hire Jeff Hafley. Those are all of your firings and hirings this offseason. Vance stays, man.
I'll tell you what's I'm not going to get into, the right, wrong, and different. I'll tell you what's not working right now.
I hate that you used my bid against me.
It's fun. You know what's not working right now, and I hate it, because I am a huge proponent of natural occurring diversity in sport. Is the Rooney Rule's not working at all? It's not working at all. How many current African American head coaches are there in the National Football League? I think it's just one. Is it Raheem Morris? Is that it?
No, Raheem Morris got fired by Atlanta.
Not Raheem, sorry. Todd Bowles. Because I thought that
Todd Bowles and D'Amico Ryan.
D'Amico. Yep. 2 out of 32. I mean, and then of the new cycle, how many new coordinators? OCs? DCs? Not much. I know I think it's one. It's not working. And the thing I hate is that something that was intended to be a positive, to give more opportunities to people that maybe weren't afforded those opportunities, is the Rooney Rule with the hiring processes. I hate the fact that we all look at, say, the example here in Denver of who interviewed for the offensive coordinator spot, Brian Johnson, formerly of the Philadelphia Eagles, and then I think it was, who was the guy from the Saints? Sean Payton's buddy, the Buffalo Bills and the Saints, Ronald Curry. And you just say, okay, now Davis Webb can get the job. And I get it, man. Like, I get it that all of us love Davis Webb. I love Davis Webb. But I don't like the charade of what the Rooney Rule is doing, that like everybody announces the two African-American interviews and be like, okay, good, now we can go get our guy. Like, to me, that's a joke. It's making a joke of something that should not be a joke. So, I mean, that's coming from somebody myself. Like, I always wanted to hire the best guy, period. And I believe it or not, at times I took some flack in a community that probably didn't like some of my hires, frankly, if you know what I mean, in the part of Kentucky that I was in. But my two coordinators, Clayton White, you can Google him if you want. He's now a $2+ million coordinator at South Carolina. I gave him his first opportunity to be defense coordinator because he was passed up for that opportunity time and again. My offense coordinator, who I had pressured to let go of, he's now the wide receiver coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And he's been the co-offense coordinator at the University of Oregon for the last 3 years when Bo Nix was there. That's Junior Adams. You can look at him too. So little side note, the Rooney Rule, there's got to be a better way to do this. And I wish ownership groups would do a better job of giving real opportunity, not forced opportunity.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. The morning sprint rolls on the other side. Avs coming off of a big 5-0 win against the Red Wings. They'll be back on the ice tonight as the Avs-Red Wings game will be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame powered by Ramos Law starts at 6:30. They changed one big thing in their win. It didn't produce results, but I'm telling you, it could. That's next. Tune in all week long. Starting tomorrow, as Vic will be live from Radio Row in San Francisco, thanks to our friends at Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. You can find them online at cooffroad.com. That is cooffroad.com. Or visit them in Littleton, right next to Arapahoe Community College off of Santa Fe. Great people on over there. Vic, again, live from Radio Row starting tomorrow in San Francisco. Also, of note today, we have an Avs Red Wings game. And if you guys didn't know this, I would venture to guess not only around the NHL, but probably around the four majors. Do you think there is another network, another sports network that has both their radio and their television play-by-play guy share a birthday?
Whoa.
Happy birthday to both Mark Moser and Connor McGahey.
That's today?
Today. Happy birthday, fellas.
So they're both Groundhog's Day guys?
They're both Groundhog Day guys.
Of course they are.
And you know what? They probably love the movie Groundhog Day.
Do you think there's
They strike me both as Bill Murray guys.
I love that movie. So put your little hand in mine, and then boom! And you just knocking out the dang alarm clock every morning. Oh, it's the same freaking day again. Tell you what, man. Happy birthday to the two of you guys. Budding bromance. It makes sense now. I understand why the two of them have had such an affinity for one another.
It's fate.
And I like both guys too. I do a lot. And that's why I consider them birthday neighbors of mine, because I got one coming up in 2 days.
You sure do. Avs big 5-0 win against Detroit. They'll face the Red Wings again tonight, the second best team in the Atlantic Division. They bounced back, and without Marty Necas, you got a shutout from Mackenzie Blackwood. The top line played the way that the top line is expected to play. Nathan MacKinnon had a 3-point night, 2 goals, 1 assist, rather 3-point mid-morning as they played at, I think it was like an 11 a.m. puck drop Mountain Time on Saturday. McKinnon should have had a hat trick, missed a wide open net on a power play, but I do want to talk about the one change that they made on the power play, Coach. People have been screaming, do something, change anything, do something different.
Come on, Bedsy.
The good news is they did try something different.
Shoot.
The questionable news is
Shoot the puck.
I don't know if they did it based off necessity because Necas was injured in that game, or based off of, we're going to try something different. Necas gets injured, so instead of running a 1-3-1 power play
What is
Necas?
Is it LBI?
Necas is a lower body injury.
So LBI.
Is a lower body injury. They said day-to-day.
Pretty good guess on my part.
Pretty good guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 50-50
in
that sport.
I think it's 70-30. A lot of LBIs. Not a ton of UBs.
Necas goes out with an injury, and typically the Avs run a 1-3-1 power play where they've got one guy all the way at the top, that's Cale Makar. They run 3 players through the middle third of the ice where you have Necas on the far side right, McKinnon on the far side left where he's on his opposite wing so he can open up for the one-time shot, and then they throw Nelson or Landeskog or Nichushkin or Lehkonen in the 2 spots in the middle of the ice, right in between the hash marks, and right in front of the goal mouth, in front of the netminder. And as of late, this 1-3-1 just doesn't work. What you do to combat a 1-3-1 is you typically play a 1-1-2, have a high side forward, a dropped forward, and then 2 defensemen.
Clog it.
Yeah. And you essentially flush from the top out to the boards. And when you get that puck moving from the middle to the outside, you start to overload that side as a kill. And teams are going ultra aggressive against Colorado. They're struggling to handle the puck. And where those catastrophic turnovers happen are at the top of the zone where Cale is trying to play pitch and catch with either McKinnon or Necas. When these teams get overconfident, they pick it off, they go on a breakaway.
It feels predictable.
Feels predictable. You want to be predictable. This is a Bednar saying predictable to yourself. Don't be predictable to the other team. They switched something up on Saturday. They went to a 1-2, or sorry, a 2-1-2 or a box and 1 power play. Think 5 on a die, right? What does a 5 look like on a die?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4 with a dot right in the middle.
Like dice, but
yes.
a singular.
5 on a die.
Okay. Never heard that.
And you call it a box plus 1 power play or a box and 1 power play. And they did it against Detroit. And while it didn't garner a goal, in 2 opportunities, they had 5 shots on goal, 3 grade A scoring opportunities. McKinnon should have scored his hat-trick goal in the power play with like 2 seconds left. And I don't know if they did it because Necas was hurt and you had to play a lefty, But I hope that even when Marty Necas comes back in, you have to have a really difficult conversation with him going, it's not you. It's the way the power play runs when we have 3 righties on it.
Who's the perfect one for the 5 on a die? 2-1-2. Who's the perfect
Arturi Lehkonen.
Lucky?
Fantastic.
What makes him good in that space?
Puck distribution.
Okay.
And his ability
so it's different
to play.
than you don't want necessarily a big backsided individual in that one per se.
You want big
because you're playing
backside-
higher.
Yeah. You're playing in between the hash marks, like high slot area.
Yep.
You want your big backsided individuals, and against Detroit, it was Brock Nelson and Val Nichushkin.
To play low.
Play low.
Yep. Play closer to the crease.
What the box plus one doesn't give you is a net front player when shots are coming from the very top of the zone. So 1-3-1, you have a guy right in front of the goalie. It gives you this opportunity that when the puck moves side to side, you get the screen options on the one time from Nate or on the strong side shot from Cale Makar. Now, you get screens there, but what it also does is when the puck moves out to the outside, Lehkonen just pivots and he faces the net. So what this is predicated on is just Nate and Cale hit the net. That's all you got to do. Don't need to pick a corner, hit the net. Because what you have is you have Lehkonen turning to face the net, attacking down ice. You have a big body 6'4" Nichushkin on the left side and a big body 6'4" in Brock Nelson on the right side. All 3 of them crashing the blue paint. Or on the strong side of the puck where the puck is going to, you are a one-time screen option. It worked wonderfully against Detroit.
All right, riddle me this. So if there's one complaint from you were saying was it a 1-2-1-1? What was the previous iteration?
A 1-3-1, or they like to use an umbrella too, but they typically run a 1-3-1.
That was essentially what they've been used to doing with the big butt playing the low one, right? Whether it's Nichushkin or Brock.
Yep.
Okay. With this 2-1-2 model, is there any chance of cycling? Or is it just puck? It's puck distribution, or is there?
It's pretty much pitch and catch between the 2 high guys, Cale and Nate, but it does give you the ability to use a safety valve down low rather than forcing these passes up top. Now, your safety valve is pushing the puck into the corner where Nichushkin pops out to the corner or Nelson pops out to the corner. And if you lose the puck there, it's not catastrophic. Why? Because if you get the puck in the defensive zone as a killer, throw it 200 feet down the ice. If you get the puck as a defender and you're on the kill and you're 3 feet within your defensive blue line, go for a skate. Have fun.
So with these 2 models, these are essentially very stationary power play methodology, right?
Yes.
In a sense, I get what you're saying, that this one allows you to crash and it allows to get more downhill and or left-right body presence when there is a shot on goal that hits something, either hits the goalie or hits post, either which way. However, what is the downside, just talking hockey, just nerding out, what's the downside of having the ability to cycle players, meaning where it's not so stagnant?
Wait,
it doesn't maintain shape for the entirety of the shift.
The downside?
Yeah, of actually
just staying in your spot.
No, what's the downside of being able to actually cycle, physically having moving parts to a power play?
Less predictable for teammates, more puck movement, which means more ability for a defender to get a puck on a stick. Now, what's different about the box plus one with Colorado is that you don't have a righty on the left side with Nate and a lefty on the right side. You have 2 righties.
Okay.
So it allows Nate and Cale to kind of flip-flop. And that does introduce a little bit more movement to a typical stagnant box and one power play. Dude, I'm telling you, even if Nate just comes back and is healthy, I hope they commit to it.
What teams have more of a free-flowing style of power play?
Edmonton.
Yep.
Edmonton. Tampa Bay is a pretty solid 1-3-1 where they just stand because they have elite one-time opportunities from Nikita Kucherov on the right side. He scored on the Stadium Series game on Sunday.
That was fun.
What a fun game.
Fun.
I know the outdoor games are kind of losing their luster, but that was awesome. The Jersey matchup was great. It looked awesome on television. There was a goal 11 seconds in. The home team came back from down 5-1. There was a goalie fight.
What was up with the football introductions?
Kind of weird.
That didn't
Wearing
hit.
the creamsicle.
Yeah.
It just looked odd.
It also it was further proof that hockey guys don't look great in football
No,
pads.
they don't. How unathletic did those elite athletes look?
Well, they all had businessman arms. They all came out they just sit at a cubicle all day, even though they clearly are elite athletes.
But the lower half is
yeah.
The lower half looks like RJ Harvey.
It's funny. It makes you realize that there is something to be said for football players working on their show muscles, like their biceps, because you don't really need them.
No.
Like hockey, like you don't really need to be jacked bicep.
Nope.
But gosh, all their arms look like pipe cleaners coming out. Like I'm looking at how big is head. What's his name?
Victor Hedman.
Yeah, Victor Hedman.
6'6", 230.
I saw him come out and he just looked like he had these little dainty arms.
And he's gigantic.
He's one of the biggest
He's
players.
6'6", 245.
He's one of the biggest players in the NHL.
Victor Hedman is taller than Von Miller, and I think probably heavier.
Hey,
I think Von's like 6'4", 240.
Hey Raj, I have some more breaking news in the vein of how you broke news.
Oh, I hate
KJ,
you.
real quick. This just in 9 hours ago from Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. We are going to get 6 more weeks of winter because there is a shadow still on Mr. Punxsutawney
Hey,
Phil.
if we get 6 more weeks of whatever this winter is here in Denver, give it to me. There's 63 degrees yesterday.
Breaking news. Living in Denver now is like living in Southern California.
The winter of 25-26 was a 3-hour winter.
You realize there was...
And it started in the second half of the AFC Championship game.
No question.
And it ended that night.
You realize that there was 11 inches in a 24-hour period of time in Charlotte, North Carolina, and there has been a combined 13.6 inches over the entirety of the winter in Denver, Colorado.
It's nuts.
Breaking news, Raj, always.
Bianchi, figure it out for us. Hour 2 next. Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Champ Mazda text line. Make sure you guys tune in all week starting tomorrow as Vic's going to be live from Radio Row in San Francisco thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Find them on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Nuggets coming off of a 10-point loss to the Thunder last night on ESPN. Avalanche beat the Red Wings 5-0 on Saturday morning. They'll see Detroit again this evening, 6:30 pregame show presented by Ramos Law here on 92.5. Just 2 more games for the Avs until they're gone for 21 days. There's a 3-week hiatus for the NHL after Wednesday's game. So you see Detroit tonight, see San Jose on Wednesday, and then they break. They're at the Olympics.
How many points do the Avs need?
In these 2 games?
Yep.
I'd like 4.
Okay.
I'm okay with
sense.
asking for 4.
I like 4.
2 wins, 2 games. I'd be happy going into the break.
Do you feel like the Avs, after their 5-0 drubbing of the Red Wings, of which they didn't probably play worthy of 5-0? Would you agree? Like, it was a good game, but it wasn't as dominant as 5-0 might elicit.
Yeah, I mean, I think they dominated the game, but 5-0 felt a little bit large.
I heard, who was at post-game getting interviewed?
It was Nate by EJ. Also, by the way, if you want a good interview out of Nathan MacKinnon, and if you want 2 interviews out of Nathan MacKinnon, you know what you do?
Have a former teammate of his.
Just give him Eric Johnson.
Give him EJ. And especially if EJ just recently, made a quick trip to Cabo or Cancun.
EJ says, wasn't a spray tan. He told Nelly when he called in, it wasn't a spray tan.
It was makeup, wasn't it?
It was probably makeup.
It was makeup.
The makeup gal or guy did him wrong.
I've never gotten makeup for TV.
That's just because you're too hot.
No, I look terrible. I look so bad.
Just look like a peach.
I need it. I'm like, I need it. My face is all blotchy. I don't know if I want to look like EJ though. I don't want to look like what's it? Christmas with the Cranks, where they go to, the tanning bed.
What? It was what it looked like. EJ's fantastic between the benches, man. Like that guy is built for color analysis. Obviously, we get to see him on Altitude TV, and he moonlights with Connor every now and again on the radio side. He was great. Made Nate approachable. Like if that was Emily Kaplan or anybody else, Nate answers those questions with, yeah, trying hard, playing well, pucks deep, pucks on net.
Have you interviewed?
Thanks.
Have you
Walks
interviewed
out.
Nate right after a game?
One-on-one?
Yeah.
No, I've been in a media scrum with him, but he looks at his feet and wants to be so done with that so quickly. I haven't done like the one-on-one thing.
I love that. That's a great term.
And if you ask something stupid, he just stares holes into you.
So he's Sean Payton without being full Sean.
Oh yeah. And he knows it. No, he was great with that. He was smiling and you just give him EJ and then Nate becomes like happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, it's I think the Avs are going to come out tonight on fire.
Yeah.
I think they want to finish this period that was slightly a bit of a malaise. They end up waking up, playing awesome, and then apparently there's a chance that we see Taser tonight.
He's on the ice. They did send back Keaton Middleton to the Colorado Eagles in the AHL, so that does tell you.
He's a good Eagle, man.
Good Eagle.
Keaton's I'll tell you what, man. All of you up there in Loveland,
good Eagle.
You make sure you take care of your Keaton Middleton because he's a good Eagle. He's a good boy.
Don't know if he has the foot speed to play in the NHL, but he's a good Eagle.
He's a good boy.
Thank you. Is that Kim Becker?
No, that's Family Guy.
Wait, that's Mila Kunis? It sounds like Kim Becker, that drop. I thought for years.
Who's a good boy?
We've
That's so
been playing
Kim.
that for years. That's Kim Becker.
That's so Kim Becker.
That's not Mila Kunis. That's Kim Becker. Tell me I'm wrong. I thought it was Kim for years, dude. I didn't think that was a Family Guy reference. That makes me so upset. Tell me the difference between that and the Easton stick drop that we have. You can't. You can't find the difference.
Give me
Easton stick.
Okay, then give me good boy.
Who's a good boy?
Same gal.
The same person.
Ooh. Same gal.
It's the same person.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
I'm not. I'm correct here.
I knew it wasn't her because I've asked him before where he pulled that one from. Because that
Who's
was
a
like
good boy?
That was a big thing like last summer with with any of the players on the team, or you like, hey, hustle up, go touch that line. They do it and like, good boy, and everybody just dies laughing. Dude, you good boy them like that, man. Why are you doing like that? And of course I do that to my two boys all the time. Hey.
Who's a good boy?
Hey, Griffin, come on. Hey, make sure you you throw away your trash. And he does it, and then all of a sudden,
Who's a good boy?
He's a good boy.
Coach, I told you that the Broncos could open up an additional nearly $30 million in cap space going into this offseason by restructuring Mike McGlinchey. He's set to have the biggest cap hit on the team this season at $23.75 million. He is under contract for another 2 full seasons. You could restructure at about $10.5 million in cap space by structuring base salary into guaranteed signing bonus. You can do the same thing with Ben Powers, who is an unrestricted free agent after this season, and then Quinn Miners, who has an additional, I think it was 3 years on his deal. He's either signed through 27 or 28. You can open up about $11.5 million from his base salary if you convert that into signing bonus as well. Now, you're guaranteeing that they get that money, and what the sketchy thing is, well, they've been largely healthy, this offensive line, for like every year that they've played together. When is the other shoe going to drop? I think I'm willing to do that. If you can go into the offseason with nearly $60 million in cap space for free agents and drafts, that makes the decision of like, do you get Breece Hall or do you go after a wide receiver? It's not really a decision anymore. You can do both.
So let's just call a spade a spade. Do you think a guy like Mike McGlinchey, who's done well in his career, and Ben Powers, who's probably, I bet his career earnings probably exceeded what his expectations were when he was drafted, I believe at University of Wisconsin. I could be wrong on that. Do you think that both those players...
Oklahoma for Ben Powers.
Oh, you okay?
$44.2 million in his career earnings.
And where was
through
he drafted?
2026. He was drafted 4th round, number 123 overall.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, hasn't it?
Pretty good for him.
The whole career's been pretty good.
McGlinchey.
He was a late first, wasn't he?
McGlinchey was a high first. He was 9th overall out of Notre Dame. Career earnings $81.9 million through 26.
It's gone pretty well.
Yeah, it's gone really well.
And then Miners is, I mean, he's younger.
Wisconsin Whitewater for Miners, is that right?
Yes. Or South Dakota State.
Who's the Wisconsin Whitewater guy?
Check him real quick. I'm pretty sure. I thought he was South Dakota State. You might be right, Raj.
I thought he was Wisconsin Whitewater.
Wisconsin
Whitewater.
Yeah,
Thank you very
it.
much.
You got it.
98th overall, 3rd round. His career earnings thus far, $27.4 million.
Okay. The three of those players in particular, knowing full well that the Broncos are in good hands, right? They're in good hands in a lot of places. Defense is very good. Probably going to keep, both Vance Joseph, which is amazing. You're probably going to keep Davis Webb. Maybe. We'll find out. This is something we need to talk about. Is Sean going to really give up the keys to the car? Is he really going to do it? We'll find out. But good team, good core. You got your quarterback. Offensive line is pretty much intact, right? And there's depth. It's quality.
It's cost controlled.
Do you think a guy like Mike McGlinchey, a guy like Ben Powers, a guy like Quinn Miners that have been around this for a while want to say, you know what? We've done it pretty well. I would not mind betting on myself and betting on this team to hit some incentives and restructure a deal that allows us to, let's say, get Breece Hall and Justin Jefferson, or Breece Hall and your guy, A.J. Brown. Because that's the one thing that you haven't really had since those players have been here.
True.
Like a
game breaker.
A game-breaking running back that's a consistent, hovering around 1,000-yard guy that's shown health. And then you really have it. The Denver, when's the last bona fide one the Denver Broncos have had at receiver?
Demaryius Thomas.
It's a long time ago, man. R.I.P. Like that's a long
Demaryius Thomas
time
is your
ago,
last
man.
bona fide number one, without a doubt.
And you got to think that Garrett Bowles has been around here for pretty much all of that time period. And you look around the league and you see, gosh, man, that team's got one. That team's got one. Now, there are a couple teams that were playoff teams that don't have one. Like the Buffalo Bills don't have one.
True.
They don't have a bona fide one.
No, but they have Superman at quarterback.
They have Superman at quarterback. And even Stephon Diggs is probably more by reputation, by history, by career.
Oh, he hasn't been Stephon Diggs number one for
correct
3 years.
But the Broncos haven't even had somebody who's was at one point a bona fide one.
Cortland flashed, man. When Cortland, his second year out of SMU.
He's a really good receiver, man. He's a really good receiver. He's never been wide receiver one because he doesn't run like a wide receiver one.
I agree. I'm just saying that his second year out of SMU, when he had 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns, you went, is that Demaryius Thomas number 2? Is that the next coming?
But when you watch Demaryius Thomas, and I don't even care about 40 times, I don't care about 100-meter dash times, play speed. When you watch Demaryius Thomas, who was a big joker,
6'3", 225.
And you watch Cortland Sutton, who's a big joker. You tell me who is easier to remember running through an arm tackle and taking it to the crib.
DT could run a wide receiver bubble screen like Marvin Mims does, break 2 tackles and run 60 yards and not get caught.
And that's not
Cortland can't do that.
And that's not going to happen at all with Cortland. AJ Brown can do that.
AJ Brown can do that.
Justin Jefferson.
There still isn't a positive comment on that video on TikTok and YouTube, and it blows my mind that people look at the talent of AJ Brown and go, I don't want him anywhere near He's so good.
Would you trade Troy Franklin? I'm going to get really weird here.
Okay. Get weird.
Today,
we don't kink
right
shame
now,
on this show.
Troy Franklin, RJ Harvey, and George Payton. Straight up right now.
Why are you giving me that? Why do I have to trade my GM?
Because who wants him right now? The Vikings. They want him back. They love.
Oh, for Justin Jefferson?
But
yes. Yeah, of course I'm doing that.
I threw in Troy Franklin and RJ Harvey.
Yes. Why? Because I can go get Breece Hall.
Yeah.
And I'm sure I can draft another dude that Sean Payton loves in the 4th round that is Troy Franklin-esque. Dude, I make that trade 100 times. I would hate giving up George Payton because he's crafted a pretty darn good roster and he did amazing things with the biggest dead cap hit in the history of the NFL.
You know what's funny right now?
But yeah, I'm trading him to Minnesota for the services of Justin Jefferson.
You know what's weird about the Broncos right now is it's one of the few times in the Broncos' recent history that I really can't name any of the next man up in the personnel department. Like there's not a buzzworthy potential next GM that's in the building right now. Because it was for a while there. I mean, Spytek, who's now I believe at the Raiders, and then Muji, who's a part of he's now at the Jets. Obviously Matt Russell, who's now at the Eagles.
Reed Burkhart is the assistant general manager.
Never heard of him. I'm not saying he's not good or he's not intelligent or he's not.
The co-directors of player personnel are AJ Durso and Cam Williams.
Yeah, see, it's weird. I mean, there was Brian Stark who interviewed for the GM job when George Payton got it. He had been a part of the organization. Now he's the assistant GM of the Raiders. I don't know. Could be an interesting name. But I know that George Payton he is currently in the last year of his contract. I believe he's gone into the last year of his contract. I think he's technically controlled right now. But with what's his name? Mensa? Quezi
Adolfo Mensa.
Yes, that guy. Quezi Adolfo Mensa.
Former GM in Minnesota.
He got fired this weekend or
he got fired on Friday.
End of week last week.
Breaking news, by the way.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
All right.
There probably is a world where George Payton could potentially be involved in something.
No, if I want a GM, I'm knocking on his door. 100% I'm knocking on his door.
Do you think for Minnesota, because they liked him there, do you think it's worth packaging players together, or is that insane?
Justin Jefferson, when healthy, is he the best wide receiver in the league?
I think he is.
I'm not doing that if I'm the Vikings. In no way am I parting ways with Justin Jefferson, especially because of how he handled it. And right, the one reason why everyone hates my A.J. Brown take is because, well, the stories of him in Philadelphia aren't great. Locker room cancer, he's a malcontent when he doesn't get the football. Justin Jefferson just had to wade through a miserable season of J.J. McCarthy.
I'll tell you what,
and he took it in stride.
Our text thread right now is saying that Broncos don't need wide receivers. What the heck is wrong with all of you? This is a really dumb take. Why would you even consider training your general manager for Justin Jefferson. Last I checked, who got fired at the end of this season? The wide receiver coach. And Sean Payton actually showed that you got to keep your thumbs together. Like I do that when I'm talking to my 8th, 9th graders that are matriculating into a high school football program. That receiving core is not top half in the National Football League.
Do you guys understand how good Justin Jefferson is? Do we understand that? Do we watch football? Do we watch Justin Jefferson play football? We don't understand how good that player is?
We need elite wide receiver here.
That's the elite wide receiver. I have to give up my GM for that guy? Sure. Come on down. We'll find someone else.
You're in a window.
You are. You're in a window. You know what? If the Avs were looking, I don't know, give me who's the number 1 forward in the league, not named Connor McDavid or Nathan McKinnon. Like if Nikita Kucherov was available for the Avalanche right now, and I love Chris McFarland. I really do. Chris, you're going to Tampa Bay.
Yeah, you know what?
I want Nikita. That's a great left-handed shot for the power play.
George Payton, you're really good at evaluating 7th round talent.
Is.
So good, but you know what you can't do? You can't catch a slant and crease it against NFL talent and win football games because we designed something to go 7 yards that ends up going 70 yards. You can't do that yourself.
I want Justin Jefferson so badly. Yes, the answer is I would trade him. KJ's NFL notes are next. Every single day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20 on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ Granderson's NFL Notes. KJ, what do you got first?
Well, as we talked about on Friday, obviously, Pete Carmichael Jr. is headed to the Buffalo Bills to be the offensive coordinator. And over the weekend, we learned that Broncos defensive backs coach Jim Leonhard is also headed to Buffalo with Joe Brady as well to be the defensive coordinator. So Joe Brady is picking the tree of Sean Payton, the original tree in which he started in the NFL. Coach, let's start with you on this question. How long does it take to retool a coaching staff when your wait and replace position coaches leave for bigger jobs?
Carmichael, not a huge hit other than the fact that he's been a trusted agent for Sean Payton. It's been with him since dang near the beginning. Was a long-time good room guy for Sean Payton in New Orleans. Joe Brady got his start in that same room. And so it's interesting. Joe Brady actually mentioned the name Sean Payton at his introductory press conference more than anybody else. And I was talking to some people out in Buffalo, our guy Matt Bove earlier today. You check out our little podcast. But the big loss is to me is going to be Jim Leonhard. Jim Leonhard is a smart football coach. Jim Leonhard is trusted, respected. I think he was a really good ancillary piece for Vance Joseph to kind of run schematic ideas past. Another really intelligent ball coach. I coached against Jim Leonhard when he was a college defensive coordinator. He was great at the number one defense at University of Wisconsin when he was there as the DC. He's a really good coach, man. And the hard part now is that, frankly, you're never going to have a chance to hire him back because once you're locked in as a DC, he's either going to be a head coach next or he's going to be in Buffalo for quite some time because it doesn't appear like the Bills are going to be firing people in the near future because they have a pretty dang good quarterback and they have the right play caller in Joe Brady.
Yeah, they're going into the next window of the Josh Allen era, right? Like the first window's closed and you're hoping that there's some new evolution. Now, it gets tougher and tougher the more money he makes. Does it hurt you that much if Vance is here for the long term? Let's say Vance is here for next year, the year after. Let's say he's a 3-year defensive coordinator for the Broncos from right now. Does it still hurt you that much to lose Jim Leonhard?
No, but I do think that Vance is going to take the right head job when the right job opens up. I never thought it was Arizona because as much as he was able to almost reinvent himself as a play caller in Arizona defensively, I still think that he knows that there's some major organizational flaws, and he didn't want to take another head job where you're
kind of set up to fail.
You're set up to fail. It's I'll tell you
because
this.
if he does it again, he'll never be a head coach a third time.
Call me an excuse maker, but I've been a head coach twice at the collegiate level. Once at Western Kentucky, following an 11-2 season, the greatest year, the only elite year in Western Kentucky football history. Senior laden team, bunch of NFL draft picks, gone. And I take over and I'm like, I don't know if you can go up from here. So either follow a guy when it's at its height and it's tough, just like our guy in New England did with Bill Belichick. I know Bill Belichick had the downward trend a little bit, but was it Gerard Mayo followed the guy? You never want to follow the guy.
Follow the guy that follows the guy.
Yeah, you want to follow the guy that follows the guy, which is a great thing. I've kind of been on the lookout for that. Where's the follow the guy that follows the guy job out there? Just kidding. Or you can just go into a situation where you don't have a quarterback and your roster is just not equipped for what's in your conference or division, and that was CU in 2022. That was a tough gig. And granted, it was an interim head job, so you essentially get that interim tag to just try to steady the waters a bit, So, but it's hard, man. It's a hard life to live when it's just not. It's not set up for immediate success. Boy, it's hard to convince people that your first impression isn't what it's going to be in 2 or 3 years.
KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
NFL teams received some welcome news as the NFL informed them that the projected 2026 salary cap is expected to fall between $301.2 million and $305.7 million per team. The projected 2026 cap would represent a massive increase from the 2025 cap of $279.2 million, a jump roughly between 22 to 26 million in a single year. With the NFL looking to move to paywalls primarily within the next 5 to 10 years, how long do we expect the cap to keep taking these significant jumps?
I mean, I have the numbers going back to 2013 in front of me. It ain't stopping anytime soon. Like, you're looking at a $25 million increase basically every single season, $30 million in some cases, going back the last 13 years. It ain't stopping, man. This league prints money. It is a mint. And as the streaming rights continue to be more lucrative, you will continue to be able to jump up. It's going to be great for teams to be able to pay players, don't get me wrong. But next year is going to be a $330 million cap, and the year after that will be $350. It has jumped from $123 million to $300 in the last 12 seasons. It's insanity. And it's helping the Broncos this year.
It is. And
especially if you restructure those offensive linemen that we talked about.
Restructure those offensive linemen, and we've had the conversation pretty much all show today about wide receiver one and the lack of that here in Denver. I just saw a text saying that all the teams with elite wide receivers missed the playoffs. Not true. Did the Philadelphia Eagles miss the playoffs altogether?
They did
not. Let me ask you this. Did the Los Angeles Rams miss the playoffs this year?
No, they did not.
Did the Seattle Seahawks miss the playoffs this year?
No,
with
they did not.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. Is he pretty good? Is he an
pretty
elite
good.
wide receiver? Is
Pretty
Cooper Kupp pretty good?
It's still pretty good.
Yeah, still pretty good.
Not the same player he once was, but still pretty good.
That's pretty good tandem, is it not? That was those were all top 10 tandems going into the season. And not to mention, like the Jacksonville Jaguars, Brian Thomas Jr., they played themselves into it between Parker and, is it Parker Washington?
Yes.
And Brian Thomas Jr., that ended up being, at the end of the season, a top 2 duo.
And they didn't have Travis Hunter.
Correct.
Also, what's the other elite wide receivers that didn't make the playoffs are Justin Jefferson and
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, right? And you can look at the injuries to the quarterback room and go, that's the reason why the guys who throw them the football got injured this year.
Are the Chicago Bears, is their receiver room pretty good? Roman
Pretty
Dunze,
solid.
DJ Moore, pretty dang good right there.
Yeah, they need one. It ain't stopping anytime soon, KJ. Before you know it, I mean, with that projection, you're going to be at $500 million in what? 2035? 2033?
This is where you got to start spending, man. You got to start spending because it has been far too long here in Denver. I've lived here now. I realized yesterday, this is crazy. I have lived here for at least part of the last 6 years. That's the longest I'd lived somewhere since I've been a coach was 3 years.
How good does that feel?
It's crazy. It's nuts. Like, it doesn't even make any sense. I feel like I'm new here, and I'm like, I lived here in 21. What the frick are we doing here? Part of 21, very end of it. But in my time here, and really, think about post-2016, we'll call it. When have you had an elite running back or an elite tight end or elite receiver? Pretty much you haven't since 2015, right? 2016, right? And you've got to stop that. And honestly, Sean, whether it's you, whether it's Davis Webb calling plays, we all here in Denver, we're going to tell you, we're going to shout it from the rooftops that you are an amazing offensive mind. So we don't care if you can do it without wide receiver one, elite running back one, or an elite tight end. We'd love to see what you can do with being such a great offensive mind with one of those or two of those, or hell, even three of those three things being met.
You look back at the best teams that he coached, the best offenses that he coached. Yeah, he's shown you can do it without studs, but Marcus Colston was pretty damn good.
Really good.
Devery Henderson was pretty damn good. Jeremy Shockey was one of the better. Yeah, he's a star tight end. Like when he had Jimmy Graham, they did great. When he had Michael Thomas, they did great. Give the guy a number one. For the love of God, please do it. I'd love you to. KJ, keep going.
No, don't start counting.
Well, in hour one, we had to break out the breaking news sound effect because Mike LaFleur is in Arizona. And so let's see if we can't get this news right. The Las Vegas Raiders are expected to hire Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak as their next head coach after the Super Bowl. Once a deal is reached, Kubiak would be the franchise's fifth full-term coach since 2021. What's the likelihood that Clint Kubiak could become the next Sean McVay or Kyle Shanahan?
I hope it's not in Vegas. He does also need a quarterback. I mean, are they going to do it with Geno Smith? Is Fernando Mendoza truly worthy of the number 1 overall pick this year? I don't know, man. It's so hard to do it at the head of that Raiders gig.
Clint Kubiak, two-way player out of Regis High School. For the Raiders, he starred as both a wide receiver and a defensive back. Made 102 total tackles and 2 interceptions as a senior and caught 54 passes for 795 yards. Clint Kubiak, Colorado native. But you know what? We hate you because you're the Raiders head coach. I'm not rooting for you. Sorry, not rooting for you.
That place is cursed.
They're going to have Fernando Mendoza, Brock Bowers,
Ashton Genty,
Michael Mayer, Ashton Genty,
and nobody on defense
Max
outside
Crosby.
of Max Crosby.
Still, star power-wise, pretty good.
Yeah, I'd like to take one of their offensive pass catchers. Or the guy
no
who runs
receivers, right? Nobody? Is
No.
Jacoby Myers gone?
No, Jacoby Myers is in Jacksonville. He
Gonzo.
revolutionized what they were doing in Jackson. Like, Jacoby Myers became a number 1 as a Jag, which is insane. I would take Brock Bowers off your hands. I would bet on Ashton Genty becoming a legit back in the NFL before I'd bet on him being a flameout. I would take Ashton Genty right now if I was a Bronco.
I've seen a couple takes that Fernando Mendoza isn't a good prospect. You're drunk if you think that. You are high if you think that. Because I'm not going to say he's not. He's a really good prospect. It's clean, man.
Where would Fernando Mendoza this year, this version of Fernando Mendoza who's coming into the draft, where would he have been drafted in 2024?
1
among those 6 quarterbacks.
He's in the last 12 years. No, let's go with last 15 years. There's been 3 near perfect prospects that you can't poke any major holes at. Andrew Luck, Joe Burrow, Fernando Mendoza. Because you can pick holes in Caleb Williams' game, can't you? Can you talk about the playing with your food nature of what he did at USC and never won anything of consequence?
You can.
Can you poke holes at Jaden Daniels' frame? The fact that he will break. Oh, wait, he already has. Can you poke holes in the best thrower in that entire draft class, Michael Penix Jr., whose knees are made of dog food?
What about Drake May? Can you poke holes in Drake May now?
Not right. Well, yeah, I mean,
coming out of the draft, you could. Even
now, it's like
unpolished.
How good is he as in big moments? How good is he as a thrower?
We're gonna learn in Super Bowl 60.
Yeah, and I think
that's like his first monster test.
Raj, I think I know what the outcome's going to be.
He's gonna look good.
No,
really?
Yes, dude. The Seattle Seahawks are going to destroy that dude. They're going to.
You're telling me he gets drafted ahead of Williams, Daniel, May, McCarthy, Penix, and Nix?
Did you watch IU football this year?
I watched the playoff games. That's it. I did not watch regular season IU
They
football.
were the 2019 LSU Tigers this year. They obliterated everybody. And they're Indiana University, not LSU. That guy is special.
That's a strong take, Coach.
And he plays with Legos and dinosaurs. And he eats gushers.
What's in his backpack?
It's got
football and a Theragun in there?
And Dungeons and Dragons cards?
It's just Hot Wheels.
He's got Hot Wheels and Pokemon?
Guy finds a way to get it done. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, in Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. On the other side, the most touching story of the weekend. It was devastating and tear-inducing, and it ended up with a banner. I'll tell you what it was next. Wrapping things up here on a Monday, Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. PhD is coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy, 3 to 6. The Avs back on the ice tonight against the Detroit Red Wings at Ball Arena. 2 home games, Monday and Wednesday. Then they're off for 3 weeks for the Milan Cortina Winter Olympics, which start, I believe, opening ceremonies on Friday evening. The Avs getting a 5-0 win over the weekend was nice. It was cool. The Nuggets getting Nikola Jokic back and playing on, was it Friday night, and playing well and getting a win over the Clippers, who have won 9 of 10. And then, I wouldn't say laying an egg against Oklahoma City, but the 3-point defense was questionable last night. Those, for me, weren't the biggest stories. Did you guys see what happened at the Edge Ice Arena in Littleton, Colorado this weekend? There was the Western Girls Hockey League playoffs, which comprises of teams around Utah and California. Here in Colorado, Arizona has a team. It's a AA league that brings, girls hockey to different states throughout the year for exposure. And it was a 12U team, the Santa Clarita Lady Flyers team, which was driving in a van. And for someone who has spent so many countless hours in vans or buses, driving in icy conditions, way too fast at godless hours of the night, this hit pretty hard. On I-70, a van carrying 8 members of the Santa Clarita Flyers 12U AA team collided on an icy road on I-70 with a snowplow. And it took the life of one of the team fathers. And 4 of those girls, those children, were taken to the hospital with injuries. And thank God, all of them came out just fine. Now, injured and obviously emotionally battered, and certainly one little girl lost her dad. They continued to play throughout the weekend at the Edge. And on Sunday afternoon, in an overtime game, this team of girls who had been through tragedy in front of a packed house at the Edge Ice Arena won an overtime game, 1-0 for a championship. And it makes you think of what happened with that Humboldt Broncos team all those years ago up in Canada. These things can happen like that. Obviously, growing up in that sport and growing up in those vans and growing into a coach and driving kids in those vans, it hits hard. It hits even harder now as the very, very new dad of a 4-month-old baby girl. The way that the Colorado hockey community wrapped themselves around this team makes me so damn proud to have grown up in this community. Like, it was unbelievable. If you guys haven't seen, I think 9 News did a special on it. It is, you ready to cry? Go watch that. Holy smokes. It's the best thing that happened this weekend. It's not even close.
I was ready to go myself to the game. In the community that I now live in, and hearing their coach, Stelnick, talk about these girls wanting to play for each other, wanting to play in the memory of one of their teammates' fathers. And these girls, one of which spent time in the hospital, was released and wanted to play and did play. Like, you want to talk about when you have the ability as a coach, as a team, to do something through sport that transcends anything that you can learn in the normal day-to-day of going to class or going to school or going to work. Sport, it gives you the opportunity at times to bring communities together. And this was just an incredible, incredible story. And our thoughts here at Altitude Sports Radio are certainly with the families there from the Santa Clarita Flyers organization. Incredible.
There's a charity organization that's very near and dear to my heart. Helped multiple of my friends and their families with their battles with cancer. It's called Dog Nation. You can find them at dognation.org. They are a hockey-based local charity. Coach Bednar does a lot of work with them, and they gave a whole bunch of money, funded obviously by the Colorado hockey community, to that Humboldt Broncos accident that happened years ago. If you guys are looking to, or if you want to, I'm not asking anyone to, but if you're looking to donate to the Santa Clarita Lady Flyers in that situation, just go to dognationhockey.org. That's DAWG nation.org, dognation.org. If you click on their current fundraisers, you can find something there. 100% of those donations go directly to those families. And then Dog Nation does match a portion of those donations as well. It was heartbreaking, an amazing story to see those girls come together. And even better to see all of the youth teams, the local youth teams, like flocking to that rink to go watch them play. Posters just plastered up against the glass for all of them. It was awesome. It was very, very cool.
12U girls, is that right?
12U, yeah. Yep. Really, really awesome. Avs will be back at it tonight, 6:30 p.m. pregame show right here on 92.5, courtesy of Ramos Law, coming off of a 5-0 win. Happy birthday to both your play-by-play on radio, Connor McGahee, and your play-by-play on TV, Mark Moser. They share a birthday today. Also, Dave Logan's birthday today, too. What is it with play-by-play and the Denver metro area and being born on February 2?
The only difference, though, and I hate to admit it, trust me, it pains for me to say this, pretty sure that Mark Moser hasn't won about 52 state championships.
Hey, you know what, though? Connor's wife has won like a bunch of state titles in girls soccer at Mountain Vista, man. So there's something about that date and the people that are associated with it. Avs will be back at it tonight. I would hope that Devon Toews is playing tonight, comes back from injury. Just 2 games before the Avs break for 21 days for those Olympics. We went into depth about what the power play can do if they stay in that little box +1. I hope they force it. What it tells me, if they end up doing that, is we've got 2 guys who score better than 99% of the league. Let them shoot the puck and handle the puck, and we're going to give you 3 guys that are elite net front athletes. Nichushkin, Landeskog when he's healthy, Brock Nelson, and Arturi Lehkonen. We'll give you those 3 dudes, and then the other 2 elite hockey players up top, McKinnon and Makar, go play pitch and catch, and we'll figure it out from there. It sucks because Marty Natchez has been great, but it's going to be a really tough conversation if they decide to do this, to go to Marty and say, we know we just signed you an 8-year deal, and it's not you, but we can't have 3 righties. We can't have 3 skill players in this power play because it very clearly ain't working. They're
by
31st
all means
in the
necessary,
league.
Right? Fix it by all means necessary. It does not matter. Because it's going to catch up to you eventually, right? It's going to catch up to you in the biggest of moments. And we've talked about, like, I even challenged, myself, saying, like, at what point during this malaise of the Colorado Avalanche that we were watching, like, what point is that on Bedsy? Well, guess what? Bedsy, he pushed the right buttons. He made the right adjustments. It did take a little time. But, I mean, Bedsy knows it's go time, man. I've been there a couple of times in my career where you just know it's one of those moments in time where if you don't deliver the goods, you might not have the opportunity to deliver anything.
Is it as simple for the Nuggets in terms of pressing buttons with their perimeter defense as just get these guys back and healthy, get Cam Johnson, who's a 3-and-D player? And you know what? He's not 3-and-D. He is D-and-3 is what Cam Johnson is. It is easy as getting him and CB back and Aaron Gordon back, or is David Adelman not making the right decisions with the team that he has in front of him?
No, I think he did. You went cold yesterday.
That's about it.
And OKC,
they couldn't miss in the second half.
Man, let's just talk. The Denver Nuggets right now, it's hard for us to say this because you were never this. We heard it on the national broadcast time and time again, is that the Nuggets are the number 1 3-point shooting team in the National Basketball Association. That's crazy to say, right? You went cold and you had a bunch of open looks. I heard David Adelman even talking about it in the post-game press conference. Like, we should have shot 50 of them. Should have shot 50 3-point shots because that's how they defended Nikola. You got cold, and unfortunately on the other side with just as many open looks, That was a team that went nuclear. I mean, unconscious. That's going to happen at times. Lessons need to be learned. Hey, man, got to create a little bit more resistance, and you just flat out can't go cold. And you got to get healthy.
Avs back at it tonight, 6:30 pregame show, 7 p.m. puck drop, their penultimate game before they head out for the Winter Olympics, 21 days off after that Wednesday game against Macklin Celebrini and the San Jose Sharks. Nuggets back at it on Tuesday on the road, or rather, are they at home against Detroit on Tuesday? Oh, they're on the road against the Pistons on Tuesday, so that's when they'll be back on the hardwood. For Coach, for KJ, I'm Raj, PhD, is coming up next. Happy Monday, everyone. We'll talk to you at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
You know where we should be right now, right? You know where we should be right now.
Where should we be?
Oh, we should be somewhere either in Santa Clara or in Radio Row or getting ready for the media night, which is tonight. We should be in California right now.
Oh, yeah, that would have been more fun. That would have been a more exciting week, I suppose.
That's where we should be right now, starting the show. I think we would have been the first show on the air, and everybody else would have been coming in like after us. Like Vic was in studio today, but he's going out like he might be listening right now as he's going out to the airport.
If we could have, would have, should have kicked the 3 points.
If we could have, would have, should have. So now it's man, that is. Hey, listen, I get it where everybody's kind of like, hey, the Super Bowl, whatever. I mean, I totally get that. It's just, and this is why. Because, to me, everything that we're talking about this week is in the frame of we shouldn't even be here in Denver. We should be out there. There were plans. There were good plans. We had an awesome plan.
We had a party house, huh?
We had a big party house that we were all going to stay at.
Where was the party house going to be?
It was in a really quirky place called Daly City.
Where the heck's that?
Daly City is in like South San Francisco on the Pacific Ocean. And the reason I know it so well is my son played for this summer team called Pacifica. And Pacifica is a very small town that's really cool, really cool. It's one of these... It's sort of benched in by these bluffs, and so the temperature is always really cool, like 55 degrees, and they do a lot of crab fishing out there and surfing. So it's not like a beach sort of thing, but it just has this constant roar and mist. It's like a sweatshirt shorts place year-round, which is kind of a cool place to get a cup of coffee.
There you go.
See some surfing and just be in sort of a chill sort of mood.
I don't think I could handle having to listen to you snore in the room next door. So, like my sleep's going to be better.
Daly City is just north of that. Just north of that. It's very close to the University, San Francisco State. And it's in kind of an interesting part of San Francisco. But San Francisco,
you were going so much deeper on this than I wanted or expected.
I'm telling you where it is.
My lord, I really didn't need a 10-paragraph essay on Daly City.
I'm telling you where it is. And
I'm glad you knew where Daly City was.
I know where Daly City is.
That's pretty cool that you do.
I've broadcast from there. I've vacationed there. Watched my kid play baseball around there. So, yeah, I know it really well, and but it's off the beaten path for sure. It's not like in downtown San Francisco. Downtown San Francisco, it's kind of a little bit from the convention center, and it's a little bit from San Jose. But it was one of the few places we could find that would sleep like 12 people. We were going to have like 12 people. The whole staff was going to be hanging out in the same place. Instead, now it's
that would have been fun.
It would have been a blast.
It would have been like real world altitude sports radio.
It would have been real world sports radio. We would see who would get voted out of the house.
Yeah,
as the week goes.
We could have done confessionals. We could have gone to complain about one another.
You and I had credentials for the game.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Whatever. It's New England, and
did we not all have credentials?
No, we did not.
I mean, everybody that wanted one, though.
No.
Oh,
well,
really?
I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know who really wanted one or who didn't. I just know that you and I did.
Well, it would have been fun, man. It would have been a good week. Listen, I don't want to be a total buzzkill, but we would have got our brains beat in by Seattle anyway.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you think so?
That team's in a different league.
Really?
Yeah.
How would they have beat our brains in?
Well, first off, they're going to beat the Patriots' brains in. So that's about to happen.
I'm not going to argue with you.
They're the best team in the NFL. I thought that the Rams were the best team in the NFL for a long time this season.
No, but what would they have done to it? Where do you think they would have just got over on the Broncos? Where are the Broncos' weak spots that would have been susceptible?
Oh, God, I don't know, man. I mean, I haven't done the exact matchup breakdown to see where the rankings were, O-line, D-line, all that stuff. But I know that Seattle is a dominant football team. I mean, across the board, they're dominant. Offense, really good defense. They've got a quarterback that's playing stupid good right now, and they don't make very many mistakes. So, I mean, it's just a well-rounded football team that is prepared to win a Super Bowl.
So you think they have no problems with the Patriots?
I don't. Nope. I don't even think it's going to be particularly close.
All right. Well, there's your pregame show. There you go. There's your Super Bowl breakdown.
I mean, listen,
when's the game?
If the Patriots can find a way to get back to the number 2 offense in the NFL, which they were in the regular season, then maybe they'll make a game out of it. But what the Patriots have been throughout the playoffs has not been the same offense.
I'd have been cool for you to go back there too 10 years later.
That would have been really fun.
Back to the same place. And,
For sure.
Just sort of be there, get your memories on that, sort of bump around. I mean, I'm just kind
It
of.
would have been cool to be on the other side of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it would have been a riot. I think you would have had fun with, talking with the players at the tables and everything. And I don't know. It would have been cool. It would have been a good deal, but nope.
Well,
nope.
Here's the good news, folks.
What's the good news?
This is good news.
What's that?
Josh Allen's never had a number 1 seed, so there's no guarantee the Bo Nix will ever get another.
That's the good news?
That's the good news.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So this might have been the best chance they will ever have in the Bo Nix
so I hope you guys
career.
I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a good
Good run.
Also, more good news in the category of really bad news.
Yeah.
Lewis Hamilton might be dating Kim Kardashian.
What?
Which
wait, where'd you see that?
Is officially going to doom the Denver Broncos.
Whoa.
If we've got Kim Kardashian showing up to Denver Bronco games, forget Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all over. I hope you guys enjoyed the good run that we had this year.
Where'd you pick that one up?
I just
what are you looking at?
I just know things.
Oh,
I just know things.
Oh, that wasn't on my radar.
Oh, that's I just know things.
Well, Louis,
I know things from TMZ is what I meant.
I think Louis has come to 1 game in 3 years, so I don't know how much of a distraction Kim would be.
If Kim came to a game, it would have been all over.
Wait, we're going deep background here. TMZ, Kim Kardashian, and Lewis Hamilton were snapped on a romantic escapade in Paris.
Nope.
Is that wrong?
Nope. Stay away, Kim.
Oh, yeah. So you're telling her to stay away.
I'm telling Kim, you need to stay away from Denver Broncos owner.
Dude, what are you doing? This came out like 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, it's called.
You're right on top of things, huh?
Yeah, it's called being on the internet. You ever heard of paying for the internet?
Well, I have the good internet. I don't have that. I don't have that internet. I have the good internet.
Yeah.
Did you see the rumor? I'll give you some rumors first. First of all, as far as we know,
I'm talking about the rumors. Kim Kardashian. That is the rumor.
No, I gotcha. That's solid. Davis Webb will be the OC, I think. In fact, I'm just waiting. Like, shouldn't that be coming out any second now? I mean, what's the delay on that one?
I don't know. I mean, yes, that news is coming. So whenever that comes, whether that's in the next 20 minutes or whether that's in the next 24 hours, I don't know. That news will come. I've kind of come full circle on the whole conversation with play calling duties with him though. And at first I was like, yeah, the only way to keep him. I mean, it's just the cost of doing business. If you're going to keep Davis Webb around, you got to pass off play calling duties.
Yeah.
And then I was like, you know what? Did Davis Webb really have that much leverage?
Maybe not.
I don't know.
Maybe he didn't.
Was the leverage really what we thought it was? He got a couple head coach interviews. That was cool. You know, he had a couple offensive coordinator. Actually, not a couple. He had a handful.
Has he been turning jobs down?
I don't know.
Or has he not been getting jobs?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. So if you would ask me 48 hours ago, maybe 72 hours ago, if I thought Sean Payton was going to pass off play calling duties, I would have said, yeah. I think that's now the cost of business with Davis Webb.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you think the intent is to pass off play calling duties?
Well, that's where I'm going. Is that, and if you were asking me today, I don't think it's going to happen.
You think
I could be wrong, man.
The leverage has changed?
I'm I really don't have any insider information on this, so nobody hear it like that way. I'm just kind of reading the tea leaves. I'm kind of following the vibes. The vibes just don't feel like Davis Webb really had as much leverage as we once thought he did.
All right.
If you're Sean Payton, hey, I just got my team to the AFC Championship game, you know? Like, am I that bad of a play caller?
Oh, I'm sure Sean doesn't think so. And I mean, you're right. And it wasn't, well, he did not like the play call on 4th down. I don't think he's going to ever regret the decision, although I thought the decision was wrong. But I think Sean has come to terms with the decision was fine. The play call was wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like that I cut off a dude in traffic today, but I'm not going to give up my driver's license.
But you're not upset that you had to merge.
I mean,
I
did it.
The merging wasn't the issue. You had to merge. It was how you did it.
I kind of regretted doing it. Like, I felt like an a-hole.
Yeah.
You know, but
Yeah.
am I going to stop driving because I cut him off and I feel bad about it?
Yeah. You probably didn't need to lay on your horn and flash him your finger. I mean, you could probably have just, waited for him to go by and then just merge. The merging wasn't the issue.
Right.
It was how you were merging.
Exactly. I still got to drive, though.
Okay. Right. Nobody's now going to force you to not drive just because you made one mistake out there or you kind of regret how you did it. You're not even saying it was a mistake.
I waved at the dude. I said sorry.
I mean, you just kind of regret it. That's all. So what? You're never going to drive again? I think there'll be a lot of chit-chat about it. And, well, we'll see. Davis Webb has to get hired first. I am kind of wondering, like, what's the delay at this point? Like, why haven't we heard about it? I'm not trying to start any conspiracy theories here, but, like, there's a lot of other assistants and coordinators that Tyler are being named left and right here. So I don't know if there's any other considerations for this guy, or this is just we're hemming and hawing on the contract and, it'll get done soon enough.
I'm sure it just comes down to some weird semantics and, it's going to happen. Davis Webb's going to be your offensive coordinator. You're Rooney Rule compliant. You interviewed 2 minority candidates, which you might add to the staff anyways.
Yeah.
I'm drawing a blank on their names right now. Forgive me.
Ronald
on that.
Curry is one of them.
Okay.
He's the Bills quarterbacks coach, so he's still a possibility.
And then you interviewed another guy that didn't have a job.
Oh, my gosh, right. Gosh darn it. Boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head. But yeah, you might bring them both on the staff. Who knows?
Yeah.
And Jim Leonard's gone.
Yeah. Congratulations, to Jim Leonard, now the defensive coordinator for the Bills, for the Buffalo Broncos.
How about that?
Yeah. Yeah.
With him
Pete
and
Carmichael out there as the offensive coordinator with the Bills.
The craziest one I saw this weekend was because they blew out the GM there in Minnesota. So the craziest one I saw this weekend was Minnesota making a play to get George Payton.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense.
Why
is that crazy to you? He spent 2 decades there. Maybe more.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I guess that makes sense. I guess what doesn't make sense is you would think that he would be just here, like really solidly here.
Well, his contract's up. So
he's got a year to go. It's not up. He's got a year to go.
Another year?
He's got a year to go.
Okay.
So you'd have to buy him out or whatever, however that works for general managers.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure there's a way to do it. But Greg Penner said at his going away press conference before the Bo Nix fiasco that he'd like to see both these guys here long term.
I'm not saying it feels realistic, if that's your point. But of course it makes sense to me from Minnesota's point of view why they would connect dots to George Payton. George has done a great job here with the Broncos.
Yeah.
He spent multiple decades there in Minnesota. He was the right-hand man forever. And now if you're Minnesota, you're just looking for people that know the place. So, but you come to the Broncos, and if he's got a year on his, I didn't realize that, but if he's still got a year left, then that would require our ownership allowing him to walk away from a contract, which we don't have to do.
Okay. What's a better GM job? GM for the Broncos or GM for the Vikings?
I think they're similar. If you were to tell me that you were going to leave and you were going to have full autonomy, all right, cool. Like George does not have full autonomy here. There's no question about that.
No question.
He's not really running the show.
No, agreed.
George Payton is here to execute Sean Payton's vision.
Got a great owner though.
Yeah,
got a winning team.
Doesn't make it a bad job. I mean, that's not what I mean.
Yeah.
You're set up for success.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, everybody, you want to sit on the passenger side? You want to drive the car?
I want to drive the car.
Yeah. I mean, eventually everybody wants to drive the damn car.
Would you rather work with Kevin O'Connell or Sean Payton?
My point is, I don't think there's much difference because I think Kevin O'Connell's got that type of power out there, even though he's younger.
Yeah.
I think that's how much they respect Kevin O'Connell. So it would really just be trading off one job for another that's very similar in nature.
The only reason I thought George would even consider it, and this is kind of an ironic twist, because a lot of people said, oh, well, Sean is going to blow out George Payton. Wait and see. He'll bring his own guy in. What if George is just sick of working with Sean and just is and does like Minnesota and would just rather work with Kevin O'Connell? And that would be fascinating. The fact that rumor popped up at all to me was pretty interesting. And it does make me wonder if there's a little pressure for Greg Penner, if he really does like George Payton, to sort of, hey, if we got another deal to do, let's get her done, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're George Payton, you'd be a fool to not entertain the idea. Whether he's got a year left or not, it doesn't matter. He's entering a contract renegotiation window.
Yeah.
And what do we all want when it comes time to contracts?
You want to be desired, baby.
We want leverage.
You want some options.
You need leverage.
Yep, no
and
doubt.
You get leverage, all of a sudden you get everything you want and more.
Yeah, so George Payton's about to cash in.
So George would be a fool to totally discount these rumors.
Good stuff, man. We'll dig into it deeper as we go this afternoon. Jamal Murray, an all-star, and some kind of bummer revelations about where things sit, plus a goalie fight. Good old goalie fight, Tyler. I mean, who doesn't enjoy like a friggin' good old goalie fight? Coming up here on PhD. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, you're dealing with erectile dysfunction. That stinks. Who wants to deal with that? It's the absolute worst. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for this new year, this is a great resolution that you can keep. If you're struggling with ED and you're ready to move past that frustration and embarrassment, it's time to hook up with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. There may be no better resolution than finally taking control of your ED than right now with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's a new year. Make the resolution to treat your ED and change your life. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. For $99, you get the consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. With 5 locations, they're there to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Murray split the defenders with the dribble. Throws it off behind him over to Jokic, back over to Murray. Murray head fake and then a sidestep three. Got it. Nuggets are down by 10. Timeout called by Oklahoma City. Rebound down to Jokic. Jokic up the left sideline here for Denver, guarded by Alexander. Stripped out of his hands in a steal by Shea. Jokic wanted to foul, didn't get the whistle. Layup dunked by Case and Wallace on the other end. And a timeout called by Adelman. That should about do it. Denver's down by 17 with 3:11 left to go in the game.
Being at the game last night, it was kind of this weird, helpless feeling. You know, it was just like the Nuggets never had the lead. Never. They got kind of close. I think the closest they got maybe was 4 points or something like that. But it really just felt like, Tyler, the Thunder are just a better team. And I hate to, be so simplistic about it, but the Nuggets were missing guys. They were missing guys. But they had their two best guys, I think. And I think we had our two best guys.
Well, first off, I can't stand SGA. I just can't stand him.
What don't you like about him?
Like people complain about Nikola Jokic being a boring MVP. SGA, when your whole game is just getting to the foul line, whatever, cool. Congratulations on being an MVP. But they were better start to finish.
Yeah.
They let it start to finish. They were in control the entire game. Yep. And unfortunately, was that the same day that Jamal was named an All-Star?
It was.
Same day that Jamal Murray's named an All-Star. He had a bit of a disaster class out there. He was not only not particularly good, he was kind of bad. He was bad. So, yeah, you had a disaster class from Jamal. Jokic just looked rusty. And in a litmus test game for the Nuggets against OKC pretty much controlled you start to finish.
Yeah, it's funny.
How'd I do?
Pretty good. I mean, that's it. Your best player. So it's the day that Jamal gets announced an All-Star, and Jokic is an All-Star and All-World and the whole thing. And your best player was Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was even all that close. Peyton Watson was fantastic and has been fantastic. So I'll say this too, as we kind of dig into this. I don't think the Nuggets are missing 3 starters right now. Now, if you want to say they're missing some depth, fine. But if you were to tell me if you snap your fingers and everybody's healthy right now, Peyton Watson's playing less than 35 minutes a game, 37 he played last night.
I don't know how they worked that out. I really don't. I mean, I'm really, really fascinated to see how they work that out with Peyton Watson, but I don't know what the answer is.
And frankly, I think Peyton Watson coming off the bench would be silly. He's playing great as a starter. He's a critically important player for them. So whether it's Cam Johnson or whether it's Christian Brown, because it's certainly not Aaron Gordon, it's one of those two. Pick your poison. But Cam Johnson or Christian Brown, whoever, when that team is healthy, one of those two guys has to be coming off the bench, in my opinion. Because Peyton Watson, who said last night he's one of the better two-way players, and he envisions himself playing for Team USA, which I agree with both of those things, by the way. He's an NBA starter, man, period.
I get what you're saying, but I think you're fighting some weird semantics saying they're not missing 3 starters. Yeah, they are. I mean, yeah. Whether you're saying the rotation's going to look different or not, I mean, it doesn't change the fact that you're missing the quality of the player.
You're missing depth. But to use like last night, yeah, because Cam Johnson or Christian Brown are now depth players. They're now coming off the bench. So you're missing depth, in my opinion. So I don't want to get too hung up on
you're missing
semantics.
Starters, I guess, that are going to play in depth role now. I mean, it's about the quality of the player.
We could say both teams were missing important players because that was true. But it wasn't to the degree that, oh my God, we can never beat Oklahoma City because of these guys that are gone. I think it was relatively equal. I think what we saw last night is Oklahoma City is just a better team than the Denver Nuggets, period. The end. I don't know if there's much doubt about it right now. When you watched that game last night, could you imagine the Denver Nuggets beating them in a 7-game series? I couldn't.
It'd be tough. It'd be tough, but I think it's possible when you've got the full squad.
Well, not like how the Nuggets are playing, right? No, in my opinion, not how the Nuggets are playing. They got pushed around. The Thunder got into the kitchen. The mental
but I mean,
space
the question
of the Nuggets.
is, does it look the same when you've got the other three guys?
Yeah, I think it actually does look the same right now. I think it's going to take a different mental approach and a physical approach to the Thunder, or I don't care who's back.
I mean, you might be right. I mean, listen, Oklahoma City's doing good, so I'm not discounting the possibility that we're just not as good as them. But I think this squad, it would be unlikely that you would beat them if you had everybody, but I think it's a possibility. Yeah.
Dan, you think they can beat the Thunder in a 7-game series?
I think they have the best chance of any team in the NBA to do it.
Sure.
Okay. Well, now we're really getting into some weird semantics. I was just disappointed last night because I never got the feeling being at that game, watching this team. I never got the feeling, period, the end, no matter who was playing for the Nuggets, that our Nuggets team, no matter who's out there, is better than this team, no matter who's out there. I just looked at the game last night, and I'm like, wow, Oklahoma City is just a better team than the Denver Nuggets. And I don't know if that's going to change or not. And that, to me, was just a little bit of a bummer. When I look at the Avalanche, I don't see any team that's better than the Avalanche. I don't care how many 7-3 games they lose. To me, those are just one-offs, and I'm like, that's just one game. I have a impossible time figuring out who's going to be better than the Avs in a 7-game series.
Well, then what do the Nuggets need to do? I mean, I don't know what the answer to that is. I can make an argument that they don't need to do a thing. I can make an argument that this team is as deep as they've been in years. You get your starters back, and how could you actually improve upon that? The other argument is like, okay, you're not really looking for any starters. You're not looking for anything there. So what is it the team needs to do in order to compete?
I don't know, and that makes me even more sad, to be honest with you. I mean, you're just out-physicaled by this team. Oklahoma City just out-physicals you. They're just, I don't know.
Aaron Gordon's out there. How does that feel?
Better, but not difference making. I mean, Shea is going to go for 35 points every game against the Nuggets. The end, period. What do you have last night? 34. He's going to get his, it feels, no matter what. He's going to go to the line, 12 to 15 times a game, no matter what. Jokic went to the free throw line 4 times. 4 times. And it was a big crowd, and it was on NBC. We had all the kind of that hype. I didn't watch the TV broadcast. Did Noah Eagle do all right? My guy Noah Eagle, the son of Ian Eagle.
I think Noah does a good job. Man,
that is when you feel you do feel a little bit like Mark Moser old. Happy birthday, Moj. When a buddy of yours' son is doing nationally broadcast games, it's like, wow. Okay, that's weird. But yeah, I mean, it was like a big hype sort of thing and all that. And Nuggets, as far as I could see, they just kind of laid an egg last night, man. It sucked. And it was weird because you beat the Nets, which was cool. The Clippers game with Jokic was awesome.
I just couldn't believe on the same day that Jamal Murray finally makes an all-star game. It finally is an all-star. He goes out there and just lays a total egg.
Jamal's been incredible all year, and, congrats on being an all-star. That's awesome. We got a lot of sound of him being an all-star, which is cool. But that was one of those just Jamal type of games that you get every now and then. I mean, it was typical, like, what do you want to call it? Jamal light? It's a 4-16 from the floor, 1 of 8 from 3. I mean, he did have 12 assists. That's pretty good. Turnovers. Wow, that's actually, he had 12 assists and 1 turnover. Actually, that's not too bad. But I know what you're saying. Scoring-wise, it just wasn't the same. That is good, though. 12 assists and 1 turnover. That's pretty exceptional. I don't know, man. It was just a bummer. I don't know. I don't know what it was like to watch it. Could you even get through it, or was it just kind of the same old?
I watched it. Yeah.
Because to me, the game didn't really change the entire time.
I watched it, but it was start to finish beatdown. At halftime, the score wasn't out of control. They were down by like 7 or something, right?
They were down by 7 at halftime, yeah. And then they were down by 9-16 after 3, and it felt over.
It didn't feel like 7 to me, though.
And the score actually got a little tighter because everybody subbed their guys out with like 3 minutes to go, and so the Nuggets kind of got a bunch of garbage points, kind of creeped up like that. I don't know. That's a good question. How do you beat OKC?
I guess the one thing that I just don't agree on fundamentally is that this team doesn't look radically different with Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and
Cam Johnson.
I mean, I think with those three guys out there, whatever semantics we want to fight about who's a starter and who's not, and let's be real, it'd be Cam. That's who it would be. If Cam's no longer a starter, you're still getting two starters back and a really, really important player on your basketball team that at one point was a starter.
Yeah, but they're going to get Williams back and Caruso back too. Like theoretically, if we're just playing that game, they're going to get the guys that didn't play for them. They're going to get them back too.
Fair.
Theoretically. So, fair. I mean, to me, that's kind of a push. I mean, Alex Caruso is like their best defensive player.
Yeah.
Williams may be their best player, period, which is crazy.
Listen, you got Nikola Jokic. Jamal Murray's playing not playing. He is an all-star this year. Jamal Murray plays like an all-star against Oklahoma City, and Nikola Jokic is not rusty. That game looks different. That game looks radically different if Nikola Jokic is not rusty. Jamal Murray's playing like the all-star that he is.
Well, I hope you're right. It's just kind of a deep breath. Like that just happened. They play again on Friday the 27th, then March 9th. And then they wrap things up April 10th, right at the end of the season. So good test. Meanwhile, we got 5 games left before the All-Star game. Scott's on the road, by the way. So they're in Detroit, then New York. And where do they go after that, Dan? Detroit, New York. I'll get it right.
I believe it's Cleveland, but let me check.
Cleveland's back here, I think. Chicago. Yeah, Cleveland's back here.
My bad. Yeah, Chicago.
A week from tonight on the 9th. Then they have Memphis, and then they take a break. The Avs only have 2 games left. Did you? The Avs game, they kicked the ass of the Red Wings, which is always great. But the funniest thing, man, was the whole spray tan on Eric Johnson, dude. Did you see him?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He said it wasn't a spray tan. Did you hear him this morning?
I did hear him this morning.
He said it was just really well done makeup.
My wife sees him, and she swoons. She's looking at the tan, the teeth that are, it's like a lighthouse light, with the teeth that are so white. And she really has a moment of just,
oh, sexy.
So after the game, and it's an ass kicking. And the power play was better. They didn't score. McKinnon missed a wide open one for a hat trick. But so here is EJ with McKinnon after the game.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got. That's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
Yeah, for sure, bud.
Yeah, for sure, bud.
It's huge, obviously.
Okay, what was it? What do you think it was? I have him defend. Oh, let me play this. Here he is defending himself.
I have to be fully transparent that I wish it was a spray tan, but it wasn't. It was just superbly put on makeup.
See, I was trying to tell the boys here, I do my own makeup. One day I'm going to do Amy Winehouse, by the way. I'm going to do the whole wings and all that kind of stuff.
Cat eyes.
But EJ, see, you're so big now. ABC and ESPN, you got people to go, okay, a little dab here. Ooh, let's little eyeliner. You got people now, right?
Well, the whole point, Moj, was I was like, please make me look too tan rather than too pale.
I love it. I think it was great.
They nailed it.
All right, what was that, Tyler?
I don't know. The dude wants to go spray tan and go spray tanning. I don't care.
All right, but he's denying it was a spray tan. He's saying it was just makeup.
Yep. You calling him a liar?
I don't know. My experience with makeup is so freaking limited. So I'm not.
You should probably experiment more.
No, I just try to avoid things. So you say what? Just makeup? You trust him?
I don't know. I've never had makeup put on me in my whole life. So I guess I don't know.
That is a lot of freaking makeup if it's not a spray tan.
Yeah. I mean, how long are we sitting in the makeup chair there, buddy?
I don't know, man. It's like you're under a heat lamp.
How big was this game for you and your club coming into Detroit?
Yeah, as big as that spray tan you got. That's for sure.
This isn't a spray tan.
This isn't a spray tan. Nope, it's not. I got to be fully transparent.
It probably was. Why would he lie about that? That's such a silly thing to lie about.
Don't you just assume people are lying when they said, well, to be honest, or, to be fully transparent?
It could be both. He could have a spray tan and then he gets a layer of makeup. I mean, it could be both.
Or maybe it's just a normal tanning bed.
It's got to be something.
I mean, he didn't disqualify tanning at all.
Oh God,
Been there, done that.
He was great though. He was really, really good. Like, I was like, this is his first national TV sort of broadcast?
Yeah, he's natural.
Golly, man. EJ was absolutely killer. In terms of the hat trick, we got a little analysis from EJ on the hat trick.
I talked to Jared Bednar before the game on Saturday in the afternoon. In the morning, we talked to the coaches, Vic, and I asked him, I go, listen, it's got to be in your heads right now almost with the guys gripping the sticks a little bit. He said 100%. I mean, the talent is off the charts. Now they're just kind of, every game they go into, everyone's kind of talking about the power play. It's been kind of less magnified because the Avs have won so many games, but at some point it's probably going to rear its ugly head, and hopefully it's not in the playoffs and they have it straightened out by then. But I think the biggest thing, and no one really has talked about it, and I think missing Mikko on the power play has been the biggest reason why. Without a doubt, having that left shot, big shooter, can also pass. You see what he's done on the power play in Dallas. You probably don't want to talk about that, but that's the reality. I think missing the Avs power play has significantly gotten worse since the departure of Rantanen. The team has stayed just as good, but the power play has suffered for sure.
All right. Well, you fired the coach who was in charge of the power play, and you got a new guy, and then you got rid of Mikko, and you got Natchez. Now he's hurt. You got Brock Nelson. He's a lefty. I don't know. Talking to Good Raj here, he says, well, they're just doing a different system, and it'll look better. I'm like, well, how many systems are there in power plays? He goes, 4.
There's 4 of them things. It's kind of like special teams in the NFL.
Like there's 4?
We got 4 field goal blocks.
Well, shouldn't that be kind of easy to trot out? Like, 1 doesn't work. Let's try 2. What about 3? I don't know. Well, let's try 4. Is it that complicated? I don't know. Meanwhile, we did get Florida hockey. I think it's warmer here than it is in Florida these days, which is crazy. But Tyler, we got what everybody came for. 80,000 people in a football stadium. And the Lightning came in dressed as the Creamsicle Buccaneers, including the football pants and helmets. Then the Bruins came in dressed up as Minutemen. Again, similar type pants. And then we got a goalie fight. Let's go.
Swayman is hot. Vasilevsky's coming out across center ice.
Here we go.
Swayman and Vasilevsky may go. Swayman tells Vasilevsky, take your mask off, and he obliges. This is crazy. Everybody up on both benches.
All right. Set up or not set up?
Oh, I don't know if it's set up, and I don't really care if it's set up. I mean, I'm watching it right now. I've seen it before. It's like watching 2 sumo wrestlers go out there on ice skates trying to fight. I mean, there's not a particular amount of skill that's going on to this fight here when you got goalies trying to fight through those pads. But I will give you this. It is one of the more entertaining thing in all of sports when you get 2 goalies that are going to fight.
I agree. That's why I think it was, and agreed, it doesn't matter if it was set up.
I don't
because
care
it's
if it's
entertaining.
set up. Cool.
But that had to be the most arranged thing I've ever seen in my life. I mean, we are on the cusp of like WWE sort of phoniness.
But it did come after like a moment. Like there was a moment that was going on beforehand that caused it.
Yeah, there's a fight, which was going to happen anyways.
So, I mean, why do you say that it's set up?
Because there's going to be a fight. We're doing this thing on a football stadium. It's going to happen. And these goalies are just going to do it. Like, it's...
I mean, hold on.
Whatever.
No dumb question. Like, I guess this seriously is no dumb question. You're saying they're just going to do it. Is there a history of goalie fights in these stadium series?
I don't know if there's a history of them.
Well, so what makes you feel like it's set up?
The pressure of this, not the pressure, just the situation itself. I don't know if there's, that's a good question. I don't know how many goalie fights there have been. I don't know how many goalie fights have happened all year.
Well, that's what makes them so unique. That's what makes it fun.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was fun. I'm not saying it wasn't fun.
I mean, the fight itself kind of sucked. Let's keep it real. like the actual goalies fighting, it was pretty lame.
Outdoor hockey in Florida. Did that make you watch that?
No.
Yeah, me neither. All right.
I'm watching it on Twitter right now.
We come back. We've got, I got a couple mock drafts. We have an idea of what the thinking is for the Broncos. Details next.
It's a good question. I think it just takes, we'll take a week going through the roster, with a fine tooth and go through every position and we evaluate our roster versus the other rosters, our roster versus the AFC West. We'll stack, each position and just determine where we need to get better at. Every team needs to get better and there's no perfect team. And so we'll spend a week at least doing that. And then, again, who's available? Who's available in free agency? Who's available in the draft? And so it's a puzzle and you have a plan and you hope to execute that plan.
Usually when it's Super Bowl week, you think, what could my team have done better to be at the Super Bowl? And I think on Super Bowls where you do really think,
Had an indoor stadium.
Yeah, right. Like when it comes down to, our team was good enough to be at the Super Bowl this year. I think those are the toughest Super Bowls to pay attention to. Because, I think the Broncos were a better team than the Patriots. And yeah, weather was tough and Bo getting hurt was tough. But positionally, now you say they would get smoked by the Seahawks. So, okay, fine.
That doesn't mean I don't want to be there.
No, I got you. But they must be lacking something. So when you look at least in the mock drafts and free agency, you got to say to yourself, all right, well, what are they lacking? And maybe sometimes when we go over the mocks, it's like, what are the common threads more so than the specific players? Well, I got 3 mocks to roll out to you, Tyler.
Oh boy.
You ready for this one?
3 of them things.
We're
talking about pick number 30. That's what we talk about?
Yeah, a couple of them have second and third round pick. Actually, only one has a third round pick, but 3 with first round picks, 2 with first 2 round picks.
Well, I say we trade out and pull a drafted your buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be. You know what? It could happen. Like if the Broncos trade out, it wouldn't shock me whatsoever at 30. That is very possible. Very, very possible. But in terms of a vibe, Pro Football Network has the Broncos at 30 taking Denzel Boston, a wide receiver out of Washington. And in the second round, taking Jake Golday, Golday, inside linebacker from Cincinnati. And then they actually have a 3-round mock, and they're taking Justin Jolly at tight end. If it went wide receiver, inside linebacker, tight end, how would you feel about that?
Well, which one? We only do one, right?
No, in terms of their first 3 rounds. If their first 3 picks, according to this one.
I thought you were saying those were all different first
round
picks.
No. This is just pro football.
Okay,
this
so
is
you're
the only
saying,
one does
all right, so say it again. So first round was wide receiver. Second round was inside linebacker. Third round was tight end.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Seems about right to me. I can make an argument that at number 30, if there's a tight end that is worth it, maybe it's worth taking a tight end at number 30. Okay. Generally speaking, tight ends are just not worth a first-round investment, but that's changing as the game is evolving, and as tight ends are becoming a different style of player, all of a sudden tight ends are getting prioritized in a different way that they never were previously. But with our first-round selection, come on, just give me some sort of offensive playmaker and let's go. I don't really care if it's a tight end, if it's a wide receiver, whatever.
So would you be frustrated if it was a defensive player?
Yeah, probably. Listen, you got your luxury selection last year. You don't need 2 of them things.
So CBS Sports has CJ Allen, who's a linebacker, out of Georgia, going to the Broncos in their mock. That's a linebacker, inside linebacker. Not an outside guy, inside linebacker. I guess,
I understand why people are connecting dots with inside linebacker, but I guess my preference would be just re-sign Alex Singleton and then draft some depth at that position, and maybe they can become a starter. You never know with Drake Greenlaw's health. You're probably going to lose Justin Strnad.
Right.
So my concern at inside linebacker isn't necessarily finding a starter. My concern would be replacing Justin Strnad.
Okay. ESPN mock draft. Anthony Hill Jr., another linebacker out of Texas, they've got going at number 30.
Gosh. Yeah. They all got linebackers, huh?
Yeah. And they did a 2-round, and in their second round, they got Chris Bell, who's a wide receiver out of Louisville. So in 3 of these mock drafts, all 3 of them have linebackers at some point for the Broncos. And 2 out of 3 have them taking a linebacker in the first round. So, listen, man, we're a long ways away from this. But one of the reasons I do like looking at the mocks is to look at what trends that other people are thinking and some of the names that are available. And, this is a long, long way to go, like I said. But it is interesting that the vibe right now is the Broncos are just going to go at linebacker. And I kind of agree with you. Like, this does not seem complicated. Why wouldn't you sign Alex Singleton, re-sign him?
I like Alex Singleton. I don't know why everybody's so down on Alex Singleton. Alex Singleton is a great football player. Is he elite Pro Bowler? No, he's not. But he is a rock-solid inside linebacker that when you got Dre Greenlaw back, hopefully we can actually get a season out of Dre Greenlaw where he plays more football than he misses. The combination of Dre Greenlaw and Alex Singleton seems like a rock-solid combination to me.
I agree. And thinking that we're going to, for 2 years in a row.
Somebody keeps out, just forget the name Drew Sanders. Somebody says, Tyler, you don't like Drew Sanders? I don't know anything about Drew Sanders.
Nobody does.
I mean, I don't know anything about Drew Sanders. It feels like he's been here for like 5 years now.
I know.
What year is it? I mean, year 3?
I think it's
year 4.
God, what? Did he just finish his third year?
Maybe we're only going into year 3. I think that might have just been his second year.
Is that it? Because it feels like he's been here forever.
I don't know. It feels like he's been here for an eternity, and he's bounced around from positions. He's had injuries.
Yeah.
I don't know a thing about Drew Sanders, so no, I don't particularly like Drew Sanders.
Yeah, but like counting on Drew Sanders. Come on, man.
He was drafted in 2023, so this was his third year.
This was his 23. So this was his third year.
Like Drew
he's going into his 4th year.
Drew Sanders is lucky to still be on this football team.
Oh my God.
Drew Sanders is lucky to still be employed.
Ben Garland thinks he's been on the team for a long time. I like to count on Drew Sanders. He's on the team, but nobody, that'd be silly to be counting on that dude. Come on now. All right, well, we'll look at it deeper, but it is interesting to sort of start this process, and we're right at the beginning stages of it, but we'll dig into it more. We do have a rivalry game tonight. We have the Red Wings and the Avs. That is tonight. Well, it used to be a rivalry. So we have the rivalry game to play. We'll detail what that is, but a reminder that the game is tonight, pregame at 6:30. Drop the puck at 7 with Connor McGahee on the call. It's powered by Ramos Law. Avs Red Wings. Yeah, we'll dig into what rivalries meant and where they've gone. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford, the best car dealership in Colorado with the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I've been shopping at Phil Long Ford for a very long time. I bought over 5 vehicles there because I think relationships matter. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, they're going to respect your time, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Don't drive all over. At Phil Long Ford, there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford. They've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Don't waste your time. Guys, Phil Long also has an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Long. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you out over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Tune in all week starting tomorrow. Vic is live from Radio Row in San Fran thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Tonight is media night, and Vic was trying to tell his cohorts about the ladies that from Mexico that interview football players on media night.
Oh, the weather ladies.
Yeah.
We talk about the weather ladies?
Well, I don't know what they do, but yeah, ish. And nobody gets dolled up for media during the Super Bowl.
Who's Vic trying to explain that to?
To Brett and Moser. Like,
okay.
They did not
They've
understand.
never seen the weather ladies from Mexico.
I guess not.
Really?
They were clueless. They didn't get it.
They also don't subscribe to the internet, huh?
I guess not. But one of the just jaw-dropping like moments is watching the weather ladies from Mexico interview athletes at the Super Bowl on media night. It is something. It's something to.
Yeah.
It is something.
I got kissed by James Corden's mom on Super Bowl media night.
You got the whole thing with James Corden.
Right on the lips. Right on the lips.
Yeah, she ain't no spring chicken either.
Got a nice little smooch from her. It was nice and wet. You know, her husband was standing right next to her.
He didn't seem to mind.
He didn't care at all.
He
encouraged it. He
taking
told
pictures.
me to slip a little tongue in there.
They know.
I did not.
And then
she slapped me on the ass after the game, and she made me the Super Bowl MVP.
And why did she make you the Super Bowl MVP?
I don't particularly know. But she did slap a sticker on my ass and made me the Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah.
I was on the James Corden show twice that week.
I know. It was hysterical.
It was wild. His mom really did kiss me on the lips.
Is that on YouTube somewhere?
It's out. Yeah, I'm sure you can find it.
Man, you got to dig up Tyler with James Corden's parents.
Yeah. And then
it's a trip.
After the game, you know, I'm down there like in the confetti with my kids and just having fun, you know, and all of a sudden they find me. I mean, in this mass of humanity, his parents come and find me again. And they're like, hey, will you come jump on the show? We're going live this time. And I'm like, sure.
Oh, that was live?
Yeah, that one was live.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I think so. Maybe I made that up. I don't know. I thought that one was live. But yeah, they pulled me over and did a quick interview. I had my son in my arms, and you know, it was cool.
Yeah,
then
cool.
Then they told me to bend over and grab my ankles, and I did. And then I got a nice little slap on the rear end. And
there you go.
I was made me and Von Miller.
Super Bowl memories forever.
I mean, I don't know which one's more important, Von's or mine.
How many snaps did you have in the Super Bowl?
Not a ton, but I was in on the majority of the scoring plays.
Were you?
Yeah.
Any specific memories of those plays? The times that you guys scored that you were in there?
The kneel down was pretty cool. I was in for that.
Tell me about that.
You know what? There is one memory of that. And, you know, obviously for the kneel down, that's nothing. And for whatever reason, they had me in on that formation where I'd come in and just be an extra tackle that's out there on the field. Okay. So it was cool. I got to be out there for the last snap of the game.
That's cool.
And in the huddle, Ryan Harris started chanting, and the whole huddle starts going along with him, Peyton effing Manning. Yeah,
that's so
and
cool.
so that chant was going on in the huddle right before we got the kneel down going.
Is there actually a call for that? Or is it just like victory on
I
three?
Call it Hot Carl, right?
Well, I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Okay.
No, it's called victory.
Victory.
Yeah.
So Payne just gets in there. Ryan Harris is chanting.
Yeah, it's called victory on one.
And then Payne's just like, victory, come on, guys, or whatever.
Yeah.
It's got to be, what a feeling. What an unbelievable feeling.
That'd be cool if we were back there.
I know. That's where I'm going.
You know,
with
it's also
this.
cool. I'm still the reigning world champ in this town.
You are, man.
You know, sorry, boys, you couldn't
You're the
cut
champ.
it.
You're like Conor McGregor.
We only got one world reigning champ in this town.
That's
and
it.
It's 2015.
You go for another year. You're like the Miami Dolphins toasting that. You know,
you guys can chase us next year.
Yeah. Good luck. We'll see how good your offensive line is. Right. You don't have a ring.
That's right.
You're looking cute.
You got the PFF #1 ranked offensive line. How'd that work out for you?
Yeah. Way to finish.
Our garbage offensive line that was rotating players at every position. We got a world championship.
I'm sorry. Do they give rings for fourth place?
Sure do not.
Maybe third.
Why am I talking trash to the team right now?
I don't know, but I'm just going with you.
Yeah, I really didn't mean to.
Wouldn't that be funny if they actually had a third place game? Like if the Broncos were to play the Rams in the third place game.
I guarantee you people would watch it.
You know what? They would. The third place game, which would be like this past, which would have been yesterday.
What could you get like for winning it? Like draft. Is there anything draft position like you get to skyrocket from number? I don't know.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Like to get the two teams to be motivated to play in that game.
How about that? The teams.
But that wouldn't be fair because if you win the Super Bowl, you should be able to skyrocket up also.
You won the Super Bowl. There's a lot of other good things. But if you win the third place game, like you get
you go from 30 to or
10.
What would it be?
How about you get
30 to 10?
Yeah. How about that?
That ain't right. That ain't right.
Too much? 20? You get 10 spots in the draft?
What else could it be?
Well, that. First of all, that's great for the organization to be motivated.
Right, but players wouldn't really.
Players, you get like $1 million. You get something. You get there's big money. I don't know what the money was, but
I guarantee
big money.
you people would watch it.
Damn.
It would be watched just as much as the Super Bowl. Maybe not just as much.
If I knew the Broncos could improve their draft position 10 spots and get third place, which is so weird to say, of course we'd be watching the game.
Yeah.
And what if the game is played, based on tiebreakers or whatever? It's a home game for somebody. Or you could make it a neutral site game, I suppose. You could do something quirky with it, right? Like you could have your third place game like in one place every year so people could count on it. Like your third place game is in like, I don't know, Tyler, Indianapolis, some indoor place in the middle of the country. It's actually what would the players think? I don't know. Oh, God. The players actually participate in a third place game?
For money, they would. Sure.
If the money was right.
Players would do anything for money.
How much money do you think it would take? What kind of motivation?
That's a loaded question. See, in the NBA, that's such a difficult question.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the NBA, all those guys are making $20 million a year. I mean, the majority of the roster is making $20 million per year, right?
Yeah.
But the NFL, the disparity is so big from your top 4 or 5 guys to the rest of the roster that's making league minimum. I swear to you, for me, when I was playing, even in like year 7 and 8, if you would have given me a $250,000 bonus, I would have been like, hell yeah,
let's go third place.
Yeah,
third place.
That absolutely would have motivated me.
Yeah.
Now the top 5 guys on the team.
Yeah.
I'd rather go to Cancun.
That's pretty funny, man. All right, well, there's Vic. He's going to be there in San Fran this week, thanks to Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway and Inglewood, online, groovetoyota.com. Rivalries.
God, we need a bronze medal game.
It would be. It's a pretty dope idea, don't you think?
Yeah.
A bronze medal game.
Yeah.
Because what were we doing yesterday? Seriously. I mean, I went to the Nuggets game, but that wasn't until like 7:30 at night. Can you imagine if there was a bronze medal game this weekend? That would be freaking awesome. Why not? I mean, those other teams are playing another game.
Would you have a parade?
Oh, God. No, I don't think I'd have a parade. I would not have a parade. But I think a bronze medal game would be pretty awesome. And I think you're right. I think it would sell out a stadium, and I think the ratings for it would be bonkers. And ironically, why not? And you could take that game however seriously an organization wants it, with injuries or whatever you want to do. But it's not like the Patriots and Seattle aren't playing another game. So if you make the Final Four, you play a 20th game or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, no matter what.
Was the Pro Bowl played yesterday?
You know what you could do, too? The Pro Bowl, no, it's tomorrow.
Oh, it's tomorrow?
Yeah, that's stupid.
I was wondering if I legit just missed it.
I was thinking the same thing because I saw Garrett Bowles and the Broncos players like all together.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, I swear to God, I went to the...
Wait, you're telling me the Pro Bowl's being played on a Tuesday?
Yeah.
You're kidding me.
No. It's
what?
The Pro Bowl games, and it's
on a Tuesday?
Inside at the convention center.
On a Tuesday?
On a Tuesday. Yeah, it's inside. It's being played inside of the convention center. It's the Pro Bowl games. But I saw that video with Garrett and Cord and the guys, and I'm like, I thought the same thing. I go, oh, I missed it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking this morning. I was like, wow, I really just flat out missed the Pro Bowl.
No, how dumb is this, by the way? And Shadur Sanders and Joe Flacco are...
Well, they earned that.
Yeah, the whole thing is so stupid. The whole, like, we need replacement players? For what? But, I mean...
I swear to God, this is not a joke.
Whatever.
I don't even know how are they playing the game. I don't even know. What are they doing?
Dude, I didn't realize.
Is it a flag football game?
Tyler, I didn't even realize it was inside of the convention center until Friday. I have no idea what they're doing. And the only reason I even knew about it at all is because Vic said he couldn't get credentials for it.
Well, it's tough to get.
Well, it's tough to get because about 15 people can watch it because it's inside of the convention center. It's not a big outside sort
What
of
if they
deal.
had an arena football game?
With the NFL guys?
Yeah.
Oh, Jamal Murray. Did you catch what Jamal? I should play this for you. Jamal Murray said he was going to play hard in the All-Star game. Listen to this.
I was asleep. Was taking my pregame nap. And then a couple of my best friends FaceTimed me on a group call and broke the news to me. So I was a little in and out.
Back in 2023, you told us that you play hard, and if you were to make an all-star team, you'd go out there and play hard and have fun.
Absolutely.
Still the plan?
Yeah, I really kind of like lost interest in all-star just watching whatever they're doing out there. It's just like I'd rather go vacation if that's the basketball we're gonna be playing. You know what I'm saying? I'm down to play one-on-one. I don't care. I'm just a competitor, right? So I would like to play. I know Wembanyama will play. I know Giannis will play if he were to. So I want to be one of those guys that's known as somebody who's gonna play hard every time he steps on the court and not just half-ass it.
You're going to see the two-man game at the All-Star game?
Hey now.
What, you're not taking him seriously?
Hell no.
So then he was asked.
What's he going to go out? Is he really going to go out there and be the turd that's going full speed?
Yeah.
Is he going to be the guy that pisses off all the other All-Stars by playing as hard as he possibly can?
You know who leads the charge on not playing hard is LeBron.
Okay.
Now, LeBron did make the team, but he's not a starter. So how do you know
Shut
that?
up. He'll be a starter. Some way, somehow, he'll be starting.
I don't know. Well, I don't know because it's America, 2 teams against the foreign team. I think if you got rid of LeBron and you got rid of that peer pressure from the older guys, these guys might play hard.
No, ship sailed, buddy.
Hey, man, Jamal's a first-time All-Star. He's been watching this garbage.
Well, listen, if this format doesn't encourage legitimate play, then nothing ever will.
Yeah, I mean,
this is like the last Sebastian. This is final stand, man. I mean, we saw it work in hockey, so let's see if this will work in the NBA.
Yeah.
And this is the final idea to see if we can ever get these guys to play hard.
Yeah, I mean, you got SGA, just for example, what you could have on the court, SGA, Jamal, Joker, Wemby, and Giannis. Are those guys going to play hard? I think those guys they'll probably go.
No.
Think about that, by the way, as a team. SGA, Jamal, Giannis, Jokic, and Wemby. My God.
What makes you think they're going to go hard? Have you seen Nikola Jokic in an All-Star game?
I think.
Have you seen Nikola Jokic in an All-Star game?
He just goes with whatever the temperature of the game is.
Okay.
Well, who do you think controls the temperature of the All-Star game for the past 10 years?
I mean, I don't disagree. LeBron set the standard, but the standard's set.
Yeah, well, LeBron's an old man. I can't believe he even made it the game.
All right, listen, I honestly don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but do you think that the format change is going to make a difference?
It might. I think it might, only because I think the European, Canadian, foreign players just have a very different mentality than the American All-Stars. And I don't think the American All-Stars are going to want to be embarrassed. And is Jokic going to play hard? No. But, will he play a 2-man game with Jamal and take an empty 3? Maybe. I mean, will they play a 2-man game? Will you be throwing up oops to Wemby? Who's going to stop Giannis? I mean, it could get ridiculously embarrassing for the U.S. squad because they're playing in some sort of weird round robin sort of thing, I think.
Is last Sebastian not a phrase?
Who?
I said there was the last Sebastian.
I knew what you meant. You meant Bastion.
Last Bastion.
Yeah, it's...
Who's Sebastian?
Sebastian Bach from Skid Row. I knew what you meant, though.
Really?
He was the last Sebastian.
I mean, you should have called me out on it.
Meanwhile, Jamal was asked about, so he said he's going to play hard the whole game, right?
So last bastion is a thing.
Yes.
What does that mean?
It's like the last stand, the last bastion of civility.
Okay.
The last bastion, last evidence, the last thing.
So if we were grading on a bell curve, I got probably 78 on that.
You seem to be obsessed with your grammar.
Like 78.
Yeah.
Could you say the word rivalry again?
Rivalry.
Dad, I'm going to need you to go back to the last segment when you said that.
I definitely could have screwed that up. by the way, I found. Do you know what Heated Rivalry is? The
Wait,
TV
what?
show? Do you know the TV show Heated Rivalry?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Dan, do you know the TV show Heated Rivalry?
I don't.
Okay. I saw that my wife is like watching this show. You guys have never heard of this show.
Well, if you ask us 2 or 3 more times, we might change our answer.
All right, I'll leave it alone.
No, I did say I don't want to know what you're talking about. I just said I don't know what it is.
It's pretty,
now I want you to explain what it is.
It's been in pop culture. It's been pretty, well talked about.
Well, you going to tell us what it is or not?
It's a gay hockey show.
Oh. Why did you just say that?
My bad, DMac. Yeah, I have heard of it because you told me about it last week.
Wait. I don't get it. I don't get it. Can you explain it?
My wife, it's a very steamy show, graphic. It is known to be like these two hockey.
They're like making out while they're playing hockey?
Not while they're playing hockey.
What kind of hockey?
Well.
Geez, we got to stop this.
Yeah. But it was just something to discover.
Why did you bring this up?
Because you said rivalry. And then I was thinking about my wife, plowing through like a TV show without me knowing about it.
Where's this show?
HBO.
Oh my god.
Or is it Netflix? Is it Netflix? It might be Netflix. It's big time though. It's not like it's a very popular show. It's very well known.
Wow.
The text line is going to blow up about it. I promise you that. But if you're not into it, I mean, I get it. But I'm just saying it's very graphic and heated, and I found that my wife has been watching it, unbeknownst to me.
Do they play hockey? Ice
oh
hockey?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a fictional NHL show where they follow.
Oh, I thought you were talking. Oh, it's fictional.
Yes.
I'm picturing reality, like a reality show.
No. It's made up. So it follows the top 2 draft picks in a given year and their lives together, both on and off the ice.
Okay.
And apparently my wife's into it.
I don't know what to do with this.
Yeah, nothing really. You just wanted me to say rivalry. But speaking of that, we have a game. We have a fun game, and we're going to get into what rivalries are all about. See, now I'm thinking about it, so now I'll try to say it right. So it's probably just slurring.
I honestly don't even know how you said it. I just noticed people on the text line were calling you out. I didn't even catch it.
Rivalry. I'm getting it right now.
Dan?
We do have a rivalry game tonight. It's muddled words. I got you.
Rivalry.
Right? Yeah, it's an easy word to sort of screw up.
Now
and
I don't want to
through.
say because I'm afraid I'm going to mess it up.
Oh, all right. A rivalry.
Rivalry.
Heated rivalry. We do have a rivalry game. All right, I got it. I mucked it up. I got you. I'm not perfect. I know it. Rivalry game tonight. It's going to be a tricky show if we're going to get hung up on that. But listen, let's get back to the last Sebastian of things.
I know.
It's PhD here on 92.5.
Good dude. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
And yes, Tyler, that's how heated rivalry ends. So do with that what you want. But brings a new meaning to Stanley's Cup. Okay, what do we got here? Golden Flame Hot Wings. Timing. Is the answer for dinner tonight and for your viewing parties on Sunday. Head to gfhwings.com now and sign up. Make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game. In Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Yeah, the Red Wings are here. We have a game set up, Tyler. And for a prize, we have an autographed Val Nichushkin photo. And it's a game between you and a listener. So we could use listeners.
Really?
Yep. 303-504-0925.
You're trying to embarrass me, huh?
Oh, God, no. No, not at all.
This feels like a setup job.
No. Usually this would be you and Scott.
Yeah.
We've realized games played between you and me just never work out. It's always bad. Dan knows all the answers already. So we get a listener involved.
Okay.
And the game is very simple.
What's it called?
Name that rivalry. Because when you think of rivalries,
we're doing like famous Colorado rivalries. Is that what we're doing?
It could be any rivalry. And listen, Dan actually had a genius idea. He was like, well, it could be anything. It could be like TV, it could be movies, could be music artists. Comic book characters. Sure, it could be anything. So I actually don't know what Dan. I just was thinking like, Red Sox, Yankees, or whatever. I mean, the original thought was this because of the Avs and the Red Wings. And now it just seems like.
Speaking of rivalries,
it doesn't seem like that's one.
You know what sucks? I'm sorry. Hate me if you want to. I'm sorry, but I can't hate the Raiders ever again. I can't. I mean, not as long as Kubiak's employed.
Yeah.
I mean, if they fire him, I could hate him again. But I'm sorry. My loyalty to the Kubiak family is deep. That thing's thick as blood, man. And that's a weird feeling. Clint Kubiak's the head coach of the Raiders. Like, I mean, I'm not telling you I'm rooting for the Raiders against the Broncos. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm rooting for the Broncos against the Raiders.
Right.
But I can't actively root for the Raiders to be an outright failure like I always have.
That's weird, right?
Because that would mean I'm rooting against family loyalty. And I can't do that.
How well do you know Clint?
Not like I know Kyle or Sean or some of these other guys, but we're around each other. And he was a young guy on the staff. Not front and center by any means.
So you didn't play against him when you were at Creek and he was at Regis. The timing wasn't like that, or was it?
He's 38. Is that right?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know.
Well, I don't recall ever playing Regis, but
okay.
But
really? You guys didn't play Regis on a regular? Okay.
No, I don't recall it. If we did,
well, you were in a different conference, so that would make sense, I suppose.
But yeah, I mean, the family loyalty is real. So, like, I know I'm supposed to hate Raiders, but I can't do it the same way that I once did.
How about that?
That sucks.
All right, we got Nathan on the phone. Nathan, how are you?
Doing good, brother. How are you?
All right, so the game is you're going to play Tyler in our rivalry game, and we'll see how heated it gets. And we got a bunch. It's kind of a nondescript sort of thing. We'll see how it goes. Maybe 3 or 4. We'll see how you guys are doing. Now, don't let Nathan win.
Okay.
We have consolation prizes too. So
we're going to play a Bronze Battle game?
He's going to win something no matter what. So you go ahead and try to win the game.
Okay.
All right? Don't just let up and be like, oh, I'll just let Nathan win, and that's good. All right, Nathan? So if you lose, it's fine. We'll hook you up with something, okay?
Cool.
Nathan, you're a ball of fire today. Tell us something interesting about yourself.
Denver native, went to the last Tom Brady, Peyton Manning AFC Championship, one of the best days ever. And then 3 weeks after that, went to the Red Wings Avs alumni.
Okay.
And that was a fun month.
You're speaking of rivalries.
Yeah.
See? Nathan,
now we're talking.
You're in the spirit of things. I love it. All right. So this could be a rivalry from anywhere.
I'm sorry, what?
Rivalry.
Okay.
From anywhere in the universe, according to Dan Tanner. And if you know it, just blurt it out, okay? You ready?
Yes, sir.
You ready, Tyler?
I'm ready.
All right, go.
Oh, my goodness. Don Zimmer and Pedro Martinez
Yankees, Red Sox.
Let's go. Sorry, Nate Dogg, that you ain't very good at rivalries.
Okay, you got that one. Is that when Zim got thrown to the ground by Pedro?
It sure is.
That was fantastic. All right, Yankees, Red Sox is a big rivalry, right? Like, that's an easy one. All right. Nathan, you see how the game goes?
Yeah. I just couldn't hear it, so no worries.
Oh, you couldn't hear it?
Well, it was just a little staticky on my end. It's all good.
All right.
Well, you should probably pay for a better cell phone
There
carrier.
you go, Tyler. Get the spirit of things. All right, next one. Ready, go.
Actually, I didn't think it was appropriate to invite children since it's, there's gambling and alcohol and it's in our dangerous warehouse and it's a school night. And, Hooters is catering. Is that enough? Is that enough? Should I keep going?
Why are you the way that you are? Honestly, every time I try to do something fun
The
or
Office.
exciting,
But
you
I don't know
make
what
it
the
not
particular
that
rivalry
way.
is. I mean, do I get credit for that?
You got to name the characters.
Oh,
it's a specific character on character rivalry.
I think the show's good enough.
I mean,
No.
shut your face, Dan. That's 2-0.
Nathan, do you know any of the characters in The Office?
No, I've never got into The Office, so
Yeah,
you got me on that one.
yeah, The Office. Just knowing The Office. Dan, wow.
Listen, I know it's Michael Scott and somebody.
Well, it's Toby, the HR person.
That's Michael Scott.
Dan, what do you want to say? You want to say no on that? You can be the judge. You can be a hard ass if you want.
No. Yeah, The Office isn't the rivalry. It's the character on character that's the rivalry in the show.
Oh my gosh!
All right.
Whatever.
All
I'm
right,
still up
it's a
1-0.
push. It's a 0. It's 1-0. Next one, Dan.
A finger roll effort by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and it's 59-50.
Was it Lakers Celtics? Was it Lakers Celtics?
That is correct.
Gosh, Nathan, are you gonna play the game, Nathan?
Hey, seriously.
Or
Dude,
do you want to play?
I can't even hear on my end. I'm just dropping the ball.
All right, hang on, and we'll get you something else. We'll get you another prize. And that's the game.
I'm up 3-0. I'm taking.
No,
credit
you
for
won.
The Office.
You got it.
I mean, that was yeah.
We can go for another one, or we can just play this a little bit later if you want.
No, we got one more.
You want to go one more?
Yeah, let's go.
Oh, see, you like the games. You do like the games. All right, Dave, how are you, Dave? Daniel, how are you, Daniel?
How's it going?
Good. How's your phone? You're in a good spot. Can you hear?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Listen, I'm pitching a shutout so far, so I hope you contribute to this game.
All right. Daniel, tell us something interesting about yourself.
I'm a Marine, Colorado native.
There you go.
Huge Broncos, Avs fan.
All right. Very cool.
You still serving?
What's that?
Are you still serving?
No, I've been out for about 10 years. Did 16 years then.
Right on. Thank you, man.
All right, how about this? Instead of blurting out your name so we can let him hear, write down your answer.
I can't write.
There you go. Just write down your answer so we'll let the whole clip play.
Can't even read.
Got a box of crayons for you.
What?
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Next rivalry. Go ahead, Dan.
He ran the missed field goal back. He ran it back 109 yards. They're not going to keep him off the field tonight. Holy cow.
I think I know what this is. Dan, I'll give you a shot. First of all, Daniel, what do you think that is?
Broncos. I remember somebody running that.
No. Tyler, what's your answer?
I have no idea.
Want to hear it one more time?
Sure.
All right. It's college. That's a hint. Go ahead. Play it one more time.
Okay. Stanford Cal.
Play it one more time.
He ran the missed field goal back. He ran it back 109 yards. They're not going to keep him off the field tonight. Holy cow.
Daniel?
Yeah, isn't that the game where he ran it back and ran into the marching band?
No, it is not.
That was already my guess.
That is Auburn, Alabama. One of the more famous ones of all time. Boy, neither one of you guys got it. All right, fair enough. Next one, go ahead, Dan.
I got it before they said it. You know I got it before they said it.
What'd you say, Dan?
It's Rocky.
Rocky what? Rocky versus who?
Apollo Creed.
What you got, Tyler?
I showed you that.
Creed.
I showed you that early. I showed you. Oh.
What is it, Dan?
That is Rocky 4, Rocky versus Ivan Drago, played by Dolph Lundgren.
Well, listen.
All right, we get one more.
We don't talk about Russians.
One last one. Last one. Go ahead, Dan.
McCarty. Is that Lemieux? Oh, yeah.
Here come the goaltenders, and here we go.
Bobby.
This is what had to happen.
And there's nobody there. There's nobody there to help out Claude Lemieux. Patrick Walking.
All right. Go ahead, Daniel. What do you think?
Is that the Avs Red Wings?
You got to be more specific.
Patrick Waugh and Osgood.
Oh, my God. Tyler?
Just said Lemieux.
And who's he fighting?
Patrick Waugh.
No! Oh, my God. That is Claude Lemieux McCarty.
Oh.
Right, Dan?
Oh,
I'm wrong. What is it?
that is Patrick Waugh versus Mike Vernon.
Oh, my God. We all got it wrong. We all got it wrong. Oh, my God.
What were they saying about Lemieux?
Oh, my Lord.
Lemieux was, did he get hurt or he was the instigator on the play? And then Waugh and Vernon fought at center ice.
Wow, this is terrible. Nobody has any answers that are correct on this rivalry.
All I know is I'm the only one that's ever gotten a point in this game.
All right, we'll do one more, and that'll be it, and we'll see how Daniel does. Last one.
You suggested one-on-one combat, didn't you? I've reconsidered. I think that sounds like a wonderful...
Dude,
no
clue. Tyler? No.
The Karate Kid.
That is not. Is that the Karate Kid? That is.
You suggested one-on-one combat, didn't you? I've reconsidered. I think that sounds like a wonderful...
I don't know. I got no clue. Tyler?
I don't know.
Dan, you got a hint for us?
Famous
Mortal
HBO show, rivalry, fantasy show. A fantasy world.
Is this like all right. I'm not playing, but
I don't freaking know.
Me neither.
I think I do know what it is. It's Game of Thrones, right?
Ninja Turtles.
That is correct. Game of Thrones.
Who are
the two characters that have
is it
the
like
rivalry?
The Mountain and his brother? No. Who is it?
No.
That is Ramsay Bolton versus Jon Snow.
Oh, my God. All right, Daniel, we got a prize for you, too. Hang on.
This game was fun until Dan came up with the worst rivalries ever.
That is tough. That was a tough damn game. That was way harder than I thought it was going to be. Well, we'll see what the rivalry is tonight with the Avs and the Red Wings. Well, there you go. That's the rivalry game. Ramsay Bolton and Jon Snow.
Tyler, I thought for sure you would get the Game of Thrones rivalry.
Daniel had no clue.
Can you play it again? I still don't hear it.
You suggested one-on-one combat, didn't you? I've reconsidered. I think that sounds like a wonderful...
Why does it sound like Monty Python and the Holy Grail?
Everybody with an English accent.
They're all British. That doesn't sound like Game of Thrones. That sounds like Monty Python.
They all kind of sound stupid like that.
It's nothing but a flesh wound.
All right, I think we have one prize, and I'll leave you, Dan, to figure it out between Nathan and Dan. I mean, figure it out. By the way, you know what the prize is? I didn't even say what the prize was.
I have no idea what the prize is.
It's an autographed Val Nichushkin photo.
Nice.
All right, so where does that rank in terms of our games? Is that right up there? Is that bottom of the barrel?
Well, it started out great when I was dominating.
You started off hot. Is the text line getting these, or is this was that like impossible? Was that like?
I see multiple Game of Thrones on the text line.
Was that the hardest game we've ever done? That might have been the hardest game we've ever done, Dan.
Iron Bowl? You pulled out an Iron Bowl reference?
Auburn, that is pretty famous, man. I forget who the dudes were, but like the guy returned the kick.
I got one more for you guys. Let's see if you can get this one, okay?
Yeah.
Never start with the head. The victim gets all fuzzy. You can't feel the neck. See?
You wanted me. Here I am.
That's Batman. Like, I don't know. Verse. Two-Face.
Bane.
No, Bane would be talking like this. Bane would be different. Good. Do it one more time. Joker. I guess Joker.
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
It's
Batman
Heath
Joker.
Ledger.
Heath Ledger Batman.
It was a good one.
Never start with the head. The victim gets all fuzzy.
No, see, it sounds more obvious now.
Now that you say it,
know it,
now
you
I
know
can
it,
hear
right.
him. Yeah.
All right, we come back. No dumb questions coming up next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. What's your story, Morning Glory? How you been? Do you have the energy that you need? How's 2026 been treating you? A lot of people make resolutions. They're gone by now, right? So if you're losing that energy, you're tired, low, not sleeping that great, not seeing the progress in the gym, okay, maybe it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic to the rescue. It could just be low T. This year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. So they're designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerated fat loss. With low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and they'll get you on your way. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Well, we interrupt No Dumb Questions because we have breaking news with the Denver Broncos. This is real. This is not a fake sort of thing.
We are not playing a game.
This is not a game. According to Adam Schefter's sources, Denver's passing game coordinator, Davis Webb, has reached agreement to become the Broncos' offensive coordinator. Webb interviewed for 3 head coaching jobs during the hiring cycle, had other offensive coordinator opportunities, but opted to remain with the Broncos. There you go, Tyler. It's official. What we all anticipated happening at any moment has happened. It's Davis Webb as your new OC. Reaction.
Okay, well, there you go. There's the news as expected. Davis Webb has been named offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos. That was expected. We knew that was coming. It was a matter of time. The only piece of information that remains to be told is who's calling plays. So there's no announcement in that, which there's part of me that wonders if Davis Webb was going to be calling plays, would that have been announced by Adam Schefter? Because I'm sure he's asking that question. I'm sure that Adam Schefter is asking that question behind the scenes. So the fact that that was not announced with it just makes me curious. Doesn't mean that there's a decision made that he's not calling plays, but I find that curious because I promise you, all of these insiders are well aware that that's a part of the story right now.
Well, I'm reaching out to Adam right now, just not to get him on, just to ask that question. We'll see. We'll see what Adam has to say on that. I think that's a huge question. I think that's a major league question.
We also hired somebody that I can't figure out his resume.
Oh, we got some more?
Yeah, we hired a quarterbacks coach. His name is Logan Kilgore.
Oh, wow.
And I'm on his Wikipedia right now. His last coaching stint that is listed on Wikipedia, at least, is Isidore Newman High School in Louisiana.
That's Peyton Manning's school.
Is that right?
Yeah. Newman School in
That's
Louisiana.
where he went to high school?
Yeah. Yes.
Isidore Newman?
Yep.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, that is
So
interesting.
he was the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach there 2022. Oh, I'm sorry. He's been on staff here as the offensive quality control coach since 2023.
Okay.
So he's getting a promotion. My apologies.
So
he's been on staff as the offensive quality control coach since 2023 and is now promoted to QB's coach.
Okay. So he's known inside the building. Bo knows him. Obviously, they're comfortable with him, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
By the way, Adam did just get right back to me. I said, any info if Webb will be calling plays? Undecided.
Undecided.
According to Adam Schefter.
Undecided. Okay. All right. Here's my guess of what that means. What's your guess of what that means?
No, go ahead. Go. You're going. The wheels are turning. Go for it.
My guess of what that means. Hey, we'll let you test drive that car during preseason. Let's check out how that sucker goes.
See how it goes.
Yeah, go ahead and test drive that sucker. Put your hands on the wheels. Hold 10 and 2. Don't put one hand on that steering wheel. Let's just see how that sucker goes during preseason.
I think this is my guess. Similar to what you're saying. My guess is the intention, Tyler, is that he will call plays. And this is going to be a work in progress. Now, he did call plays during one preseason game. He did.
Wait. I'm just curious. Why do you say the intention?
Because I don't know if Sean is going to be able to relinquish it. I think the idea is this is the future. This is what we're doing. This is how it goes. This is my guess.
All right.
My guess for one of the hottest candidates out there, there had to be a little carrot on the stick. You could not, I do not know how or why he would take the job if he's Joe Lombardi part 2. It does not seem to me in a situation where Jim Leonard's gone, Carmichael is gone, Lombardi's gone. These are close personal friends of Sean Payton. It does not seem to me that this is a guy like that. It seems to me this is a guy who we're hiring for the best of the organization that has a very good relationship with Bo, and they probably have a system or plays that they like or whatever. And I say intention because can Sean truly relinquish that? Now, this is a guess on my part.
You remember how I started the show saying my gut feeling had kind of changed here a little bit with Davis Webb? And do you remember my reasons? I'm just curious if you do. No big deal if you don't. But my reasons for saying that my gut feeling on whether Davis Webb was going to be calling plays or not had changed to feeling like probably not, because I felt like the assumed leverage that we all presumed that Davis Webb had wasn't really the leverage that existed in the real world. So he had a couple interviews for head coach. He had 3 or 4 teams that wanted to interview him for offensive coordinator. Mm-hmm. Did anybody offer him a job? Did anybody? Because DMac, what this is screaming to me is that Davis Webb did not have the leverage that we all thought that he did. If Davis Webb had the leverage of calling plays on any football team in the NFL, and he took a job that was quote unquote undecided on who's calling plays, that would be nuts, right? So for him to take this job, it implies to me that there was not another team out there, and I'm just connecting dots, I might be wrong.
Yeah.
That implies to me that there is not another team out there that offered him play calling duties. Otherwise, why the hell would he take an undecided job?
I think you're very fair there. I think whether or not he's going to call plays or what his future is there, you're probably right. It depends on the leverage he had in the first place. And if he didn't have much leverage because while he was hot, he didn't get any offers, well, then you don't have much leverage, do you? I'll go get my coffee. But if he actually turned down jobs, Tyler, okay, don't go there, stay here, I can't imagine that would come without some sort of promise that you'll be calling plays.
Correct.
It's got to be. So I don't know. It's a good question. Were you offered any? I know you turned down the Raiders job, but that was always.
He didn't turn down the Raiders job.
Well, he
wasn't getting the Raiders job.
He took his name out of the running. He took his name out of the hat. That's what he did. So he took his name out of the hat.
Semantics.
By the way, who's the other coach there? What'd you say?
Logan Kilgore.
Do you know who that is?
I don't know anything about him. He's been promoted from offensive.
He's the brother of Taylor Kilgore, who used to be on Fox 31 doing sports. You remember her? You remember Taylor? No. Oh, well, she was cool. She lives in California now, but she was on Fox 31 for a long time, and that's her brother there. I mean, small little fact, but kind of a cool little one.
Okay.
So, good for him. Good for her. Good for them as a family. It was always weird, seeing Taylor out there, and all of a sudden she would go over and hug a coach.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, well, that's my brother. And I'm like, oh, well, that makes way more sense.
Cool.
So, anyways, so here we go. And we got Parker Gabriel. Maybe Parker has a little bit more insight. He's coming up at 2:10. So there you go. We were anticipating this news at any moment. Was kind of dragging just a pinch, but they got it done. And your new offensive coordinator is Davis Webb. And your new quarterbacks coach is Logan Kilgore. And, that's that.
It might not be the meteoric rise that we were talking about in terms of Davis Webb going from a second-year coach to a NFL head coach. This is still a meteoric rise.
Yeah.
With or without play calling duties.
Yeah.
A dude that's in his 3rd year ever of coaching at any level is now an offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos.
All right. So what's the fallout? What's the ramification? What's your opinion about this? 303-504-0925. Big story of the day. We got it. We got a new OC. It's PhD on 92.5. The new offensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos is Davis Webb. That has become official. Logan Kilgore gets a promotion, is now the quarterback's coach. But the big question, and Adam said that he's, Tyler, he's still working on the information. But he did say it was undecided if he's calling plays, but he's working on it. That's the question. That's the question. Will Davis Webb be calling the plays? It wasn't ever a question if Davis Webb was going to be the OC. We all knew and saw where that was trending. But the big question is, will he be calling the plays? Parker Gabriel of the Denver Post will join us in 9 minutes to discuss that. But let's go. What do you think?
Hey, if I want to take a step back here and just be like, is it smart? Like, is it smart to pass off play calling duties to Davis Webb? Pretty good argument that it's not very smart. I know there's a lot of fans out there that want this to happen. I know there's a lot of fans out there that are so PO'd at Sean Payton for the 4th and 1 call. They're so PO'd about all the halfback screens and whatever lack of success you feel like we had offensively, that you're like, hey, anything but Sean, right? And I understand that. And you can't take away that anger, but is it really smart? Davis Webb's been in the NFL for 2 years as a coach, you know? Like we are. This would be entrusting a lot to a very young man with very little experience. Now, I'm not saying Davis Webb is incapable. I think Davis Webb was coveted to whatever degree was real by multiple teams for offensive coordinator, and 2 teams were interested in a head coach job. So clearly, this dude has got the respect of the NFL, not just Sean Payton. Mm-hmm. This is not a statement saying Davis Webb isn't capable of doing it, but there really is not any evidence. I know he called a preseason game, and Scott gets all excited about it, and I'm like, okay, cool, it's preseason football. Mm-hmm. Davis Webb was calling a very limited playbook in preseason, and it doesn't mean much. So all I'm saying is, like I get what the hesitation from Sean. Like even if he was thinking about passing off play calling duties, we saw a rumor that he was interested in bringing Joe Brady here, even at the expense of giving over play calling duties.
Yes.
Joe Brady's got a lot of experience with calling plays, right?
Yes.
That's a little bit easier of a pill to swallow if you're Sean Payton than saying, boy, I've been doing this for 40-some years. I've been calling plays my entire career, and I'm going to pass the reins to a young kid that has never done the job, right? So I'm not – like, I know like that it sounds like I'm anti-Davis Webb. I'm not at all. I'm just trying to give the other side here of why that could be a very difficult decision for Sean Payton.
Okay. My opinion, my guess is that chips are falling after that 4th down call. And I do wonder whose side everybody was standing on. I think that 4th down call, not the decision to go for it, but the mechanics of the call itself is the root of everything here.
I disagree on that.
I think what happened, they called a timeout. They discussed what to do. I think the mechanics of that, where everybody's opinion was, what everybody's role in that was, we're seeing the results of it. And it does make me wonder if Davis Webb, it looks like, my guess, was on the right side of that. And Sean's kind of kicking himself for not going in that. Well, I know Sean's kicking himself for not calling a run play, period. The end. Sean's talked about it now. We've gone behind the scenes with Seth Wickersham. Sean's talked about it. He does not argue with his decision. He stands by the decision. I think the decision was terrible, but whatever. But it does make me wonder. And listen, if that had nothing to do with nothing, if this decision has nothing to do with nothing, that 4th down call is completely irrelevant. I don't know. You're probably going to see a situation where Sean's still calling the plays and Davis Webb is, a student under Sean for a year while they try to figure things out. And if that's the case, then I think they probably offered Davis Webb a job because he's just so tight with Bo Nix and they're just trying to do the best by Bo Nix. And if that's the case, I don't think anything's really going to change. It's not going to be that big of a deal at all.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, on the 4th and 1 deal, to me, that would be a very impulsive decision. That would be like that's not a healthy way to go about decision making.
Well, don't forget one of Sean's best, well, I won't say friends, but somebody he's known a long time, Joe Lombardi, told Chris Tomlinson of the Denver Gazette, you could tell Sean was in a bad mood, so I got fired.
Okay.
my point is, it does seem like, according to people who know him very closely, Sean is an impulsive guy.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't discount that. I think he could be an impulsive guy. I'm just saying, I think that would be a huge mistake. Like, go back and evaluate the season as a whole. I mean, if you want to make a change of who's calling plays, like, base it off of every single game, go do the evidence, add it up, see how the averages come out, see the good decisions, see the bad decisions. The 4th and 1 is just a piece of the puzzle. I know everybody, like, it's the most important piece because it was the most recent piece. It's just a piece of the puzzle. And you can't make a decision based off that. So is it impossible that Sean would do that? No, I'll give you that. I think Sean makes impulsive decisions.
This is fascinating. I can't wait to get to the dirt on this and find out what's what. And I'm not sure Parker will actually know this quickly, but this is the question. And this is
my gut really tells me if they were passing it off to him, it would have come with the Adam Schefter tweet. It would have come with the Dean Rappaport tweet.
Like that information would have come with it?
Of course it would have. Mm-hmm. Like, hey, here's the news. This is the news. We've hired Davis Webb as our offensive coordinator, and he's now calling plays.
Okay.
Wouldn't that be like a singular piece of news?
It's by far the easiest, most obvious, interesting question that goes with the hire. Zero doubt about it. By the way, Joe Brady, I'll let you know, was emphatic that he will be calling plays for the Bills. So when they hired Pete Carmichael to be the offensive coordinator, that is simply to be in a Joe Lombardi type of position for Joe Brady. Ain't no doubt about it. The end. We have not heard this. We haven't heard Sean say he will definitely be calling plays. We're all curious about it because it makes the biggest difference in what was a struggling offense in terms of how efficient they are. We do know this, though. We do know that Davis Webb and Bo Nix are very, very close. Very close. We know Stidham is part of that, and Sam Ehlinger is too. We just know that Davis Webb has done and by the way, Davis Webb had a really good relationship with Russell Wilson. So there's something about this Davis Webb guy that everybody loves. There's something about this guy everybody loves. A guy who could still be playing in the NFL right now. Still, to this day, if he wanted to.
Well, he's young enough to relate well to the players. You know, he's still got a player mindset. He could be that liaison. But here's the deal. Once you become an offensive coordinator, you're no longer a liaison. Not if you're calling plays. Like that goes out the window. Like, yeah, you got to have good chemistry. You want to work well with Bo Nix, but you're like the previous role that Davis Webb was in, he was really like an advocate for Bo Nix. As an offensive coordinator, you're an advocate for the Denver Broncos offense. You're an advocate for the best things to do for the Denver Broncos offense. A quarterback's coach, hey, we love the whole offense, but I really care about how my QB looks. Offensive coordinator, I got to win games. I don't really care as much about my relationship with the quarterback anymore. It's got to be good. That's not what I'm saying, but it's different. You're no longer that liaison.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can get some more information out of Parker here in a second. By the way, I just saw our pal Cameron Wolf, who's on NFL Network, and oh my gosh, it looks like the Patriots are staying at the same hotel you guys stayed at.
Is that right?
I'm sorry, I should have had you turn around. It's not on that anymore. But you know how they just kind of had that circle, and it was just a pretty nondescript hotel, don't you think? It wasn't anything super fancy or over the top. It was just like a hotel.
Was it a Marriott?
I think it was just like a Marriott. I don't think it was.
I'm trying to remember what it was. I think it was a Marriott.
I think you're right. And they didn't have ballrooms big enough, so they had to set up tents outside to do the media because they just didn't have ballrooms that were big enough. And meanwhile, the Panthers were staying at a hotel that was so small they had to do all their media like at the convention center in San Jose. So they had to ship everybody in for it because they didn't have big enough room. The difference was in Super Bowl 48, the Broncos media was done on a boat. And I thought it was going to be cool, like the QE2, like something really cool. No, it looked like if you were shooting a porno in the 70s and you needed a boat, this is what we'd have. And the boat was just lilting, Tyler, just side to side very slowly. So all the players had probably a little hungover in the beginning. They had to just get on this crazy boat. Meanwhile, the Seahawks were in a big hotel in Jersey City, like, a hotel. It's got like a ballroom. where the earth isn't moving. But it was funny to see that because I think it's the same. It looks to me like the same exact place. If you can see some pictures, I'd be curious if you see. Okay, yeah, that's where we were 10 years ago, which is pretty wild. They would just.
I've stayed at that hotel multiple times. It's a very common hotel for NFL teams to stay at.
Gotcha. Then why would they change, right?
Yeah,
that's the spot.
Yeah.
God.
I do think it was a Marriott.
It's just having like a dagger, man. Like we should be there, man. The Broncos should be there.
Gosh,
God,
the flashbacks, the deja vu. That was the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
The deja vu of this Super Bowl would have been pretty eerie. Same hotel, same. Gosh, so the Broncos would have been staying in the same hotel,
same place,
same city, same stadium.
It's been weird. Be really weird.
I wonder if they practice at Sanford.
Where else would they go?
That's
they
where
are,
we
by
practice.
the way. And I think the Seahawks are at San Jose State. There's not a lot of other options back there, Actually, practice at Stanford would be way better than well, I don't know, way better. But there's not a lot of other options.
Where's Berkeley?
From there? Cal Berkeley? Berkeley's way north.
It's up in San Francisco, right?
It's further north than that.
It's
beyond
San Francisco?
It's beyond San Francisco, yeah. Our guy Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post, Hammer, don't hurt him. Who's calling the plays, Parker? Davis Webb or Sean Payton? Who's calling the plays?
You're calling the plays, DMac.
I'm fine. I'll wing it all over the place. I'll never run the ball.
I think we don't exactly know the answer to that question at this moment. Certainly, there's a lot about Davis Webb getting promoted that would point to him getting that opportunity. But I also think we know with Sean Payton, that's always been his baby. Might be the thing aside from winning, the thing that he likes most about the job. And so I don't know if that's settled case law just yet, but certainly there's just been a lot of signs, hints, arrows, whatever, pointing to the possibility that's at least that it's at least in play for Davis Webb to sort of take that mantle.
Okay, tell me this, just from like a media PR perspective. Tell me why I'd be wrong on this thought process, because my thought process is if he's going to be the play caller, why wouldn't they just release that at the same time that they said that, hey, Davis Webb is now our offensive coordinator? Why wouldn't Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, you, Mike Kliss, everybody else be sending out that information at the same time? Wouldn't it just be like one giant piece of news?
In normal circumstances, I would say that that's the case. With Sean, it's just like he just has his own way of doing things. I mean, if you think anybody makes the decision on how, when, under what pretenses information is disseminated from that building these days, other than basically Sean, I mean, that's, as it pertains to football stuff at least, I mean, it's kind of his call. And it might be one of those things like maybe he hasn't really decided yet. Maybe he doesn't want to talk about it. And also, like, in the absence of any information, I think maybe this is what you're getting at, Tyler. I mean, like, just in the absence of announcing it, I guess the default position is it's not changing. So my understanding is it's not contractually part of signing Davis Webb as the offensive coordinator or promoting him. And that sort of leaves it to interpretation beyond
that. And that's why Adam may say it's undecided. It's on the table.
Right.
It's a talking point.
Nobody here is blind. Like, I'm sure it's something that they talked about over the course of this process. And like, that's one of the things that points to it being a possibility is just that Davis was in the mix for offensive coordinator jobs that included play calling. Obviously he was going, to the wire. Don't know that he would have got the Vegas job. That's, probably part of the reason he withdrew late last week, but this guy had no shortage of opportunities this offseason, and he chose to come back here. Whether that's just for the promotion to coordinator, that's a little hard to believe, but we're sort of circling around the thing rather than just saying it one way or the other at this point. And that's Sean's prerogative, and that comes from him at this point.
Yeah, I was just going to go there. Is this a pure Sean decision, or is this an organizational decision? Meaning, Are we really going to let this hot guy go? Or are we going to hold on to our guy? Why? Well, I don't know. Maybe we want to hold on to our dude that has been directly coaching our future Bo Nix. And why don't we keep these two guys together? The funny part about that is Sean's contract only has 2 years left. Only. It's got 2 years left. 5-year deal, right?
Yep.
How long is Bo Nix going to be here, Parker?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, that question kicks into high gear 18 months from now when, the class of 2024, the contract window, the extension window opens up for Bo Nix and all of those guys. And I think to your sort of original question about, like, is this a Sean Payton only decision? I've never known, I mean, I've covered this team basically as long as the Walton Penn ownership group has been here, a couple months longer than that. But, like, I've never seen Greg Penner as the type of guy to say, you're going to do this or else. In fact, he described himself after the season as being someone who asks a lot of questions and probes for answers and all of that. But, like, you can imagine a situation where he's keenly interested in what Davis Webb's importance is in Sean Payton's mind, in George Payton's mind, in anybody in the building's mind, to Bo Nix and to the development and to the, Nix continuing to ascend and all of this. And so, like, there's no doubt that Davis Webb is one of the most interesting and one of the most important figures in the building. And so, if Sean Payton, if he ultimately does give up play calling, I would have a hard time believing that's like an ultimatum. But, the quarterback obviously is one of the things that the owner and the head coach are going to talk about, all season long and then after the season too.
Yeah, because if you're Greg Penner, what questions are you asking if you're Greg Penner, right? Like, well, why is this guy so hot? And then it's like, what does Joe Lombardi actually do? And how responsible? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and how important, day to day, how important is Davis Webb to Bo Nix?
There you go.
And then whatever the answer to that question is then, okay, so what lengths are you, Sean, and we Broncos willing to go to keep him? And that there doesn't have to be like a or else qualification of that, but it's part of the conversation.
Right, because it's implied. You don't need like you don't have to order Sean to do it. All you have to do is ask the questions that will lead to basically a resolution, whether Sean wants it or not.
But also keep in mind, I mean, it didn't take Sean long to fire Joe Lombardi. That didn't take long. Like, he made that decision quick. Like the dominoes were in place.
Yeah, but you can make the argument
they just started needing to fall.
I mean, you can make the argument it took him 15 years to fire Joe Lombardi, though.
Okay, but what did Joe say? Sean was in a mood.
Yeah, Sean was in a bad mood.
Sean was in a mood. Sean was in a mood, and he made a quick decision.
I think it's hysterical.
I just my opinion. I don't think ownership told Sean to do this.
I don't think they told him either. That's what I'm saying. I think what Greg said is Parker, I listen and I ask questions.
For sure. And I think it's all sort of like in the same arena. The thing that is clear at this point, and Sean, like maybe Pete Carmichael would have been back if Joe Brady didn't hire him, but what's sort of beyond doubt at this point is that Sean, it's a changing of the guard in what's been a very steady cast of characters around Sean Payton for a long time. Now, maybe Johnny Morton ends up on the staff and they're sort of like an old buddy or whatever. But you're talking about two of the foremost people in the offensive meeting room now being Davis Webb and Logan Kilgore, who are both like about 30 years old.
Yeah.
And so at the very least, like even let's say Sean retains play calling or it's a little bit more collaborative, but ultimately he's the guy calling plays or whatever. Even in that scenario, like you are still talking about Sean finally hitting a point after this season and saying something about this operation, my operation, isn't working. And I think the answer to it is to get substantially younger. Obviously, like the play calling is a big part of that. It's sort of like it's the most seductive part of that from like a conversation standpoint. But he has already moved the ball a lot further down the field in this regard than I think a lot of people maybe assumed he would after the season.
Well, maybe Bo Nix will just call an emergency press conference this afternoon and we can get more details. That would be great.
That would be terrific. He could say as much as he wants. I know. My beat partner Luca Evans is out. He's at the Pro Bowl right now, and he was talking to Garrett Bowles sort of as this happened, and Garrett just sort of smiled and said Davis is going to do great. So,
Garrett Bowles is in the foxhole with his new play caller.
What?
You don't say.
I can't believe it. Does he love him?
No way.
Does he love him? I bet he loves him.
The best play caller he's ever seen.
He loves Davis Webb dearly.
What? Dearly. That's right. We got to say dearly. Dearly is the important word. All right, Parker. Wow, it's never boring, man. Never an off season.
No.
Thank you, pal.
Never boring.
All right.
Yep,
We'll
see you guys.
Talk to you. Bye. That's Parker Gabriel. This is going to be juicy. This is going to be fun to cover, Tyler. This is going to be interesting.
Well, look, there's a lot of weird things that just continue to make me feel like, it's not that simple. Not in the contract that he's calling plays. That's not built into it. Sean Payton is the default play caller, right? Like by default, that Sean Payton's already got that. I still think it's weird that if you were going to pass the reins, why not just make an announcement at the same time that everybody's announcing that Davis Webb's been named OC?
I agree. Yep.
And even if there is some sort of like transition here that these two have quote unquote had a handshake deal on, well, that's a handshake deal now.
Yeah.
That's a handshake deal that could go away.
You guys realize who could get the scoop on all this? Is actually Vic Lombardi. Because I bet you anything Sean is out in Super Bowl week hawking something. I bet you anything he's out there, shilling for who knows what.
He might not be this year. There's a lot going on.
A lot of attention, a lot of Sean attention out there.
I mean, I know you're right. And last year he definitely did that, but doesn't it feel like there's a lot going on in the building right now?
I don't know, man. Sean, that is ripe for Sean Payton to hit. Like the stuff he loves doing. Get on the old Pat McAfee show and see his pal Colin Cowherd and just be Sean the man. Well, but Vic's out there. Vic is going to be live from Radio Row as he's landing there today. We got some good gossip for him to sort of sniff out. That's the center of the football world. And Davis Webb is now the offensive coordinator for the Broncos. Will he be calling the plays? Let's football go coming up next. Hey. Oh, we'll have to get to that whole clip maybe sometime else during this week.
That's pretty much it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the entirety of it. It didn't go very long.
Okay. Well, I'm getting some interesting information behind the scenes.
What you got?
It'll come up. I bet you it'll come up. Let's see if it comes up. Let's football go, Dan.
All right. Obviously, big news of the day, guys. Davis Webb has been named the Broncos' new offensive coordinator. Let's go back to last week, okay, and hear from Bo Nix in his emergency press conference to rebuttal what Sean Payton said about his ankles. And he was asked specifically about Davis Webb. Here is Bo Nix on why he thinks Davis Webb is such a good coach and so important to him and the Broncos.
Yeah, well, just speaking for myself, I think, Davis is a tremendous coach. He understands the role of being a coach. He understands the role of teaching, really knows how to communicate with your players and with me. He's helped me in 2 years just consolidate, make things simple, and just keep the main thing, and taking a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and been able to just roll right into it. And, I think highly of him. I know he's a really good football coach, and I know he's got a lot in store for him in the future. Don't know what it looks like. A lot of speculation. You never know until it happens.
Well, we know what it looks like now. He's been promoted to the Broncos offensive coordinator. I know you guys have been touching on this a little bit, but how much do you think Bo Nix was involved, if at all, in this decision? And how much do you think Bo Nix should have been involved in this decision?
Oh, I think it's assumed that he had some sort of involvement just by liking Davis Webb, but no, I don't think he had any involvement. Sean's not there with Bo yet. He's too young, and honestly, there's a little bit of a stay in your lane thing going on. Like hey, I'm not going to empower him like that just yet.
Yeah, they're not. He ain't Josh Allen or Nikola Jokic like that. We're not bringing him into a room and getting his take. That being said, they already know how he feels about him, so you don't really have to. You know what I'm saying? So they know how he feels without asking him. But that's Bo ain't to that level. Come on now. We're not consulting with Bo or bringing him in on decisions like this. But they know how he feels, and I'm sure it's important how he feels. I think that's
so. Bo's ecstatic right now.
I would think so. I would hope so.
Yeah, I would imagine. Sure. He likes his guy.
Yeah. I mean, I listen. The play calling thing is such a big deal. It's such a big deal because when we get into the Game of Thrones moment of this, is this the path to Davis Webb taking over, and will there be a new contract for Sean Payton? Because what you're really looking at is a relationship with Bo Nix with the Broncos for a decade. Do you think the relationship with Sean Payton and the Broncos is a decade?
No.
I mean, what's going on at Castle Black these days?
No, I don't think it's a decade, but I'll tell you this. Sean Payton's future with Bo Nix, in theory, should be much longer than Davis Webb's. So I wouldn't make a, really?
Well,
you're on that?
Well, I mean,
hold on.
Cersei just, got information.
Hold on, buddy. Are you implying that Davis Webb is going to chop the head off of Sean Payton? Because Davis Webb, if he does his job, he becomes a head coach somewhere within a year or two.
I think he could. I think he could be Joffrey and Sean's Ned.
Guess what?
Stark.
Guess what?
I think that could happen.
No, it can't.
He's about the same age as Joffrey.
Here's why it can't, and I know you're playing a game, but here's why it cannot happen. Because if Davis Webb gets a promotion to be a head coach, that means that Sean Payton freaking took this team back to an AFC championship game or more. That means this team is rolling. The only way that Davis Webb becomes a head coach is if the Denver Broncos are rolling. If the Denver Broncos are rolling, Sean Payton ain't ever losing his job. So Sean Payton's future with Bo, in theory, should be much longer than Davis Webb.
Hey, he could be heroic. He doesn't have to be Joffrey. He could be Jon Snow. Maybe he is Jon Snow. Forget you, Jon Snow. I think it's delicious, man, top to bottom. And didn't Sean Payton just chop the head off a friend with Joe Lombardi? Didn't he just Game of Thrones him right there? I mean, who saw that coming?
Hold on, are you being serious? Hold on. I actually can't tell if you're playing a game right now.
Well, I'm trying to go through as many Game of Thrones characters I can remember.
You think Davis Webb could chop the head off Sean Payton? Give me a world in which that could happen.
Okay.
Present a
All
scenario in which where Davis Webb gets a promotion.
Right.
And he's having that type of success, and yet Sean Payton is out.
There's a chance he could be Peter Dinklage. I'm forgetting his character's name.
Tyrion.
Tyrion Lannister. Like, you don't think much of him at first. Kind of comes from nowhere. Just, hanging out with quarterbacks and prostitutes at King's Landing.
Okay.
That's more Tyrion than Davis Webb. But at the end of the day, who was really controlling everything?
Yeah, and Tyrion's working with other kingdoms, just like Davis Webb will be when he gets a promotion.
The stupid thing is, why would you give it to Bran at the end of the day? The guy's like in a wheelchair and can barely see. Didn't he use up whatever he was going to do?
Seems like it.
And there's Bo. He's with the dragons. Bo is the dragon. By the way, the White Walkers, pretty easy to beat at the end of the day, weren't they? White Walkers? Like, that's it? With White Walkers, we're done, huh?
Quick little stab.
Just a certain type of metal, and they're done.
That's it. I thought that was going to be like a harder fight against those. I mean,
like a vampire.
We talked about winter coming for 10 years, and then it's just, that's it.
Need a wooden stake.
All right. Next story there, Dan. I think we did get lost there.
All right, fellas. All 10 head coaching vacancies have been filled, with the Raiders set to hire Clint Kubiak after the Super Bowl. Let's go through these here. Atlanta hired Kevin Stefanski. The Giants hired John Harbaugh. The Dolphins hired Jeff Hafley. Titans hire Robert Saleh. The Ravens hired Jesse Minter. The Steelers hire Mike McCarthy. Buffalo hires Joe Brady. Cardinals hire Mike LaFleur. The Browns hire Todd Monken. And the Raiders hire Clint Kubiak. Who do you think's the best and the worst of the NFL head coaching carousel?
Oh, my God. All right.
Best hire, worst hire?
I think Todd Monken's just going to fail. I don't know if that means he's a bad hire. I just think they're a crap organization with no direction where to go with quarterbacks, and he's in the most impossible of all situations. So I guess that's the worst hire because, what is their plan?
By the way, if you thought that Vic Fangio didn't own a suit, you see that guy?
Yeah, he just looks like I don't know, man. And the way he was hired, too, Haslam was just forget about all your recommendations, what you guys want to do. I just like this dude. That is not a great way to go into a job. The best hire would have to be, I guess it's John Harbaugh with the Giants.
Probably.
He was the most desired dude. The owner of the Giants, by the way, he's in a little bit of Epstein Files hot water. I don't know if you caught all that, which is not great, obviously, for that dude. That is not something you want to be mixed up in, and apparently he was deeply mixed up in it. So, again, that's a tricky one because, Tyler, if you don't have great ownership, man, you're just going to fail. You're just going to fail. And there's reasons why the Giants and Jets and all these organizations have been so bad. And it's basically because of ownership. So on the surface, it could be John Harbaugh, but maybe not.
I don't know. There's a lot of hires, man. I mean, this was tied for a record. There's 10 of these things, and none of them are particularly inspiring to me. Kevin Stefanski, obviously well coveted, going to Atlanta. I'm not sure. It's the latest reports is they're chopping Kirk. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the latest.
Wow.
We'll see.
Yeah.
I actually don't think Harbaugh to the Giants is particularly inspiring.
Yeah.
It's really not.
Yeah, gotcha.
What's he going to do for Jackson Dart?
I think that's a great question.
You're just hiring an expert, a leader of men. That time is come and gone in the NFL. We're looking for innovators. He's not an innovator.
Yeah.
The Robert Saleh one in Tennessee is going to be interesting.
That's not very inspiring either, though.
Yeah, it's not. But basically, they just tried to replace Mike Vrabel with Mike Vrabel.
All right.
That's what they tried to do with that one.
I agree. You know which one should be great?
Mike McCarthy to the Steelers is a joke.
What a retread
that might be the worst one. Todd Monken to the Browns is a joke.
You know what the best one should be? But again, I'm looking at ownership. But the best one should be the Raiders.
Hopefully.
Because they're going to have the best quarterback out of the draft. They've got ridiculous cap space, and they got 1 million draft picks.
I say it without shame, and it sucks, but I say it without shame. I'm 100% rooting for Clint Kubiak. Not rooting for him against the Broncos. I hope he always loses to the Broncos, but I'm rooting for Clint Kubiak, and that sucks that now I can't hate the Raiders like I once did. But he's got Mendoza. He's got a GM that should be paired up like they should be in sync.
Yeah.
They work together here in Denver. They know each other.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be adversarial in nature.
Right. And Gary Kubiak's gonna have a key card. Of
course he will.
Just like Mike Shanahan has a key card.
Suck on that one, Broncos fans.
It's tough.
Gary Kubiak is going to be working inside the Raiders building.
Right.
Not officially.
Well,
But unofficially, he's officially working for the Raiders.
He's got a key card. Yeah, boy, how about that? We didn't even talk about that.
Yeah, Gary Kubiak's unofficially, officially working for the Raiders.
As Shanahan's been officially, unofficially working for the Niners all these years.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one.
Yeah, you got 2 Kubiaks in the building.
Oh, man. And now we have a new offensive coordinator who may or may not be calling plays. We'll see. You got Mahomes coming off an ACL. Kelsey coming back. What's Andy Reid going to do? You got John Harbaugh out there.
How about the AFC West? We got the oldest coaches by far of any division in football.
Yeah.
All 3 coaches in Harbaugh, Peyton, and Reed, all in their 60s.
Yeah.
And now we got a young buck, Clint Kubiak, coming in as a part of the group.
Yeah, don't forget who's calling the plays for the Chargers these days now.
Yeah, Mike McDaniel.
Right? It's a little bit interesting, right? Man, it is Game of Thrones, though. I mean, it's like the ties to everything are crazy. Woo! Juicy. Juicy, man. NFL offseason is juicy. Woo! Like if they knew the roof was going to fall in on them, why wouldn't they just leave? Why just get crushed by the roof falling in on the brother-sister lovers? Like, we're just going to sit here? Why don't we go out the side door and, not die right now? Get our own dragon going.
You're challenging me on my Game of Thrones memories right now.
Well, I'm just going to the last one where they raced through it.
Yeah, that one was not good.
Like, she's just going to grab the dragon and commit just genocide? Like, after working hard the whole time to save the common people, and she's just going to
go and just bad.
She's just going to roast them. And the dragon's just going to look at Jon Snow after he stabs her and be like, oh, that's cool. I'm just going to fly off. What?
No temperament.
Hey, I got you. You just killed my mom. I'm going to just leave now, and I'm a dragon. Right? Like, he doesn't eat Jon Snow right then and there? He doesn't make him toast?
It's Targaryen, man.
The Targaryen blood. The dragon could feel it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you did to my mom?
No.
Okay. Really, seriously, Jon Snow. Nate and Andy coming up next.
What? We have a segment.
I was thinking we could have some fun today and play music from the Grammys, like the Grammy winners.
See Post Malone last night?
I didn't see any of it.
That was pretty badass.
Oh, all right. Did you watch the Grammys?
No. But I caught it on the old X.
All right.
It was Post Malone
with
what's his name? Chad, the drummer.
Chad Smith.
Red
Hot Chili Peppers.
Chad
cool.
Smith.
Yeah.
Slash was on guitar.
Okay.
Yep.
That's kind of badass.
Duff McKagan.
Oh, okay.
I don't know who that is. Who's that?
He's a bass player for Guns N' Roses and from Velvet Revolver.
Okay.
A badass bass player.
Andrew Watt.
Who's Duff McKagan, also into martial arts. Who was the other guy?
Andrew Watt.
Don't know Andrew
Don't know
Watt.
who that is?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Anyways,
so that's a rock band, though.
Yeah. Anyways, they did a cover of War Pigs.
That's Black Sabbath. So it was an Ozzy tribute.
Yeah. But it was sweet. Post Malone singing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Yeah, it's an awesome song. That is badass. Oh, I'm going to go back and watch that.
It is badass.
That is awesome.
I think Post Malone did a pretty dang good job with it. Obviously, there's a bunch of superstars in it. Will Ferrell's on drums. And
yeah. Chad Smith just looks like Will Ferrell. That is all right. Well, I will go back and watch that moment.
I did not watch the Grammys, though, no.
Oh, that's an awesome moment to catch up on. See, that is the cool crap that, like, the Grammys does. And you can make fun of it all you want and whatever. And I didn't recognize any of the song winners, by the way. I mean, like, nothing. I think Lady Gaga won something, but Billie Eilish won something. I think Bad Bunny won the record of the year, but I've never heard of it.
I literally caught the last 2 minutes of the Grammys, which was Bad Bunny getting that, right?
Oh, okay. All right.
And I did just have a chuckle. It has nothing to do with anything, but everybody was complaining about him not speaking English. And I was like, oh, yeah, he's not speaking English.
Okay.
I had no idea what he was saying.
Oh, he didn't speak English at all?
No.
Like because he's hosted Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, no, he was not the part I heard.
He just
chose
not
again,
to
I
speak
literally
English.
caught like 45 seconds of it.
Good for Bad Bunny, man. I hear the record's great, and he's hosting he's doing the halftime show at the Super Bowl, and Dan, of course, doesn't. Do you know that Dan does not watch the halftime show at all? Like, Dan just refuses to watch the halftime.
I actually don't believe that.
The only one I watched was it was Rams Bengals because it was Eminem, 50 Cent, and Dr. Dre, who I love.
Like, I actually don't even. First off, I don't believe you.
That is 100% the God's honest truth.
No,
what do you do?
I mean it. I literally think you're lying about
No,
this.
no, I'm not. That is
so
God's honest truth.
Halftime's on. What do you do?
I'll like flip the channel, watch something else,
You'll
go outside.
change the channel.
Oh yeah.
You'll go outside.
I'm anti-mascot, anti-All-Star game, anti-half Super Bowl halftime
you
show.
don't watch hold on, this is even deeper. You don't watch the Super Bowl with any other human beings. You watch the Super Bowl by yourself.
Yes, that's most of the time. Yes.
Oh my God.
That's how I love to watch.
I actually
sports.
do that a lot.
The Super Bowl?
Yeah, this year I'm kind of stressed out because I got to watch it with human beings. And that's
like I get invited to Super Bowl parties, I just don't go.
I don't think I've ever watched a Super Bowl by myself ever.
Oh, you're missing out.
I love it.
That's the best way to watch the Super Bowl. I do that all the time.
Wow, you guys give me a hard time about family and all this, that, the other thing, and friends. Like I've never watched the Super Bowl by myself ever.
You're missing out.
Yeah, definitely missing out.
Missing out.
I'm with Dan on that. But I know one.
You know why?
thing.
Because I like to just watch the game.
Oh my God, that sounds so.
Dan, you are so
snobby.
full of it.
That's so
I swear to God, that is
like,
the truth.
Not that part. You're just so full
That
of
is
it.
the
I don't
truth.
believe for 1 second you don't watch the halftime shows.
Believe what you want. That's the truth.
So
I've watched one.
What is it about the halftime shows that you are anti?
I don't. Well, first of all, I don't like a lot of the artists that perform at the Super Bowl halftime, and also I just want to watch the game. That's what I'm there for. I don't need to see a performance.
What do you flip over to the Puppy Bowl? Is that what you go watch?
Maybe.
Huh?
What do you do at the halftime of a Broncos game when you're watching it on TV?
Watch other games.
Okay.
Flip over to the other games.
But you walk
Watch Red Zone?
Wait, hold on. Do you walk outside? Oh, no, because you watch other games.
Yeah, because there's other games on.
So again, Tyler, I get we're just rolling with this. The Super Bowl kicks off around 4:40, all right? Something like that.
Sure.
Okay. The sun goes down here in Colorado around this time. I don't know, 5:30, Tyler, something like that.
Sure.
But Dan at 6 p.m. is walking around in the dark.
Played a game of Madden one time during the Super Bowl halftime show. I swear to God.
It sounds so sad.
No, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like, Dan, hold on.
No, it's sad.
Dan, you've been working at Sports Talk Radio longer than I have.
Right, and
okay?
you know for your job.
I know for a fact that the next day you're going to come in and have to have an opinion on the halftime show.
That's what Twitter's for.
So you go back and watch it on Twitter?
Oh, I'll see clips.
So
I'm not going back and looking for it.
So you watch clips, but you won't watch the 12-minute halftime show.
That is correct.
You know,
even though it's part of your job that you're going to have to be responsible for the next day, you won't watch it. You'll watch clips instead of watching 12 minutes.
If I see the clips, I'll watch it.
Dan,
Sure.
I mean, I'm not going to say I've lied in my life. I've done it.
I'm not lying about that. Everybody's lied.
I've lied. I've done it. You know?
Everyone's lied. I'm not lying about this.
I just don't get why you would lie about this one. This is just a weird one to lie about.
I'm not lying.
Forget about your own personal things. What about your responsibilities in your job?
Okay. Do you think is that a responsibility of our job to see?
Yes. I have literally done sports talk radio for more than 20 years. I've done radio for 38 years. There is not one time we've ever come in the day after a Super Bowl ever in 38 years where we haven't talked about the halftime show to some degree, one way or the other. In 38 years, 38 Super Bowls, I've never not talked about the halftime show the next day on the radio.
Now, the Janet Jackson one would have been a big miss.
That was 22 years ago.
Would have been a big miss. That one, you're right.
It's not just... Oh, my God. All right, Dan. You're on a weird one on that one.
Well,
I mean, you can hate it, you can dislike it, you can criticize it.
He dug a hole, and now he just keeps digging. Like he was just trying to be like, I'm cooler than the halftime show.
That's not interesting.
And now he's stuck in a lie, and it's like a spider web, and it's just like I've been there. Like I've been stuck in the spider web lie before, and it's not fun. Like you forget where you are.
Right.
You're just I'm just the web just keeps growing, and I'm like, how do I get back to center here?
What does Dan do during halftime? Mute the television and stare at the wall.
Change the channel.
He walks around outside in the dark.
Watch the Puppy Bowl.
Goes into the bathroom, shuts the door.
Right. Plays Madden.
Cuts the lights off.
By the way, never watches with other people. Never watches a Super Bowl with other people, which is amazing to watch repeated Super Bowls by yourself all the time.
Really underrated.
Super Bowl's alone time.
I'm not mocking him on that one at all.
I got you, but like you always, he's not just saying he's done it once. He's saying he watches every Super Bowl by himself. Always.
Like if you got an invite, you would just be like, no.
Oh, I've gotten invites. I got an invite for the one this year that I'm not going to.
Oh, I have friends.
Right. But I have friends. I like friends. They like football. But I so have to watch this game that I'm not going to associate with any of them. You're right with the spider webs. He can't get out of it now.
Like I've been there. It's not fun.
I watched the Eminem, Dr. Dre, and 50 Cent one. That's the only one I have been looking forward to watching.
You're either lying or you don't have friends, and you're lying about your friends.
No.
Which I do believe you do have friends. Why? Because I saw you with an inflated doll at a restaurant because you lost your fantasy football thing.
Which was my idea, by the way, for a punishment.
Is the inflatable doll his friend?
Well, now we're going down a different wormhole.
Technically, it was my date.
If Dan was lying about his fantasy football league and faked a punishment.
I sent you guys a picture.
No. You're listening to me. If you faked a punishment to pretend that you had friends and proved it by coming in last place, that's a level of desperation so low that I just can't imagine it's true. So I'm going to say, Nate, to answer your question.
What I'm wondering.
He's got friends.
Did Dan Tanner get friend zoned by an inflatable sex doll?
I friend zoned her.
I don't watch the halftime show though is so snobby. It's so kind of ridiculous.
I mean, listen, we all, I think, more or less complain about the halftime show every single year. But in order to complain about it, you have to have a general awareness of what was happening.
Of course. Like, how do you know it wasn't good? Like, Super Bowl 50 was Coldplay with Bruno Mars and Beyonce. I don't know.
Day, never seen that one.
Well, you didn't see it.
Yeah, you were busy.
You were doing something else. But like
the kickers, can't they like sneak out and watch?
Yeah, I think
they
so.
usually do.
There was some story about some kicker that did that like 2 years ago, right?
Yeah, it's a baller move.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? It was the Bengals kicker.
Oh,
that
that's
what it
right.
was?
McPherson.
Yeah. I believe he was the one that admitted.
All right. Now, see, this is interesting if we're going to get down this wormhole. Have you ever noticed how little time kickers actually spend during a halftime in the locker room, it can't be more than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
They're the first people. They're sometimes kicking on the field while the halftime entertainment is still going on. So for a kicker to be able to go back out to the field.
I love when they go out there right in the middle of the cheerleaders. Like
right.
boot away. Like
right.
I could go in, but I'm gonna put this tee right smack in the middle of the cheerleaders.
I suppose now,
so the kicker's going out there is actually not a big deal. If they do it anyway.
If you are the kickoff guy in the world of the dynamic kickoff, strategically, there's more to discuss with that kicker. I mean, field goals, it's just
like what?
Make the kick.
Like
what side are you kicking to? What depth are you going for?
How long does that take you, Nate?
Seriously.
Where
are you going, Nate?
I'm trying to find something here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find something the kicker has to do.
The kickers are barely on the team as far as I can tell.
Kick it over there. You're right.
Right.
Yeah. You're right.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Is Andy here today or not?
Good question. We'll find out.
You don't know.
It's suspense for everybody.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll find out.
So it's up in the air.
We got another car deal?
There was a series of text messages that I received about an hour ago.
Oh, we got a flurry.
Really?
We'll find out.
We got a thing. There's a thing. Happening.
So this is like Davis Webb. Is he calling the plays?
Yeah.
We don't know.
Undecided.
Apparently. It is not stipulated in his contract.
Yeah, so that
where are you getting that from?
From Luca Evans, who's in the Denver Post.
Oh, talk to us.
Talk
to us. Okay. I didn't quite get that. We've been on the air while this has all been going on.
I know. I read this before I walked into the room.
We reached out to Adam, and Adam said undecided was the nature of it, and that he was digging into it. But
Okay, so
Luca's on it.
Luca has I want to read directly from the paragraph.
Okay.
A source with knowledge of the situation told the Denver Post, there's nothing in Webb's OC deal that stipulates he'll take over play calling duties from Peyton, and the staff have not made a concrete decision if he'll actually assume that role. But Webb had standing interest from the Giants, Ravens, and Eagles for their respective offensive coordinator positions and play calling duties, leaving little reason he would stay on the Broncos staff for a simple title change.
I wonder if this is what took this deal a little bit to get done. Because it did take a little bit to get done.
If you're a play calling OC, though,
not really.
You should be paid more, right? Theoretically?
Yes. Yeah, I agree.
I would think.
Yes.
That's a level of job requirement.
I never thought of this as the play calling duties. Is that typically in contracts for offensive coordinators? Like it's detailed like that?
Great question. Because they can, but that's the other thing. Like Dan Campbell this year took his OC's play calling. Wasn't it Johnny Moe?
Morton.
Yeah, took his play calling duties and took them for his own. If it's contractually guaranteed to you, I'm sure there's language in there.
But that's a great point. If you are designated a play caller, you should be making more money.
Yeah. See, our guy's here.
Hey, there he is.
Yeah.
All right.
No doubts.
Okay. Get Holmes another?
He's physically in the room.
You got it again?
Oh, no.
You got it again?
Yeah.
Huh? How does this happen?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from Andy Lindahl.
Somebody get this man a vaccine.
No, it ain't.
Oh my God!
Are
you kidding me?
No, it's.
Are you kidding me?
Huh?
Are you leaving? Are you gonna go leave?
Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host for the day, Bob Dylan.
Unbelievable.
Go home.
Oh my God.
No.
Anyway.
Don't tell me to shh. You shh.
Well, we all
you shh.
First off, I called a game that I literally had like 30 goals. 30 goals I had to call the other night like this.
Okay.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
Boy, I saw one of those.
And then there was a hell of a fight.
I was going to bring up the fight.
I think I'm going
Don't
viral
worry,
for
honey.
the
It's
fight.
not really a disease.
Listen.
There's just pimples.
There's side effects to things that I'm learning about.
Do you have Andy's call of the fight, by the way, Spring?
Really?
Do you guys have that?
Okay.
Andy's call of the fight was outrageous.
Harvey Firestein over here.
Because they take so long to fight. There is such a wind-up.
Hey,
oh my
here's
God.
the other thing. No, here's the other thing. It'll get going. It warms up. It'll be all right.
Okay, great.
The big guy, it would be like if Tyler picked a fight with Nate and then Nate whooped Tyler's rear end. That's the size difference we were talking about.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously.
And I couldn't believe, what threw me off was the punch that got the guy. I used to talk to this kid from DU that was really good at fighting. Like, everybody was scared of him. And he was literally Nate's size. I couldn't figure out why. I think he was psycho. But what you do is you grab the jersey like in hockey to try to control the guy, right? And what had happened was the key punch came from the jersey hand. He just gave him a short jab with the jersey and caught the chin, and I don't think the guy knew where he was.
Listen,
And that's why Davis Webb is calling plays.
Yeah.
I understand in lacrosse why they think fighting is like in hockey, but it's not. There's so much more time to amp up to the fight. It's kind of ridiculous.
Oh, did you see? And
Like,
look,
guys, it's like a long time before they start throwing punches at each other.
that wasn't even the big moment of the weekend. We had a bad game going in Rochester, and if you can imagine the old school, it was like a safety coming over the middle, like what Steve Atwater did to a couple receivers back in the day.
The goalie.
This goalie for Rochester came
unbelievable.
running out of the crease and destroyed a dude that had just caught a pass.
I did see that.
So, I don't know. They picked a good weekend, I guess, to go viral because had it been the Super Bowl, nobody would have known. But heck, it's more violent than what Steve, listen.
Lacrosse fighting is the most violent thing in sports right now, going aside from MMA.
It's because you get a lot of the minor league hockey crowd in there.
Holy cow, it is outrageous. And I can't believe they actually allow it. But that being said, you sound good now. See, Nate, it was it's a warm-up.
It would warm up a little bit.
I think better does not connote good.
Listen,
is what I would say.
We're gonna get it figured out, and in 10 more pounds, it'll go away completely.
In 10 pounds.
What?
That's
the problem.
It's a bit of a side effect I'm learning. The nasal stuff is part of the problem.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, what you do for your art?
Well,
it's amazing.
My 30
this is for his
seconds on
heart.
ESPN Plus, I got to be skinny.
Oh my God. All right.
Hey, I feel fine.
You look great.
By the way,
You look beautiful.
I'm with Dan. Why do you hate watching the Super Bowl by yourself? I don't need.
I've never done it because I'm a human being. I'm a
what
regular
I'm guessing,
American.
You know what I'm guessing? You're the guy yapping.
Yeah.
You're the guy yapping, which is why I got to watch the game by myself. I'm not here to talk about
You watch the Super Bowl by yourself.
Sometimes I do, yeah.
I actually don't understand how you have not done that. Like, if I have a choice.
As a guy that does pay attention, don't you get tired of the side conversations sometimes?
But wait, I really don't pay attention because who kind of cares? And by the way, I have recording devices out the yin yang, and the Super Bowl, if I want to watch it again, I can watch it again a million
So what he's
times
saying,
by myself.
he's the one that's yapping.
Yeah. Let me
That's ridiculous too. The Super Bowl inherently is a social contract with other human beings, whether it's your family or friends.
I like football more than I like humans and friends.
Let me ask you this though.
And the whole snobby
that's not complicated.
The snobby I don't watch the halftime show is beyond snobby.
Oh, you gotta at least see what they're doing.
I mean, that's just
ever since Janet Jackson, you got to see if something happens.
Correct.
I also didn't see Janet Jackson happen in real time.
I saw it. I was like,
I didn't even notice.
Nobody did.
The next day,
Nobody
the
did.
world lost its mind.
It was ridiculous.
And I was like, wait, hold on. What are we
You
talking about here?
You realize
What year was
that changed radio forever.
It's like,
yeah. Half of what we all were
506.
doing was not allowed anymore.
Yeah, changed radio forever.
When we said goodbye to Scotty at KOA when he left, half the bits we wanted to play is the all-time. I was like, well, can't use that one, can't use that one, can't use this one because of that moment.
Shock FM radio was gone after that moment, literally.
Let me ask you this, though.
Crazy.
Is it going to be harder to watch the Super Bowl this year because you were one game away?
Of course. It all is. We're seeing updates from outside the AFC hotel. It's the same hotel they stayed at. It's the same one.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Of course.
It would have been deja vu all over the place.
You can literally see the stadium from that hotel, so you might as well.
It brings back all the memories. We were saying, we opened the show. We're all of us. You know where we should be today doing this? We should be in the house that we were going to have, or Radio Row, or wherever. We all should be there
we could
right
have been
now.
at the Bennigan's that turned into a club after 10 o'clock at night. Every night did you ever hear that, like, boom, boom, boom? I was like, what the hell is that? Finally figured out it was literally, I'm not kidding, it was a Bennigan's that was across the street. You probably didn't even know that existed, did you?
I just thought that was Vaughn's room.
No, it was literally, like, it was a family restaurant till 10 o'clock, and then, I don't know, they rolled out some subwoofers and turned it into a club.
Nate, were you there 10 years ago? Were you broadcasting from there?
No.
You weren't?
I was in Las Vegas that week.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Las
whole
Vegas
week?
for both the Broncos Super Bowls?
Super Bowl 50.
Yeah.
They sent me and Nayland to Vegas on the client trip that had been booked like 6 months in advance.
Oh, wow.
And
That sucks.
I think Les and CJ went to New York, and me and Nayland went to Vegas. Nayland did not wait for the game to end before leaving, by the way. He lost so much money on that game. He and I both took a bath, but his had more zeros in it because he's in a different tax bracket than me.
Wow.
But he, at halftime, it got to halftime, and he went up to his room, got his bag, and took a cab directly to the airport.
Wow.
Now, wait, that was 50 or 48?
Had to be 48.
Oh, it was 48.
Yeah, I was going to say 48 is the one where we all thought, hey, they'll be up 28-0 at halftime.
Yeah.
No, they won't.
Yeah, we all were convinced defense does not matter.
So here's
Super
what
Bowl
I remember
48.
about 48. I remember the snap over the head where I was like, well, that's not how you want to start. And I remember coming down from the elevator. Terrell Davis and I ride the elevator down as I'm going back down to the field. And I mean, TD is going off about this is a BS run game. We're never going to win a game with this run game. And I hate this run game. And I was like, wow. And then I walk out to the field and I'm going, if they can just get a stop, I think we'll be okay. I get out of the tunnel.
Percy
and there
Harvin.
goes Percy Harvin. I'm like, this is over. What am I even doing?
I left it. I was in.
So much
I
for
was in
that.
the game. I left at halftime. I did not see Bruno Mars. I just was so depressed. I didn't even say for Percy Harvin. I had given up before Percy Harvin.
Oh, I wanted to, but I couldn't. Oh, I told Nate the worst ever. Oh my God. I'm literally walking behind Archie and Eli Manning to the locker room. Because I got a hand paint in my headset so he can talk to Dave. And I don't know what happened in there.
You did that?
Oh yeah.
That's incredible.
And so in go Archie and Eli, door shuts. I'm waiting to be let in. And I mean, not a minute later, Eli comes flying out as if he just saw a pig slaughtered or something. The look on his face, I will never forget. He was like, I thought he was going to start crying. I'm like, oh my God, what is waiting for me behind these doors? What is going to happen?
That's crazy.
And then nobody would talk. Were you in that locker room where nobody talked?
I was in the tents afterwards. It was a really weird moment. Peyton Manning walked off the stage, and Mike Kliss was there. And he apologized to Mike Kliss.
Yeah, he
it was
did that
weird.
to me. He did that to everybody. He apologized to Dave off air. I'm like, what are you apologizing for? You're the only reason why we're here.
I don't know if you guys remember, but he kind of did something similar after Super Bowl 52. If you go back and watch the audio of him mic'd up after the game, every single player that Peyton saw on the field as the confetti's falling, he said, hey, thanks for sticking with me.
Oh, I saw that video.
Thanks for sticking with me. And he said it real somber. And he said almost the exact same line to absolutely everybody. Thanks for sticking with me. Kind of weird, right?
It's some serious talk about knowing what you are.
Yeah,
he was a shell of himself. It was border you were his teammate, but I got to be honest with it, from a spectating perspective, it was painful to watch him.
Yeah,
it was rough.
I'll tell you this: we didn't feel like we were sticking with him. We felt like Peyton Manning was going to win us the Super Bowl,
but he didn't feel like that.
Hey,
no,
and that's why he was so great because he made you believe that.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
Yeah.
Well, and remember, I will never forget the audio of that America's game. I always like watching where Gary Kubiak turns to, I think it was either Rick Dennison or Wade Phillips, and he goes, "Our quarterback just checked into a run play. We did it."
Yeah.
Because Manning was just like, all right, they're giving me run defense or pass defense, or you're just going to run the ball down their throats.
Right.
And that's all he did. You probably were in a few of those plays.
You know what else I noticed in that audio? Because there was that clip that was just flowing. It sounds like you saw it.
Yeah.
Did you notice what Akeem said to him?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know that. Like, I certainly didn't know that was definitely Peyton Manning's last game. And Akeem Talib, on the field, is like, hey, right off into the sunset, brother. I'm like, oh, okay. Wow, you're just putting that out there on him, huh?
Do you think he wanted one more chance when he was done? Because, again, he took a minute. I had always been told, I can't say I got to confirm, but what does it matter now? He retired. I was told he did try to see if there's maybe one other team that he knew.
Wasn't it the Rams were kicking the tires
on him? Well, but I
him?
think he wanted to know I'm not battling for that. I know Elway felt that way at the end, too. I'm not coming here to.
Yeah.
Although he was not going to go to another team. I just don't think. I think he thought Mike wanted to play the young pup.
I don't know if Peyton. Do you think he would have gone somewhere else? I guess I could see if the Broncos wanted him back. That he would do that.
We knew it was done, right? Here was the thing with Peyton. Here's why I was told he always picked Denver. He was allowed to bring his passing game. Like Leggy will tell you, he and Mike, he said, I will run the McCoy run game, but this is my passing tree. This is the verbiage, and this is what we're doing. And of course, they were like, yeah, fine. Bring it on over.
Like,
we just had Tebow.
And I don't think the Rams are going to, and I'm sure I don't know. I don't know. But I got to imagine if you're Peyton Manning, you're like, oh, I got to teach these guys everything again. Doesn't that feel, wouldn't that feel like
it's exhausting
so much in your last year?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It is, but also like you only get to do it one more time.
No, I know.
You know, that's,
I wonder.
And you get a really good paycheck to hang out in the locker room and play football for another year. Like, that's the funny thing about watching Aaron Rodgers right now. And I think dweebs like us are just like, why don't you just hang it up? You got everything. And for Aaron Rodgers, he's just like, the moment I hang it up, I never get to do this ever again.
And forever, Aaron Rodgers, the more we find out, this really is everything.
Yeah.
Do you, I know
unless you pull a Phillip Rivers, you're done.
You and Scotty have talked about it, and you both have said you wish you would have taken that one more offer.
Yeah.
Think there's any chance Peyton feels that way? The guy that's had the career that he's had, do you think they feel that way?
Probably not in hindsight. Because I bet if anything, with the benefit of hindsight, he looks back on it now and he's like, yeah, I didn't have it, you know? But in the moment, maybe. But I bet now, like Peyton's not the type of dude, you would never hear about Peyton Manning coming out of retirement unless he felt like he could perform.
Right.
You know?
He ain't pulling a Phillip Rivers.
Yeah. And
Also, the weirdest thing though about that sport, Tyler, is don't you guys, when the season first ends, don't you kind of feel like, I don't know how the hell I'm ever going to do this again? And then like you give it a few weeks, you get some sleep, the body starts to heal up, you go sit on a beach, and then suddenly, oh yeah, no, I still got it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't have a 18-year career.
Sure.
But I mean, when you're in the last couple years, every year you're like, don't make a decision right now.
It's like Stafford at the end of this year.
And then you can think about it.
Roethlisberger, the last few years of Roethlisberger when he was just like I don't know what I want. And then you give it a couple of weeks and suddenly, hey.
Yep.
Turns out golf sucks. I want to go play football again.
Hey, I like the guys.
Yeah. Yeah. And again, somebody puts here's your 8 figures you'll make if you come back and do this thing. And that's pretty enticing for a lot of people.
Did you ever have your moment doing the sidelines where you're like, how did I survive this game?
Oh, all the time. Yeah.
I can't believe the number of like BA guys that I knew that were like, I don't know how I did that. I was like, bro, you dominated. Not only did you did it, you were really good.
Well, my first year or two, you know what the honest thought was? Oh, I'm better than that dude. Like, yeah, I should still be out there. Like, I'm definitely better than that tackle. I wouldn't have done that. But then 4 or 5 years go by, and you're like, oh, my God, how did I do that?
You're not so big anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you're slimmer.
Hey, that's Hot Skinny Andy with a cool voice. I'm Nate Kreckman. Tyler Polumbus, everybody, PhD, every day, noon to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl, we're rolling with you until 6. We'll take a break. When we come back, the Nuggets lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's not a big deal at all. I'll tell you why next.
after a while, I felt like we were forcing things instead of just, finding the open guy. We still made 16 threes, 16 to 35. In my personal opinion, I think we could have shot 50, and they all would have been good ones for the most part, the way they guard. And a lot of that is because of Nikola. They're all in. Their whole team's guarding him. And, it's a night-to-night thing with how they're allowed to guard him as well. He shoots 4 free throws. There's a lot of contact everywhere. Their best guy shoots 13. So we just have to play through the contact. The guys said in the locker room, just have to have a more physical mindset from the beginning, and test those waters as best we can.
Well, never too early to start the podium games before a playoff series. David Adelman starting it up on the 1st of February right there. Couldn't help but mention the free throw disparity between Shea and Nikola Jokic there last night. Andy, I that game last night, I got to be honest with you, it was not totally unexpected.
Yeah, I know, but go ahead, make your point.
So you can complain. Yeah.
No, I had to remind myself a few times, you don't have all your guys, but neither did it. Look, that thing was annoying. I just got to a point, I want to say the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Who were the 2 bench guys that just kept going off for threes? I was finally just like,
well, Case and Wallace made 7 threes last night.
That was one of them.
Yeah.
I was just like, all right, when they're shooting threes like this, what are you going to do?
Well,
what are you going to do?
That's just it. Like, if we would have come in here on a Monday and somebody would have said, hey, Case and Wallace took 11 threes, I would have said, that's fantastic.
Great D.
Terrific.
Yeah.
You forced them into suboptimal shot selection. But he made 7 of them. And also, he was too open on far too many of them. The Nuggets went zone. And how do you beat a zone? You shoot over it, and the Thunder beat it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Didn't work.
Kaysen made 7 of them last night. Aaron Wiggins made 3 threes. Isaiah Joe hit 3 triples. Jalen Williams made 2, the other Jalen Williams. And Lou Dort made 2 last night. Can't get beat by Lou Dort. So
come on, man, you can't get beat by Lou Dort.
And yet you could.
Yeah. Andy, here's where I don't think last night's result is a big deal. And maybe I should rephrase that. Maybe that's not completely accurate for the point I'm trying to make. Okay? Number one, to me, it's not a big deal if I'm looking at it through the lens of what does this game say about the Denver Nuggets? I don't think it's a big deal there. I think it is a big deal what happened last night because it was evidence that David Adelman and the Nuggets have to collect for knowing how to beat those guys.
Yeah.
Because the reality is the Oklahoma City Thunder are better than the Denver Nuggets. They just are. They're the best team in the NBA. The Denver Nuggets, though, can beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series. They can. And last night is the beginning of the downloading of the information that this Denver Nuggets group has to have to be able to start to formulate a roadmap by which they can beat these guys in a 7-game series. And that's where I'm actually encouraged by some things that happened last night. But also, like, let's just remember, you didn't have Aaron Gordon, which, number one,
Huge.
I will say this. You cannot beat the Thunder in a 7-game series without Aaron Gordon.
That was going to be my biggest point. You've got to get him right and healthy because if go back to that was Game 7 all over again last night.
If you do not have his physicality, if you do not have him on the boards, they will kill you.
Yeah.
And especially in the first quarter last night, that was so evident. They were getting hands on everything. The Thunder, that was a red letter game for the Thunder. You could tell. And I think it was for Denver. Denver just didn't meet the moment. The Thunder did.
Well, and it didn't help that Nicola's on a minutes count, right?
No, that helps nothing. That's one of the things is, yes, he played 29 minutes last night, and you got to remember, in a playoff series, he'll play 47, okay? He'll basically never leave the floor.
Let me ask you this, too, because you've said it forever, and I wanted to give you credit because it was the first time I noticed it. largely this year, you've not missed MPJ, but last night is where you missed that size you used to always talk about because they're such a bigger team than you are.
They are, and that's again Jalen Pickett, when he's getting hunted on switches by Shea, he's killing you. He's killing you. He's just not big enough. Okay, you need Christian Brown and Cam Johnson to be able to assist in those switches. You need that size on the floor. Shea is first off, Andy. There's the two best players in the world, and there's a gap to get to number 3. Though Nikola Jokic and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander are both on a different planet. And Shea showed you all of it last night, and he hunted and he killed last night. And he hunted Jalen Pickett, he hunted Bruce Brown, he hunted Jamal Murray, and he just murdered everybody last night.
You know what I had to laugh about, though? His little push-off move finally got him because Peyton Watson was actually too skinny. You know what I mean? Well, because he's so skinny, it looked like he got destroyed, too, even though he sold it.
Exactly.
When you do that to a Jamal Murray who's a little thicker, they don't buy it.
And honestly, P-Watt was on him a couple of times, and Spencer Jones was on him a couple of times, and every time Shea was just okay, we'll run another screen and I'll switch it. They're so patient offensively. That's a basketball team that just knows exactly what they are. Another reason I'm not worried about last night, okay? At least last night's result is Tim Hardaway and Jonas Valanciunas and Bruce Brown, and I'll put Spencer Jones in this conversation as well. Those guys have not played a playoff series against the Oklahoma City Thunder as members of the Denver Nuggets. The Nuggets are better having all of them, but those guys need to get ingrained and learned what it takes to beat those guys. And essentially what it takes to beat them is perfection.
Yeah. Well, I also think you and I had talked about it. It's one thing to face Philadelphia, a shorthanded Boston team, Washington. When it's the Thunder, you're hoping that with as fun as Jalen Pickett has been, with as fun as Spencer Jones has been, those just aren't the guys you want playing those starter minutes when it comes time to try to send a message.
I think, to your point, I think Spencer Jones could be really useful. They got to figure that whole thing out, but he could be really useful in spot duty against the Thunder. I thought he played well last night.
I'm not trying to knock him.
It's just that's a big stage.
It is
for him to be out there on right now. And
you miss, like you said it, you miss CB, you miss AG. No full. Nikola kept having to leave middle of the quarters he was in.
Your two most physical defenders you don't have.
Yeah, and they took advantage of it.
Yeah, and you need to have those guys. Look, Joker only took 9 shots and Jamal shot 4 of 16. Okay, both of those things will change in a playoff series. They quadruple teamed Jokic all night. Again, Dagnall, and it was the right bet. You don't have the guys to beat us. I'm gonna throw everybody that I've got at Nikola, and Joker played sloppy. He had 6 turnovers last night. I thought he got too ref obsessed last night.
Yeah, he got frustrated with everybody.
He did, and he. When he's chucking up bad shots, trying to bait a whistle just so he can turn and argue with the refs, you lost the game, dude.
Yeah, he falls into that. If you're gonna give it to Shea, then I want to, and that's never a good head. When he's in that headspace, things usually don't go well.
No, it's not. And again, dude, I'm sorry you're 7 feet tall. You're never gonna get the whistle that guy gets. You'll never have James Harden's whistle. You'll never know what that's like. That doesn't get to ever be your life. So just battle through it. And that's in the playoffs, that's what he does. I think his conditioning isn't perfect right now because he's coming off of a major injury. And it's just hard to play those dudes, man. And you're playing them again with guys that haven't played the Thunder, that don't know exactly what it requires. But here's again, and I keep coming back to this. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a homer. a lot of mistakes were made last night against an excellent Thunder team that by the time we're going into a playoff series, and I'm just assuming that's the collision course we're on, the Nuggets are going to be a lot better at this.
Yeah, but you got to be healthy.
You do.
I mean, that, unfortunately, what you cannot explain away a last night's win, and you said it right there, you absolutely have to have Aaron Gordon. No shock there, because we saw Game 7 went without him, but they've got to have Aaron Gordon, and you got to have CB, frankly, too.
Yep.
You are just too small without those guys. Just too small.
Spring, what was our update on Christian Brown from earlier today?
He has been upgraded to questionable.
Questionable.
Where are we at with Cam Johnson? Like, is Cam Johnson getting close to jumping back into this thing? It's funny. You say that, and I'm like, man, I kind of forgot about Cam Johnson.
He's on the team. He's on the team. Yeah. He's got uniforms and everything. The Nuggets are in Detroit tomorrow night to play
20 of them.
A good Pistons team. And then Wednesday they are at the Knicks. So talking about physicality, this next test is these next couple of games are the Pistons, man, and they impress the hell out of me with the way that they guard. They're just that team is tough to deal with. Good thing you're gonna have Jokic this time around. Man, I wish we were doing a show after Friday night instead of after last night.
Yeah, it would have been a lot more fun.
Would have been a lot more fun.
Where you whoop the Clippers.
Yeah.
I may have to start recording my daughter watching the Thunder. Nobody hates the Thunder more than my daughter. She hates everybody. She hates Chet. She hates Lou Dort. She hates Shea. Who else? Who else is missing? I'd swear a couple of the guys. Oh, she hates
Hartenstein?
Caruso. Yeah, you know what? She hates him too, but she hates Caruso. And
he didn't
Caruso
even play
wasn't
last
even
night.
but she still had to bring it up. She's like, God, I hate that guy. I hate him so much. I hate his stupid headband. I hate his bald head. She's got more sports hate than my son. It's, I mean, she really hates the Thunder.
Yeah, I think we're in that place now. It's a full-on hate-filled rivalry. It's good. It's spicy. There's physicality in the basketball. This is great. This is good. This is sports hate. And guess what? If the Nuggets are going to do the thing and win an NBA championship, they can't do it without beating those guys. They're a hell of a team, though, man. They are, Andy. They guard so well.
Yeah.
They, like, last night, and the Nuggets were trying to work Jokic, posting on the side of the paint, down on the block. And the Thunder, first off, they're all giant. So entry passes are tough. So no matter what, like, the rhythm of your offense is always tricky. Even Jamal, who's as good an entry passer as basically I've ever seen in my life, even he struggles with trying to get the ball to Nikola and get him the ball in a fashion where he doesn't have to force him away from the basket too much, but inevitably he has to, and that allows the double is always going to be there because Chet is always floating in the lane with his giant arms, and they'll send a third. They'll eventually send a fourth. By the time Joker's able to swing the ball the other way, it's like shot clock winding down. You don't have time to get the offense into any other kind of action, and you just end up taking a contested shot. And they close out so well. They're as disciplined a team when it comes to their team defense as any that you will see in professional basketball.
Well, I want to tell you this. The challenge for the Nuggets is going to be, because what they kept saying during the broadcast last night is Oklahoma City's not even shooting threes well this year.
They're not.
And all they did was rain them on the Nuggets.
They're
the Nuggets
a mediocre three-point shooting team.
With what the Nuggets have been this year, you've got to be better than them at the three-point stripe.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do now, because you guys are, well, till last night, I think you were the best three-point shooting team in the league, weren't they?
They are percentage-wise. If you just look at Spencer Jones and Peyton Watson, it was a great three-point shooting night. Just don't gander down at Jamal Murray or Tim Hardaway Jr. last night.
Tim has got to be on.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
0 for 6 last night. He took bad shots. He took off-balance shots. They gave him problems all night long.
We got a couple people on the text line chiming in. Are we to the point where we hate the Thunder more than the Lakers? I'm telling you, folks, yes.
Well, yeah, because they're better.
Yeah, that's just the point.
Yeah.
Everybody is always on me about why do you hate the Chiefs more than the Raiders? Because in my lifetime,
they're good.
There have been more high leverage games against the Chiefs than the Raiders.
Yeah.
And look, this thing could move around. Frankly, you've had more important matchups against Minnesota in the playoffs at times than you have the Lakers, right? At least that you lost.
Got a lot of big ones against the Lakers, too.
In recent history,
but in
they've not been a problem.
In this moment, all I worry about is the Thunder.
Well,
that's all that I worry. And Minnesota is going to be
okay.
It's going to be a tough
I hate
series.
this conference because again, I don't think we ought to go sleeping on San Antonio.
I don't think
either,
we should either.
Frankly,
yeah, I don't think we should either.
Can we move some people to the East? I mean, my God.
Speaking of the East, do you see MPJ didn't make the All-Star team?
Really?
Yeah, it came up just short. I'm disappointed for him.
Yeah. Were you legitimately surprised?
I would have averaging 26 a game.
I am not knocking the guy. I know.
mean, I know Pascal Siakam was in the finals last year, but the Pacers are terrible. I would have thought that maybe MPJ would have got the nod over him. Jamal Murray did make the All-Star team.
So that's what matters.
Justice is there. First All-Star selection of his career. I mean, Andy, he's got to be. And I don't even know how to do the comp on this, but there can't have ever been an NBA player with more postseason accomplishments than Jamal Murray before he made an all-star team in his sport.
You know, if he was in the NFL, he'd be making the Pro Bowl every year.
Every year on
because
reputation.
Down the stretch, when you start the voting, he's tearing it up.
Right.
In the NBA, because it's a middle of the year thing,
He's always a
he
slow
always
starter.
starts slow until this year.
He's always coming
and
off
never made
injury.
the,
starting slow.
I am a little surprised, though, that past playoff performances with what the Nuggets have been didn't get him an all-star game before this.
I know. And then the season starts and you look around the West and you're like, which of these guards do we leave off?
That's true. There's only 1,000 good players in the West.
They're too damn good. Kreckman and Lindahl, the Broncos have an offensive coordinator. They did it. They made the hire. What are Davis Webb's duties going to look like? We'll kick that around coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I read this directly from my own email inbox. Broncos name Davis Webb offensive coordinator and Logan Kilgore as quarterbacks coach. Logan Kilgore. It's an awesome name. It doesn't say anything about play calling, Andy. Nothing about play calling.
Okay. So here's the big question, because we all thought last week that he would not stay if he didn't get play calling. But did the jobs dry up? Like, again, I know
like
he
your
pulled
throat?
out of the, yeah, exactly. Like the cough that's about to happen. He pulled out of the Raiders job, but it went to Clint Kubiak this weekend as everybody thought it would.
Yeah.
And
But by the way, and his pullout on that was,
yeah.
his rhythm was solid, but also he knew.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this gig.
That was the pre-breakup.
And I don't want to sit here in limbo while the Broncos are trying to make a decision on OC and the Ravens and the Giants and the Eagles and everyone else's opportunity is out there. You know, he has hand. So Davis Webb, and by the way, like that quote, I think, was it Schefter that had the quote or whoever it was of just one of the candidates said it's Clint's job to lose?
Yeah.
We're assuming that was Davis Webb that said that, right?
Probably, yeah.
Yes. So
I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
He knew, like you said, he knew.
Davis Webb gets the gig, so too bad, so sad. Brian Johnson and Ronald Curry, neither of them apparently impressed enough in their opportunities. I read this to you, Andy. I gave this one to DMac before. We'll revisit it really quickly. Luca Evans of the Post, writing in his piece today, a source with knowledge of the situation told the Denver Post there's nothing in Webb's OC deal that stipulates he would take over play calling duties from Peyton, and the staff have not made a concrete decision if he'll actually assume that role. But Webb had standing interest from the Giants, Ravens, and Eagles for their respective OC positions and play calling duties, leaving little reason he'd stay on the Broncos staff for a simple title change. There's a lot in here, given how sought after he was, that the Broncos would have to do something to make the job more attractive than simply just you get a new office and a new business card.
I think he looked at Clint Kubiak being ahead of him as a head coaching candidate, despite him being so hot, and he asked to say that guy calls plays and I don't.
Yeah.
If I'm going to take the next step truly to a head coach, I got to call plays.
Although, isn't it weird then that Mike LaFleur got a head coaching job today with the Arizona Cardinals? Too bad, VJ. Mike LaFleur was not the Rams play caller. That's Sean McVay's job.
No, it's a good call.
Did Bidwell, did he just see like, ooh, M. LaFleur, we should totally hire him.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was available.
Yeah, maybe.
And then he came in and said, I didn't know there was a Mike LaFleur.
Well, yeah, when he met him, like when Dan Reeves met Ted Gregory, the famed pick, and he didn't realize that he was taller than Ted Gregory, his new nose tackle.
Do you think Bidwell called him Matt for like the first 4 or 5 times before somebody corrected him?
Like Jerry trying to talk to Michael Parsons. No, I would say this. I wouldn't doubt that it's a team effort to call plays. I still think Sean's going to have a hand in it.
Yeah.
Sure, Davis will get. You know what we're going to find all this out is this week at the Super Bowl. At some point, Sean, I would guess, well, maybe not. Do you think Sean appears on Radio Row? Because he's going to get asked about it. If he doesn't, then we'll find out at the Combine.
Yeah, I would think. I don't think Sean Payton misses an opportunity to
make a couple bucks. Although he never pitches anything, does he?
Hit the nightlife with all of his football bros. I think. Yeah, I think Sean. He likes the scene. It's a good scene. He gets, there's a lot of bottle service behind velvet ropes and whatnot for Sean. I have a hard time believing he would skip out on that.
No, you're right about that. But at this point last year, first off, it was in New Orleans, so that helped.
That's true.
Secondly, he had 2 or 3 weeks off by the time the Super Bowl hit.
True.
Because they lost in the first round.
Yeah.
Is he maybe at the house in Cabo this week and going to skip out? I bet you he doesn't want to talk about this. Or, you know what? Or it'll be the opposite. He wants to be able to set his record straight from the shouldn't talk about my ankle comment, and we definitely will hear from him. I don't know which way it's going to go. Kay Adams, I'm sure, will let us know one way or the other.
There's a lot of fascinating questions to ask the guy right now.
Which is maybe why he decides to not go. But
he could avoid.
I don't know.
Yeah. If I had to guess right now, my 2 predictions are he keeps play calling duties and he goes to the Super Bowl. I believe those are the and both of them are you got to show me that like I don't believe you. That's the thing that when I look at Sean Payton, I'm like, I don't see a planet on which you have enough room in the massive suitcase that is your ego to fit somebody else into play calling duties.
No, I hear you, but do they need it to happen?
Oh, should they?
To take away some of the predictability of this offense and all the personnel switching, would it be better for the team if somebody else did it?
Should they?
Despite how good he is.
Probably. Will they?
Right.
That's the bridge that I'm having a tough time crossing. But if a world where Greg Penner went to him and said, your duties could be better deployed elsewhere with this team. You know, it's funny. I read, and I want to dive into it more in depth later, but I read a little bit about Vrabel and his game management and how he was able to take advantage of Denver on a couple of things in the AFC Championship. And it is pointed out, like, he's not his offensive or defensive play caller. Like, this is all he does on game day.
Well,
is he worries about that part of the game. And I think Sean Payton's really good at that stuff. But again, like, can you be the absolute best to win on the slimmest of margins the way that Vrabel was able to in a game like that when you also have play calling duties?
Look, and again, trying to decide what play to call. He talked about getting gun shy. He clearly wasn't quite positive what he wanted to do on 4th and 1. They took the timeout so he could think about it.
Yeah.
You know, the constant switching of personnel. I think he brings a gravitas to the sidelines that you still need.
Absolutely.
I think he does a great job working the refs. I think for the most part he manages the game okay. I don't always love his use of challenges sometimes because I think he does it out of anger when you can't do that. But I do think it wouldn't be the worst thing. Listen, he could still get on the headset and tell Davis Webb, it's 4th down. Not only are we going for it, this is what we're running. Okay.
And what I worry about in that situation is, like, how hard it's going to be for him to step aside.
Yeah. Well, and Nate, if it doesn't go well after 5 or 6 games, does he just take it back? Say he did.
I was going to say 5 or 6 minutes of the first quarter of the first game.
Well,
you suck at this. Give it to me.
He's said it over and over and over again. He loves that part of the game.
He does, and
it's why he loves game day.
He has bristled so hard at any suggestion that he wouldn't do it forever, while out of the other side of his mouth saying, I can't drive at night.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a good point. Or in the snow. But again, how much would it help this team to have an offensive coordinator in the box like so many other teams, getting a look at the upper view of the field, the coverages and whatnot, having a new opinion of that. And look, again, Sean can tell Davis, here's a couple things I like, but if nothing else, Davis has got to be, Sean has admitted he doesn't get it into the headset. Chase Daniel has talked about how tough it is sometimes trying to get the call from Sean as he stumbles around in the calls. Somebody else at least relaying it faster would be good.
It's a good question, though. Would Davis Webb be an upstairs guy? Because he's a sideline guy. He was a sideline guy as a quarterback's coach. Would he become an upstairs guy if he is a play caller? Because Lombardi was upstairs, right?
Yeah.
He was up talking down to Sean.
But I want the quarterback's eyes. And for those that don't remember, Davis Webb was a former quarterback.
Yeah.
Who actually was he almost was a CU buff before he went to Cal. But I want the quarterback's eye up there giving me the opinion of what the coverages and whatnot are doing.
Yeah.
What are they doing? You know, I just think in some cases you miss that. Now, that said, Sean has designed some beautiful plays. I'm not saying the guy needs to get out of it altogether, but you got to speed the process up, and you got to change something. This offense, too many times, even with all the success this year, way too many stretches where you can't pick up a first down. Too many 3-and-outs at times.
Is that a play calling duty or a personnel
well, dude,
issue?
I mean, an execution.
Yeah, and a lot of other stuff. There's just, this offense has to get better. If the Broncos are going to take a next step, This offense has to get better. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got so much more to do on this fine radio program with you today. Andy, I got a Broncos front office little nugget to throw at you. Something that I saw today about George Paton that I had not even considered. Is this front office as stable as we think it is? I'll tell you what that is next.
Really?
Avs Red Wings tonight right here on 92.5. Avs beat the snot out of them in Detroit the other day. Nice shutout for Blackwood. That was cool. Nathan McKinnon, first NHL player to 40 goals this year in pursuit of another Hart Trophy.
Then he calls out our guy EJ for no good reason.
Marty Necas, by the way, has an upper body injury.
That ain't good.
His upper body hurts. But apparently...
Who doesn't?
Marty Necas.
Marty Nachos.
Uh-huh. By the way, 13th consecutive game without Landeskog tonight, and yet Betsy is staying steadfast that he's good to go for Sweden in the Olympics. Okay. All right.
Well, you know how I feel.
I do, yes.
I'm not real worried if he is or not. I want him back for our thing.
Yes. Eight
Selfish
Olympians from the Avalanche, including McKinnon, McCarr, and Toews, all playing for Team Canada.
Will we get any sort of, I'm not dumb enough to say we'll see an old school Avs Red Wings game, but this might have a little spice to it tonight.
Oh, well, back-to-back.
Yeah.
Teams are always a little sick of each other in these situations.
Nate going, when we kick a team's rear end.
Yeah.
And I know what he was talking about. And he was like, well, I think the game was closer than the scoring. Well, I'm sure all they heard was that you kicked our rear end.
Exactly.
Now, can't deny it. It was 5-0. But
should be a fun one tonight. Listen to it right here. Connor has the call. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock puck drop on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy. So I'm reading Mike Sando's Pick Six column today, and he's talking about the Minnesota Vikings and the dismissal of Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, their general manager, last week. Again, I think when an owner's sitting there going, we have J.J. McCarthy and we had Sam Darnold and now he's in the Super Bowl, that's a pretty good indication you're going to have a tough time keeping your gig. So what's next for the Minnesota Vikings? Mike Sando, and his column is always very good, writes this. Ownership suggested longtime team executive Rob Brzezinski would serve as GM through the draft. Former Vikings exec George Paton, now GM of the Broncos, would be a logical successor in Minnesota. His job with the Broncos changed fundamentally after the team hired Sean Payton as coach and gave Sean Payton control of football operations. George Payton's contract with the Broncos runs through the 2026 season.
Okay.
Now that's not a report.
No, it's fact.
It's fact, and it's very educated speculation from a very connected NFL columnist.
But is this NFL columnist being used to maybe make sure George Payton's contract matters are sewn up sooner rather than later here in Denver? Because Greg Penner, not even a week ago, it'll be a week ago tomorrow, said, I'd like both the Paytons to be here a very long time.
There is nothing better. There is nothing better for you with a contract coming up than to have a dalliance with a former employer. Okay?
That very much likes you.
Yes. If the Vikings have an opening and they want to contact George Payton, all he can do is listen. Now, right now, again, currently he is under contract with the Broncos. But it's something to think about. Does George Payton want to be long for this? Or if the Vikings came to him and said, you will have final say on roster construction and draft matters versus what your standing is currently with Sean Payton here in Denver, much like Davis Webb with the play calling, would George Payton hear that and go, yeah, I'd like to fully put my stamp on something. I'd like it to be my operation. You never know. You never know what's going to appeal to these guys.
Do you feel like, though, he's not got enough of that here?
No, I know he doesn't have enough of it here. Now, again, I don't know how much that matters to him. I don't know what's truly in George Payton's heart. He might love the role that he has here in Denver of, I just get to be scout guy, and I get to grind tape and do that part of the football job that I really like, and I almost get to borderline sidestep some of the pressures that come with, being an all-powerful general manager. Because there's all kinds of different head coaches in the NFL. There's all kinds of front office executives in the NFL. No structure is exactly alike. Or, Again, and these guys are, they work in pro football and they're super competitive and they all have massive egos. Could George Payton say, no, I want to run the operation myself?
Okay, here's where I think the Broncos do have an advantage. Now, I'm not saying the Vikings are broke, because I don't think they are.
No.
There's not. As a general manager, what wins you the day more than anything else? Guaranteed money.
Yep.
Cash up front.
Yep.
He never, ever has to worry about that here.
Oh, no, that's like working in Denver is the ideal. I really think you can't have a better owner in North American sports to work for than the richest one.
Now, I think there's probably more pressure and a mood in the office. I think Greg Penner, maybe, I don't think he meant to, but as he sat there and said, we're not satisfied, we're not done, we're not really celebrating anything, and I'll spend anything that you want, but he let it be known. I like ROI. I like return on investment, and that is going to be a Super Bowl. I will give you all the guaranteed cash you want. I'm expecting this to turn into something big one day.
I mean, Andy, also, is Kevin O'Connell a better hang than Sean Payton on a day-to-day basis?
I feel like, yeah.
I mean, we don't know for sure. Sean,
I don't know. You know what?
Sean always paints his relationship with George as overwhelmingly positive. But again, this is the guy that said, I'm trying to find a goddamn joker.
To be fair to Sean Payton, I do think the people most miserable when he's in his mood are his offensive staff and his quarterback.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, look, VJ hasn't bailed. You know what I mean? VJ hasn't. And I'm not talking about, he didn't get head coaching. I'm sure VJ's got plenty of opportunities to be a DC somewhere else. If he's burned out on this, he's not left.
Yeah, but can't the Broncos, they can block a lateral move, right?
My point is that for as much of the Sean Payton we see in the media, I don't think he's always that Sean Payton around the facility. When he's doing football with the boys, I'm sure he's much more fun to hang with than the guy that we know through our press conferences, right? And maybe that's why George Payton, and honestly,
this is all very generous of you.
How often do you think Sean Payton and George Payton are even talking once we get to the football season?
Don't they say they talk every day?
Yeah, but I wonder, I mean, are we talking, or are we like, hey man,
just talking.
Do you like that breakfast burrito the cook made today?
Great piece today. Speaking of George Payton and the job he has done in Denver, about John Schneider and the building of the Seattle Seahawks. It's still insane to me that in the Final Four of the NFL this year, the two teams involved in the Russell Wilson trade were both there. Listen to this. The picks acquired in the deal that sent Russell Wilson to the Broncos for Seattle. They took left tackle Charles Cross, who they just gave a $100 million contract to. Outside linebacker Boye Mafe, who's a rotational guy. Yeah, good player, rotational guy. Devin Witherspoon, who was a second-team All-Pro this year, the corner. And outside linebacker Derek Hall, who, again, is a rotational guy. But listen to this. Beyond the actual players selected with those picks, the extra capital gave Schneider what he has always needed to be best on draft weekend, multiple bites at the apple. Schneider's draft haul from 2022 includes Cross, Mafe, and 4 other starters on this Super Bowl team. Running back Kenneth Walker, right tackle Abe Lucas, safety Kobe Bryant, and cornerback Reek Woolen. Seattle's 2023 class also included JSN, running back Zach Charbonnet, and right guard Anthony Bradford. So between those two drafts, there you go. That's 8 starters that you got out of those two drafts alone. 13 of their 22 starters between offense and defense were drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. John Schneider has done a great job of organizational building. He paid less to have Geno Smith, and then he paid less to have Sam Darnold. He's not paying a max in any of those situations. He's done a hell of a job. And yet all I could think as I read all of this is like, yeah, that's given the haul that you got, that's what you should have done with it.
Right.
What the Broncos have done is so much more incredible.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
They didn't have first-round picks in either of those drafts.
And they had the cap hit. Like, again.
Right.
The other thing that you mentioned, the capital of the draft that allowed them multiple picks at the apple or bites at the apple. And for people who don't know what that means they got to use not only the Broncos pick, they were using their pick too.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of those things came to be.
And some of it also is like when the more you have, the more like Leggy talks about this all the time. You can stick to your board.
Yeah.
You don't reach at anything because you just have more opportunities. You're not overdrafting a player at a particular position or anything else like that. It sets up your entire draft in a better place.
I do have another note from over the weekend I thought was interesting. Whatever happened to right guard deodorant, though? You mentioned the right guard that they drafted.
Is it not out there anymore?
I don't know, but I haven't heard about right guard. No, when you said right guard for some reason, right guard deodorant's what popped in my head.
I believe it's still a product. I use a different brand.
Well, yeah, you got all sorts of other stuff that's come out since. But
Yeah.
I remember when right guard once ruled the world.
You still available, Andy?
Is it made by a guy that played right guard in his career at some point?
It's a great question. I tell you what, sales staff, call up the right guard people. Andy and I will be right guard guys.
I'll wear some right guard deodorant.
Yeah.
Did you see Mike Kliss's little story this weekend about the Broncos? I didn't realize they took 2 cracks at trying to get Sam Darnold. I knew about the failed draft day trade up and all that from the Josh Allen year. Did we not hear a lot? Like, was it not a big story because he wasn't a big player that they tried to get? They tried to make the bridge QB be Sam Darnold and not Zach Wilson the year they drafted Bo. Do you remember that? Because that's what Mike wrote about, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize they tried as hard as I guess the article gave me the impression they did to try to get Sam Darnold.
I mean, I guess it makes sense.
He ultimately went to Seattle, Mike wrote, because he was comfortable with that West Coast style of offense.
Well, it would have
the
been
Broncos don't really play.
It would have been the year they got Minnesota, right? Or that he went to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Would have been the year they tried to get him.
2 years ago.
And instead he goes to the Vikings and he gets to be a starter.
Again, Kevin O'Connell running the Shanahan-style offense because
J.J.
he
McCarthy
just come off being the backup for the Niners.
Yeah. J.J. McCarthy was hurt. And, what's funny about it, too, is, I don't know, if it's not funny, haha. But the Vikings, like, their adherence to, well, we drafted J.J. McCarthy, so we got to try. It's very Paxton Lynch with Denver.
Well,
it very much is giving those vibes of just like, man, you're allowed to just say we used a draft pick, but we found something better, and we're just going to stick with it. You're allowed to do that.
And you know what you could have done? You could have traded the unknown commodity that everybody still had high grades on, probably for better value than you may get trying to trade him now if you decide to go in a different direction.
Right. That's a sticky spot to get into for these teams. But like everyone wants what Denver has right now, what New England has right now, what Washington, what Chicago has, the rookie quarterback window. They're all obsessed with finding the holy grail of a winning quarterback on a cheap contract.
Does anybody from last year's draft really have that? I know it was a good enough start to be hopeful if you're in Tennessee and in New York.
I think Tennessee and New York.
I don't know.
Tennessee and New York, and quite frankly, I think New Orleans are all hoping with Tyler Shuck. I think they're all hoping that's what they have. I'll say this. I know Jackson Dart and Cam Ward are the future of their respective organizations.
See, I'm not all in on Jackson Dart, in part because, I mean, the guy's got to quit getting his head scrambled.
Absolutely. He's got things he's got to correct, but they saw enough there. I mean, they saw enough there to entice John Harbaugh to go be the coach there, which that to me is pretty telling. Also, that guy almost beat the Broncos this year.
By the way,
he's got that going for himself.
We need to talk about this, coach. Now that it's all kind of wrapped up.
Yeah.
What a weird cycle of coaching hires.
Extremely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Jeff Legwold coming up in just a moment. We will talk to our buddy Leggy about the Davis Webb hire and all other things. Super Bowl week. What's next for the Denver Broncos? We'll be talking about it today on a Monday. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Golden Flame Hot Wings, the answer for dinner tonight and for your viewing parties on Sunday. Dan Tanner, you can even enjoy them yourself. Head to gfhwings.com now. Sign up. Make sure you don't miss your chance to feed your flame for the big game in Aurora, Parker, and 2 locations in Colorado Springs. Check them out at gfhwings.com. Jeff Legwold coming up here in just a moment. We will talk to Leggy about the big news of the day, the promotion of Davis Webb. Andy, we all knew it was inevitable. We all knew it was going to happen. Today, it officially went down. Davis Webb is the offensive coordinator of the Denver Broncos. Theoretically, Denver wins 12, 13, 14 games again next year in an ideal world, and then Davis Webb is the head coach next year of the fill in the blanks.
Okay. Is there any chance it is the Denver Broncos in a couple years?
Perhaps it could be. This is, I mean, when we first started kicking this around last week with the firing of Joe Lombardi, I mean, we did throw out there how much do they really like this guy? Is this you become the play caller and the head coach in waiting situation now? Is that what happens? I don't know. For now, he's the offensive coordinator, and that's what we know. Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, freshly back from his first scouting journey of the year, which we're going to dive into here in just a moment as draft preparation begins for Jeff Legwold. But Leggy, we start here. What do we know about all that entails Davis Webb's duties as the offensive coordinator of the Broncos?
Well, we don't know the answer to the question everybody wants, which is he calling plays or not? That has not been announced. I mean, my understanding is, Sean hasn't made a decision on that. Well, the hire's been made. I got to believe that topic was broached at some point.
You would have thought it came up, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And whether or not, the hiring cycle is weird. Guys take themselves out of the running when they're pretty sure they're not going to get it, so they don't appear to have failed to get the job and all of these things. It's all, so much of it is optics. But he interviewed for a lot of jobs and could have had play calling duties with other teams. So, this is, if he's not calling plays, he's banking on this will lead to bigger things anyway down the road without that, but until all of us hear from Sean Payton about who's calling plays. And again, I've said that I'll believe he surrenders play calling duties when, he says it.
Yeah.
Or we don't see him on the headset but I will say he has taken a long look at the offense, and his willingness to make change has already been seen. I mean, Joe Lombardi's been with him 15 years. Pete Carmichael's been with him 18 years. And both those guys are out. Kerry Colbert's out at wide receivers. I mean, this is a pretty big makeover on the offensive staff. So, the discussions could center around how much power you have in play calling, Monday through Saturday, too. I mean, there's a lot to the job that isn't calling plays on game day that would help you be a head coach and all of those things, and I think what we're seeing is what we've talked about on your guys' show is this is going to be a good place to be, with the facilities and resources and all of the things you're going to have here. And man, the grass isn't going to be greener. And I think guys are going to take their time, especially coaches, and trying to figure out, where they want to go next and what would be an upgrade in that sense. But again, until, and we may not hear from Payton until the combine, or maybe he does some of the, the media swirl at the Super Bowl, but until he says it, I'm not sure. I believe he would fully surrender play calling duties.
Yeah, I have my skepticism on that as well, Jeff. I do want to ask you about, and I know this is a reporter from another outlet, but there was an Ian Rappaport tweet last week back on January 27th And he wrote context for the Bills hiring Joe Brady as their head coach. He said Sean Payton wanted Brady as OC, perhaps even with play calling. I'm just curious what you heard on that very note right there, because I didn't put those dots together until Rappaport tweeted it.
No, that's not. Again, I'm not saying Ian didn't hear it from somebody, but that's not something that was conveyed to me.
Okay.
That was going to be part of. And again, perhaps is a big word.
Yeah.
I could perhaps play small forward in the NBA if afforded the right opportunity.
Perhaps could play cello in the London Philharmonic, and yet here you are with us.
And I think sometimes that's where we're at with social media. Maybe, perhaps, could be, don't be surprised. All these things we do, but that's not something that was ever conveyed to me.
Okay.
And I will say I think I have personally seen Sean Payton asked about surrendering any part of play calling 3 or 4 times in
How's
his
that
time
going?
here. Yeah, it is a quick answer.
And not usually friendly.
And just, no, I mean, it's just not something he, now there is a bigger context to this discussion. The analytics people around the league believe, because they're analytics people, they're going to believe these things, but they believe the head coach play callers on either side of the ball are the ones that have the biggest difficulty with game day management. So it is a discussion going on around the league about if it's a good idea or not. And
well, we'll find out on Sunday, Leggy, because Vrabel has no duties, but McDonald does. So which one's going to screw up in the Super Bowl? We'll find out.
And they're both defensive guys.
Yeah.
And I would say Vrabel's been a head coach before, so maybe this is something he's given some thought to.
Yeah.
And he is heavy into the analytics. And, frankly, they've been pretty public, or not public, but they've told people in the league they purposely messed up the Broncos substitution patterns, in the game by every time Sean did a late substitution on offense, they just dragged their feet, limiting the time that Jared Stidham would have to look over things.
Steady interception, man. That's the play. Barmore and Milton Williams just waddling their big behinds out there, and then Stiddy snaps the ball with 2 on the shot on the play clock. Shot clock. I'm already in basketball mode, but 2 on the play clock. Did he even bother to look and see that Christian Gonzalez had a 15-yard cushion on Marvin Mims on that play? Don't throw a go ball to that guy.
Could he see Christian Gonzalez? The snow is flying pretty heavy by that point.
Yeah.
Hey, Leggy Nate had an interesting note. And again, we're asking about other reporters reporting, which we don't mean to do, but just your opinion. George Payton, opening in Minnesota. Could the two be a fit, or do you think he's happy here?
Well, I think both things could be true. I mean, certainly they love George Payton in that building. He was an assistant GM a long time there. They could have made him GM, I think near the end. They had an opportunity to sort of do that. I don't know. I mean, that's something, I haven't been in front of George, since all of this went down. But, I think, again, we're talking about resources, how it's going to be here.
Yeah.
It's going to be a powerful tug for all these guys. And, that's a lateral move. And when you're talking lateral move, what are the resources? What are your chances to win? How are your chances to get free agents? All of those things. And, I think, again, situations, this is a better football situation, but, what's the tug of history? I don't think we know yet. I'm certainly in-house with the Vikings. They'll certainly look at it. He was there a long time. And look, I know the Russell Wilson thing and the Randy Gregory and all of that has sort of tempered what people might think of him here. But in the league, there are few guys who are respected for what they know about football and their lack of ego doing it than George Payton.
All right. I find it interesting because we knew it'd be an interesting media week for Roger Goodell. And I see he's already talking today, which beats, I think, some of the media out there. Is that by design? What do you, I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot of things to talk about. Chief among it, the report with Tisch being involved with Epstein. Is this going to be a bit of an uncomfortable media week for the NFL with the sale of the Seahawks and the Tisch thing popping up now and 18-game seasons and all that?
Well, it's kind of Super Bowl week in a nutshell. I mean, the sale of the Seahawks has been known for years, and most people think it's been a given after the 26th season, just by the dynamics of the trust and all of those things. So that isn't a new story per se. It's been out there for a while, and so that's just kind of Super Bowl week. But they're in the Super Bowl, so everything you do as a team is amplified. I think the Epstein case and the files, that's in a category all of its own across all landscapes for what's there. But even just a thing like the hiring cycle is going to be uncomfortable for Roger Goodell. There were 10 openings, and if I was an aspiring black coach in the NFL, I'd be pretty peeved right now that among 10 openings, there wasn't a better, and even at the coordinator level. I mean, just look, if the argument's always going to be, well, you got to have this experience or that experience, even at the coordinator level, it's lacking. So until the team owners start participating in all of this, we're going to have this same discussion every year. So yeah, I think there are a lot of big topics on the Super Bowl table, but there always are. That's just the nature of the beast. You're going to put everybody in one spot for one game. It's all going to get talked about.
Yeah, Robert Saleh is the only minority hire amongst head coaches amongst the 10 openings. Jeff, so that clearly means Vance Joseph did not get a head coaching job. A month ago, we were like, there couldn't possibly be a better candidate in the league, and yet we go through the cycle, and VJ is still here. At the same time, Jim Leonard, his DB's coach, is now the defensive coordinator of the Buffalo Bills. Let's just, Jeff, let's dive into both of those subjects right here. VJ still here, Jim Leonard gone, and the effects that will have on Denver's defense going forward.
Well, I mean, they fired a coach in the secondary, and Leonard's left, so that means, they've got some work to do there. And important, there's very few, Russian coverage is NFL defense in this day and age. So a secondary coach those are going to be big hires, and I would guess Vance would want a pretty significant voice in that with Sean. But yeah, I'm stunned by a lot of things in recent weeks, but I am rather stunned that 10 teams couldn't come to the conclusion that he was one of the best candidates. It's an awful, look, and I think people should get opportunities. You shouldn't have to be a head coach before to be a head coach now and all that. I don't believe that, but it is hard for me to believe that 10 teams went through the hiring cycles and came up with better candidates. But every defensive coach I've known over the years, it's almost a double whammy what VJ is looking at right now, and that's a tough go. Even the fact that there are 2 defensive head coaches in the Super Bowl doesn't seem to sway fan bases or social media, or whatever owners listen to, search committees, all of these
or
things.
Or not if you're in Cleveland.
Yeah, or just it all seems to
they're
lean
kid
offense.
if you're the Jets.
Yeah. Just whatever they're listening to. It seems like defensive coaches for whatever. We don't brand that as quality defensive play is pretty much synonymous with boring football for a lot of people, and I think that echoes when they're hiring head coaches instead of just, are you winning or not?
All right, let's take some from your site to ask you about. And it got me kind of fired up a week ago, and it wasn't the name I wanted to see today, but there's a mock draft out. Who doesn't love a good mock draft, especially when you're picking 30th? What do you know about Anthony Hill Jr., the linebacker out of Texas that your fine company has the Broncos picking at 30?
I tried to warn you that
I'm still not sure I'm ready to hear it, but okay.
Yeah, the Senior Bowl is an indication. This is a defensive board all over the place, and you might just have to deal with that, my friend.
Board spelled B-O-R-E-D.
Wow.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Look at that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You're one of those. Defensive football is boring. Yeah, we live with it. But no, that's one of the best off-ball linebackers available. He's a quality mover, as the scouts would say. But
They need an upgrade there, Andy. They do need an upgrade.
could
Singleton could be
openings.
gone. Sternad could be gone. By the way, Greenlaw
played half the games this year.
Yeah,
you know?
And that's something you got to be concerned with a little bit. I think there's upwards of a $6 million cap savings if Dre Greenlaw is dispatched. Jeff, do you think that's a possibility? The Broncos could simply say you're too much of an injury case and move on?
Well, I would just say this. He jettisoned one of his most trusted lieutenants of 15 years, 2 days after the season. I would say anything's on the table.
Yeah.
I think this miss will sting him as a head coach because he made no secret of it. And all he had to do was look at it. They finished with the best record in the NFL and had home field advantage. The defense gave up one touchdown.
Barely.
In the championship game. Yeah, a 12-yard touchdown drive.
Yep.
Cost you a trip to the Super Bowl.
Caused by the offense.
That will be the toughest pill to swallow for a coach who made his living on offense. And this look at they're 29th in 3 and outs. J.K. Dobbins leads the team in explosive runs. He didn't play since November 6th. And Cortland Sutton's the only wide receiver the team has in the top 48 in the league in explosive receptions. So it's pretty easy to see where the red flags are, and that is not going to sit well with the head coach.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. His draft coverage is happening right now. Leggy, excellent work as always.
Leggy, real quick. Sorry, Nate.
Yes.
Malachi Fields, would he be a better selection than Anthony Hill Jr.? Since you just talked about all that. No?
Well, for a head coach who loves big receivers, he was pretty easy to spot in Mobile.
That doesn't answer my question. If it's Jeff Legwold drafting, are you taking Anthony Hill Jr. or Malachi Fields, the wideout out of Notre Dame?
Yeah, I take the highest rated player available. And I don't know who that will be.
Well, I was going to say.
But Fields was he had a great week. So his stock may be better than 30 by draft
6'4", 218.
What's the old eye test tell you? You were just down there. Jeff Legwold eye test, February 2nd.
He had a nice week. You know me, I when I look at receivers coming into the NFL, I know lots of folks look at straight line speed and all the big plays they had in college when nobody played man defense and all that stuff. I work from the contested catches out, and that guy, he wins the contested ball, and that's an NFL receiver.
All right. Can't wait for the top 100. When is that, next week? 2 weeks?
Yeah.
Get to work, Leggy.
Yeah. Hey, let's do it. You know what I want? I need a Leggy top
trouble.
100 pre-combine. How about that?
A 1.0, as it were?
Yeah.
Yeah, release it to us early, and then we'll just have it.
Rough draft.
Exactly. We'll have it, and then it's
hand.
It's like a presidential State of the Union.
Yeah.
They give it to the reporters an hour before the speech. Just that's all we ask. Leggy, is just give it to us like a month and a half early, and then we can work off of that.
And then we can see what changed your mind during the process.
There you go.
And see how much you like what I did.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then use it to mock you later.
So, when like the top 18 players are defensive guys, you guys are going to be so hot under the collar.
Yeah, I guess I kind of lost. You know what? I like defense, but this team needs to figure out some offensive stuff that you pointed out.
All right, Jeff. Good work as
We do
always,
love
man.
you, though.
There he goes. That's Jeff Legwold. ESPN.com. Get Leggy's latest on the hiring or I suppose promotion of Davis Webb as the Broncos offensive coordinator. Get it right there. All right, Andy, as you know, Vic Lombardi is going to be live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Thanks to Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Vic will, of course, be there to cover Mike Vrabel and the Patriots. I want to dive a little bit more into what we were just talking about there with Jeff Legwold about game management and is what happened on the Stiddy interception to Christian Gonzalez. Is that play evidence enough to convince Sean Payton to give up play calling duties? I'll tell you what we're aiming at here, what we're driving at here coming up next. Avs tonight, they play Detroit. Pre-game at 6:30, puck drop 7 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs coming off a nice 5-0 victory the other night against Detroit, so solid weekend for them. Again, the Nuggets weekend, Andy, if we were just doing a show after Friday night, remember how fun Friday night was?
Yeah.
Joker comes
Had
back.
that been Thursday, maybe?
Drops 31. You beat a good Clipper team. He's throwing behind the back passes to P. Watt for dunks. He's stepping outside and raining threes and kicking the crap out of Ivica Zubats. Oh, if only that was the show we got to do. But instead, that happened on a Friday night. We had to come in and talk about last night's game.
Yeah. Oh, well. Not oh, well, but oh, well.
Thunder, real good. Real good. Like
how many more matchups? 3?
Yeah, 3 more in the regular season.
2 there?
Yeah. Yeah, you got to play them 4 times.
Will we be at full strength for any of them?
Hope so. Christian Brown listed as questionable to play tomorrow night in Detroit. That's where we're at right now. So he's at least getting a slight upgrade. We'll see if he returns before the All-Star break, but they desperately need his services back. You need the physicality to be able to play with Oklahoma City because they're giant. And that was without J-Dub last night.
Yeah.
And they're still huge.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Who else are they missing? They're missing 2 guys, too.
Caruso didn't play last night.
How could I forget?
And A.J. Mitchell didn't play last night. Yeah, they were missing a few guys last night.
I did not miss seeing Alex Caruso out there at all, right? Is that his name?
Yep.
Or did I? Who was the actor? Red-haired guy was on a cop show.
Oh, David Caruso.
David Caruso. There we
go.
No. I think I even screwed him up. Was David Caruso the fat guy with the stash from NYPD Blue?
No, that was. Oh man, why am I spacing his name right now? NYPD Blue. That was Dennis Franz.
That's right.
NYPD Blue. David Caruso. You had it right.
Okay.
Yes.
CSI Miami or
CSI, NCIS.
Sure, one of the
and Order, whatever those shows are. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I always liked a little Law and Order, middle of the day, nothing else on. Stuck in a hotel, waiting for a game to get going.
How many episodes are there of Law and Order?
I don't know. It feels like 1,000.
Yeah.
It's been going. It's kind of like MASH. It's been going on since you and I were in college.
Very much
and
so.
I think it's still going on.
I think also as an actor, if you haven't been on an episode of Law and Order, are you a real actor?
Yeah, you haven't made it.
Yeah.
It's even bigger than Hollywood Squares.
I was listening to an interview recently with, I think it was Claire Danes, and she played a teenage serial killer on an episode of Law and Order when she was like 12.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a bold move.
Hey, child actor. They got to get somebody to play the teenage serial killer. Somebody's got to take that paycheck.
Are we finding out that the Jared Leto character from My So-Called Life is just Jared Leto?
I think so.
It just feels like that's who Jared Leto actually is.
Professional hot dude.
Who is always just down and melancholy about everything.
Yeah, he's method. He's what you call method. Real serious about it all. All right, Andy, I want to talk a little bit about Mike Vrabel really quickly because I think that this is a story, okay? So Mike Vrabel, he has a top lieutenant named John Stryker, I believe is how I pronounce his name. He's the game management guy.
Okay.
For Vrabel.
Yeah.
Okay. And his nickname is Stretch.
Stretch.
And Mike Sando went in depth on the Stiddy interception to Christian Gonzalez. And Vrabel and Stretch having seen that they subbed in Adam Troutman late and took Evan Engram off the field. And the official has to sit on the ball until the opponent can substitute, at which point, and by the way, it's an area of emphasis they look for it if they find out that you're gaming the system and going too slow, but there's...
Too late now. Ain't going to help that game.
And there's a sweet spot to find, right?
Yeah, hey, you put a couple of heavier guys in, it's going to take a minute for them to get On the field.
So, Milton Williams and Christian Barmore are jogging back onto the field once they see Troutman go in to put a heavier personnel out there, and they can take their sweet time, which is exactly what New England did. Therefore, the play clock goes from 15 seconds to 9 seconds by the time Barmore and Taylor are on their spots. And, oh, by the way, New England's other D linemen still have to jog off the field. 5 seconds remained on the play clock when the official embarked on a path from the ball through the offensive backfield so he could get into position for the play. As was pointed out today in The Athletic, Denver barely beat the play call. A coach from another team said, quote, "That rushed interception was a messed up operation where, shoot, we got to snap it. I got the umpire standing over the ball. I can't snap it." And boom, basically making the point of, Stiddy never even looked at his coverage. It was just, I got to get the snap off. And as the opposing coach adds, forget about trying to read the defense. Stidham is so worried about snapping it, he doesn't see Christian Gonzalez in press bail, and now he throws a go ball to Mims against a corner who's 12 yards off for an interception that seals the game. Patriots used the same substitution tactic on 3rd and 10 earlier in the fourth quarter, and Stidham threw short of the sticks, leading to a punt. Now, again, these are plays where a backup quarterback is making late-game mistakes in driving snow.
And the throw still wasn't great, whether you read it or not. You know what I mean?
But every edge you can find is why you're in the Super Bowl and why the other guys aren't.
And how many times did we hear about, look, Leggy wrote the article about 15 seconds kind of being the sweet spot for Bo to not be a little spastic.
Yeah.
15 seconds on the play clock. He wants to get to the line. He wants to look it over. He wants to make a check or two. Can't do that with 7 seconds.
Yeah, the timeout just before the half that Vrabel called when Drake May slid. They missed the kick, but, still was able to set it up.
And he was right there to do it.
He was right on top of it, able to do it. He had the challenge flag out and ready to go on the Stiddy backwards pass play that he was already all over on that play. By the way, listen to this. League-wide, offenses have committed 89 false start penalties on 4th and 1 in the 7 seasons when Mike Vrabel was a head coach, according to True Media. A league most 7 of those 89 occurred against Vrabel-coached teams, including 2 of the 4 costliest in terms of EPA. So again, Mike Vrabel and his ability to be able to get his D linemen late onto the field, and then his guys are known for the quick head twitch or whatever, anything to draw an O lineman into a false start.
You know what else they were doing? Because they tried it that day. They also do that little quick, we shuffle down the line.
Yeah.
Just to get them, there's movement, react to it. I thought they were going to get the Broncos one of their 4th downs.
Andy, Mike Vrabel he's one of the smartest coaches in the NFL. And oh, by the way, he's an excellent ex-player that knew how to get every little edge. And oh, by the way, he played for Belichick. So he learned a thing or two along the way. And now he deploys all of that. But going back to the Sean Payton part of the conversation, he is not an offensive or a defensive play caller. This is all he does on game day is look for these minute edges. And guess what? In a 10-7 AFC championship game, those are the plays that are the difference.
And I wonder if this will ultimately, if it hasn't been handed to Davis Webb already, as you pointed out, that was not announced in the hiring.
Yeah.
Will he ultimately at least give some of it over to Davis? And by that, I mean, I don't think Sean will ever divorce himself from making a 4th down or a big, what he feels is a momentum play call. But, dude, you can't be worried about it all the time. This is more proof.
He got beat. And I honestly, I think Sean Payton is one of the best game management coaches in the NFL, but he might have gotten beaten by one of the only guys that's on the tiny short list that you can probably count on one hand of guys that are better than him. And Vrabel doesn't have a built-in excuse of, I was worried about talking to my quarterback or whatever it is.
Well, and think about it. If Vrabel was doing what Sean's doing, he would have been calling the defense, and some of what you're describing, he would have had to get the play call out.
Exactly.
And he would have been more worried about what's Sean putting in so I can make the play call.
Exactly. Yeah. So, Greg Penner, I'm assuming
Food for thought.
probably going to read that column. Something to think about when it comes to the play calling duties. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here on the other side. Yes, Davis Webb is the Broncos offensive coordinator. He has been promoted. We will dive into all the ins and outs of that in the high five. That is on the other side of the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Enjoy this commercial break. Super Bowl week, there is a ton happening. Let's hit the NFL news of the day. We call it the High Five. It is the 5 largest stories of the day from within the league. And, yeah, there's a lot going on. Mark Springer, let's go.
First, if you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, try Papa Murphy's Pizza.
Oh, good call.
Yes, they make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. The Broncos announced today that they have promoted Davis Webb to offensive coordinator.
Yes, they have also promoted Logan Kilgore to the quarterback's coach gig. Davis Webb goes from QB's coach to OC. Logan Kilgore goes from offensive quality control.
Tape guy.
He controlled the quality, and now he becomes the quarterback coach for the Broncos. He goes into Davis Webb's former role. Andy, we shared this earlier, and Luca Evans of the Denver Post reporting this. There is nothing, according to sources, there is nothing in the contract, or at least in the deal that Davis Webb has agreed to, that stipulates play calling duties. Because that's the whole thing, to call plays or not to call plays. That's last week it was what's predisposed, what's not predisposed. This week it's play calling or not play calling, and we don't know. Andy, there's a lot of reasons why we would suggest that Davis Webb become the Broncos play caller. Certainly, we covered it in our last segment, talking about Sean Payton and maybe getting out-coached game management-wise against Mike Vrabel in the AFC Championship game. There's also, and Jeff Legwold pointed it out last hour as well, we'll believe it when we see it.
Yeah.
That Sean Payton would actually cede play-calling duties to anybody else on his staff. He is one of the great play callers in the history of the NFL. So in what planet would Sean Payton, who excels at the job, hand it off to somebody that's never done it on a game in a game-out basis?
I don't have a definitive answer for you, and maybe it is, as Jeff said, this is a guy taking a hard introspective look at his operation and his staff after what happened in the AFC Championship, largely due to poor offensive performance.
Right.
Or, and look, I'm just spitballing here. Did Greg Penner say we need to change up some of the operation because this hadn't worked?
Right.
Because, again, you got long time. Here's the reason why I think this is interesting. I don't know where Logan Kilgore necessarily came from, but remember, he had talked to his former QB coach last week in one of what's now just clearly a Rooney Rule interview. Who was it?
Ronald Curry.
Right?
Yes.
Ronald Curry, I thought, was set to be that quarterback's coach, and you bring in another one of your longtime confidants. I don't think Logan Kilgore is that. So I do think this represents a shift with the dismissals amongst the Payton staff and possibly process.
So here I can give you a little Logan Kilgore background.
Please do.
Okay, I'm going to kill you with some background here. Played his
Kill me with Gore. That's not what I don't like those movies.
Played his college ball at Bakersfield and then Middle Tennessee State. He was undrafted in 2014. He began his professional football career as a camp body for the New Orleans Saints in 2014.
Hey, there is a connection.
There you are. Absolutely. He went on to play in the CFL for the Toronto Argonauts, Hamilton Tiger Cats, and the Edmonton Eskimos, and then went into coaching. His coaching resume includes coaching at Bakersfield in 2018. That's one of his alma maters. Arkansas State in 2021 as an offensive analyst. He then went to, listen to this, in 2022, he coached at Isidore Newman High School as the offensive coordinator and quarterbacks coach. Andy, can you tell me what famous quarterback who is tearing it up in college football right now came from Isidore Newman High School?
No idea.
That was Arch Manning.
Oh, really?
Yes, who I believe in 22 would have been there, would he not? And
probably.
And he became a Broncos offensive quality control coach in 2023. He's had that gig for 3 years. He now gets elevated to quarterbacks coach. So there's your Logan Kilgore bio, my
friend.
He
knows the inner workings of the Sean Payton offense, having played for him.
Yes.
A little bit.
A little bit.
I mean, a camp body, but
right.
Nonetheless, this is not, it's not a guy that Sean has worked with for multiple years of his career.
Correct.
Jumping back into the staff. So
no, he's been here and he knows it. So there's a lot of Logan Kilgore talk for you, everybody. Let's see.
What was the high school that Sean coached at during his forced absence from the NFL?
Wasn't it like his kids, like Pee-wee team or something like that?
Was it not even high school?
Yeah.
I guess I got to go watch the Kevin James movie so I get educated.
I never actually even bothered to watch that.
Yeah, I don't. You know what was on this weekend that was awesome was Draft Day. Also Moneyball.
Okay.
And Moneyball was really good. But yeah, I haven't seen the Sean. What is it? What's it even called? Kicking and Screaming is the Will Ferrell one with Mike Ditka, right?
I couldn't.
Where he's the soccer coach.
I couldn't tell you the title off the top of my head.
Well, this movie, it's why Sean's still coaching. I don't think a lot of royalties were paid out for that story.
No, $90 million is probably more than I think Netflix paid him or Kevin James for that matter. So there you go. Davis Webb, offensive coordinator. Is he the play caller? We don't know. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Raiders are set to hire Clint Kubiak, the Seahawks offensive coordinator, son of Gary, as their next head coach after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so Clint Kubiak gets the Raiders gig. The Cardinals go with Mike LaFleur, the not Matt LaFleur version of the LaFleur family coaching tree. But the Seahawks are going to go with Clint Kubiak. Kubiak, who did a marvelous job with Sam Darnold in the Seahawks offense this year, and now gets an opportunity to be the head coach of the Raiders. Andy, by the way, in future news, the Raiders have fired head coach Clint Kubiak.
Wow. How many years you think?
I don't know, 18 months? What are we giving this?
Look, if
2 years tops. Hey, we're rooting for Clint. Clint of the beloved Kubiaks. We root for him. It's just there's a bit of a track record with that organization.
Yeah, but I mean, with Mendoza now, Mendoza will be their best. I don't know, man. I really thought Gino was going to be better than he was after what he did in Seattle.
Turns out you shouldn't have an offensive coordinator that the head coach never actually wanted.
That likes college ball.
Yeah. Turns out that's a bad strategy.
If they can get Mendoza up to speed, they do have some weapons.
Yes.
Genti is a very good back.
They have no offensive line.
Bowers is the best tight end in the NFL.
Yes.
But they have a ton of
good.
cap room. Could they pull a Broncos and just go sign a bunch of dudes to play in front of him and voila?
Yeah, but the Raiders will do that thing where they like sign a bunch of dudes that are all like 32.
Well,
and then they're all going to get hurt and they'll suck.
And again, this goes back to where the Broncos really have the advantage. Do you have the money to get the dudes you want?
My lack of faith in the Raiders.
Or will you just sign dudes that will take your money?
Very showing.
And how much money does he have? I mean, again, Davis can't throw up front cash the way the Broncos could, for example.
Certainly can.
He's got Benny Hanna to pay for.
And he needed cash.
So is Tom going to be paying for this, handsome Tom?
I believe so.
He can come hang out with me.
With those sweet supplement dollars. He's paying it off. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Rams have signed head coach Sean McVay and GM Les Snead to multi-year contract extensions.
I would say they have both earned it. I would say that this is the kind of stability you get out of the best ownership group in North American professional sports, obviously. In Kroenke Sports, this is not surprising.
Relax.
Turns out he's pretty happy.
Nah, he's pretty good.
He's doing pretty good.
He's got a kid now, right?
Yeah, I think he does. Yeah.
That may keep you coaching.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of diapers.
Yeah,
I think I'll go coach.
He's busy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a nanny, I'm sure.
By the way, Les Snead went from F them picks to give me every pick.
I would like all the picks, please.
And then he goes into the NFC Championship. He won on F them picks. He won on give me every pick. Guy's just good, man. Again, you can't beat top-notch ownership like that. Gold medal ownership. Olympic talk. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, let's finish on this one. Quinn Miners withdraws from the Pro Bowl games due to personal reasons.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised he's the only one that's done it. I really thought at least half, if not all the Broncos would be like, nah, we're good. I don't want to go hang out for free.
I was reading something about the Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco alternate picks. You know when they name you're a however many time Pro Bowler?
Yeah.
They just lump in you were either selected right away or you were an alternate selection. It all gets lumped together. You know how we always like to be like, oh, Russell Wilson, 10-time Pro Bowler, 5-time alternate. 5 of his 10 were
not Pro Bowl.
Hey, we need somebody.
Listen, I don't feel, and I'm not trying to be a jerk to anyone. You either were voted to the team or not. That's the Pro Bowl team, and that's it.
Yeah. But
you got to play in the game because 9 people backed out and didn't want to do it.
Your Pro Football Reference page doesn't denote all that stuff.
I think it was Pro Football Talk, but it might have been a guy from The Athletic wrote over the weekend about how the NFL's desire, and it sounds stupid, but I know what they're talking about. Your desire to monetize the game is actually what ruined it. Because it used to be get away to Hawaii, you weren't going to deal with a throng of national media, and you would play a game in a beautiful locale. You showed the surf, you showed the surfers. Peyton Manning, as you and I talked about a while back, he'd show up, the good players. You had a better chance to keep guys in this game, A, because it was after the season, so even the Super Bowl guys could show up if they chose to, and B, you gave them a trip to Hawaii, so that's why a lot of them went. And now we're stuck with, I thought the dumb thing was over. Again, it wasn't this past weekend. I don't even know when this crap is happening anymore.
It's Tuesday night.
Oh, great.
Yeah. It's Tuesday night.
Thank God.
And it's in Santa Clara, which the NFL did so that media will actually go and cover it. Because they all will.
Still would not do. I would just go ahead and
they'll all run out there and they can all talk to the guy from their respective
that
team.
Kills the media party. Tuesday night was always the media party.
Oh, okay. Maybe they have to do that another night. I don't know.
That was an event of its own to go to.
By the way, offensive lineman Trent Williams, quarterback Tom Brady, and tight end Travis Kelce. Since 2008, most Pro Bowl selections without having any of them as a replacement selection.
Yeah,
so they're all
out.
legit. Russell Wilson, 5 of his 10 were as a replacement guy.
Listen, I love the dude.
Uh-huh.
Trevor Siemian was a Pro Bowler.
He sure was.
I mean,
Shedeur Sanders and Joe Flacco.
Yeah, it's just time.
Our Pro Bowlers.
To figure out something. You're putting it on a Tuesday night, man. Come on.
Have we discussed, by the way, Todd Monken, you got to jump at that Browns opportunity, a chance to coach a Pro Bowl quarterback?
Well.
You got to have it.
Yes.
You can't win without excellent quarterback play, and the Browns have a Pro Bowl quarterback.
Well, so did the Ravens till Monken got his hands on him.
He won an MVP with Todd Monken as his OC.
How'd this year go?
He was hurt the whole year.
Hurt because he was sick of that offense.
Tune in all week starting tomorrow as Vic Lombardi is live from Radio Row in San Francisco. Thanks to Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at cooffroad.com. Nuggets back at it on the road this week. Detroit and the Knicks on a tough back-to-back coming up here over the next couple of games. Couple of very physical opponents. And, Andy, I would assume that both of those teams will do a lengthy look at what Oklahoma City was doing to the Nuggets and say, okay, we'll quadruple team Jokic. We're not worried about that. Because right now there's nobody else that's going to beat you consistently. Jamal Murray can. He had a terrible shooting night last night. 4 of 16. Do you think the weight of carrying the team for the last 3 weeks, month, whatever it's been, has taken a bit of a toll on Jamal Murray?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention because you're starting to sound like me, and this show is the worst in the... What have I done to you?
I know.
Yeah, I thought a little bit about that. I think he's... You know what I'm hoping? And you kind of said it earlier. Yes, to answer your question directly, I do think that with Joker back, everybody wants to get back to the normal roles, but we don't. We want Jamal to keep being this Jamal. We want Peyton to keep being the Peyton, all that stuff. I just think. I don't know it, man. Look, it's been a weird year. I'll be honest with you. I'll quit trying to edit myself and just be honest with you. I thought they would have more of the same Spitfire, and I wish I could use a different word, but we're not on cable, so to speak. I thought they'd have more of that going on than they did last night. You said it earlier. It felt like a measuring stick game for OKC when I thought it was going to be a measuring stick game for the Nuggets. Now, in fairness, you're down Christian Brown, you're down AG. Jokic was on minutes restriction like we talked about. And I think to your point, maybe, Nate, in some ways, Murray came in mentally and he's like, all right, big fella's back. I'm going to let him do his thing. And all of a sudden you're going, what? Like, it felt like you were going maybe half the first quarter without Jokic, right? And I'm just like, and I get it. You can't stress the need, but he was at least leaving by like the 5-minute mark of the first quarter and the third quarter, wasn't he?
Right.
And it just is like, I think it throws it off.
By the way,
I don't know.
Do you happen to see Valanciunas' final minutes last night?
He played a lot, even though I was worried he was going to get in so much foul trouble that he wouldn't.
He played 14 minutes.
What, really?
Yeah.
I felt like he was in there most of the second half.
Yeah, 14 minutes in total. He scored 13 points. He wasn't good last night.
Well, they were. I really love Val. I love the acquisition. I love most nights what he brings. That team felt too fast for him the other night.
Yep.
He just was. He was like a step behind, and all he could do was get a foul. I can't believe he didn't foul out. Frankly.
Yeah, he wasn't DeAndre Jordan bad, but he had a hard time with those guys last night.
That's not what you were hoping to see from this new league. But again, without AG, everybody's playing a different role.
Yeah, and when it's a series against these guys, again, the thing I just keep reminding myself is like, look, Jokic is going to play 43 minutes a night.
Okay.
You're not gonna win or lose this series because of your backup center.
I don't mean to jump in on your segment here because I want to go where you're going, but I've been meaning to ask you this.
Okay.
Did we learn last night that maybe some moves at the trade deadline should be considered, whereas prior, and again, I'm not trying to overreact to a game because you're absolutely right. And here's that offer for anybody that thinks they're being homers. I mean, didn't OKC like blow them out 2 or 3 of the meetings last year? And the Nuggets would come back and get one. So again, the playoffs showed us the regular season matchups don't dictate how a 7-game series is going to go, like you just said. But did you get a look, even with a couple guys injured, at maybe you need, if you're not going to trust Zeke Naji out there, maybe you need to move somebody for some kind of size. I don't know. Now, again, I keep forgetting that. I keep thinking AG and Christian Brown. I got to remember Cam Johnson exists in this universe. But I haven't seen him for so long. I can't.
Okay, so in a perfect world, here's where I would say I don't worry about the trade deadline necessarily with this matchup. Is simply because of all the pieces that you're missing right now. I'm not saying the Nuggets are completely perfect.
Because that's a dang good team.
If they want to go
get
get
the championship for a reason.
Jose Alvarado or something, I'm fine with that, all right? But right now, like look at last night's rotation, okay? Jalen Pickett started and played 19 minutes. In a perfect world, Jalen Pickett doesn't see the court in a 7-game series against Oklahoma City. And I don't mean that as a diss to Jalen. It's just he is a smaller guard that has fewer ways to be able to beat you, and that's not a good matchup for Oklahoma City, and you're not even going up against Alex Caruso last night. So that's in a perfect world. You're playing Tim Hardaway for 26 minutes. Tim Hardaway, you're going to have to play him, and he's going to have to hit shots for you to beat Oklahoma City, but not 26 minutes worth. Julian Strawther played for 23 minutes. Strawther last year had the amazing Game 6 in Denver and then went to Oklahoma City, and clearly it did not pan out. Again, in a perfect world in a 7-game series, Julian Strawther doesn't see the floor. If your pieces are all perfectly healthy, I think your rotation against Oklahoma City probably looks like your regular starting 5, Peyton Watson, Bruce Brown, and a little Tim Hardaway.
And
Spencer Jones. I'm going to use Spencer Jones in there as well.
But not a lot of Valanciunas if it continues like that, huh?
I don't think he's a good matchup.
I'm not disagreeing with you with what we saw last night. Big fella's going to have to get a little bit quicker.
By the way, I thought Spencer Jones actually did a pretty good job defending Chet Holmgren last night. Again, he's given up size because everyone's given up size to Chet. I thought he did a good job defending him last night. Again, very pleased to be able to see that.
Okay, people have been asking this question all day, and I think it's fair, but everybody wants to know when Christian Brown returns, does P. Watt stay in the starting lineup and Brown come off the bench? I would ask this.
Well, right now, without
Wouldn't Cam
AG,
Johnson be the one that comes off the bench if P. Watt were to stay in the starting lineup?
Okay, so my guess is that P. Watt stays in the starting lineup until Aaron Gordon is back.
And then what?
And then beyond that, then the decision to be made is, I think it's a Cam Johnson or Peyton Watson conversation. I really do, especially the kind of shooting that P. Watt has given you. I think Christian Brown's starting too with the
and I think you missed his defense
size
last night,
and physicality that he has on the perimeter. That's the way that I view it. Is that P. Watt right now is Aaron Gordon insurance at the moment. And by the way, P. Watt was great last night.
Yeah.
He played really well in that game. He had 4 turnovers. By the way, turnovers are ultimately what killed you last night. Hold on. I want to
But
make
he
sure I
won
got
the only one.
18 turnovers last night, and OKC had 19 points off those 18 turnovers. Like, that's losing basketball.
Well, and again, at some point, you got to find a way to bother their three-point shooting.
Yep. I mean,
you cannot leave corner 3 shooters over as much as they did last night. The guys are open left and right.
Yeah, and the closeouts were slow last night, and watch the way the Thunder defend. They close out. There's a reason why Jamal was 1 of 8 from 3. There's a reason why Tim Hardaway shot 0 for 6 last night. Those guys just close out and defend differently. I do need to hear Kaz calling P. Watt just posterizing Chet last night. Let's have it.
And here comes Jamal Murray. Murray has it up the left sideline, now brings it back out over the point. Guarded by Dort, throws it off inside the arc. Catch and go down to Watson and a dunk with the right tomahawk. Get at me! Nuggets are down by 4, 15-11. That woke the crowd up.
Really did. That got everybody going.
Yeah, and that's where you started thinking, okay, what'd they get it to? Second half, they got it to 3. I think that was the last time I had hope. Wasn't that early third quarter?
Early third quarter.
And then they rained 4 threes in a row and they never looked back.
Case and Wallace kept just burying threes last night.
Open every which again, I guess I get it. You're going to leave that guy open over some of the other guys on the floor. But after a while, it's like, guys, go get a hand in his face, please.
I mean, some of it was just the 2-3 zone that they were playing last night. It was either entry pass and Jamal's collapsing, but then they would whip it back out, and you're asking Jamal Murray to do that entire duty in addition to running your entire offense. It's why zone defense is imperfect.
Well, and again, it just is another. You and I had said it. As much fun as the last month has been watching guys answer a moment.
Yeah.
The fun needs to stop when it comes time to play the big 3 in the old Western Conference. They're just too good.
One more thing I do want to note from last night. Jamal Murray had a bad shooting game.
Yeah.
Look, Jamal Murray gets paid a lot of money to make shots. Tim Hardaway gets paid a lot of money to make shots. That's what these guys' jobs are. But also Jamal Murray, 12 assists, 1 turnover last night. Against Oklahoma City, 12 assists and 1 turnover. Okay. If that's the assist-to-turnover kind of ratio that we're getting out of Jamal Murray in a 7-game series against Oklahoma City, the Nuggets are – this thing is is a fight to the fourth quarter of Game 7.
No, I'm with you. But I am going to reiterate, even though I think he's been fantastic, and I love him, and I love the acquisition, and I say give him another year contract right now. Tim Hardaway's got to get his – you got to try to reduce the minutes for big fella there. I just feel like there's nights where it just feels like the shot is short, and I wonder if there's a little fatigue there because his role has been so much more expanded than anybody expected. If you could – give him a little bit of rest before we really make that final push. Of course, some other guys, like there are a lot of guys that just could not make the shots. And you know the other thing that was a problem last night? And again, this goes back to the size thing. How many times they had the one possession where they gave OKC 4 different looks at the thing. And that was one of them where they even got out of it without giving up points.
The rebounding battle without Aaron Gordon is a bad matchup for Denver. You saw it all night last night. No, you're right. That one possession, I think they took 4 shots. They didn't even make one.
Right.
But they exhausted the Nuggets so badly on that possession. Again, like, even if they don't come away with points, they still win. Like, that's a winning possession for them. On Tim Hardaway, I mean, he had 6 rebounds last night. Have you noticed, though, like, on his bad shooting nights, and he's had them lately, he's also had good shooting nights.
Yeah, I still love Tim Hardaway Jr.
Right. But on his bad shooting nights, is there enough else there?
Right.
You know, like yes, Jamal was 4 of 16 last night, but 12 assists to 1 turnover.
Right.
And just the gravity that comes with being Jamal Murray that you don't get out of Tim Hardaway. And yet, you know, he reigned on Friday night against the Clippers. He's one of the reasons you won that game.
And I do think he does bring a good veteran presence, but I do think it's a good question to ask. Now, maybe Adelman just doesn't feel like his options are great. Like, again, maybe if you're playing with a full deck last night, and maybe it's not a 1-for-1 trade, but you get a little more Cam Johnson and a little less Tim Hardaway Jr., but you don't even have Johnson as an option right now.
No.
Because there's another guy that's supposed to be able to provide you with some 3-point buckets.
Yeah, he's a good shooter. He's a good scorer. He's a good cutter. He's a better rebounder, better defender, all of those things. You're asking a lot out of guys that are playing out of role a little bit right now.
Peyton Watson had a lot. He had a good game, but he had a couple corner 3 looks that didn't fall that you'd love to see go too. Listen, at the end of the day, you brought it up. There's nothing to panic about right now. What was bothersome, where I came to peace with the dumb loss last night, as much as I hate watching them do it, you're not going to beat Oklahoma City if they're going to rain threes like they did last night, which means you've got to get better defense or do something about it. But I don't know, shoot. Some of those shots, Nate, came from like the logo, right? They were all in heat check mode. What are you going to do?
Last night, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored 34 points on 16 shots.
Pretty good. Pretty dang good.
He had 13 assists and finished a game best plus 22 when he was on the floor. Like, you trying to deal with that matchup in lineups that don't have Christian Brown and Aaron Gordon, and I'll put Cam,
and maybe even Cam Johnson.
I'll put Cam in this as well because of the size that he has. But when he can matchup hunt for Jalen Pickett,
I was about to say he was finding him all night,
and for Jamal Murray, it's and for Bruce Brown.
Nobody bothered him. He wasn't bothered by anybody last night.
These are bad matchups. He's so big.
Yeah.
That's the thing you don't remember about Shai is he shoots over. If you're giving away any size to him, he shoots over you, and he is so good at getting in on your body and just creating that little bit of space that is required. And he's probably going to get a whistle, and he's so good at finishing through that contact. Andy, I said it earlier, like, it's him and Jokic. Him and Jokic are on a different plane from the rest of the NBA.
Okay, you and I have talked about it. I've not been terribly stressed about the Nuggets getting the 2 seed, but did last night make you remember you probably want to get the 2 seed?
Yeah.
Put off seeing this team in the playoffs until the final round if you can.
Get that team in whatever version of as banged up as they can be by the time that you get them, and hope that you have health.
And maybe, I don't think it would happen. You'd probably face San Antonio, not them, but it'd sure be nice if they had to deal with San Antonio.
The reality of what the Nuggets are up against right now is the Thunder are better than they are. Guess what? The Thunder were better than them last year, too. And the Nuggets took that thing to 7 games because they had a great series. They adjusted, they played with physicality, and then they ran out of gas at the end of what was an overall challenging season. The good news now is the Nuggets are better. The Nuggets are deeper. They have to get healthy. And once you get into a series, you clean up so much of the little stuff that on a game like this, the Thunder can exploit, the biggest one of which is how hard they make you work on offense. Like, it is so difficult to deal with them defensively because they're so friggin' disciplined. They can triple Jokic, they can quadruple team Jokic, and then they can recover and they can close out. And what is an open shot against 28 other teams in the NBA isn't open against those guys.
By the way.
But in a series, Andy, to finish my point, in a series, you are prepared for it, you are game planned for it, you are patient for it, and you know exactly, you are so precise and so crisp by the time you get to that time of year that you're prepared to deal with it.
Well, and the physicality goes up. The whistles aren't always quite as tight. And let's be honest, guys get a little more squeaky bum backside.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's a bigger moment. By the way, I sent you the tweet. I don't know if you guys saw him. Did you see George Karl tweeting Friday night? After the Clipper win, George tweets out, Nikola Jokic is already a top five player in NBA history. And it was like, there's the nice tweet. And then good old George, who I imagine with a good old glass Irish whiskey couldn't help himself and goes back in. And he had to add one more tweet. He goes, and he'd have 3 championships with any other organization by now. I was like, of course you had to get one more shot in.
Andy, I think he was actually drinking a margarita because there was a lot of salt on that rim.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Well played.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You can do a Greyhound that way, too.
There you go. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. They sure are. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman, and I am here for my friends at Roller Auction. The spot ends. Do the live read now, Nate. Hey, I'm here to tell you about my friends at Roller Auction because opening this week, in fact, opening, I believe, on Thursday, it is time for the February 2026. That's the month it is. That's the year that it is. Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction. I love perusing all the selections that Roller Auction has. If you are looking for well-maintained used vehicles and equipment that is straight from government service that is being sold at auction, by the way, it's all online. Go to roller.bid and check it out. If you're looking for an SUV, a pickup truck, sedan, vans, so much more, go to roller.bid right now and check this out. For almost 50 years, Roller Auction has been the best place to find Colorado City, County, and fleet vehicles and equipment. You want well-maintained vehicles. When they're in government service, guys, they have to be kept up to a rigid maintenance schedule. Well, that's the kind of car that you are then purchasing in this government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. Make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Every month, we give away tickets to one lucky listener that signs up with Roller Auction at roller.bid/altitude. This month, February 11th, it's coming up quickly. Nuggets Grizzlies at Ball Arena. You want to be there in a catered suite? Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up immediately. Tonight's Avalanche Red Wings game will be on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with pregame powered by Ramos Law starting at 6:30. 13th consecutive game without the services of Gabriel Landeskog tonight for the Avalanche. But according to Jared Bednar, Landy is good to go to most likely captain Team Sweden in the games. We have 8 Avalanche that are off to the Olympics at the end of the week, Andy. Arturi Lehkonen and Joel Kiviranta will play for Finland. Marty Necas.
Arturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
I have. Marty Necas will play for Czechia.
Marty Necas.
The former Czechoslovakia turned Czech Republic turned Czechia. Brock Nelson playing for Team USA.
Yeah.
And, of course, Team Canada trying to bring the gold medal back to Calgary or Ottawa or wherever they take it.
Toronto.
Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar, and Devon Toews.
By the way, is Toews in tonight? Any word on Toews?
I heard he's playing.
Yeah. Do we have that verified, though? By maybe one Connor McGahey? I'll look into it. Thought I saw that he was, too. So.
Okay.
What are you expecting tonight? Couple good fights?
I could see
blood boiling after the 5-0 outing on Sunday.
I could see the gloves dropping.
Saturday.
I don't know if the gloves will drop mammoth and buffalo quality. But I think they have a good chance of being able to drop. You got to call a Donnybrook this weekend.
I did. And then, you know what? You'd be proud of me. I did call it a Donnybrook in the broadcast.
Well
and
done.
My guy laughed.
Well done.
So I work with John Gallant, who's a former captain of the Mammoth. He was a really good defenseman. And he doesn't know what to do with me. He's very serious Canadian, and he's very serious lacrosse guy because he coaches defense at DU too.
Okay.
So he's always just in serious mode, and he did not know what to do with the word Donnybrook. So I broke him. I'm glad I broke him.
You went with Donnybrook over kerfuffle.
That felt more like a Donnybrook.
Melee, perhaps?
Yeah.
Yes. So explain to the people what happened, because I got to see footage of this earlier today. Explain to people what happened, because there was a considerable size mismatch in this brawl on Saturday night.
Do you want to just play the audio?
Do we have the audio?
Off the tweet, he's got the tweet.
Let's get the audio.
Do you want I can give you the breakdown though before the audio.
Okay.
So it probably does need some setup. The Mammoth were killing the Buffalo Bandits, which would be like if the Broncos took it out on the Seahawks a year after they got whooped in the Super Bowl. Remember, there's championship history between these two clubs, and normally it's the Bandits that score all the goals, and the Mammoth are just trying to play good defense and making it 8-9 game or something.
Thing is, Andy, I hear the Bandits steal a lot of those goals.
Well, I tell you what. Yeah.
Sorry.
In Bandit land. Huh? So anyway, the Mammoth were putting it on them pretty good. And John, my guy that was a former Mammoth captain, he goes, look, at some point there's probably going to be a fight. And he goes, you got to know the difference between when to walk away and stand up for yourself. So I asked him, when is that? I was always a hothead, and if you whack me late, I had nothing better to do anyway. And so John was like, if somebody grabs your helmet and knocks it off, you got to go. You can't you're going to have to throw down.
Yeah.
So it was not 3 minutes later, Dylan Robinson, who is much taller, I should have pulled up this. I would say Dylan Robinson probably has at least 3 to 4 inches on Thomas Vella, who plays for the Mammoth. So just as Meatball Andy tries to quell and be professional, I already didn't like it that their guy picked one of our smaller guys to go with, and he, in fact, ripped the helmet off. And to John's point, that means you got to fight. You got to stand up for yourself.
Sure.
And this is what happened.
Vella's getting his helmet ripped off by Dylan Robinson. So Robinson gets Vella's helmet off. And now Vella, with the quick, short rabbit punch, got one in on Robinson that knocks him down. And Robinson started it. Vella finished it.
And you can kill it there. But
done.
It was incredible because what got him was, so Vella, and again, Vella is swinging up because of the size difference. You can just look for Bandits Mammoth fight or Vella Robinson fight, and you'll find it on Twitter. All the NLL stuff is that goalie blowing up the guy running down the floor. But anyway, Vella's punching up, and he'd had a hold of his jersey, And the short punch I'm describing was like a jab to the chin, and I could tell Robinson got shaky. So he took 2 more heavy rights from Vela and went down. And the thing about it was, between the benches, much like they do on the Avs broadcast, we had Eric Law who played at DU. And Eric Law's like, wow, because then, the Mammoth went on. And so because Robinson instigated it, he had to go to the box for 4 minutes while Vela went for 2 or whatever. He got an extra 2. I guess they both went for 5, and then there was an extra 2. A lot of the rules are the same to hockey. And then on the 2-minute power play that Robinson got for instigating a butt kicking that he got, the Mammoth then scored another goal.
Ooh.
And Eric Law's like, can you imagine starting a fight, losing the fight, and then the team scores against you because you again started said fight and gave him a power play?
Adding injury to insult right there?
Yeah, it was not a great night for Buffalo. So, yeah.
Andy, do you know where the term Donnybrook comes
No,
from?
I thought it was Irish,
It
but
is.
I don't know.
It is indeed. I've never actually looked into this, and I have also used the term on a broadcast before. It comes from the Donnybrook Fair. It was a fair that was held in Donnybrook, Dublin from the year 1204 to 1855.
All right.
Yes.
I remember those years. They were good years.
In the year 1204, King John of England granted a license under the Fairs Act of 1204 to the Corporation of Dublin to hold an annual 8-day fair in Donnybrook to compensate Dubliners for the expense of building walls and defenses around the city. So basically, just like I'm going to have this huge construction project, it's going to be a pain in your ass, have a fair.
Here's a fair to pay you back.
In 1252, the duration was extended to 15 days. By the beginning of the 19th century, so again, we're talking 600 years. By the beginning of the 19th century, the fair had become more a site of public entertainment and drinking than a fair proper, and many attempts were made to have it abolished. However, the license holder had by law the right to hold the fair and refused to bow to public pressure.
So there were a lot of drunken fights at the fair?
That's where the term Donnybrook comes from drunken rumbles that are happening at the Donnybrook Fair.
I say this as a guy that's half Irish. What a shock the Irish got drunk and ruined the fair by fighting everybody.
So they had to get rid of the Donnybrook Fair because everybody got drunk and punched each other at this thing. And so as a result, they could have it no longer.
So
after public